The events of the story begin in one unknown province, or to be more precise, on top of 1,000 mountains therein. It is in these huge and powerful mountains that the buildings of one very famous assassin cult are located. This place is home to some very powerful people who have simply demonic martial arts abilities. Among them are mysterious, obscure, and enigmatic cult worshippers who are very dangerous. The events of the story take us to a certain master who stands alone against a huge crowd that is moving in on him. This man stands at the very center of the killer cult. He addresses those who attack him and says he will punish each and every one of them. However, the people who attack clearly do not take him seriously. His words do not scare them at all, and they rush off at breakneck speed. But the skill of the man standing against them is much higher, because as it turns out, he has mastered the supreme art of the demon lord. This is what allows him, in just one instant, to carry like the wind through all enemies and hit each one with his sword. This is the kind of strength, courage, bravery, and cold-bloodedness inherent in the cult of demonic assassins. The events of the story show us our protagonist Michael, who is the first son of the head of the Federation Union. Right in front of him at the moment are people resembling ninjas. They bow to him and express their gratitude. As it turns out, our hero Michael is their master, which he himself says, and it can also be seen in the behavior of the people around him. However, Michael himself is far from being that tough, as there are people far more powerful and professional above him as well. Our hero Michael enjoys the status of the 10th Red Star in his Federation, which is why he has very high technical skills. He earned his high status for resisting absolutely all of his opponent's techniques in just 10 strikes. However, it wasn't all that good. The Federation was full of people who wanted to take the place of the future head. Such people began to band together in cults in order to oppose the chapters and groups and advance their interests. It was these cultists who worked to send our main character Michael off during his lunch hour. They used poison, which they slipped to Michael himself, after which they dispatched him with ease. The events of the story take us to some guy. He's lying silently on the cold ground somewhere and just looking up. In the moment, he comes to his senses abruptly, opens his eyes violently, and starts screaming as loud as he can. He immediately decides to get up and sit on his feet, and grabs his stomach, and is also very anxious. In the mind of this guy turns out to be our hero Michael, who remembers that not so long ago he died of poison. Looking around, Michael begins to suspect that everything around him is just a dream, and he is actually dying. Michael tries to get up, but his new body won't give in so easily. He stands on all fours and doesn't know what to do. Michael grabs his head and realizes he remembers his death for sure, and then considers kidnapping. But he's glad he's alive. However, it's still at a point where Michael decides that he should have looked around to see where he is in the first place. It turns out to be some old brick basement. Although it's obviously not new, you can see that it's well maintained. But what catches Michael's attention the most is not all that, but the fact that there are balls of light hanging all over the hallway, which means the kidnappers are rich. Michael gets to his feet, puts a hand to his chin, and begins to contemplate what it could be that has kidnapped him. He headed towards one of the doors he saw next to him. He tried to open it, but the entrance was blocked. There was a chill coming from the door, and next to him, Michael noticed some kind of large bag with black balls inside. As he got closer and watched them, Michael immediately realized that they were grain balls, enough to last for several years of food. Michael also points out, and that there is a lot of air passing through the cracks in the wall, which means they are not going to kill him. He's well aware that he's going to meet someone sooner or later, so now he decides to get busy rebuilding himself. Afterward, he began to start the process of circulating energy and talks about making those who did this to him regret it. However, the energy circulation fails, and Michael realizes that it may be the effects of the poison. Therefore, Michael decides to remove his thirst first in order to calmly further begin training. Michael then heads to a nearby barrel of water to wash his face and recover. However, in the moment, he turns his attention to the reflection in the water and sees in it a very different face. Not his own. This scares the shit out of Michael. He's just in shock, standing there silently staring into the reflections of the water, not sure what to make of it. Michael starts to get pretty angry because he realizes that this is just bullying him. However, interest takes a strong lead. Michael can't even figure out if he is a man or a woman. After which Michael decides to check out this factor and looks, and fortunately for him, he discovers that he's a man. Michael finally realizes that this is not his body, and the energy that circulates in it is also not his. It is very frightening, because it is not clear whose body it is. However, much to Michael's dismay, he also realizes that no matter how much he thinks about it, he won't get an answer now. Michael is also well aware that since the beginning of his life, he is now in the strangest and most incomprehensible state. However, Michael decides that he should pull himself together, because although the energy in his body is strange, it is still there. Michael decides to walk down this corridor to try and find some clues. And in the moment he manages to do so, he finds a wall that completely depicts some different techniques and battles. Michael realizes that, although it is scratched on the wall quite clearly, it is hard for him to understand what is depicted. But as he looks more and more closely at the images on the wall, Michael realizes that the martial art being taught here is very strange. Michael tries some of the techniques, is greatly surprised, and doesn't understand who even came up with such skills and techniques. He follows all the movements in the images and repeats from, realizing that this art is amazing. Though it is strange, it is the greatest and most powerful art Michael has seen in his life. Reading the writing on the walls, Michael realizes that the past owner of the body died because he was misdirecting the energy within himself. As he reads more and more of the writing on the walls, Michael realizes that though strange, this art deserves to defy the heavens and give strength. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael takes up circulation and learns the tremendous energy of this art. Since that moment, time has moved forward very quickly. Looking around at the grains in the bag, Michael realizes that at least a couple of years have passed. Michael walked over to that very wall in a moment and realized that he had finally learned everything that was depicted on it. He realizes that he was able to surpass even the power he had in his previous life. And this makes him very happy, because this death has given him a lot of things. Our hero turns to the wall, bows, and begins to thank it for its wisdom, saying that he is very grateful for this knowledge. Sitting in lotus pose, Michael realizes that he got more from this powerful art than he did from his father, the ruler of the Federation. As a thank you, Michael makes a vow that he promises to serve the man who invented the art for the rest of his life. Michael makes an oath to his name, promising that nothing can change his mind, and to this art he owes his life. Immediately afterward, Michael heads for that very door, realizing he doesn't have even a hint of how to open it. So Michael decides that things can't be left like this any longer and decides to use his new power against this door. Michael decides to break it, realizing that he can't stay here any longer, as he can't be defeated by any of the current masters. Immediately after, Michael puts all his words into action and directs a huge, massive attack right into the wall, breaking it. Outside this wall, there is a huge explosion, yes, to such an extent that all the stones near the wall fly apart. And for our hero Michael, such a blow turns out to be an ordinary thing, because with his new power, it is nothing against such a wall. Immediately afterward, the rays of the sun strike Michael sharply. He hasn't seen them in a long time, and they blind him very badly. Michael begins to look straight up at the sun through the foliage of the trees, trying to contemplate where he is. Stopping where he is, Michael begins to take one breath after another, trying to realize the new fresh air for himself. However, all his enjoyment is interrupted when he notices a strange guy sitting with his eyes closed nearby. Michael immediately approaches him with a question and wants to ask him something, but abruptly stops talking and stares into the man's face. After just a second, the man runs right away from Michael and just screams in shock at the sight of him, which scares Michael a lot. Michael doesn't share his silence and shock and turns to ask him if he doesn't know how to speak and respond. However, in response to this, the man only falls to the floor and starts screaming with pleas not to kill him and to have mercy, saying that he made a mistake. Michael tries to say something, but a man's scream interrupts him. He asks not to be sent to the corridor of 10,000 demons. Immediately afterward, the man starts banging his head on the floor and asking Michael to do better to just kill him rather than punish him like this. Michael doesn't understand all this at all. He appeals to the man to get on his feet and stop doing this. However, the latter, only feeling Michael's hands on him, is already getting very worried and shouting at the whole forest from shock. At one point, the man even starts foaming at the mouth and it's like he's losing consciousness. Michael puts him down by the nearest tree, apologizes for scaring him, and talks about how he should get out of here. Immediately after which it happens, our hero Michael heads further into the forest, getting to a place where there is a lot of bamboo. Climbing through it, in the moment, Michael looks ahead and is shocked to notice some sort of settlement. Very beautiful. Michael decides to go downstairs and see what's going on. But at the entrance to the settlement, there are 3 guards with swords. One of them looks ahead sharply and points his partners there as well, pointing his fingers directly at Michael up ahead. Michael also looks at them mutually. However, they abruptly raise a rather dark aura and glare angrily in Michael's direction. He notices their strong energy and is surprised that warriors of this level are just guarding the entrance. He doesn't realize what this place is. Our hero sees and that they begin to approach in his direction. It scares him a lot. He realizes that he may have to fight. However, they all come up to Michael in a moment and start bowing, congratulating him on his graduation and wishing him all the best. So abruptly changed picture greatly surprises our hero Michael. He does not even know how to react to such a thing. He just looks down at them all and is especially surprised that they called him a young gentleman. At the moment, Michael looks up and notices with shock that the gate has an inscription on it, a cult of demonic assassins. Michael immediately recalls this place in his memory, realizing what it is all about, for it is the one hidden in the most crime-ridden mountains. At this point, Michael finally realizes that this is the same place that everyone around him called a demonic cult back in the day. It also scares him a lot to see these people around him expressing sympathy for him because he clearly doesn't want to be in charge of the killer cult. Michael begins to walk forward, realizing that the techniques he learned in the cave may prove to be forbidden. In the moment, one of the guards approaches Michael to ask if it is true that he has learned all of the Demon Lord's techniques. Our hero turns around and looks straight into their eyes with great horror, finding it hard to believe what he'd just heard with his own ears. The puzzle in the head of our hero began to come together, and he began to understand what and what is generally happening around him now. It scares him a lot. Michael was finally pierced by the idea and meaning that he had studied the art of the Demon Lord himself. Upon realizing this, Michael threw himself at the guards in tears and began screaming that this simply couldn't be happening, and he refused to believe such a thing. Now foaming at the mouth from shock began to come from our hero, who can't believe that he has become a part of what he fought against. All these thoughts and events finally brought Michael to shock. He began to fall to the ground and faint from such news. Some time passes and our hero Michael wakes up in a bed somewhere in a cold sweat and screaming. He begins to look around, realizing he's in some nice cozy room. The first thought that visits Michael after everything is that everything around him was a powerful dream, and in fact, everything is fine. Immediately afterward, Michael heads to the nearest wash basin and decides to douse himself with water again and regain consciousness. However, looking at himself in the mirror, he again comes to a wild shock because he sees in front of him the very man he was reborn into. Michael immediately begins to cry, well aware of the fact that this is not a dream at all, and just a horror in his life that is actively ongoing. He drops his head on the table and immediately starts asking all the gods of this world why he is being punished so much in life. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to the tower of one of the palaces of a dark cult, where some events are taking place. Some girl named Lilo is sitting on a chair, and a woman standing next to her is trying to brush her hair. Lilo screams about how she can't live peacefully knowing that the creep is back. It's unclear yet who he's talking about. She talks about how it's not clear why he came back after 3 years. Since she honestly expected him to die there, the woman asks her to keep her voice down. But Lilo just screams further, saying that she sincerely wishes him dead. But the woman next to her asks her not to say that to her husband-to-be. The woman asks Lilo to find the upside to all of this, talking about how she won't be lonely now, but it only pisses her off. It becomes clear that Lilo is talking about Michael. She also adds that she didn't expect success, as not even the chapter had managed to conquer the art. The girl standing next to Lilo talks about how things probably didn't go so smoothly and well. She asks Lilo to understand Michael and forgive. Lilo only calls out again that Michael accomplished nothing and was just using his status for fun the whole time. However, in response to this, the woman standing next to her, Lilo's nanny, says that Michael is very handsome after all. This infuriates Lilo even more. Lilo's nanny talks about how she would forgive everything to such a man just by looking at his face. This surprises and confuses Lilo even more. However, Lilo, reminiscing about her first meeting with Michael, suggests that her naive fantasies were shattered back then. That day, Lilo quietly crept up behind her and watched Michael, who was a different person at that point. She looked at him and smiled wildly and was embarrassed, not realizing how handsome and beautiful he was. In the moment, Lilo then dared to turn to him. She went to meet him and was the first to speak to him. Then, past Michael approached her, saying she didn't look too bad for his bride-to-be. Immediately afterward, he held out his legs to her and asked her to massage them for him right away, much to her surprise. After which, past Michael made a horrified look on his face and talked about how he in return also massaged her feet in return. Thinking back on it all now, Lilo is screaming about how he was only 15 at the time and she was 14, and it was total bullshit. Looking at herself in the mirror now, Lilo kept crying and talking about how she didn't want to marry a jerk like him at all. Lilo's nanny began to remind her that it was soon time to go to the main palace, and in those 3 years, Michael might have changed. However, in response to such words, Lilo only began to chase her babysitter out of the house, saying that it was utter nonsense. The thoughts in Lilo's head couldn't come together. She was still curious to see Michael, but she remembered the occasion well. Meanwhile, events were moving forward and took us to the small palace where our hero was now. Michael reflects on the fact that it has been 4 days since he regained consciousness, but only 4 people have visited him. However, from just these 4 people, our hero has managed to learn many things, including that the past owner of the body behaved very badly. Looking at himself in the mirror now, though, Michael adds that it's hard to call it bad, it's just unacceptable. He also recognized what the locals called him rather briefly as either the Little Lord, the Petty Hiker, or the Left Spirit. Michael also learned that the past owner had a great passion for women and was also often unpunished. Thinking back on all the information, Michael would describe the body's past owner in just one short word: psycho. Learning that he was a member of the cult, realized that something good was not to be expected, but even so, he was out of luck. The past owner of the body got away with everything because his father is the head of the cult. He is one of those people who is stronger than even 10 masters. Covering his face, Michael ponders whether he should be excited about being called the father of one of the strongest men on the planet. Michael also realized that the past owner was stupid, and having that status, all he got was a small palace. Passing by the servants, Michael heard them talking about themselves. They were saying that the future head should clearly be someone else. But Michael is well aware that in many ways they are right, as the past owner of the body would clearly have been a terrible head. However, looking at his hands, Michael realizes that the fact that he is only 19 years old and 3 years of training is greatly encouraging. Michael also realizes that with his current appearance, no one will even want to say hello to him in the Federation Alliance. He realizes that he's been spending the last few days like a madman, and he doesn't even have the energy left to be angry. Immediately afterward, Michael begins to wash his face more and more so that his thoughts become cooler and calmer. Michael gets up realizing that worrying about what happened is not at all in his lifestyle. Michael looks at himself in the mirror and realizes that now he must accept this body, understand it, and play this life with it. Immediately afterward, however, Michael saw the reflection of the past owner in the mirror, who wished him luck with such plans. The past owner's face began to blur. It spoke of how it was still a demonic cult, and that was very important to remember. The spirit of the past owner began to leave the mirror with the words that our hero Michael would not be able to last much longer. Before leaving, he also turned to Michael and spoke about how he would be good to watch everything that was going on. This startled Michael greatly, but he abruptly heard a door bang behind him, and then both doors opened abruptly and someone came in. Michael immediately turned around and saw Lilo in front of him, and of course it surprised him, because he didn't know her. Michael turned to her immediately and asked her who she was, which surprised her to no end, and she became very angry with him. Lilo became angry, and looking at Michael, she clarified about whether the question had been directed to her just now. Here, Michael began to realize that in all likelihood, the situation was going to be quite difficult, and only stood looking at her. However, in a moment, our hero realizes that he should not communicate so politely in this body, for he should be rougher like the past owner. Immediately afterward, he re-asked the question to Lilo, but he did it more rudely, which infuriated and angered her even more. Lilo started yelling about whether Michael had forgotten her face in the time he'd been in training. At this point, our hero realizes that things are not going according to plan, and by all appearances, he was very close to this man. Michael begins to look at her, realizing that her clothes and appearance are ordinary. She just happened to walk into the palace. This is all he puts together in his head. Immediately afterward, based on all these factors, he concludes that she is just his maid in this palace. Michael starts to leave, and turning to Lilo says that she can get to work, but she only yells at him again in response. He turns to Lilo and talks about how he doesn't have to explain to the maid what to do in the house. She should know without him. Immediately afterward, Michael adds that Lilo is wrong either way and asks her to clean up and leave immediately afterward. Our hero shakes his shoulders, turns to her and talks about how it's just her job and nothing more. From this sudden shock, Lilo begins to tremble and become very angry, questioning whether it was right that she was called a common maid. Seeing this and hearing it, in his head, Michael realizes that he is doing a complete bullshit and shouldn't do this to others. However, recalling the words of a past owner whose spirit he saw in the mirror, comes the realization that it is worth doing so in this cult. Without turning to Lilo, Michael clarifies what's wrong and adds that he's only asking her to fulfill her duties, nothing more. Michael abruptly turns around to say something, but notices Lilo standing there crying bitterly looking at him. He stands and looks into her eyes, not realizing what's wrong. He thinks about the fact that in all likelihood he was too rude. In the moment, Lilo abruptly leaves and slams the door very loudly, causing Michael to be clearly perplexed and not understanding the situation. Lilo walks down the street crying, not understanding why everyone wants her to be the bride of a horrible man like Michael. She runs forward and talks about how she would rather die than be with a man like him together. Michael, meanwhile, still doesn't understand what happened. He reflects on the fact that apparently the servants of this cult are just as impulsive. Our hero also realizes he's hungry, and he should have made some sort of command to cook for her rather than just letting her go. But afterwards, Michael realizes that now it's obviously not the time for that, because first he needs to know the state of affairs around him. Michael starts to go outside and looks around in amazement, thinking about everything and analyzing everything around him. Michael realizes that he is almost the only one who lives in this palace. Even though it is small, it is still a palace. Immediately afterward, Michael headed to some room. He entered it abruptly and inquired about Billy being here. In the room was a strange guy named Billy. He was the butler in our hero's little palace. Our hero remembers that in all 4 days, only this Billy came to him steadily, and in the whole palace lives only he and Billy. Billy tells Michael about calling him by his first name today and asks if memories are coming back. The aide started telling Michael about how he lacked the girl's energy most likely, which surprised Michael. Billy began hugging Michael and asking about whether he should book Michael into the brothel. Michael immediately realizes that garbage reaches for garbage, and this Billy resembles the body's past owner very well. Our hero asks Billy to cut the crap and also wants to ask a few questions, since his memory hasn't come back yet. However, Billy is only surprised and starts to try Michael's forehead with his hand, which surprises him. Michael starts to ask Billy what he's doing, and he replies that apparently there's no fever. Billy points out that Michael speaks as if he is a man from a traditional cult, not a demonic cult. After which, Billy tries Michael's forehead once more. However, the latter is already pissed off and waves Billy's hand away from him. Michael begins to suspect that Billy might have noticed everything and realized what really happened. And this is very scary for our hero. He ponders what he should do, thinking he can just kill Billy and get out of here faster. However, following this, Billy starts laughing and rants about how he was just kidding, because Michael's behavior used to be very different. Immediately afterward, Michael taught Billy a lesson for such jokes and said that he would not tolerate it again. In the moment, Billy turns to Michael and asks about what he originally wanted to ask him. Michael asks Billy about taking care of the flowers, and Billy replies that he doesn't want to continue to be teased. However, right after that, Billy starts yelling at Michael and asking him not to touch his flowers, and is greatly surprised by Michael's behavior. Immediately afterward, Michael touches the flowers and talks about how they are just beautiful and feel to him. He feels their nature. Immediately afterward, he turns to Billy and asks him how he talked about nature and flowers earlier. Billy portrays Michael's past and says that he always disliked flowers and threatened to cut them all up at once. Upon hearing this, Michael gets upset and realizes that many people will think he's terrible for a long time to come, if not always. Billy calms Michael down, saying that it's normal for a member of a demonic cult to express himself that way. Immediately after, Michael's stomach starts growling. Billy immediately realizes this and talks about how they can go out to lunch. Immediately after, Billy describes to Michael his favorite restaurant and the very fine food that is always served there. He also describes how nice and warm the feeling in your stomach is after eating a nice soup there. Michael likes all these stories very much and pushes Billy and talks about them going to the place faster. Michael says he'll only use his powers once. Billy supposedly believes him and starts walking him there. However, afterward, Billy says he remembered that this restaurant is closed today and offers to pick another place, much to Michael's annoyance. Also, after everything, Billy tells Michael that there will be a meeting of the cult's heirs today, which surprises Michael. Billy turns to Michael and tells him that the children of all the significant others in the clan are gathering together at that place today. Turning to our hero, Billy talks about how he strongly recommends not going there at all, because it's not a good idea. Time marches on, our hero Michael walks down the street and rejoices in the marvelous weather that is right above him. Michael's cheerful mood and his love of life greatly infuriates Billy, who is not yet used to such a drastic change. Billy asks Michael if he's sure he wants to go to that meeting. Michael says he does, and only asks him to tell him about the clan. The aide tells him that the clan is divided into 9 palaces in total, 2 main palaces and 7 others, 7 of which are additional forces. But Billy also says that because the head is out of place, the other 7 palaces are acting very strange and bossing around a lot. He says that the head had previously just disappeared and left with a request not to look for him, where he is, and what's wrong with him, no one knows. And as was to be expected, those have emerged who are trying to take his throne for themselves and rule the entire cult. Michael realizes it all. Michael talks about the young gentleman being in place, and Billy is surprised that Michael talks about himself in the third person. The aide says that no one around sees Michael as a future head, because except for a cute face, he has nothing. Billy also says that no one will elect a weak son of the head, because he will be easily defeated immediately. In the moment, Michael realizes exactly what Billy meant and starts to get a little angry with him, saying that this is too much. Afterwards, Billy starts to encourage our hero Michael, saying that he has mastered the powers of a demon lord and that's a plus for him. Michael realizes that this is indeed the case, but he makes himself aware that he shouldn't use his powers for nothing and techniques. He also starts talking about how if you count everyone who is in the cult, and is now, the clan numbers in the millions. The aide also tells them that there are many who are against them, including the entire Federation, who dislike them very much for their power. Michael begins to remember his past and analyze many different factors, realizing that the situation in the world right now is indeed dangerous. In a moment of reflecting on everything, it comes to Michael's realization that this isn't just a martial arts group like he thought. Michael asks his assistant why, in the 2 years since the chapter went missing, still no one has been able to organize a rebellion. Billy talks about how not all the other palaces are on good terms with each other, and Michael's appearance has also stirred them up quite a bit. Along with Michael, they walk forward, and Michael asks why there are only 2 people in his palace. Billy tells him that earlier Michael chased everyone away. Michael immediately begins to remember the body's past owner, and realizes that overall this is more than a possible scenario for him. Summarizing all the information, Michael realizes a lot of things, and that there are many who wish to become ruler. But for now, the situation is peaceful. He also realizes that if the situation here changes drastically, a great war will break out and the outcome will fall on the Federation, which is very dangerous. Billy is still talking about how Michael better not go to the meeting, but he asks Billy to shut up and just take him. Looking up into the sky, Michael begins to remember all the teachings he received in his past life and realizes how he needs to proceed. He decides that if they are now at a dead end, he will either change directions or forcefully break down those barriers. Immediately afterward, Michael and Billy accelerate onward, and Billy is forever asking Michael to keep up with him. From that point on, time marches forward and transports us right into the restaurant building that is in their town. There's a man standing near the entrance who won't let you into the restaurant and tells you that all the seats there are already taken. People are yelling at the guard, saying what they see out the window, that all the seats are free, and the guy is just cheating them out of their money. Immediately after that, some important people are allowed into the restaurant. As it turns out, they are the sons of the cult leaders. The second daughter of the Sword Palace, nicknamed the Ice Flower, Lilo, walks in, causing a shock to everyone. Everyone around them looks at Lilo with shock and talks about how she looks simply stunning and very beautiful. Lilo is still angry. She looks at everyone around her and can't let go of the very situation with our hero Michael. Everyone around him is looking at Lilo and discussing her a lot, so he decides to go upstairs to avoid crossing paths with anyone else. The fat guy is standing in the hallway. He says he's happy to see Lilo and he feels sorry for those who aren't coming tonight. He gets in front of her, raises his aura and seems very huge, saying that luck might smile on him today. After which he immediately starts hitting on her, talking about how she has a very lovely name and he adores Lilo in general. Lilo faces him. His name is John. Lilo realizes that even he is not the worst option, for he is the most status among all. However, John's teeth scare Lilo off a lot. She compares him to a shark and talks about how horrible it is. John keeps hitting on Lilo, and she decides that she's probably better off just leaving him than continuing anything. However, in the moment, everyone around is greatly surprised by what happens because our hero, Michael, appears in the room. It wasn't long before a funny situation took place, as right before entering the building, Billy tried to stop Michael. With great force, Billy convinced Michael that he clearly shouldn't go to this meeting, saying that the idea was bullshit. However, this kind of thing didn't please Michael at all. He wanted to push Billy away, but accidentally pushed him with great force to the side. The jolt threw Billy right up to the restaurant security guard. The guard immediately recognized Billy and began asking him about coming to the meeting. The guard decides to go ahead to tell everyone about it, but Billy stops him, saying that he wasn't the one who decided to go there at all. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael announces himself from behind, which simply causes a wild shock on the guard's face. The events of the story come flooding back. Some people get up from the table and start to leave, saying they'll come back later. This is all noticed, of course, by Michael, who clearly realizes that everyone around him thinks he's a huge lunatic. Michael turned directly to the man standing next to him and asked him to do his job rather than stand there with his mouth open. The employee shouted Michael's name and status loudly. Everyone immediately stood up and began to bow and salute him. Immediately after Michael showed up, he abruptly noticed that Lilo began to walk away from the hall and leave them. Our hero decided to head in the direction as well, which caused a lot of people to be shocked and misunderstood because he had just arrived. As it turns out, Michael headed straight for Lilo, and upon entering the yard, noticed that she was trying to get away from him. Meanwhile, she ran forward and complained to herself about Michael coming to this place. She didn't understand why. Lilo begins to speculate that Michael might have shown up at this place just for her, and such thoughts were already scaring her badly. In a moment, Lilo turned around and spotted Michael himself in front of her, causing her to be completely shocked and horrified. Abruptly closing her eyes, Lilo tried to deliver a powerful punch forward, but of course she missed. Michael easily dodged it. Her punch was very crooked. After she threw it, she started to fall and Michael grabbed her. Michael looks at her in surprise, realizing that she knows martial arts, and she in turn looks back at Michael blushing. There is a brief pause and silence. Lilo interrupts it and turns to Michael and asks him to let her go, surprising him. Our hero realizes that he has kept his hand on her waist for too long and abruptly lets go, whereupon she falls sharply to the floor. Lilo became more angry with Michael. He in turn began to apologize, saying that he only wanted what was best. Immediately afterward, Michael got to his feet, took Lilo's hand, and started asking her if she was okay. Michael realizes that once again he has been too polite and makes the point that if Lilo wants to continue being his maid, she needs to be healthy. She starts yelling at Michael and talking about how she's tired of listening to his maid nonsense. Michael starts pointing at Lilo and rudely talking about how she has a nasty personality and could be in big trouble. Immediately afterward, looking into her eyes, he adds a request that she remain in the small palace and be under his protection. She yells at Michael, saying that he should be worrying about the heirs meeting right now, not because of her. Lilo makes the point that if Michael doesn't want more trouble, he should go back to the gym or quit completely. Michael tells her that man shouldn't run away from problems forever, and he will solve everything, and also asks her not to worry about him. Hearing such words, Lilo stands in wild shock, not knowing how to answer, but clearly blushing very much at his phrasing. Immediately afterward, Lilo starts ranting about how she's not worried about Michael at all and doesn't care. Finishing her stream of violent thoughts, she angrily turns around and abruptly walks off somewhere ahead. Michael looks after her and wonders if she's okay, as he wonders what's next for this girl. Lola, meanwhile, is badly shocked, is also going somewhere and thinking about something, not understanding Michael's behavior. However, somewhere in the depths of his soul, this situation couldn't leave Lilo indifferent, because all the same external parameters of Michael she likes. Lilo stood still and looked up at the sky, pondering why Michael had come to the meeting after all. She didn't understand what he was up to. Meanwhile, Michael returned to the room, where Billy was already waiting for him, who immediately began to berate him for abruptly going somewhere else. Michael walked into the room where the sons of the clan's significant others were sitting. John immediately asked Michael if he had been successful in his training. John also started talking about how if Michael came for the women and excitement, he should better go to the outskirts of the slums. He was a little surprised just standing there listening to all this, and Billy standing behind him asked John to behave more culturally. John began to mentally pressure Billy and talk about being abandoned by his own family and now hiding behind Michael. At this point, Billy was really standing behind Michael's back and was getting all kinds of angry at John and insulting him. However, our hero Michael didn't bother to enter the dialogue. At one point, using a technique, he moved to the table. Michael started paying attention to what was on the table, namely the food, and talking about how good it looked. Our hero turns to Billy and apologizes for interrupting him and asks him to continue his conversation. Meanwhile, Michael himself continued his meal, saying each time that the dish had a wonderful flavor. John turns to Michael and talks about how looking at him makes me want to call some kind of doctor in here. Our hero turned around and looked directly at John. Seeing his mildly stupid face, Michael called him stupid to himself. Michael turned to Billy to find out who it was. Billy described John, telling him that he was the son of the head of the merchant palace. Hearing this, our hero Michael decides that he should act very well in such a situation. Michael raises his powerful aura of energy and, turning to John, asks about the fact that does this restaurant also serve food to dogs. Hearing this, John becomes furious. He doesn't even know how to answer because the anger is just tearing him apart. John gets up from the table, pulls apart the chair next to him, and turning to Michael, asks if he knows about cultural sensitivity. John talks about how a lot of time has passed since Michael left to study martial arts and a lot has changed. Michael, meanwhile, is just looking into this guy's eyes and pondering the fact that he's clearly acting like a provocateur and wants to push hard. In the moment, Michael turns to Billy and asks him to tell him about the power of his influence on everyone around him. Billy reveals that Michael is second in hierarchy in the entire clan and can even use the power of the main palace. Michael realizes he occupies a place between the head of the clan and the Chief Justice. He can't order someone killed. He asks Billy if he can safely teach this John guy a lesson now, and the question surprises Billy greatly. Billy stands up, points his finger at John and yells about how of course this dumbass can and should be punished sooner rather than later, which angers him. John calls Billy a simple lad, immediately after which he grabs the cup next to him and is about to throw it at Billy. Michael immediately analyzes the direction of John's muscles, realizing that he wants to throw the cup to his left. But at that moment, abruptly, Billy falls straight to the table, whereupon the cup flies right into his body. This comes as a huge surprise to John himself, who never expected to fall for Michael the butler. Immediately afterward, Michael personally approaches John and asks about whether the merchant palace has decided to make an attempt on him. John says it's not like that, but Michael adds that if it weren't for his servant now, he might be dead himself. Immediately afterward, covering everything around him with an evil aura, Michael asks John about whether he's accidentally targeting him. John starts yelling about how this is just absurd, and he threw a regular drinking cup and nothing more. But this surprises Michael. Michael turns to Billy and asks about how he's feeling. The latter immediately says he's hurting like hell. Turning to John, Billy talks about how his assistant is now on the verge of death, and he can tell the elders about the whole situation. And following that, looking straight into John's face, Michael threatens to direct the force at the head of the merchant palace at once. From John's surprised face, Michael immediately realizes that what the children of prestigious people really fear is only the anger of their parents. Michael smiles and realizes he did the right thing. He doesn't know how anyone else would have reacted to it, but he did the right thing. Our hero turns to the others, asking if they are in cahoots with John. They reply that they just came to dinner and nothing more. He turns to John and talks about how if he wants to kill him, he should act now. John is still silent, but very wildly angry, and tries to even start pulling out his concealed weapon. However, our hero immediately notices this. Without hiding his smile, he raises his wild aura and looks directly at John. At this point, John realizes the whole situation and begins to apologize, saying that he crossed the line and asking for forgiveness. Michael asks John if that's really all he can say after maiming a man. John replies that it was because Michael was using him as a human shield, and that answer doesn't make Michael happy. He picks up the energy again, and turning to John talks about not trying to hide behind his father's name because it won't work. Michael picks up even more energy. He mentally pressures John and talks about never covering himself in the family name. He also makes a very large image of himself in the moment and talks about how it will be retribution for John. Immediately, John falls to his knees. He starts apologizing and talking about how he has committed a terrible sin. Michael tells John to shut up and head to his house, notifying everyone there that Michael will be there soon. All the people around are looking at this situation and discussing the fact that a war might break out between the two palaces. Our hero turns back around and realizes with a smile in his head that he will visit everyone in the palace during this time and pay them a visit. The events of the story move forward from that point, taking us right into the merchant palace. Somewhere at the top of the tower sits a man with a long beard and is very angry. It is the head of the merchant palace. He scolds his son John, who says Michael was just trying to scare them, but John's father doesn't think so. John's father is very angry with him and talks about how he has no excuses and then directs him to the demon corridor. John tries to ask his father for a better punishment, but he replies that he doesn't want to hear it. Immediately afterward, John's father asks his son before he leaves to call someone over to his place now. Some time passes, and the man he called for arrives in Father John's office. It turns out to be Silvers, the captain of the squad. John's father asks Silvers for his opinion on the whole Michael situation, and he says she's really weird. John's father points out that his son called Michael a tiger, and this has never happened before, which is surprising. Silvers suggests that there's no need to worry, because even if Michael has gotten smarter, his strength obviously won't increase dramatically. The deputy goes to John's father and talks about how this is their chance, much to the surprise of Old Ghost, the very same father of John. Silvers frowned heavily and began to speak quite clearly about the great opportunity for them right now. The aide suggests that either young Mr. Michael will be with them or against them, and then he will have to be killed, solving all problems. He also tells us that while the head is young and impulsive, they can act as friends to him and gain his trust. Silvers offers to stand up for Michael, thereby gaining his favor so they won't be extreme later. At the end, Silvers also adds that their trade palace could very well run the entire cult in the future. All of this greatly pleases and motivates John's father, who is very excited about this opportunity to become a strong head. Immediately afterward, John's father asks Silvers to bring the demon sword, one of the 5 strongest relics of the clan. Immediately afterward, he gets up and decides to go after him himself, saying that Michael will need to be fished for big bait. That very evening, the events of the story take us to the small palace, which is where our hero Michael is. Michael meditates, thinking that if he becomes the head of the cult, he can bring peace everywhere, ending all wars. Immediately after which Michael also realizes that the merchant palace is ideal as a first target, as economic help can be obtained from it. Michael also soberly realizes that he has no allies at all, and it will be unrealistic to do it all alone. Right at that moment, the door to his room opens abruptly and Billy appears, looking directly at Michael. Billy asks Michael how he can sit there calmly after everything that has happened recently. The aide asks to go to Michael's trading palace and tell him it was all a joke, but Michael says she's serious. He adds that Michael might be sent to the demon corridor, but Michael says he's not scared of all that. Billy starts screaming, saying that he didn't fall on the table himself then, but it was Michael who pushed him under the bowl. Michael turns to Billy and asks him to go and find all the records that describe the cult's hierarchy. In response, he says that of course he can get them. However, he doesn't understand why Michael needs them. He says it's an emergency. The aide talks about needing to know where to turn to fill the small palace with the right people. Michael starts pushing Billy and talking about how he doesn't understand what he's waiting for and asking him to escort him to the archives. Our heroes start saying that they have a lot of space here and 2 is very boring and it would be good to organize more people around him. Billy tries to calm Miles' ambitions and talks about how it's really not as simple as it seems. The aide says that if they start expanding their palace, the other 7 will not remain at ease, and neither will the elders. Billy says that by doing so, Michael will make unnecessary noise again, but Michael himself says that none of that matters right now. After boring everyone from behind with his aura, Michael turned to Billy and asked him who he was. Billy replied that Michael was the head of the small palace, and afterward, Michael himself said that was correct and nothing more was needed. Immediately afterward, Michael ordered Billy to step forward and ignore his ideas. Billy asks Michael to change his clothes, adding that they don't want any extra attention in town and asks him to put on a black hat. Michael asks Billy why he only has black clothes, and Billy replies that he really likes black. Immediately afterward, Michael proceeds to put on all the clothes Billy gave him. Michael starts to get excited and talks about how the clothes look pretty good on him, which embarrasses Billy. Immediately after that, the events of the story move forward and take us to the nighttime streets of that very market in the shopping district. Billy explains that a lot of people have their own schedules, so people come in for merchandise even at night and the market runs around the clock. Walking the streets, Billy often notices ordinary people who are clearly not skilled in martial arts. He realizes that they are having a hard time. Michael asks about why all the palaces are on the mountains. Billy explains that down on the plains are Federation men who are always ready to attack. Michael's point is that their actions outside the cult were too barbaric, so it's hard to count them as self-defense. Billy talks about how Michael shouldn't talk like that, since everyone knows him as a lusty little demon. In the moment, Michael realizes that he really isn't acting in a way that is appropriate for his current status. Michael turns to Billy and asks about how much further they have to go. Billy informs him that it won't be long before they arrive at the location. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some mysterious man sitting near blueprints and writing something. Meanwhile, Billy, along with Michael, are already climbing the steps directly into the demon cult's library. Billy tells us that this place is famous for its wealth of information and the fact that it collects a lot of different rumors. Immediately afterward, upon opening the door, the boys see some old man with a book looking at them in a strange way. Billy and Michael walk side by side, and the old man addresses them asking where they are from and why they have come. Billy replies to the old man that the light in this library is very dim and the man will ruin his eyesight if he reads like that. The old man replies that he doesn't know what interesting things can be found here, and Billy asks him how the market is doing now. This is all being watched by Michael, who realizes that their conversation makes no sense and it's more like a cipher. In a moment, the old man looks sharply right at them and turning, speaks of telling them to wait for him. A second after that, the old man opens the main door and takes Billy and Michael right outside, asking them to wait there. Billy starts knocking and begs to get inside, asking the old man what he's even putting them out the door for. It also screams that they came from some small glow and they should be let right now because it's very important. The old man, meanwhile, opened the hatch and began to carefully descend somewhere with a flashlight in his hands, as if trying to find something. Down a very dark and old hallway, he walks straight to some huge metal door and stands in front of it. The old man starts looking at the door and talking about how the guys from the little palace came to see him and asks what he should do. He describes everything, and the man sitting in the room behind the door abruptly puts his paintbrush on the table. Some other old man, scratching his beard and not understanding why Michael showed up first at the restaurant and now here. The old man outside also supplements the information by saying that Michael's aura has changed from what it used to be. The old man inside, named Lester, says it's all weird. He doesn't understand why Michael came and asks what he wants. From behind the door, reports that his assistant has requested a list of names as well as the clan hierarchy system. Old man Lester scratches his beard and doesn't understand why Michael would want to be such a valuable record, and especially the clan records. Lester talks about how it's all too interesting already, which is why he's going to meet him in person to figure it all out. He says that even though Michael is troubled, even his eyes aren't enough to recognize everything. Lester talks about how if Michael recognizes him, it will only be better, because suddenly he'll be capable of something. The old man from behind the door leaves, and Lester, who is sitting in the room, continues to ponder what's on Michael's mind. Meanwhile, the old man goes up to the library gate and opens the door to the street, beckoning Michael and Billy to join him. The old man completely silently leads them somewhere and then opens the entrance to the secret basement downstairs, much to Billy's surprise. Michael, Billy, and the old man go down the stairs straight down to somewhere deep in the basement beneath the library, much to Billy's surprise. Billy is greatly surprised by the hidden basement. He talks about being in such a place for the first time and wonders how it was kept hidden. The old man comes to that very door again and announces through it that the guests have already arrived at their seat. Lester inside orders the old man to let them in, and together they all enter the very room on whose walls hang various portraits. The portraits depict different iconic people, and in addition to them, also different entries all over the place. Billy pairs up with Michael standing in wild shock. They just wanted the archives and end up in some secret room. The old man talks about how it's just a little bit of Lester's work sitting right in front of them here. Lester crosses his arms and tilts his head in response, indicating that he is pleased to see young Mr. Michael. Michael says he hasn't even had a chance to say anything yet, but he's already been recognized. Lester says it's easy to learn these things as you get older. Afterwards, Lester apologizes, saying he can't stand on his feet so he has to show himself to everyone. He starts to say, "Something's not right here. An ordinary artist can't sit in a secret room under the library. Lester is bigger than he seems." Michael's words surprise Lester a lot. He can't believe what he's hearing now. It really surprises him. Michael continues to look at the portraits that Lester drew and talk about how he's just a wonderful artist. In the moment, Michael is grabbed by the shock of realizing everything. The portraits around are the records they are looking for. They depict the strongest. Our hero, having realized the whole essence, begins to look very actively at all that he sees here, and among everything he finds his father. This all causes Michael to go into wild shock. It's hard for him to just imagine the fact that it's all true and happening in this room. In the moment, Michael freezes looking at his father's portrait. and this is noticed by Lester, who turns to him and asks if he recognizes anyone. Lester turns to Michael and talks about the fact that this wall depicts people from the Federation Union, because that's a big deal right now. Michael looks around and stares directly at the old man with shock, not understanding at all what is going on or who this Lester is. Raising a small amount of his energy, Michael began to address Lester and directly ask about who he was. Lester presents himself as a regular old man who collects rumors and spreads them around and says nothing remarkable. Michael says that if the information about Lester comes to light, there will be no bloodshed for them at all. Lester says that's why he's hiding. A dialogue ensues between the two, during which Michael emphatically asks Lester not to do such things anymore for fun. In answer to him, Lester cannot understand at all why young Mr. Michael is so much interested in the safety of the plane. Billy asks Lester if he really wanted to die, but he replies that he's been kept here by such things, and he's not afraid of death. In a moment, abruptly, there is the violent sound of a door that has abruptly closed and now won't open. Our hero's assistant knocks on the door, trying to open it, and Michael realizes everything, and turning to Lester, asks about whether he decided to kill him here. Lester talks about how he can't do that and just hopes for understanding, but Michael asks why Lester can trust him. The counselor says that by the time Michael decides to return here with the warriors, he won't be here. Michael reacts rather calmly to his words, saying that he has a lot of weird confidence in him. He says their conversation is becoming empty. He doesn't understand why he was called down here. The old man says Michael came on his own and asks him what the cult was for, a question that surprises Michael. Looking at Lester, Michael realizes that he's very much a good guy, and the usual lies won't help in this situation. Lester abruptly declares that he wants to put the Masters of Art in his little palace, thus telling the truth. The counselor asks about whether that's why Michael left the restaurant when he didn't find the right people there. However, Michael says that those people weren't interesting to him because he wants someone who will be willing to do anything. Lester starts wheeling out his wheelchair, asking if Michael really wants to increase his influence, but he says not really. The counselor asks if Michael is aware of what times are like in the world and if he looks down on it all. Michael replies that he doesn't care all that much because his true goals are much bigger and cooler than these thoughts. Lester tells Michael that such a path could lead to his death, but Michael of course disagrees with him. In the moment, Michael turns to Lester and decides to finally ask his name to see who he's talking to. He takes a short pause, after which he tells us that his name is Lester, to the great shock of our hero. Michael immediately recalls Lester from his past life, who once revealed that he was going to go into a cult. Then Lester turned to Michael's past, and before he left, he handed him various plans, for in Michael's past life, they were well acquainted. A long time ago, there were already very different iconic rumors about Lester, and he was always respected because he was very talented. Young Lester took care of Michael's past early on and was his mentor and the one who published many books on the Federation. Returning to reality from his thoughts, our hero turns his attention sharply to Lester's arm. Seeing the scar alone there, it strongly calls his attention to it. He recalls with horror that the exact same scar his mentor in the Federation had in a past life. Looking right into Lester's face now, our hero genuinely can't understand why he's in this room and the demon cult in general. Our hero is also shocked and surprised that Lester is so old, as he must be in his early 40s by now. Lester in turn pays attention to everything Michael says and is immediately surprised that he knows him, for that is unusual. He immediately wonders if Michael, the young gentleman in front of him now, is the real one. Michael realizes where this is going, so he talks about how unnecessary questions could cost lives to derail their conversation. Lester abruptly apologizes and talks about how he really was disrespectful, for which he is ashamed of Michael. Michael makes the point that if everything has become clear, then why is Lester here under all the circumstances? Lester talks about how no one ever knows where he'll end up and adds that fate has brought him here. In the moment, Lester turns to Michael and asks what his true reasons for coming here are. Lester reveals that the other 7 palaces have already begun to conduct surveillance on Michael and the shopping district to act. Michael realizes that the demeanor and mannerisms match his mentor and says that he's the one following them, not them following him. The old man only laughs a little in response, then abruptly pulls at some strange thread that was dangling near him. Immediately afterward, a canvas falls from above and opens up, showing different portraits from top to bottom. Billy is greatly surprised, and our hero Michael talks about how it's immediately obvious that it's the hierarchy of the cult being portrayed. There is also a portrait of Michael himself, beside which there is a brief description of just 2 words, maniac, and psycho. In the moment, Michael realizes that the conversation going forward is clearly not for Billy's ears, so he asks him to go get some water. Old man Lester smiles and talks about rewriting that sheet again after Michael's visit today. The counselor talks about how before Michael came in, he thought he knew everything, but now he has realized that he can't sit here any longer. Looking straight into Michael's face, Lester talks about how he was described to him as a nutcase and a fool, but the man in front of him turned out to be a wise man. Immediately after, Lester picks up a stick and points it at the fragment, saying that the reason Michael came is to take the place. With his wand, old man Lester pointed directly at the portrait of the current cult leader who was missing. The old man stood and waited, looking at Michael, waiting for a response from him, and the old man in turn only remained silent and looked at the old man. Lester continued to point his stick at the chief, and to say that he knew at once what the true cause was, and asked if his judgment was correct. Michael said that was correct, but added that it didn't mean anything because if he became the head, he would burn the place down. Lester starts talking about how it won't be easy at all, as it will be worth dealing with all the elders. However, in response to the old man, our hero only smiles and says that it is clearly not worth worrying about. The old man also tries to explain to Michael and that his hope can be extinguished very quickly by even the smallest wind. In the moment, Lester abruptly reaches his hand forward and puts it out in front of Michael, much to his surprise. Whereupon Lester declares that he is only willing to take 50% with a rather serious face. Michael talks about how 50% will not work out, and in all likelihood, he will have to go it alone. The old man turns away and talks about how it's not worth it at all, adding that he's just stating the real facts. In response to Lester's words, our hero Michael just exhales and smiles as if pretending he doesn't care. Michael starts talking about how if you look at all the cult mountains from a different perspective, you might just suspect their greed. Our hero Michael also makes a strong statement that he is fiercely going to change all of this and change the system completely. At this point, Lester begins to realize the seriousness of the threats and words Michael is saying and is sharply surprised. Starkey asks our hero that if his true goal is not to become the head, but to change the whole cult. Michael confirms this and adds that he will still climb up there, but by himself or with the old man's help is another matter. However, Lester doesn't believe in Michael's strength and seriousness at all, saying that the cult worships magic and that's not going to change. Lester extends his hand and suggests that he is willing to offer his help in return for a share should anything happen. However, our hero looks down on this and doesn't understand how his mentor has fallen to such a level as to ask for a share in the cult. Looking at poor old Lester now, Michael can't understand at all where his spirit has gone or why it has become so strange. In the moment, clenching his fist, Michael decides that the best thing to do in this situation would be to remind Lester of who he is. Lester raises a tremendous amount of power and purple energy around him, saying that he will definitely be able to change the cult. Right off the bat, he uses magical abilities and martial arts to show his power. Michael creates a great effect of his body and talks about destroying anyone who gets in his way in this case. The old man at this moment comes to a wild shock. He will fall from his chair and cannot believe what high-power man stands before him. Lester in his eyes saw in Michael's image not himself, but a heavenly devil, a monster in its purest form. Michael began to say that a man who spends his whole life in one room cannot talk about the high world. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael turned around sharply and with a sweep of his energy kicked the door behind him. Sitting beside his chair, Lester couldn't believe what was happening right now before his eyes. Michael starts talking again about changing the cult and interrupting this chain of evil that has been set up against everyone. Lester began to talk about how he didn't expect to hear Michael say that because earlier in his life he had been a participant in this chain of evil. Michael began to talk about how it was because he had changed that he wanted to change everything around him as much as possible. However, after listening to Michael, Lester only looked up, smiled, and afterward laughed sharply like a wild man. The old man, in a fit of laughter, started talking about how it was all very funny, and it was also funny to receive such a thing. Lester began to fall at Michael's feet and beg to be spared, saying it was very important, but Michael didn't understand why he had to do it. Lester began to say that he had some very important and unfinished business, but Michael only retorted that it was not his problem. Immediately afterward, Lester abruptly thundered that he would stand in Michael's way. At one point, Lester switches to another topic and starts talking about the RAIN organization, which has a lot of ordinary people in it. The counselor abruptly pulls out some golden relic from his robe, saying that he's been in this organization for 19 generations. Our hero, seeing the plaque of gold, realizes that Lester is not lying, and he was originally right that Lester refers to rain. He asks Lester, rather abruptly, if this means they have to trust each other. Michael asks Lester what he wants, and he responds by telling Michael that he asks him to promise him just one thing. The old man talks about there being a man of war in the Federation Alliance, and in the event of something happening, Lester would like to get him. Our hero only looks at Lester and ponders what has happened that his master has changed so much and demands some sort of military. Lester makes the point that it doesn't matter what Michael thinks now, because the plan has changed, but the heir has not. Michael turns around saying that Lester may follow him. However, then it will take some getting used to his craziness. Our hero asks if Lester only needs a military man. Lester replies that is correct and would ask that he be brought to him. He's about to leave, and Lester talks about how Michael is more suited as the leader of the Federation than the demon cult. Ignoring these words, and asks Lester for advice on what to do in such a situation and how to proceed. Lester asks for help to sit in a chair for starters, and Michael replies that Lester's mouth won't close even if he dies. In response to Michael's words, the old man only smiles, realizing that Mile is right and his words make sense, even in a joking way. Lester sits down and starts talking about how the cult is pretty strong right now, including all 7 palaces. Immediately after that, he adds that there were 2 people for the post of our hero, but after Michael appeared, all plans changed greatly. Lester turns away and asks our hero if there is anything he is unhappy about, but he asks why he would suddenly jump to such conclusions. The old man picks up on the factor that Michael's rather disrespectful name-calling of the clan makes him very worried. Michael wants to answer the old man, but realizes that it's still a very short time and it's not appropriate to reveal his identity. The counselor also says that although our hero has achieved the power of a demon, it is still too early to rejoice at this point. Lester pulls out some kind of box and says that it was originally designed to defeat the chapter. However, he will now give it to our hero. Talks about having a couple of books in the box that have all sorts of valuable information that can be very helpful. Opening the box, among the books, our hero also finds some kind of mask and is surprised by it, not realizing what it is doing here. The old man explains that originally, according to the myths of their cult, it is said that a demon god created an evil dragon, but a certain hero killed it. And as reported in their lore, this particular hero wore the very mask that can now be spotted in this box. Lester also explains that even though it looks like a normal mask, by wearing it, the person becomes surrounded by blood and is unrecognizable. He also adds that she was used by 5 heavenly demons who are scattered around the world, and no one still knows where they are. Lester also advises our hero to convince half the palace, as well as those elders, to climb to the top. Lester also warns to be very careful, as there will be those who will try to get ahead of you and outdo you. Lester also informs our hero that everyone around him knows him solely as a psycho and nothing more. That's why Lester highly recommends our hero to show everyone the true self from the other side. Lester also asks Michael to also consider that the pressure from the 7 palaces and elders on the people will increase. Therefore, Lester also advises Michael to go out and analyze the people around him in order to understand their nature and what they need. Trailing off, Lester turns to Michael, talking about being undercover for all of this, and asks if Michael can handle it. To old man Lester's surprise, Michael abruptly turns around and declares that of course he can do it. Also, Michael reports that not long ago their palace had 11 vacant seats, but now there are 10, as one has gotten a host. Old man Lester pulls another rope in the room and a huge portrait of someone is revealed. Lester says to start with him. Billy announces himself from behind, informing him that the man in that portrait is a very bad guy and he knows him. Lester begins to reveal that this is a rather uncomplicated man who is in charge of the entire cult's security detail. But he adds that once the man drank poison and became a cripple, our hero sits and listens intently. In the moment, our hero Michael abruptly turns around, starts to walk away and talks about how it's time for them to go because he has another first target. The events of our story move to a certain village, as we learn it has problematic clean water that you can't drink. In the same village are all the renegades, people without families, and those who have committed varying degrees of crime. It is for this reason that their life is rather simple. Their routine is devoted to ordinary life in a musty house. However, just recently something interesting happened there, as many people gathered in one place and began to bow upwards. The children in this place have been sitting in the sun for a long time, but their parents are not leaving. They are talking about an important person coming to visit them soon. Everyone around them is motivating each other by the fact that their lives depend on this person coming to them. One of the people starts to say he doesn't understand why they only get visits when someone starts to die. However, in a moment, their discussions are abruptly interrupted by the fact that up ahead they see someone's small ship sailing to meet them. In this ship is just our hero Michael, along with his assistant, Billy. Billy points Michael to the shore and talks about how so many people have gathered to watch them. Michael gets off the boat and starts walking along the shore, where he is immediately met by local people who greet and bow. Everyone around them starts shouting loudly that they are very happy to see the son of the cult leader and obey him. Our hero immediately realizes that such praise he does not want, and it is worth it to eradicate such things urgently. In the moment, Michael also notices and that the people around him are very tired. He asks if they are hot. However, their response, of course, is that they are not hot at all, and they live in the most beautiful place. Billy talks about how that's just fine, but our hero Michael stands amazed at the whole thing. One of the men escorts Billy and Michael into a house of some sort and asks about why they decided to visit this forgotten place. The aide goes to the head of the settlement and talks about how Michael needs no reason at all to look at the lives of the citizens. The head of the village talks about how they don't have anything to treat their guests either, but right in front of Michael, the table is set very nicely. The head of the village is not good at answering Michael's questions, so he decides to let him go, because it's very important now. The village head says he was very happy to help, and if he is needed again, he can always be counted on. In the moment, Michael turns to his assistant Billy and talks about how things look very strange, but Billy doesn't know what he's talking about. Michael tells Billy about something he thinks is sorely missing, but Billy doesn't understand what he's talking about at all. He starts talking about how there is no trace of agriculture at all in a place where so many people live, which is surprising. Billy suggests that it's likely that the locals just don't want to do anything, which is why they live like this. Michael says that guessing is not the answer at all, and the best thing to do would be to go and find out what happened. Meanwhile, the head of the village is walking somewhere in the woods, wondering why our hero Michael has come to them at all. The head of the settlement has strange and frightening thoughts in his head. He contemplates becoming the head of everything himself. Reflecting on this, the current head of the settlement continues to actively go somewhere without stopping at all. In a moment, he walks up to some place. An unknown man in a robe holds out his hand, and the head puts a bag in it. The man in the robe says that the sack has gotten smaller, and the head replies that this is due to the arrival of young Mr. Michael. This surprises the man. The head of the village also says that as a consequence, he had not worked for several days, for he was preparing for his arrival. After listening actively to the stories of the head of the settlement, the man in the robe turns to him and asks him to bring more next month. The man in the robe reminds the head why he holds his position, and the head responds, of course, by agreeing. Immediately after, the head of the settlement thanks a man in a robe named Noise and begins to walk off back to where he came from. However, looking up at the head of the settlement, Noise asks him what about the very incident. In response to Noise's words, the settlement chief asks not to worry and adds that when his heart is broken, he can't even lift his head. Right after, Noise also asks about a certain man's daughter, and the chapter says that she is quite beautiful already. Noise asks the head if he cares about her safety, and he replies that of course he's keeping an eye on that point. The head of the settlement also says that he has prepared a special trap for all those who drool over her. In response, Noise talks about how that's just fine, and since Michael himself came here, he's just attracted to him as a woman. In the moment, Noise turns around and asks the head of the village to put his daughter to bed, adding that he needs to prompt Michael. The head of the settlement tries to argue, but Noise asks him to shut his mouth and just do it, saying he obviously knows better. The head of the settlement starts to walk away, and Noise at the moment stops in place and starts screaming very loudly and wildly, looking up and laughing. Meanwhile, Michael is sitting somewhere reading a book that talks about how the basics of the cult are about serving the good gods. It also tells of the appearance of a certain fire that burned many things, and thus creating the cult and its successors. After our hero Michael finished reading, along with his assistant Billy, he headed out for a walk around the settlement. Michael walked around and looked into every house, paying attention to even the smallest details, and the people around him bowed to him. Billy suggests not just walking around but looking for someone named Alex. Michael asks Billy what he noticed, but he says nothing. Our hero starts talking about how the number of houses in this settlement is less than the number of people, but Billy doesn't see this as strange. Billy says that someone probably dies here a lot, but Michael argues with him, saying that most of the population is young. Trailing off, Michael asks Billy how he feels about the weather, but the latter responds by asking him not to bullshit him and to tell him straight up what's going on. Michael starts to walk forward, talking about the day being very hot. Billy agrees, but again misses the point. With his side vision, Michael notices some woman. She bows and stands in front of him. Michael approaches her and asks why she is wearing a skirt in this heat. But the girl herself doesn't understand what the strange question is. In the moment, Michael abruptly walks over to her and takes her by the chin, talking about how even he sweats. The girl is dramatically surprised. He puts the girl down on the ground and starts to say there's something he needs to look at. Billy stands in shock seeing this. Billy runs up and asks Michael what he's doing, reminding him that they are right outside. However, Michael at this point looks at the leg of the girl next to him, which is completely covered in black dots. Seeing this, our hero is in complete shock. It is just hard for him to believe what is now in front of his eyes. Looking at her feet, Michael also notices the petals of venom, red, that are dropping down all around. Billy stands in shock and can't understand at all what's going on. Michael turns to him and tells him to move on. Meanwhile, the head of the settlement is still walking home and talking to himself about Noise demanding too much. However, in the moment, the head of the settlement just takes and jumps right into the water and starts swimming in it, underwater. Even here it's not so simple, because he's not just swimming, he's heading for a cave. Swimming out of this cave, he finds himself in some underground room where a man sits, who greets him and wonders. In the moment, this man next to the head opens the doors, and together they go right into some room where people are sitting and playing. All the people sitting in this room are playing some kind of game and arguing amongst themselves. The head walks by and watches this. However, in the moment, the head of the settlement notices one of the game's participants using dirty schemes and stabs him in the arm with a knife. The head then orders this man to put everything back where it belongs and to get out of here himself. The local guards grab the man and begin to carry him off somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, the chapter heads onward. The assistant head opens the doors and asks about whether they will work despite Michael arriving. The head of the settlement, named Miller, turns to his assistant and orders him to get everyone together in time for next month. Miller turns to his assistant and asks where Louise is now. The same man, he replies that he is with his daughter. He asks a deputy to help his daughter Louise get ready, saying that she will need to be sent to Michael. The deputy is greatly surprised, but Miller explains to him that sometimes you have to make such sacrifices for the cause. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Louis and his daughter who feeds him. The daughter's name is Layla. Layla immediately tells her father Louise the news from the settlement, saying that some important people arrived today. Layla reveals that the head of the small palace named Michael has arrived, and just hearing this makes Louise horrified and angry. Layla helps her father to eat and thinks about the medicine that they bring, supposedly for the disease, but Layla knows that there is no disease. However, the moment her musings are interrupted by a huge knock on the door, for someone wants to enter their house, which surprises her. She opens the door and sees Deputy Miller, who informs her that the head is personally summoning her now, followed by Miller's assistant asking Layla to hurry up, talking about getting her father ready to go as well. Layla is greatly surprised and asks again about her father, but in response, the deputy only asks about whether they need strong and quick help. She starts to close the door and talks about how they'll make quick work of themselves now and be ready soon enough. Right before Layla is about to close the door, Miller's assistant looks her in the eye and asks her to remember to bathe. Layla closes the door and immediately begins to realize that something is going wrong, and it all seems eerily strange on a day like this. She heads to her father and informs him that the head is already waiting for them and they should go to him right now. However, Layla has no sincere desire or understanding. She only feels a bad feeling about the whole thing. From that moment, some time passes. Layla, her father, and all of Miller's helpers walk straight through a cave somewhere underground. In the moment, they walk into the very room that Miller was in earlier. Layla's father and herself are greatly surprised. Layla is horrified at everything that is going on and immediately realizes that this is an underground casino here. Layla is also confused by her father's surprising calmness. He hates places like this, yet now he wasn't surprised at all. In the moment, they go to some room, but further on, the assistant asks only one Layla to go and no one else present. The deputy says there's a special medicine there for Layla's father, and her father is pretty worried at this point about everything that's going on. Layla doesn't want to leave her father. She talks about how it's been a very long time since he's had a drink, so the best thing for them to do is to go together. However, the aide only gets angry in response and turns to Layla to tell her that he has already told her once. With great horror, the defenseless and uncaring Layla just stares at Deputy Miller, not realizing what's going on. Layla begins to attempt to go forward, however, at the moment her father grabs her and tells her not to leave this place. Miller's aides try to get Layla's father away from her, saying that there is nothing dangerous there further at all. However, in the moment, Miller's assistant pulls out some kind of bag, shows it to Layla's father, and says he can give it all away. Layla looks at everything that is happening with great shock. She finds it hard to believe that this is true right now in front of her eyes. The assistant pours the special powder directly into the hands of the old man, Layla's father, causing him to start trembling and stare at him frantically. Immediately afterward, Layla's father lets go of his daughter's hand and starts walking in the other direction, which also surprises her greatly. The chapter's aides escort Layla's father, and another aide tells Layla herself not to stand still and walk further into the room. Layla herself begins to cry quietly and talk about how she will definitely come back and change everything. Layla walks into the room where the head of the Miller settlement himself is, who tells her to sit wherever is comfortable. The head walks up to Layla and stares at her intently. She only averts her gaze and asks about why she was called here. In the moment, Miller runs his hands over Layla's face and talks about not being so scared since they won't see each other for just a couple days. Miller asks Layla about his hands being disgusting to her, but says that she's going to get dirty anyway, right? He says that he's the reason Layla's father has lived this long, and now he's giving him a chance to repay. But Layla asks him to stay away from her. Also tells her that he knows she wants to escape from here with her father, and he's going to give her a full chance to do so. Layla asks about whether it's true, and Miller replies that of course it's true, because in the event of anything, they'll still find them. However, as he finishes the sentence, he adds that there will always be freedom, except for this night tonight, and smiles wryly. Immediately afterward, Miller talks about the fact that Layla will have to sleep with the head of the small palace, which leaves her in wild shock. Layla knows Michael's past, and asks Miller about what will happen if she doesn't go through with it tonight. Miller talks about how the choice isn't given much because Layla's father owes him, and that will be part of the payment. He also says that every day Layla's father received medicine, which costs a lot of money. Miller also says that if Layla takes a liking to Michael, she could be his concubine forever. From all this information, Layla stands still and just shakes and cries, not knowing what to do, and Miller asks her to stop crying. Seeing the tears, he starts calling the guards over and pretends to order the disposal of Layla's father. She asks him to stop and says she agrees. Miller speaks to her again and tells her that she made the right choice, and it won't be long before her doomsday arrives. After getting his consent, Crazy Miller starts screaming loudly across the room and laughing from how great everything is working out for him. Meanwhile, it is getting evening and our hero Michael is heading with someone towards some house in this settlement, a very rich house. The girl assistant takes him inside. He immediately sees the sheer luxury all around, not realizing where it would come from in a poor settlement. Here our hero finally understands everything. It comes to him that in this settlement illegally create drugs, which is forbidden. Realizing this, he is terribly angry at what is happening, and especially at the head of this settlement, because he obviously knows about everything. However, Michael is clearly troubled by the thought of where the head himself is and where the drug creation is taking place, because it takes a lot of people to do that. Michael sits down on the bed to contemplate, and some man standing near the door asks permission to enter, to which he gets the okay. This person turns out to be a young sweet girl, Layla, who innocently walks into the room already understanding everything in her head. He is eerily surprised at what he now sees in front of him. He expected a lot of things. However, not a simple girl. Layla starts to introduce herself, and our hero notices that she is very beautiful and well-groomed as for the locals. At one point, Michael compares her to her little sister, but she interrupts his thoughts by asking to take her in, much to his surprise. Our hero asks her in surprise to understand what she is talking about, but she just stands opposite him and remains silent. Layla begins to undress, and our hero Michael realizes that something needs to be done about it, and very urgently. In the moment, our hero Michael makes some very strange movements. In both directions, he throws several streams of energy and snaps out of his seat. Immediately afterward, the lights go out, and he throws Layla on the bed and afterward asks her to be quiet and not move. Seeing Layla's face, he clearly notices that she is crying and all red. This pushes the idea that she was obviously sent by the head. He asks her about being afraid. She denies the fact, but Michael realizes she's lying. Layla, realizing that her father's future now depends on her, starts to talk about how she's not scared at all, but she's trembling. She even hiccups with fear and can't hold it back at all, and Michael only turns away from her and stares straight ahead. Michael asks Layla if she knows who he is, and if that is why she came. She replies that he is a young gentleman. Immediately afterward, Michael turns to her and asks about the fact that she didn't come in out of necessity, judging by everything that's going on. Our hero turns to her and asks about why she is so scared and afraid of every rustle, but Layla can't even answer. In the moment, Michael realizes that he won't be able to talk and get a normal answer from Layla, so he asks her to go back. Michael starts to walk away and talk about how she's not his type at all, but in response, Layla grabs Michael by his robe and won't let him leave. He turns to her and asks what she's doing, clarifying what kind of drama she's decided to play out. But she says it's nothing like that. In the moment, with a scream, Layla starts asking Michael about why he's acting this way with her and why he won't just take her. In the moment, Layla starts lunging at Michael again, but he tries to pull her away and says he doesn't understand her at all. In order to stop Layla, Michael has to throw her on the bed and pin her right up against the bed with his arms to stop her from fighting. With tears in her eyes, she turns to Michael and talks about how he can now do whatever he wants only. However, Michael only turns to her and asks her about being afraid of lion, and she doesn't hold back and says she's very afraid. She screams again and talks about how no matter what, Michael has to do everything the way it should be done. Michael finally realizes everything. He pretends to hug her and afterwards sends a pulse of energy into her vessels. In the moment, she's frozen in place from the fact that her blood sugar has plummeted after such a sudden exertion. Such an action on Michael's part caused her to faint dramatically, which is what Michael originally wanted. Michael looks at her face and, realizing all that's going on, realizes that the demon cult isn't simple at all. The events of the story move forward, and Layla wakes up shocked in bed, not realizing what even happened. Our hero says he's done everything Layla asked him to do, but of course that's a lie, and she makes one request of him. Michael asks Layla if it's so important that she's willing to take even such risks for her sake. He realizes that Layla is an honest woman, and in a moment, she shocks him with her request, for she asks him to save her and her father. Our hero doesn't understand what she's talking about at all. He stands up and interjects about what she means. In response to this, Michael starts to play the cold-blooded character, talking about how he's not actually a lifeguard, which shocks Layla. In order to find out the truth, Michael begins to play on Layla's feelings and talk about how she only has a body after all. However, Michael declares that he will still listen to Layla, and if she has an interesting story to tell, he won't punish. Layla asks him what he's talking about, but he only asks if she's deaf or dumb because she can't hear. She cries and talks about all the abuse and how she just wants to live with her dad, not deal with all this. Our hero coldly turns to Layla and asks her father's name. She replies that his name is Luis. Hearing this name, our hero comes to a slight shock. He cannot believe what he just heard with his ears. Michael walks over to Layla, strokes her shoulder and talks about not worrying and just resting for a while. He also takes the medicine her father is taking from Layla's things and decides to examine it to understand everything. Immediately after which our hero decides to go to his assistant Billy, who at this moment is asleep and will be his. Billy turns to Michael and asks about why he is awake at this hour. In response, Michael shows Billy a bag and asks what it is. The deputy tells us that this is a strong drug that our hero Michael used to have fun with, and then it was banned. In the flashback, Billy began to tell a funny story about how Michael on drugs set fire to a building in one of the palaces. Michael asks Billy to try the drugs, but he doesn't agree, and Michael says he has no choice then and uses the energy. Using energy, Michael is clearly using magic, causing a special powder to be directed directly at Billy's nose. And of course it hits him right in his body. Billy starts grabbing his neck and trying not to get eaten by it. Immediately after which the effects of the drug begin and Billy's condition becomes terrible, much to Michael's surprise. Doubting that the substances are real, Michael releases a new charge of energy directly into Billy's body to undo the effects. Michael finally understands how the system of this place works and realizes that the head of the settlement has gone down the wrong road. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Layla's father. He is being actively beaten in some basement. He asks for his daughter back. Miller's aide beats him up a lot and doesn't understand where he gets so much strength in him after so many drugs. Among themselves, the deputies discuss what they don't understand, why Luis has still been ordered killed and is being held with the others. Miller's assistant looks at him with a very unpleasant look and talks about killing him right there and taking the blame. In the moment, Luis gets into a pose like he's a wild tiger, his red head confirming it. He asks for his daughter back. However, in response to this, Miller's assistant only grabs the old man by the head and starts beating him against the wall, saying that he's fed up with everyone. The second assistant talks about how if they keep this up, he's really going to die a lot sooner than he should, which isn't good. Miller's deputies are also walking around some cages with a bunch of different bodies around them. They are well aware of what's going on. However, at one point their dialogue is interrupted, as one of the assistants simply falls to the floor unconscious and lies down. In this basement is our hero, Michael, who, wearing a special demon mask, begins to attack Miller's aides. He looks around and realizes what's going on here and how things work, and it scares him more than it surprises him. However, Miller also realizes that he hasn't explored everything yet, as there is still a drug production site to be found. He also realizes that he can't let people out of prisons because they can't even control themselves right now. However, in a moment, our hero already wants to leave, but some old man's voice stops him. Our hero looks into the cage and immediately notices the same old man, Luis, who is described in the books as a master of the demonic arts. Michael begins to examine his body and notices with shock that he is in a terrible state. All of his internal ducts are damaged. Michael says that the problem with his body now is not just the wounds, but to them that his mind is badly damaged and scarred. Louise grabs Michael's hand and talks about how he has one very important request for Michael. His desire is to hide his death from the others. Michael realizes that these are his last words and he is about to die. Michael realizes that there is very little chance of saving the old man, but it is worth a try, and decides to use techniques of power and energy. And he realizes that this procedure will be very dangerous for everyone, because there will be a transfer of blood energy. In the moment, Michael also realizes that he has no time at all to think about the dangers, because it is worth acting. Placing the old man across from him, Michael crossed his arms and began to create a great sphere of energy to transfer his powers to the old man. Immediately afterward, that's exactly what happens. With his hands, Michael squeezes right into his back and begins the energy transfer. The old man's body emitted a little blood, but the sheer amount of energy around him exceeded any parameters he could think of. In the moment, Michael realizes that things are much better than he thought, because the nuclei inside Luis's body are still there, and they are able to take energy into themselves. Michael also notes that in addition to being there, these nuclei are also doing a great job and absorbing a lot of energy. Michael realizes that his energy is being absorbed too much, but there is no time to stop, so he decides to give it all to the old man. In the moment, tries so hard that the energy he transferred to the old man is enough to live for over 100 years. Some more time passes, and Michael notices that the energy is still being absorbed, even though he has already transmitted a great deal. Michael decides to add even more energy and give all he has left, transferring a charge of 240 years of energy. At that moment, the old man is on his feet and starts looking around, and red energy is emanating from his body. He himself has become taller and stronger. Looking directly at old man Luis, Michael realizes that the man is in the full stage of awakening. He is very strong now. Old man Luis regains consciousness. He turns to our hero, asking about who he is. Michael shows a stop sign with his hand and tells the old man that he wants to ask for a breath before he starts talking. The dialogue between Luis and Michael begins. Luis immediately talks about who he is himself and how he has risen in the settlement with his ideas. Of his relatives and loved ones, he previously only had one wife, and once he left her for a while to become stronger and be a master. He spent many years training and even put together his own squad, however. When he returned home, he noticed that everything in his house was broken. Taking his troop, he immediately went in search of those who had looted his house, but in a moment, he found the body of his wife. His wife was dead. She was lying on the floor covered in blood, and in her arms was a living child, their shared daughter, Layla. Luis adds that the blame for everything lies solely on him, and he doesn't want to be pitied. He's just telling the story of what happened. The old man also talks about how he only stayed alive for his daughter's sake, and is done with martial arts and blocked energy channels. After hearing the whole story of old man Luis, Michael turned to him and asked about his regret for saving him today. Luis says it's not true. Previously, his mind was in a maelstrom, but now he has it all figured out, and he is very grateful to Michael for the rest of his life. Trailing off, Old Man Luis turns to Michael and says that he would like to ask him one question. The latter allows it. Having received the good, the old man immediately inquires as to whether by any chance Michael has come from the small palace, and this question startles our hero. Our hero asks Luis how he determined this, and he replies that energy transfer techniques are only available to the highest masters. In the moment, Old Man Luis begins to bow and talk about being Michael's servant for the rest of his life, but asks only one thing in return. Michael asks the old man what he asks in return, and the man replies that he just wants to save his daughter Layla. Our hero immediately understood what it was about and told everything, adding that she was perfectly safe. This surprised the old man. Luis started talking about how, if that was really the case, he couldn't want anything more than for Layla to be safe with Michael. Starkey Luis walks over to shake Michael's hand, and the latter realizes in his thoughts that Luis is a very kind and honest man. Afterward, Old Man Louis and Michael say goodbye, and as Michael is about to leave, he stops abruptly and remembers something. Turning back, he speaks of a young gentleman and his assistant arriving at the settlement tomorrow, and asks Luis to give them safety. The old man smiles, crosses his arms, and says that of course he will obey this marvelous order. Michael realizes that after that, all he has to do is wait for tomorrow, because now Luis hasn't realized who he is. The events of the story move forward, taking us right to Michael, who is meditating the next day and is disturbed by Miller. Miller walks into the room where Michael is now meditating and asks the man how he feels about his gift from yesterday. Michael casually replies that what Miller sent him yesterday was very much to his liking, and thanks him. Miller also says she also believes that she believes Michael also liked their second surprise later in the night. Our hero says that the second gift has made his life very different, and the Miller begins to tell tales of how hard the plants are to obtain. Michael is surprised to note that Miller himself has tilted their conversation toward this topic and asks him to continue. Afterward, Miller directly tells them indirectly that they are cooking drugs and refers to them as the devil's dust. Immediately after his story, Miller scratches his neck, laughs, and talks about how they can get more of that kind of medicine if they need to. However, in return, Miller starts asking Michael to change the rules of the cult so that they can legally do everything. He adds a note of nobility and speaks of having become engaged in it for the sake of the poor people of the settlement. After hearing all of this, Michael is glad that Miller told it straight, and now realizes something that is completely the way he wanted it. Michael turns to Miller and talks about wanting to see where the devil dust was created so he can make the decision he needs to make. Immediately after which Miller of course agrees to such a venture, he begins to go forward and asks to tread after him. After a while, Miller and Michael arrive at the same spot, and Michael suggests a quick trip. Immediately afterward, Miller says the road won't be easy and jumps in, expecting Michael as well. In his thoughts, Michael realizes that this is all terribly ridiculous since they've placed their hideout just out in the open. After a while, Miller along with Mile end up right where they need to be, and Miller reports everything to the deputies. Michael plays along with Miller and talks about how the cave idea is really cool and must have been hard to build. In response, Miller says that his population are jack of all trades and can be approached with any such request. Miller's aides open that very secret entrance and our guys go inside where the casino is. Our hero points to the people in the audience and talks about how they've basically all come here because they're criminals. Michael turns to Miller and says he heard that Layla's father is also here. This surprises Miller, and he asks where that information came from. However, instead of a direct answer, Michael decides to shoot down their dialogue and talks about how it's not important right now. He pretends not to care, but in his thoughts he is already starting to berate Layla, saying he will teach her a lesson. In the moment, our hero ponders Miller's ulterior overt motives, not understanding why he behaves so openly and reveals everything. After some time on their road, Miller along with Michael find themselves in the very main hall where people are preparing the devil's dust. Miller shows Michael everything they have and shows him the manufacturing process. The latter responds that it impresses him. The villain begins to tell the story that it was very hard because he put all of himself into building this place for 3 whole years. Michael says they did a good job and asks about the people behind Miller's back, who says they are his personal people from different sects. Afterward, Michael asks about the working people as well. Miller replies that they are just fools trying to help their families. He tells a scheme where he gets people hooked on drugs and then forces them to work for him. Michael is very much holding back his anger and asks a lot of different leading questions to get the whole point of the scheme. Miller reveals all the cards and nothing can be held back. He even talks about what happens to workers after addiction. Our hero tries very hard to hide his anger. He realizes that Miller is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people, if not thousands. However, it is not possible to hide his anger for long, and Miller and his assistants begin to notice that Michael has changed in his face. Michael pretends like he isn't. He smiles sweetly and talks about just thinking hard. At that moment, everyone around starts to hear some sharp footsteps and stomping. It comes from outside and scares everyone. Lester turns to his assistants and asks what is going on there. They only reply that there is a dungeon there. Our hero at this point is smiling evilly because he realizes that now is the time for the main character to take the stage. In a moment, the door breaks and splinters fly in different directions. Right in front of everyone's eyes appears Luis with a strong form and energy. The assistants discuss it amongst themselves. They are pleased with the general fact that Luis has been sent off, and therefore no trouble can be made by him. However, looking around, they realize that just now Luis had the strength to take down an entire wall. Luis begins to raise a tremendous amount of energy around him, and addressing everyone says that they will not die an easy death. It's like a tiger pouncing on its prey, or in this case, Miller's aides standing around. It simply sweeps through them all abruptly, but even that is enough to strip many of them of their limbs. Immediately afterwards, with a huge charge of strength and energy, Luis begins to scream loudly, like a beast that has been set free. Everyone around him is wildly terrified, especially Miller. And what's more, even our hero Michael is surprised by Miller's aggressiveness. Meanwhile, Miller himself didn't stop at the pawns. He broke out the ease 1 wall and started heading straight towards Miller. Miller starts to go ahead and talk about how for the past 10 years he has suffered and wanted to die every day. He continues to pompously march forward, covered in blood. He says that only thoughts of his daughter have kept him in this world. Clenching his teeth and steeling himself like a rock, Miller abruptly declared that he would not allow anyone in this world to hurt her. Miller responds by saying that it's just kind of horrible and not taking the whole issue seriously, adding that it's just nonsense. He pointed his hand at Michael and declared that he had given Luis's daughter to him, and followed immediately by asking what he would do now. Luis held out his hand and pointed directly at Michael. He asked him to leave if he didn't want to die now and here. Immediately after that, Luis got up and started to leave, which shocked everyone around him. They can't understand what the connection is. Michael turned around and told Miller that greed had ruined him, becoming higher than reason, which led to everything that was going on here. As soon as Michael stopped talking, everyone was addressed by Luis, who stated that revenge and his reprisal would be just fine. In this situation, Miller still didn't panic much. He turned to Luis and ordered his employees to take him. Miller's aides pounced with guns right on Luis and started talking about how he had dug his own grave into such a world. However, all their attempts to attack Luis were useless because using martial arts, he was immediately behind the back of his opponents. Immediately after that, of course, Luis sprang into action. He wasn't going to wait at all and began to take revenge on everyone who had previously hurt him and Layla. Using only the fingers of his hand, he was able to tear off the arms and legs of Miller's assistant. Everyone else was horrified to see this. At this point, Miller himself tensed up as well. He began to speculate with his aides that somehow Louis had managed to get his life force back to himself. Luis becomes aggressive again. He brings up a huge tiger aura behind him and says he's going to tear everyone apart. It really is as if his face is taking the shape of a tiger, his eyes becoming redder and his face much angrier. All of Miller's warriors see this and start flying right at him. But it doesn't help. He momentarily goes through them all and ends up ahead of them all. All those warriors who ran to attack Miller fell down without strength and could do nothing. Miller began to give orders to the latter to solve the situation. Last, Miller's main defender got in Louis' way and started talking about how he had a lucrative offer. In the moment, Miller's assistant reaches into his pocket and pulls out a baggie of devil dust and talks about it being the same substance. Luis, in response, just grabs this baggie and pours it straight down onto the floor, and Miller's assistant takes that as consent. Immediately afterward, Miller's assistant makes a leap and attacks Luis directly with a knife, preparing to attack him at such a moment. However, here too, failure awaited him, as Louis literally grabbed his opponent's blade in a second with his bare hands. Miller's aide began moving his arm from side to side in order to draw his sword, but it wasn't working. Immediately afterward, with his other hand, Luis grabs Deputy Miller's arm and opens it, saying it's for all the things they've done to him. Everything that is happening, and Louis's eerie aura is noticed and seen by Miller himself, who still can't understand what is going on. At this point, Miller begins to remember the very man in the robe who was always very polite to Luis. While he was thinking about it, he hadn't noticed Luis had gotten close to him and was right on top of him, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, our hero got outside. He began to think about who might be behind Miller. From him himself, it is clearly impossible to find out already. Immediately afterwards, our hero Michael puts back on the same mask and uses the technique of movement. Jumping out of his seat, he rushes somewhere. Meanwhile, there is a huge fire going on in the settlement itself, or rather burning all the demon dust that was set on fire. And it is burning for a reason. It was set on fire by our hero Michael, who directed all his energies to get rid of the demon dust in this settlement. The burning flames are watched with horror by local residents who have managed to become addicted to these substances and do not know what to do. He is meanwhile trying to come to terms with his thoughts. He doesn't know what to do, for this cult has blood all over it. Michael flew up and looked at all the inhabitants, realizing that if judged by the holy teachings of fire, he should burn them too. However, Michael instead rises even higher into the sky and covers himself with an aura, and then appears to the residents as a god. Seeing the god and his power, in the person of Michael, people immediately began to bow and say that the god was great and beautiful. They all at once stopped putting out the fire and began to praise the god to whom they gave the name of the Dark Sun and forgot their dependence. On the other side of the place, a crowd is coming towards our hero, and leading it is Luis, with all the poor people and their relatives following him. Michael turns his attention to Luis and immediately notices that he is looking at him, nodding his head, a signal that it's over. Immediately afterward, in the very place in the sky where our hero Michael was, there is some huge, bright and beautiful explosion. This explosion immediately disappears, but before leaving manages to shower everyone with its rays, and the real sun appears from behind the mountain. The events of the story take us to the small palace where Billy is. He complains about a rally under the palace and doesn't realize where Michael is missing. In the moment, Michael also appears nearby. He talks about if it pisses Billy off so much, he can stay to live in the village. Seeing that Michael has shown up, Billy immediately tells him about the situation outside the window, and he heads over there to see for himself. Only upon opening the window, he is immediately confronted by a multitude of people poking their hands at him and yelling at him to get outside faster. However, instead of listening to them, Michael uses his power to teleport back to the seat he was sitting at. This confuses Billy greatly at first, but turning his attention to the crowd, he notices that they have all gone abruptly silent. Immediately afterward, a sharp boom is heard. It is the door to the house opening, and some man announces himself in the passage. This man, of course, turns out to be Old Man Luis, who has gained immense strength. He throws his bag on the floor and looks ahead. Layla, who is in the room, immediately notices her father and starts walking towards him. She finds it hard to believe that her father has returned to the Force. In the moment Layla starts to remove her hands and apologize, she can't believe it's her father and thinks this one is a strange man. Luis turns to Layla and says that he didn't believe it himself at first, and then adds that he promises that Layla won't be afraid anymore. The old man picks up his daughter and starts apologizing to her for not being able to get on his feet earlier and help her as he should have. At one point, Layla starts crying hard and asking over and over if it's really her father, and if it's a joke. Luis hugs his daughter and says that from this day forward and for the rest of his life, he will protect Layla. Billy starts to ask Michael what's going on in general, but he asks him to keep quiet, saying it's a family reunion. That's exactly what happens, because finally, after so much time and torment, Layla and her father have found the freedom of life. From that point on, the events of the story move forward and take us to the shopping district, the Waterpeak Marketplace, where the library is located. Inside the library as always sits an old man who is going through books and filling them. He is tired because he has a lot of work lately. However, in the moment, our hero Michael, his assistant Billy, and Layla and her father walk into the library. Together, they go downstairs to Old Man Lester, who immediately asks Michael to explain everything that is going on, adding that it is incomprehensible to him. Lester looks at the guests who have come in with Michael and notices that they are acting like they are at home. Michael turns to Lester and talks about how they were on their way home in general, but since it started raining, they decided to come here for shelter. Lester talks about how you can't come in here without permission and expect a warm welcome. It's wrong, but Michael adds that they were let in. In the moment, he introduces himself to Luis and adds that he has health problems and can't stand up normally. Lester turns to Luis and says that he was the one who asked Milk to find Luis, for he knew of his power. Luis asks if it comes out that Lester was watching him, even seeing and knowing that he was in that settlement in trouble. The counselor asks him to calm down and not to get too excited, adding that he has watched him before as he is a long-time resident of the village. Luis says let Lester watch unless he dies of old age, and the man says he won't die for he has reasons to live. Looking at it all with great surprise are Michael and Layla, who didn't expect such a debate between them. Michael addresses them both and tells them not to fight, as they are in the same position, and they stop. Our hero begins to speak in front of them and tell them that the new ideas for the cult that he will bring will make the world a better place, and those will help him. After that, the guys do manage to unite. They all sit down at the table together and start discussing the situation. The old man says that since that valley is done with, we should now take the focus to all 7 palaces and settle matters with them. Lester also says that the Great Festival is only 4 months away. It's extremely short, and they should choose to do one of 2 things. Right off the bat, Lester presents the first option, the most trivial, which is to increase his influence in the cult. And immediately afterward, he also presents a second, riskier, more dangerous and difficult option, namely to weaken the influence of others. The deputy turns to Michael and asks why they're discussing all this, because it's boring. The deputy replies that it's necessary. Lester continues by saying that it seems as if all the palaces are cooperating, but in reality, they are set against each other. Luis adds that if our guys start to raise the impact, the rest of us will not be happy, and Lester confirmed this. The counselor also explains the fact that during the Great Festival, the battles for the post of leader will begin, for this issue will definitely come up. He adds that the fact that Michael is back from training has changed all that, and now they may have a change of plans. Lester goes on to say that the first thing that is sure to appear are those who will try to kill Michael in order to settle the matter simply and quickly. The old man interrupts Lester, saying that as long as he's alive, no one will lay a finger on Michael. Lester says he'd like to believe that. However, Lester adds that Luis alone won't be able to face all of Michael's enemies, so it pays to act more intelligently. Billy protests. He says that by doing so, Lester is suggesting that Michael should fight alone against everyone. In the moment, Billy turns back and asks about if he can ask one important question. Michael asks what question we're talking about. Billy abruptly suggests that Michael return to the same 10,000 Demons corridor where he studied martial arts. He begins to tell us that among the pretenders there is the head of the Blood Arts Palace who is very powerful, as well as 2 other strong candidates, the head of the Destruction Palace and one of the Elders. Luis says that's right, and adds that they are all supreme masters and very strong competitors. It's good to see that they don't want to give in to each other. The old man also says that it is really only a matter of time before the chains between the palaces collapse and the great conflict begins. Trailing off, Luis adds that once such a moment arrives, Michael will have the opportunity to pick up where the chapter left off quietly in a complete turmoil. Lester makes a very valid point. He also came to it when he was studying documents in the library. However, Luis says that they don't need all this strategizing and so on because Michael can just take over the Sun Palace and settle the issue with that. Lester say it's been a year since such a scheme has worked because then 4 palaces would go up against them at once and want to take their place. Immediately afterward, Lester declares that in that case, the chance of them winning would then become only 20%, given the support of the Sun Palace. Billy starts yelling and saying that it's not 20% here, but only 2%, because the Sun Palace is severely weakened. Luis turns to Billy and asks about the fact that have they gotten so weak? He says they have. Billy also yells about how it wouldn't occur to anyone to help them because of such a small chance of winning. Michael doesn't like the noise from his assistant. The counselor says there is truth in this, for though the power of the masters grew, there was no one who distributed that power intelligently. Our hero just sits and listens to it, analyzing it in his head and realizing that a huge storm is most likely coming. All the guys around them fall silent for a while, as they all need to think things through and come up with the right strategy to win. Billy suggests that they just sit tight and wait for the chapter to return, saying that they have little chance of winning and any mistake is death. Layla steps into the conversation and starts talking about spending the last part of her life in total darkness in that settlement. And then she sweetly starts talking about how since everything has already happened like this, it's better to face the problem head on. Layla immediately apologizes for possibly speaking out of turn, but Michael backs her up, saying it's the right thing to do. Michael recalls the words of his teacher, who said that if you don't solve a problem today, it will remain the same tomorrow. In a moment, Michael grabs an index stick, pokes it upward, and talks about starting with this person. As it turns out, Michael points his wand at the head of the shopping district, specifically John's father, named Stark. 2 days pass from that moment, the events of the story move forward and take us to the small palace of the sun. Our hero Michael is sitting somewhere doing his classic meditation routine, building up the energy around him. Michael is well aware that huge changes are coming, and he should act very smart and strong now, and train hard. Michael also realizes that he needs to ideally reach 9 stars in this art, for that is the only way he will be able to face the strongest. Michael begins to walk away and contemplates that once he reaches the 9-star phase, he will become a celestial demon. Our hero Michael goes out into the garden of the small palace, and while walking through it, he notices Layla ahead of him in front of him, who is also walking. Michael looks at the flowers that have recently been planted, and turning to Layla asks what they are. Layla, in turn, seeing Michael, begins to apologize and talk about how she didn't understand Michael's motives initially in the settlement. Michael asks her to forget about it all and realizes that in all likelihood, Luis has explained everything to his daughter, telling her how it was. He turns to Layla and says that she can now live the life she wants, because that's how everyone in this palace lives. She responds by starting to thank Michael profusely, saying that she is honored to hear such words in her direction. Michael asks Layla to leave thanks, and in his head, realizes that she is a good woman, worthy of her father. In the moment, our hero begins to hear someone's harsh words and requests that urge him to meet with the 2 palaces. On one of the streets of the cult, 2 palaces clash, namely the children of the heads, John from the Merchant Palace and Nami from the Pleasure Palace. John threatens them and tells them that they are mere slaves and must earn their acceptance and his love. However, the young head of the Pleasure Palace, Nami, does not agree with John at all, and also ridicules him in return. John calls him the usual rough and dirty women, but Nami replies that John probably means himself. However, the moment abruptly opens a gate, out of which Billy emerges, along with Louis, who immediately looks at John and Nami. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael appears with his assistants and asks Nami and John what they are doing. Michael addresses them in a very condescending, abrupt and pushy manner, saying that they are being very rude. Billy talks about how they're just jerks, and don't even realize they need to welcome the future cult leader now. Immediately after Billy's words, John and all his men start bowing and talking about how happy they are to see Michael and his greatness. The girls in Nami's group do the same, but she herself doesn't give much credit to our hero. Seeing how easily John succumbed to Billy's words, Nami started hurting him even more and calling him spineless and weak. Billy turns to Nami and asks her what she needs here near the small palace, but she says she doesn't need to talk to the deputy. She begins to turn to Michael and ask him how he's feeling, adding that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. In a moment, Michael turns away and begins to walk away, and gives his aide the order to escort the others inside. Nami walks into the young palace and starts talking right away about how she expected this from the young leader Michael. She immediately talks about how the Pleasure Palace is much better than the Bidding Palace, but Michael only sits and listens to her. Our hero is abruptly rude about how it's not hot in here at all and asks Nami not to wave her skirt around, but to say what she needs to and leave. She starts to go to Michael and says that the letters received in their palace are very beautiful and adds that Michael is also very handsome. However, she can't keep walking towards Michael for long. Luis stops Nami and tells her to stand still. She asks Michael about Luis being his new servant, but Michael clarifies if Luis looks like the kind of person who would be a servant. Also says that if Michael needs young slender girls as servants, she will help very quickly to help with that. Watching her, Michael realizes that she has forgotten her true tasks, and a great sense of pride keeps her from returning to them. Our hero sends Louis a signal to let her pass, and Nami immediately heads straight for Michael. With her arms, Nami reaches out to hug Michael close to her, but in response, he only intercepts her arm and begins to pull. Our hero asks how much longer he has to put up with this, but Nami replies that if Michael comes to their palace, there will be no need for patience. Michael talks about how if Nami is serious now, it would be easier for him to just kill her right there. It would shock her a lot. Nami backs off and talks about how Michael is nasty and overconfident that he can kill her. After turns to Michael and talks about how she's still not engaged to her partner, so he should be gentler with her. Immediately after, Nami starts asking Michael to visit their palace again, but he only asks why he should. In a moment, she says that the lifestyle that can be experienced there is completely in line with what a leader needs. All of these lines and Nami's words really piss Louis off. He sends Michael a signal asking if he can kill her. Utilizing energy, Michael replies that it's not worth killing, however teaching her manner wouldn't be unreasonable. Louise turns to Nami and starts talking about how she's a terrible representative of her palace and the conversation is useless, which surprises her. She turns to Louise in shock and starts asking him that doesn't he know who she is and what status she has. Louise says he thought she was a messenger from the Pleasure Palace, but in reality, she was just there to sell her body. She begins to reach out to Louise and asks what she should do in the face of such total disrespect from Michael's aides. Louise starts to say that Nami violated 2 clauses at once, touching Michael without permission and getting too close, threatening his safety. At a point, Nami gets angry. She pulls out her gun and starts threatening, saying that she's had enough of all this already. Immediately afterward, Nami snaps out of her seat and attacks directly at Louise in order to attack him and deal damage. Michael keeps a close eye on all this and realizes that his palace has a very poor reputation since this is happening here. Of course, Nami's weak attack doesn't scare Louise at all. He turns to Michael and asks through energy what he should do. Michael realizes that it's too early to bring up issues now, and personal confrontations are unnecessary, so he asks that Nami not be killed. Nami, meanwhile, attacks Louis, but all is even, for her attack didn't even reach him. With his energy, he blocked the blow with his weapon. However, the sounds from the blows carried quite loudly right into the hallway, where a surprised Billy stood, not understanding anything. However, he was well aware of the fact that he himself was in a bad position, because he was surrounded by various girls around him, who were clearly not kind. Billy tried to communicate with him somehow and ask him to leave, but all in vain, because they clearly aren't going to leave without Nami. Billy switched to methods more understandable to them and drew his weapon, but even that didn't help him against them. Meanwhile, John stood with calculator in hand, calculating all the odds, realizing that Michael's death now also benefited him. Meanwhile, not even using his physical strength, just energy charges, Louise tore Nami off her feet and threw her to the floor, breaking her weapon. Nami began to talk about how she was sure she had thrown a punch, yet Louise doesn't even have a scratch on him. This amazes her. Our hero Michael understands perfectly well what happened and what martial art Louise used against her with the use of energy. In the moment, Michael stands up and addresses the question to Nami, clarifying that is this really all their Pleasure Palace can do? Michael talks about how he didn't expect them to send some Nami who can't even wield a sword. He's disappointed. Nami wants to say something back to Michael, but he only walks over abruptly and grabs her chin, stopping all words. Michael begins to ask himself how he would be better off with her, and she also can't understand what they want to do to her. With his eyes energized, Michael turned to ask her if he should hang her head in the Pleasure Palace. Our hero threw Nami right on the floor and started asking about whether he should punish her right there. He starts to walk away and talk about how he's not going to waste his time on people like her. Immediately after, raising a wild aura behind him, he turns to her and asks her to call the next one into the room to talk to him. Nami is in complete shock at this point. She finds it hard to believe everything that is happening because not so long ago, everything was normal. She says that Michael will regret treating her that way, but he doesn't realize that she will put him up against him with her skills, and starts to get to her feet, and right after she stands up, Michael turns to her and orders her to get out of the palace. After which, that's exactly what happens, and it generally pleases Michael because he doesn't want to see Nami in the palace right now at all. In the moment, Louise approaches Michael with a question about who he really is, but Michael doesn't give an unequivocal answer, not even to his assistant. In the moment, Louise gets on his knees and starts bowing. Michael immediately asks him to stand up, and Louise apologizes for possibly offending him in any way. Turning to Louise, Michael talks about how everything is fine, but asks him not to do it again. Louise agrees, of course. Louise tells Michael that the head of the Pleasure Palace is actually a rather testy man who is unlikely to leave the situation. Raising an aura of power, Louise turns to Michael and offers to get rid of Nami if she's in the way of the young master. Louise talks about how it's best to resolve things quickly, adding that if they let her live, it will only be a matter of time before they do. Michael is of course surprised by such suggestions from Louise, but he remembers that he is part of the demon cult. Michael turns to Louise and orders him to never kill anyone unless he gives the order to do so. Louise agrees, of course. Turning to Luis, Michael says that from what he knows, the mistress of the Pleasure Palace cares a lot about her family. That's something to consider. Meanwhile, Nami leaves Michael's office and walks down the hallway all torn and wounded, much to the surprise of her subordinates. All her subordinate women began to gather around her and pity her, saying that they could help her with everything. Billy is also very surprised to see this. He doesn't know what Michael did to Nami there. However, not to say it upsets him. Watching John about to go to Michael next, Billy thinks about the fact that he's going to be killed in the office. However, while Billy was thinking about it, the office door opened and Michael and his assistant Luis began to emerge. Michael walks right up to John and talks about how right now he'd like to go straight to the bidding palace and see for himself. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Sun, the events of the story take us to Lilo, who is very angry about something and cursing everything around her. Lilo's aides start asking about why she was called in and say that does Lilo really want to discuss her meeting with Michael. And she starts talking about getting married to Michael as soon as possible, but she just yells back and says it's impossible. Lilo yells that she won't do anything like that and she doesn't need Michael, but the assistant asks to be quiet, saying that the owner might hear. In the moment, the door opens and the owner of the Sun Palace named Ronnie appears in the room in person, who is angry and asks who was yelling in here. Immediately afterward, the events of the story take us to some sort of battle room where Lilo is standing opposite Ronnie. Ronnie turns to Lilo and talks about getting her sword out. She does so, yelling that she is a very brave woman. Lilo yells again that she won't marry Michael, but Ronnie yells back that mere emotion shouldn't ruin such an important event. She begins to remind Ronnie of his own words that if someone gives slack during training, they will never win in battle. Ronnie starts yelling at Lilo, saying that he's going to watch her talk about it after her defeat. Immediately afterward in the moment, Lilo flies right by Ronnie and cuts his sweatshirt in an instant. She begins to cry out again with tears in her eyes that she will not do it under any circumstances, because she is disgusted to even think for it. However, Ronnie is so thoroughly surprised that Lilo managed to hurt him that he thinks about her training rather than her words. Ronnie asks if the squad leader is here now, and the one in the moment appears beside him. He turns and tells the commander that Lilo is his important and only daughter, then asks him to bring him a young leader. With an injured arm standing in the hall, Ronnie looks up and contemplates the fact that this is all he can do for Lilo right now. Our hero, meanwhile, is riding a horse somewhere, thinking about its rare breed, because to get such a horse is obviously not easy. Michael stops at one point and suggests taking a vacation, but John says they're almost there and taking a vacation isn't necessary at all. In the moment, Michael turns to John and starts asking various questions, including clarifying whether he is the heir to the palace. John talks about how it's a perfectly fine choice on his behalf, but there's a problem, and it's his older brother. Michael immediately finds all sorts of strange moments. Before, John didn't respect him at all, but now he's been given one of the best horses available. Our hero turns to John and asks about whether he can kill him in such a case, but John asks him not to talk so suddenly about such things. And he starts raising a terrible aura of energy and talking about how he's bored, and John's death would amuse him right now. For a while, John takes it all as a joke from Michael, however. At a point he notices that Billy has grabbed him and is holding him down. John realizes he's in a pretty awful position. He turns to everyone and asks if they'll just stand there and watch this. Michael, meanwhile, continues to execute his plan. He pulls out a knife and starts pointing it at John, saying that he will cut him very soon. John starts screaming in fear, and Michael asks him to stop it, saying that he hasn't done anything yet, and he's already started screaming like a wild man. In the moment, some man appears among the crowd. He turns to Michael and asks him to stop doing all this now. Michael turns and asks who he is, and the man replies that his name is Silvers, and he represents one of the forbidden squads of the Trade Palace. Michael decides to check whether this Silvers is telling the truth and asks various leading questions, to which he gets decent answers. Silvers also promises Michael complete safety at the end. The latter thanks him, but calls it hypocrisy, saying it benefits the trade. He disagrees with Michael's words and says that this is not true at all and promises again to Michael complete safety on the journey. Raising his powerful aura, Michael turned to Silvers and told him not to try to trick him ever again. From these words, Silvers himself tensed up very much, and turning to Michael began to say that he understood everything and would not do it again. Michael turns his head around in the moment, and turning to Silvers, says he'll take his word for it. The events of the story move forward. Michael sits shocked on his horse looking forward. Silvers asks about how he likes their palace. Michael says he didn't think of the sea being in such a place, but Silvers corrects him, saying it's a heavenly river. Layla also talks about how beautiful the place is, and Luis states that the trade palace hasn't changed at all in all that time. Silvers turns to Luis and says they were probably acquainted and asks him to give his nickname. He introduces himself as Bloody. Michael ahead overhears this dialogue, noticing that the nickname Bloody Louis is very fitting for one of his assistants because it sounds solid. Meanwhile, the horses are coming closer and closer to the palace, and the boys report that the young gentleman has arrived on the spot. In a moment, Billy is struck with shock. He looks ahead and notices some guy with long white hair, much to his surprise. The events of the story show us the head of the mercantile palace, namely Father John, addressing a guy with white hair. A boy named Rox, the youngest son of the Blood Arts Palace, asks Father John if he has forgotten what he promised to Rox's father. Rox says he heard about the incident at the restaurant and would like to meet with the participants to put a lid on it. Also, Rox asks Father John about Michael's actions, saying that his going to different palaces is too incomprehensible to them. John's father realizes that the atmosphere is too tense and unfriendly and suggests that Michael is just plain stupid. Rox turns around and starts to leave, saying he'll go looking for Michael, but John's father declares that it's not necessary. However, Rox raises his sword slightly in response, and even that is enough to send back a powerful bolt of energy. Rox directed his full charge of energy straight into a nearby sprout, cutting through a small portion of its foliage, which surprised Father John. To ease the tension of the situation, Rox stopped and began to talk about how those leaves had rotted and could have destroyed the entire flower. Rox also talks about saving the trade palace some trouble as an apology for his rudeness. John's father only silently stares after him, realizing that Rox has almost already reached the stage of the higher realm of demons and is very strong. He leaves the Palace of Commerce. His assistant starts asking various questions, but he says he will refrain from answering them. She responds by saying that she will do as he wishes, since she is the head of one of the defense squads in the cult. Immediately after which Rox stops abruptly and extends his hand forward, immediately after which some sort of white eagle lands on it, and begins to look directly into the bird's eyes, as if waiting for a human word from it. But in a moment, something catches his attention. That something is the appearance of Billy and Michael. Billy stands in shock and looks directly at Rox, and Michael doesn't understand anything at all. Michael thinks back of Billy's stories and realizes that Rox is his older brother. But what Michael is more interested in is which side Rox is on. In response, he only walks right by Billy and talks about how they haven't seen each other in a while, but he doesn't even turn his head. Michael gets right in front of Rox in his path and asks about what business he might have at this palace. Rox asks Michael the reasons why he shouldn't be here, and asks Michael himself why he's here. Michael responds by saying that he has the same situation and has no particular reason to be here. Rox moves on, saying that if they're not going to discuss the reasons, he'll go, but Michael just smiles. However, before leaving, Rox stops, but turning his head, he turns to Billy and asks about whether he's as pathetic as before. In response, Billy only remains silent. He has nothing much to say, and Michael looks at Billy and realizes that the situation is not good for him. The events of the story take us to Layla. She took out the manuscripts and started reading information about Rox, who he was and what he was famous for. Layla also says that the palace to which Rox belongs has the greatest power of all 7 palaces. Michael turns to Billy and asks about Billy being hungry. He replies that it's a pretty weird question right now. Billy stands up and talks about how he is indeed the eldest son in the Blood Palace, but since he is a bastard son, he didn't get much from his father. Next, he talks about how when he started tagging along with Michael's past, his family disowned him altogether. Here, Michael freaks out. Afterward, Billy starts urging Michael to think 3 times about whether they should go to the bloody martial arts palace afterward. However, Michael thinks of something else. He realizes that if the bloody martial arts palace has this kind of pressure on the mercantile palace, then it means they are in for one thing. Michael instructs his assistants to check all information and communication between the palaces. Billy is excited about resting today and working tomorrow. However, Michael interrupts his joy by saying that there is no rest now, just work and trying to find the connection between the palaces. Immediately after that, Michael proceeds to study the known information about the head of the trade palace in order to understand who he is and how to act with him. Michael realizes that he will also need to visit the pleasure palace, as they need provisions on their way to the other palaces. Michael is also thinking about how to raise his influence faster, since the only power in his hands is the title of young cult leader. Michael contemplates that it would be a good idea to get the leader of the merchant palace Mozart on his side, but it won't be so easy. A palace aide comes to see Michael and tells him that their leader has finalized everything for the meeting and is ready to see him. Michael talks about how Silver's face has changed a lot from what it was a while ago, and it alarms him. Silvers apologizes for being disrespectful, and Michael realizes that in all likelihood he did use a human skin mask. However, Michael recalls that he asked Silvers to never cheat on him, but the man says the situation got out of hand. In response, he raises his aura and talks about not letting Silvers think he's messing with him at a time like this. Michael gets up and starts talking about how if he's not respected here, he'd best leave and the meeting will be a waste. Silvers begins to apologize to Michael again and says that he's wearing his true colors now and they can be trusted. Apparently, however, this answer from Silvers did not suit our hero very well, for he replied by saying that he was going home, which surprised everyone. In response, he bowed and apologized more and more, saying that he didn't mean to do that because he realized that the blame would be on him. Michael starts to walk away and talks about how he's been lied to twice already and asks him to tell Mozart that there will never be any meetings with him. Silvers turns around and on his knees asks Michael what he needs to do to earn his trust. Michael turns to Silversea and gives him a quill and a sheet, telling him that he must now begin to write down his vows here. Silvers doesn't have much of a choice, which is why he starts doing what Michael tells him to do and takes careful notes. He turns to Michael and asks if he's going to ask him to sign a defense contract, but Michael only smiles evasively in response. Then, in a rather somber atmosphere, Michael asks Mozart to write that he is committed to destroying the palace of the Lesser Sun. With a huge look of shock on his face, Silvers began to object and talk about how this was absurd, and acting this way was far from a good idea. Michael turns to Silvers and asks about why then the son of the Trade Palace was making attempts to kill Mile. Immediately afterward, Michael speaks to Silvers again about being the more dangerous man, but Silvers yells that he's not. Our hero abruptly turns around, starts to walk away and talks about how he shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. Silvers starts yelling that he'll sign everything, followed by asking Michael if it's enough to earn his forgiveness. Michael says that's correct and asks him to add that if Silvers breaks that promise, he can be considered a traitor to the cult. In the moment, he starts to write, just like Michael said. And then our hero realizes that his plan has completely succeeded and it makes him very happy. Immediately after signing the paper, Silvers and Michael went to the head of the palace, Michael walking and examining the corridors along the way. Our hero Michael walks right in. Mozart greets him and immediately asks him to be calm at their meeting, for it is important. Mozart starts smiling rather sweetly and talking about how very happy he is to meet him, which has been in preparation for quite some time. Immediately afterward, Mozart points out the swords, coins, and book to Michael, saying that if he wants it, he can have it all to himself. Michael begins to play the part of the kind one, saying that if he had known how generous the people here are, he would have come even earlier and visited more often. After a couple of seconds, Michael abruptly moves right over to Mozart and starts talking about how apparently he's living a very good life. Michael looks into Mozart's eyes and says that it must be hard for him to be sad, knowing that he has such a beautiful son as John. Our hero rudely suggests that after all that has happened, Mozart should be on his knees asking for forgiveness, not locking Michael in the guest room. Michael turns to Mozart and asks if he will plead guilty to conspiring against his homeland and leader, which shocks Mozart to the point of horror. Seeing this reaction from Mozart, Michael turns to him and says his question again, adding that he will not repeat it again. Mozart is just in a wild shock and rage. He cannot believe what is happening in the office and is afraid to say even a word. In the moment Mozart starts laughing hard, he pretends like he took it all as a joke and says that the young leader is beautiful. However, in response to all this, our hero rises sharply and puts his foot right on the papers on the table, saying that it would be better that way. Mozart looks at it all with wild shock and can't believe his eyes. He didn't expect anything like this. Not even close. Immediately afterward, our hero returns to his seat and sits silently, while Mozart begins to walk nervously around the room. Michael sits back and realizes he's doing the right thing, as he has had previous experience with wealthy and evil people like Mozart. However, he also draws attention to the fact that Mozart is somehow very different from the others, and this is strange. In the moment, Michael abruptly turns to Mozart and talks about how he hates to overcomplicate things, and this surprises Mozart. Our hero starts to complain a bit about his life, various problems, his father missing and all sorts of things. Mozart listens attentively. Turning to Mozart, Michael talks about how he's not interested in all the things they're interested in. He's just going to sit in the cult leader's seat. Our hero looks directly into Mozart's eyes and asks him if he understands what he is talking about, which alarms Mozart. However, he also adds that after coming to this place, he was very disappointed with everything that goes on here and how he was disrespected. Mozart begins to act very nice and welcoming, saying that due to the sheer amount of things to do, he has really been behaving badly. Immediately afterwards, Mozart turns to Michael saying that he has prepared a present for him. This surprises Michael, and he asks what the present is. Mozart says it's a much appreciated gift that is sure to please and claps his hands. Immediately after he claps, Silvers appears in the room holding a red chest, apparently with a gift. Mozart brings the chest right up to Michael and immediately opens it, revealing what's inside. It turns out to be daggers. He begins to smile evasively in response to the demonstration and asks Michael if he's heard of the 5 known weapons. Michael abruptly realizes what is happening and realizes in shock that this is indeed one of the 5 divine weapons. Mozart turns to Michael and says that everything is correct, and it is these daggers that he has prepared for Michael as a gift today. Mozart smiles wryly and talks about how hard it is to get them, but today he is only going to give them to Michael as a gift. Without finishing speaking, looking Michael in the face, Mozart also promises to send tons of gold bars to the small palace every month. He also says that he promises to build Michael a palace that will be bigger than the Palace of Commerce, but forgive something in return. In return, he asks to make a deal, in consequence of which he will help our hero to rise to his place as the head of the cult. In a rather grim atmosphere, our hero Michael turns to Mozart and asks if he has correctly realized that he is being asked to become the head of a cult. Very excitedly, Mozart says all the right things because he thinks that such a cool and important position should only be held by Michael. However, watching all of this, our hero Michael only once again suspects that Mozart has very impure intentions for him. Michael starts to play along and talk about how it's just beautiful, and Mozart backs him up, saying he expected this reaction. Trailing off, Michael turns to Mozart and talks about him supporting the leader of the Blood Arts Palace, and it's very strange. Mozart starts to walk to the side and talk about how Michael asked a very interesting question. He starts to say that he finds it all strange, and especially the appearance of Michael's new assistants and his absence from the palace. He begins to tell about his suspicions towards Michael, but the latter realizes that he really went to the settlement with good intentions. In the moment, the old man abruptly turns around on the spot, picks up the energy, and says he has a hard time believing Michael's words. Michael, meanwhile, doesn't move. He just sits there and analyzes the situation, realizing that Mozart has a lot of energy. Mozart turns to Michael and talks about how they should decide who will be the master of the boat they will be sailing on. He begins to realize the crux of the matter, as many different palaces are banding together to become stronger. Our hero also realizes that his trip to the pleasure palace definitely needs to take place to see which side they take. Michael replies that their future will depend on this boat, and in his head, realizes that the leader of the merchant palace still can't trust him. At the same time, Mozart is really always looking away and sweating a lot because the whole conversation is really stressing him out. Mozart turns to Michael and says that he will believe him this time, but he will need to meet someone to be sure. Michael gets up. He asks Mozart to take his time and informs him that since he put so much effort into the gift to him, he will accept it. Leaving, our hero turns to Mozart and talks about giving him about a month to resolve all the issues. Immediately afterward, Michael leaves, saying that he has to go now as he still has a lot to do with the mistress of the pleasure palace. Mozart starts yelling at Michael and talking about how he'd better rest in the Palace of Commerce today before heading out. Michael talks about thinking about the offer, as well as thanking him for it, and says that Mozart better go do his own thing. Immediately afterward, Michael leaves the room and slams the door, and Mozart stands very angry and shocked for a while longer. Immediately after Michael leaves, Mozart begins complaining to his assistant Silvers that Michael is demanding a lot from him. Silvers asks Mozart to be calmer, but he pats the table and says he can't calm down because this whole situation is just awful. His assistant tells Mozart that Michael's whole plan may not have been thought up by him, but by the elders, and this shocks Mozart. He tells Mozart that they should also keep an eye out for rocks, because if he becomes the cult leader, it will also be beneficial. Also reports that apparently the masters of the pleasure palace and martial arts may be joining forces. Also, according to a theory from Silvers, Michael will work together with the Elders Association collectively. That's what he thinks based on his recent actions. Mozart says there is some truth in those words, and Silvers adds that Michael is just a puppet in this whole game. Also says that before coming to the Trade Palace, something happened between Nami and Michael, according to his information. Silvers says he doesn't know the exact details, but his information is that she flew out of his room in torn clothing. He says that knowing Michael, you can be sure that something untoward has happened, much to old Mozart's shock. However, this pleases Mozart because he realizes that the mistress of the pleasure palace will not leave it so easily, and this pleases him. Old man Mozart begins to contemplate whether he should save Milk if he begs on his knees or leave him to his certain death. Silver says that in his opinion, it's worth saving Michael at the right time and then bringing him back at another time when he's already useful as material. He fills Mozart in on the fact that this is the best thing to do because he realizes that if the Palace of the Sun falls, he will be a traitor. Immediately after, Mozart gives the order to begin their plan in action, then instructs the shipment of the gold bars to the Palace of the Sun. Our hero, meanwhile, walks mysteriously through the palace and realizes that if Mozart sees the mountain of gold, he will fall down in shock and drop his hands. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Palace of Commerce, one of the workers is telling another a marvelous story that happened to him today. He said as he was walking to work this morning, he saw a huge army of 100 different soldiers on one of the mountains. The workers don't believe him, but the guy fills them in that it's true, because he saw one of the ministers of war blocking the road there. Other workers do not believe and say that they do not want to listen to these tales, and all this conversation is overheard by our hero's assistants. Billy doesn't pay much attention to it, but here's Layla saying that what's going on in Luna's tribe does seem kind of strange. Billy starts saying it's all bullshit and adds that the Moon tribe isn't interested in going to war with the cult at all, and that's bullshit. However, Layla hears someone moaning and is distracted, noticing some man lying on the floor hiccuping. She asks him if he's okay. The man yells back at her asking if he looks like he's okay. Her father Luis appears behind Layla and tells her that there is no need to pay attention to people like this man. At one point, a man begins to menacingly yell at Luis and ask him to shut up, telling him that the people from the Moon tribe did it all. Billy asks the man to choose his words, saying that if he keeps going on like this, he might not even realize he's losing his head. The old man complains that the fault lies in the weakness of the Blood Arts Palace, because previously the Moon tribe was even afraid to raise their heads. The old man starts complaining to our hero's aides about being stabbed for just looking at them. Billy yells back at him and says that he doesn't believe it because there is no logic to such actions. However, the old man decides not to argue further with Billy. He gets up and starts to leave. Billy asks him where he is going. He screams that if the Blood Palace can't do anything, then he will go and do it all himself, for he doesn't care about death. His honor is above it. Luis, Billy, and Layla just stand there and stare at him in silence because they don't even know what to say to that. In a moment off to the side, our hero Michael announces himself, talking about how he's tired of looking for them already, and says hello to everyone. Michael suggests we discuss everything at a table in a restaurant, which is where the events of our story move to, right into their dinner. The deputy talks about how he still doesn't believe in the whole Moon tribe thing and asks Michael if there's any proof. Layla asks for proof from Billy too in such a case. He says they just wouldn't have gone for it, and that's it. Billy starts to get up and pound the table, saying that this is just crazy after all. But Layla informs him that everyone is already talking about it. However, in a moment between them, Luis intervenes and asks both of them to shut up and behave appropriately here. Between themselves, they decide that they really should settle down, and our hero Michael watches it all, realizing that it's not going to be easy on them. Because of the controversy his assistants raised, everyone around him noticed that Michael himself was in the cafe and started paying attention. Michael really doesn't like all the extra attention to his person, so he asked everyone to sit back down and stop it. However, even in a calmer way, the argument between Billy and Layla doesn't stop. They still can't figure out which one of them is right. Billy is unsure, but talks about having a mother one of the Lunar tribe, so he knows better how it is and what's going on than the rest of them. Billy asks to be understood correctly, for he is not praising the tribe, only saying that the idea is crazy, but Michael doesn't get it. Michael, meanwhile, analyzing the whole situation, realizes that Mozart doesn't want to go to war with them, but wants Michael to go to war with the Palace of Blood. Michael tries to draw a connection between this and the Moon tribe, realizing that the tribe may be collecting prisoners at the behest of the Blood Palace. Our hero realizes that in this case, they need to save the prisoners, because although they are not involved in everything, but they are living people. Drawing these conclusions, Michael abruptly stands up, slaps the table, and says that it's time for them to leave, whereupon they do. Even though Michael is leaving, there is still an air of utter terror throughout the restaurant after they listen to Michael talk. However, from that moment on, the events of the story move on and take us to the next sunny day. And it begins with Billy entering Michael's room. But to his surprise, Michael himself was not there. Billy never likes it when Michael disappears and doesn't say anything, because then he has to look for him forever. However, while Billy was getting angry at everything that was going on and scratching his ear, his attention was caught by some tape lying nearby on the table. He began to read it and didn't realize that Michael had decided to go somewhere alone and left them only a message. Layla appeared behind him and asked if Michael was awake. But Billy only said that he'd been wrong to believe that Michael had changed because he was still the same old psycho. Instead of answering the question from Layla, Billy only silently passed the paper into her hands and told her to read it herself. Layla reads a letter in which Michael tells her that Michael has realized something important and he urgently needs to head out into the long night. However, aside from the fact that Michael had left a very strange message, Layla and Luis noticed that it was very delightfully written. Billy began to interrupt their joy and talk about how now was clearly not the time to marvel at all of this because Michael was missing. Luis took the letter in his hands and began to read it as well, after which he stated that they clearly didn't need to worry about Michael right now. Billy begins to berate old man Luis, calling him irresponsible, adding that one should not say that about their master at all. However, Luis points Billy to the last line in which Michael has given them orders to go to the small palace and is there. Louis and Billy's dialogue is interrupted as the letter begins to burn right in old Louis's hands, shocking Billy. At this point, Billy realizes that apparently Louis used magic and energy on the letter, which means he has finally recovered. Louis, meanwhile, rudely turns to Billy and asks him if he's going to walk, or if he's going to stand like a monument. Billy bows to Luis, referring to him as the head of the squad, much to Layla's shock, and himself goes right after Luis from behind. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our hero Michael, who has arrived somewhere while wearing a mask and using his power. Michael looks at the mountains behind him and talks about how someone could really die while climbing them to get to the cult. Michael looks out at some sea and talks about how his information says that this is where Luna's tribe is, but he can't see it for some reason. Michael decides to track down the place with the tribe, so using the speed technique he heads northwestward. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the distant plains, specifically to one of the settlements of the Luna tribe there now. Some sort of delegation had arrived at this tribe, apparently under the leadership of Rox and his aides. Local guards stop Rox and his men, saying that non-tribal people have nothing at all to do at a time like this. However, in response to this, Rox's assistant pulls out her weapon, she points it upwards, and speaks about letting them through quickly. The local guards get really pissed off. They grab their guns and yell back, saying that these people are really fucked up. Rox's assistant turns to the guards with a wild look and tells them that if they want to live, they had better put down their weapons and cover their necks with their hands. However, in response, the tribe's guards only attack Rox's men, but the assistant quickly notices this and begins to attack first. In the moment, a huge guard appears right behind Rox and strikes with an axe. However, this blow was immediately stopped. Immediately afterward, Rox's assistant flew right next to her at a tremendous speed and shredded the opponent's body. Everyone else steeled themselves and watched in shock at how one girl from the squad was able to get rid of several male guards in just a couple swings. Immediately afterward, one of Rox's opponents gave the order to get bows immediately, but Rox's aide only called such an action foolish. However, in just a few seconds, the entire guard of the hut was standing with bows that were aimed directly at Rox's squad. Rox's squad in turn did not act at all. They just stood and watched what was happening, waiting for further instructions. A girl named Taya, Rox's assistant, returned to her seat. Rox asked Taya to raise her head. Immediately afterward, they headed straight for the very same shack, the path to which had previously been closed, but now they were free to go there. On entering the hut, they were immediately met inside by the chief of the Moon tribe, named George, who was sitting on a throne and examining his bow. Rox turned to George and said he was glad to see him in good health, for it was very gratifying. George was in fact the head of several tribes at once. George gets up and addresses Rox, talking about how he now has the Grandmaster title, and asks Rox if that title suited him. In response, Rox talks about how it sounds to him like George has decided to take Khan's position in the plains. George began to smile and draw his bow, and afterward to say that nothing was impossible for him in this world now. In a moment, Rox asked George not to make a fuss and told him about the trade palace. The latter replied that he'd rather not know that. In response to Rox's stories, George only remained silent, and after looking into Rox's eye, asked him if he knew how to use a bow. George began to talk about what he had heard about a man who had managed to create an ivory bow that was very accurate. Immediately afterward, George started showing off his bow again and talking about how, as a man with Khan's blood, the bow suited him well. In the moment, George turned to Rox again and asked about the difference between him and those who were able to continue his lineage. However, George was apparently not going to get an answer, for he immediately told Rox to go to his father. Apparently, Rox has very different plans for all of this, however, as he only began to use his energy directly on his opponent in response. Rox broke the string on George's bow and, trailing off, began to say that if one was incapable of taking possession of anything, he should know it and afterward retreat. Rox turned to George again and said that if he wanted, he could become Khan, but he would need to remember that the Sun Palace would know it. He also stated that he would only hand everything over to his father when John released all the captives, and afterward, Rox began to leave. Right after that, Rox talks about how he will of course apologize before he leaves for their rudeness today. With only a slight flick of his sword, Rox managed to strike directly at his assistant Tyre, making her several wounds to the point of bleeding. In response to his blow, Rox turned around a bit and, turning to George, suggested that we end today on this note of farewell and honesty. Apparently, such conditions perfectly satisfied George. He began to smile and just silently looked after leaving Rox. Rox turned to his assistant and told her that it was time for them to return. She responded in kind, though she hid the pain from her wounds. As George watched Rox walk away, he realized that Rox was really just a tiger cub that nobody cared about. Immediately after Rox left the tent, George turned to his aides and beckoned one of them over to him. George raised a persistent, powerful, and terrifying aura behind him and declared that once he became Khan, he would strike terror into this entire world. Immediately afterward, George turned to his aides and declared that they were using the Emperor as a victim and it was now worth going to prison. Meanwhile, the events of the story send us straight to Rox and his squad, who are standing on the edge of a cliff looking out at the departing sun. Rox sat down on the cliff with his assistant and announced to her that he was going to head back to the palace. She said she would escort him out. He responded by ordering her to sit back down, telling her that she was still bleeding, but she stated that she was perfectly fine. However, Rox said that was an order, whereupon the assistant sat down on the ground and began to stop the blood she was still bleeding. Rox sat on the edge of the cliff, watching the sea and the passing sunset, thinking about what his family was doing and how far they could go with it. The deputies from the squad shouted that someone was approaching and abruptly began to draw their swords. Rox also abruptly turned around and looked ahead, and the man who approached them was our hero Michael in his mask. Michael started to talk about how he wanted to rest here before heading out, but Rox's guys started asking him to take off his mask. However, in response to requests from Rox's squad to reveal his identity, Michael would only say that he was just an ordinary traveler and that was all. The guys were about to start chasing him away, but Rox himself gave orders to leave him alone. In return, our hero thanked Rox. Michael was surprised to see that Rox had allowed his aide to just sit there and repair his wounds after the fight. It wasn't their style. Michael began to turn to Rox with a smile and ask about where he had come from and was going somewhere. But Rox only remained silent in response. Michael immediately realizes that Rox has no desire to communicate, but still the question of whether he was in the tribe of the moon, Michael is very worried. Michael turned to ask Rox if he liked the river nearby, and Rox's assistant asked Michael to shut up. Michael retorted that in her condition, she was unlikely to be able to threaten him, but she was serious about her intentions. However, immediately after those words, Michael stood up very abruptly and started heading straight towards Rox's assistant. Michael, in the moment, began to point his hand directly towards Ty's weapon, much to her surprise in the moment. Michael abruptly grabbed Ty's arm. A second after that, a dozen swords were around his neck, then blocked him any way to retreat. Rox turned to Michael, reminding him of his words about being just a wanderer, and followed up by asking him what he had decided to do this way. Michael, addressing Rox, talks about how he has some pretty fast and quick subordinates, and adds that Ty has some very deep wounds. Trailing off, Michael tells Tai how terrible things are with her wounds, adding that even the doctor can't help now, which leaves her in shock. Tai was still arguing, proving that she was perfectly fine but realizing that she wasn't, and Rox turned to Michael to ask what he needed. Michael responded by saying he needed clean water, a cicada barrel, and a needle to sew up Tai's wound right there and keep her from dying. Michael squeezed Tai's hand with a smile and talked about how now he would be able to start treatment quickly and address any issues if needed. Some time passes from then on. Our guys are sitting on the edge of a cliff. Michael is right beside Rox. Rox turns to Michael and asks if he's from a cult by any chance, adding that only people from there act so hypocritical. Immediately afterward, Rox approaches Michael with a question about what the distant plains are like, which actually surprises Michael. Michael looks at Rox with a bit of shock and can't understand why he would ask such a question, since he was most likely in these plains. Sitting upright at sunset, Michael began to tell Rox one of the paths, telling him where to go to get to those very plains. Talks about the lands in those places, describing the Federation masters and how kind, friendly and accommodating they are. For a while, Michael even falls into his past body image as he begins to describe the delights of the Federation and the world. He also describes the Central Plains as a beautiful place where everyone talks to each other and tells different funny stories. Michael also talks about how it has its problems and troubles, but for the most part, there is peace and friendship around everyone. Finally falling into his old radiant image, Michael adds at the end that this is exactly what he's heard about these places. In response, Rox talks about how that's fine, but he wonders what ideology the people in those places live by and what they believe. Michael suggests that Rox make sure of everything himself and just go there to see everything, but Rox is only surprised by this. Our hero tells Rox that even if it's impossible, it may well be possible to find common forces to make it possible, which surprises Rox. He recalls the revolution in the Federation that brought peace to the lands of the plains and realizes that it can be done in a demon cult as well. Michael looks directly at Rox's face, who in turn looks out to sea, and Michael ponders whether Rox can switch. Rox tells Michael that if he needs anything, he can turn to him. Rox calls the conversation absurd but interesting. Michael gets up and starts walking to the side and talks about how someday Rox might actually get to try to grant his wish. Rox responds by saying that Michael is just as absurd, and afterward asks him for the name of our hero in character. However, in response, Michael only replies that he'll do it another time, immediately after which he adds that he has to go now. Michael begins to walk away, realizing that their next meeting will only be over a bottle of wine, or with a gun in his hand, and it will be important. As Michael left at full pathos without finishing the dialogue, he now realized that he hadn't even asked for directions and didn't know where he was going. However, he is greatly saved by the tracks and flags left by the Lunar Tribe people. Only thanks to them, Michael did not get lost. To our hero's great joy, the desert ends and he spots the meadow, realizing that he is finally on the right path. Walking back to the small palace through the meadows, our hero notices some people and a large tent in the forest, which surprises him greatly. Michael immediately realizes that it's most likely the Lunar tribesmen, but he's more interested in who's inside the guarded tent. Michael talks about how that's pretty weird, since it's not clear why the guards aren't inside if they want to protect someone. And in the moment, our hero comes to the realization that it's more likely that they may conversely be keeping someone inside from other people's eyes. Meanwhile, the tent guards mockingly stand over some girl. She begs to be spared, but hears only taunts in response. However, the ward guards ask her to shut her mouth, saying that their boss will be arriving soon, so she's going to die anyway. Our hero Michael is watching everything that is happening, but he can't understand what they are talking about because he doesn't know their language. Michael continues to watch them and try to listen to every word to understand at least the basic meaning of what is happening. Meanwhile, the girl who is being bullied presses her lips together and cries, she will be saying her final goodbye to life by now. However, in a moment, our hero Michael abruptly notices that this girl's life energy has abruptly left her body, which startles him. Michael notices that she killed herself with a hairpin and realizes the horror of what is happening here. However, in response to everything that's going on, the tent guards only start wiping their feet right against it, which surprises Michael even more. Michael finally realizes that what's going on here is some kind of complete horror and gets very angry. Around Michael also notices a few more tortured corpses. In a moment, he gets up and starts walking straight towards the guards to meet them. Michael raises a tremendous energy around him. Even lightning bolts strike his body. he asks people what they have come this far for. The guards, meanwhile, aren't really intimidated by Michael. They don't really understand who he is and address the issue to him. With an animalistic look, Michael turns to them and declares that it doesn't matter at all at this point. The guard responds by talking about how that's generally true, because after all, Michael is going to die right here and now. Immediately afterward, in a moment, absolutely all of them snap out of their seats and rush at Michael with their attacks to destroy him. However, our hero Michael is very much against them. He raises his fist and begins to energize it. Immediately after that, Michael made a direct and accurate punch directly at his opponent, then threw him into the tree next to him, and he started to burn with the tree. The guards began to discuss among themselves the further plan of action, and Michael at the same time using energy jumped up. Michael's opponents began to attack him with bows, but it helped very badly. Using his strength, Michael moved very fast. Time after time, he attacked those close to him, and he didn't feel sorry for them at all after what he had seen today. Using very powerful and quite aggressive techniques, Michael killed guards in front of his colleagues, causing them fear and shock. In a moment, all the guards piled together in fear and began to stand watching Michael, and he in turn began to raise an aura of power. With an angry, even demonic face, Michael began to turn to them and talk about how they would all meet their deaths today, no matter what happened. Immediately after that, Michael flew straight into the guys at a tremendous speed and started hitting them directly with his energy. And after a few moments, almost everyone was dead. One of the survivors began to beg Michael to spare him, just as the girl had recently done. However, with a terribly devilish face, Michael turned to him and told him to just disappear from this world and never reappear. Immediately afterwards, Michael charged his palm with energy and launched it directly at his opponent, burning him alive with its power. It was only after killing them all that Michael realized that he had lost control of himself and his emotions and had massacred the place, which was simply unacceptable. Michael realizes that he urgently needs to train and raise his skill to 10 stars to finally fully possess the demon within. Immediately after that, Michael went straight to the tent. Going in, he saw a man sitting in a big chair. The guy with the bandage inside asked Michael whether he had come to kill him or to save him. Michael talks about how he didn't have the goal of killing all the guards to discover a child here. The man yells that it's very disrespectful. In response, Michael only begins to brush his ears and talk about how in all likelihood he's only wasted time talking here. However, with his side eye, Michael immediately noticed that after his words, this kid started crying and getting a little angry, but also afraid. Our hero respectfully approaches him and asks him to tell him everything the kid knows, and especially about Luna's tribe or other possible captives. In response to Michael's question, the kid starts to get pretty touchy about how he'll believe Michael so-and-so, and then talks about some north. The kid then starts describing to Michael the way north across one of the rivers, which eventually leads him to some kind of prison there. Michael thanks him for the information and starts to leave. But the kid tries to stop him, talking about how he didn't let him go in the first place. He grudgingly talks about how he's not going to stay here to live, and if there's anything else important to tell, it's time to tell it. The kid turns to Michael and talks about how if he really is here by accident, he could take him to the city of Beijing. Michael retorts that his road now lies north and says goodbye, but the guy starts asking to go with Michael. He turns to the kid and talks about how he's not in the best position to make a stipulation here. The guy says his name in response. Michael says that doesn't get him anything at all and introduces himself as a black meteor afterward. However, at the moment, Michael comes to the realization that this guy has the surname of an emperor from one kingdom in the Federation. It's surprising. The kid addresses Michael again, introducing himself as Robert. He talks about Michael thinking all the right things, and he is the emperor of the country. However, apparently our hero Michael takes it as a joke. He asks not to make fun of him and starts to leave, which surprises Robert. Robert turns to Michael and asks if he really didn't know he was being held captive here. Michael says that's right, and he really didn't know. Robert apparently decides to believe Michael and turning to him asks him to save him. This time he asks without grandeur, like an ordinary man. The one starts crying again and talks about how even though Michael doesn't believe him, he still asks to be saved from this place. Holding back his emotions but keeping his head down, Robert talks about how no matter what happens, he absolutely has to survive. Our hero says so be it, but his business will have to be settled on the way and asks to follow him. But Robert is surprised, for there are a bunch of guards outside. Michael takes Robert outside and talks about how there is indeed security, but it is not in the best condition right now. Robert makes the point that he knew many of these people and they deserved the end they got today, more than they did. However, while Robert was telling for the guards, Michael wasted no time and found some shoes for Robert and tossed them to him. Robert does not really want to wear the shoes taken off the dead guard, but there is no way out, because they will have to go into the mountains in the rain. After Robert put his shoes on, he turned to Michael and asked if they could now go already. But Michael said it was too early. Our hero realizes that all these guards couldn't have come here on foot. He puts his hand on the ground and uses his powers. Michael then turns to Robert and says that he has two pieces of news, and one is bad, and the first is that he has found horses for them. And following with a very shocked and frightened face, Michael talks about the fact that a whole herd of war horses are now rushing at them. Robert doesn't immediately realize what this means, so he grabs Michael's hand and immediately starts running, saying they need to survive. Robert screams just out of fright, and Michael starts to cover his mouth with his hand, telling him to be quiet in such a situation. After a couple minutes, our guys run out onto a small plain where the horses are. Michael says it's a lot of luck. Michael jumps on one of the horses and tells Robert to jump on as well, because they need to get out of here faster. However, in response to this, Robert only stands still and asks for a seat to be brought to him, as he doesn't know how to ride horses, which surprises Michael. Robert talks about how riding horses is just a lot of savages. Michael suggests he then run behind on his feet. However, in the moment, Michael hears sounds coming from the tent, some people yelling that the Emperor must be found immediately. Immediately after Michael realized that the enemies were approaching, he immediately grabbed Robert and started dragging him towards him, causing him to go into shock. Michael's horse began to get farther away, and meanwhile the men of the Moon tribe noticed them and immediately began pointing them out to each other. Michael handled the horse quite quickly and deftly, and afterward began to press Robert's body lower, telling him to duck. Michael remembered that archers from the Moon tribe were considered some of the best, but our hero had the weather and fog on his side. But the enemies also turned out to have a serious plus, namely the number, because there are at least a few dozen of them on horseback in total. Michael began to speed up on his horse and contemplate how much force they had thrown into chasing him, and how best to get away. He began to turn to Robert and ask who he was that they were chasing like this. Robert reiterated that he was the Emperor. Michael began to speed up even more and realized that he was in a pretty terrible situation, as he had originally wanted to go home. It pissed him off that Robert was always twitching. He turned to him and asked him to stop doing it, but he only held back tears. Michael began explaining to Robert right on the fly what to do to sit on the horse normally and how to keep his balance. In this way, they managed to stabilize their situation a little, but it did not negate the fact that they were being chased from behind, a very large chase. Michael noticed that Robert was not a stupid guy because he was able to sit up straight and sit down normally, which is quite unusual. However, in a moment, something strange happened, for among the whole crowd, a single black horse came forward first of all, and on it, a large man. The man on that horse was George. He, with his huge bow in his hands, rode the black horse straight toward Michael. At one point, George started laughing very loudly and yelling that Robert wouldn't be able to get away from them that easily, and afterward, laughing again. This was immediately noticed by our hero Michael. He immediately realized that George is not an ordinary warrior, but at least a general and even higher. In a moment, Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him to hold the horse's reins, but such a request only surprised him greatly. In the moment right after his request, our hero Michael did a high jump up and jumped off his horse, and the Emperor looked on in shock. A moment afterward, Michael landed on his horse again, but from behind, on the other side, then stared openly at his enemies. Robert didn't immediately notice and realize what had happened. He started yelling and asking where Michael was until he answered and asked to hold the reins. Meanwhile, while our hero Michael performs his various tricks, George did not sit still. He took out a bow and began to charge arrows with energy. Our hero Michael saw this and made sure that he was not an ordinary person, and then began to raise his energy to make a defense. While he was contemplating what was best to do, George immediately raised his power and fired an arrow straight at Michael. Seeing the strength of his opponent, it was obvious to Michael that he would have to use no small amount of energy to defend himself. George's arrow headed straight for Emperor Robert's body, but Michael managed to coat his hand with energy and take the arrow into it. However, in a moment, Michael began to notice that the arrow George had fired had only begun to grow in its weight, and this made the task very difficult. Michael realized there was not enough strength to stop the arrow, so he jumped up and in a reversal of air decided to change its directions. However, while already in flight, Michael had a more ingenious idea, namely to return the arrow and add energy to it. Immediately afterward, Michael did just that. Releasing the arrow in this manner, he created a huge purple blast of energy. However, to Michael's great surprise, George wasn't even hurt by it. He and his horse all calmly endured and fought back the blow. Michael starts to get back to his horse and is happy that luckily he was able to at least fend off this attack, which makes him happy, and also get off. Meanwhile, George just stood there and watched Michael as a shadow passed through the air and floated there. However, what interested George the most was something else. He could not understand why Michael was rescuing, in his words, the abandoned emperor. George also began to reflect on the fact that Michael was very strong since he was able to fend off George's attack and his arrows with his bare hands. In the moment, George turned back and informed his men that Michael and the Imperials were heading towards the prison. George then gives orders to go to the same place, arrive early and wait for them there, and he and his aides set out. Meanwhile, Robert the Emperor is just one sitting on his horse and doesn't know what to do since Michael is gone. And even more, Robert added the fact that there was a cliff ahead of him, and it was very scary, because he was bearing right towards it. Robert doesn't know how to drive a horse at all, so all he started to do was yell at her to stop, with Michael looming behind him. In the moment, Michael jumped on his horse and started asking Robert to pull himself together. He was very happy to see Michael after everything that had happened. Michael realizes that if he had been alone, he could have easily solved the problem. But now it's going to be harder, and Michael increases his speed, which shocks Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael begins to steer the horse so that it makes a huge leap over the abyss. Our hero, of course, realizes that this abyss will not be given to them so easily, so he uses the power of a celestial demon. Immediately afterward, Michael's legs are covered with a powerful charge of energy, and he jumps off his horse and flies down somewhere without stopping. The horse, meanwhile, has landed, but half his body starts to fall back into the pit. Robert starts crying and screaming. However, Michael used a technique to get underneath the horse, and by applying force, he gave it a push that he was able to throw the other part of its body back up. But instead, Michael himself began to fall and fly straight down, which clearly did not please him, because below is a huge gorge. George turned around sharply and immediately noticed what was happening. He started pulling his arm and crying, telling Michael not to dare fall. George got off his horse and began shouting questions to Michael, what he had done this for, and had risked so much for him, and now he might die. George walked up to the ravine. He began to look down and cry, repeating over and over that he wanted Michael back alive. Robert begins to shout that Michael's grateful death will not be forgotten, at which point our hero climbs out of the abyss. Seeing such an unusual outcome, Robert is shocked. He did not expect Michael to survive and climb back up himself. Michael began to turn to Robert and ask him why he was so surprised, but he only cried and cowered in response. Right after Michael climbs out, he starts to untie his horse and let it go, telling it to go on its way, with Robert still in shock. Robert began to ask Michael how he survived all of this, but in response, Michael only asked Robert to stop talking and point the way. However, in response, Robert only stopped and began to cry sweetly, saying that he was really glad that Michael was able to survive after everything. Michael turns away and thinks about the fact that he can't understand Robert at all, because he's acting very strangely. Our hero, along with Robert, sets off further on the road, and along the way, Robert is forever berating Michael for letting his horse go. He asks Robert not to complain about the horse, saying that it saved his life, but Robert calls it a common wild animal. He begins to explain that it is not the horse's fault, and gives the example that even the best sword in the hands of a fool is useless. However, in a moment of looking at Robert and explaining various things to him, our hero himself realized something, after which he stopped abruptly. This caused Robert to be perplexed, and he began to turn to Michael and ask him why he had stopped talking and stopped talking. Michael recalled his past self from his examples, namely the fact that he had previously spent a lifetime intent on destroying the cult he was trying to become the leader of. Michael had previously been taught that everyone in the demonic cult deserved to die, but remembering his helpers, he realizes that's not true at all. Michael realizes that the only difference in Federation people and cult people is their lifestyle, and that's it. However, Robert interrupts Michael's train of thought and asks him to be the first to taste the water in the waterfall so that it doesn't turn out to be poisoned. Michael turns to Robert and asks about whether he has really lived his whole life like this, that even the water from the waterfall was tasted by others for him. In response, Robert says he doesn't see anything wrong with it, and adds that Michael is kind of rough and rude in general. However, Michael replies that he fits all the standards of the Federation, and then Robert starts asking Michael about the Federation. He asked our hero about the most important and interesting thing in the life of a Federation member, and Michael quietly replied that it was freedom. With a smile, Michael also adds that although freedom is not total, there is plenty of it, and martial artists have even more. Hearing such an answer from our hero, Robert sharply lowered his head and looked down as if thinking about something very important and serious. Robert asks Mael what he is forgetting in these lands, and he replies that he is looking for the men who were taken prisoner. Answering Robert like this in his head, Michael wonders what this is all about and if his mind has become completely demonic. In response to Michael's words, Robert asks a rather abrupt and unexpected question. He asks if Michael is part of the Federation. And of course, such a question greatly surprises our hero, because he does not know that it is immediately possible to answer such a question. Quite unsure and lowering his gaze, Michael talks about being a believer simply, which surprises Robert a bit. Robert asks Michael what his faith is, and Michael responds by saying that he is from a demonic cult. Immediately after which Michael compliments himself by saying that it is from that cult that is on the higher mountains that causes Robert to be shocked. Upon hearing this, Robert is immediately shocked and goes pale and starts walking away from Michael and talking about what he's doing here then. Michael stands up and turning to Robert asks about who he sees in him and if he looks like a demon who is out for blood. Michael turns to Robert and talks about how he can call him whatever he wants, but Michael's mission is to save everyone who is being held captive. And at the end, Michael adds that this is why he's here, which finally shocks Robert, who clearly wasn't expecting this kind of dialogue. From that moment, some time passes, Robert and Michael just sitting around the fire together and looking at the fire in silence. Thus they sat until the wee hours of the morning and then went on their way, straight to the very prison Michael needed to go to. Quite a long time they walked, however. At one point, Robert is greatly surprised by Michael's words that they have finally arrived at the right place. Immediately afterward, Michael and Robert start hiding in the bushes and look ahead from behind them, trying to see something. In front of them is some plain without grass, on which stand various iron cages, which apparently contain prisoners. In the moment, Robert notices the royal military chiefs there, much to his surprise, as well as Miles after Robert's words. Using his powers, Michael looks closely at the cages and notices what Robert said. He recognized them immediately by their shape. Robert stands up with shock. He talks about how he can't believe they were able to survive after everything that has happened. He starts to go to them and tell them that they have to save them, but our hero stops him, stating that something is very much not right here. Michael begins to look at all the cages, the walks near them, and the general area around them, and afterward he thinks about the fact that there are no guards around at all. Immediately after that, Michael decides to play in a more devious way. He points his gaze straight to the cells and uses the energy abilities. And apparently he does it for a good reason, because he immediately discovers some crowd of people in ambush. Among them all, Michael especially notices a man with a tough aura and tremendous energy, immediately realizing that this is George, the One. Michael realizes that he made a huge stupidity then in the battle, because he was able to let his opponents know where they were. He turns to Miles and asks about what's wrong here, and the latter doesn't even know how to explain to him the whole point of what's going on. Michael talks briefly about how this is all a trap, because apparently they were being chased, and these people have been waiting for them here for a long time. However, the One just gets to his feet, he turns to Michael, and asks about whether he looks so much like the Emperor. Robert also says that Michael may be a traitor, but he must be a good man to have saved his life. Robert begins to tell us that he became Emperor at the age of 9, and immediately succumbed to some pretty horrible influences and his own stupidity. This foolishness led to him sending an army of 50,000 men against the Moon Tribe, and in the end, everyone died. Robert turns to Michael and talks about being in a kidnapping for many months, and afterward is going to tell him what he's been doing all this time. He says that all he did the whole time was clean up after them, feed the horses, and tried to escape a couple times, but eventually gave up. Every day, young Robert worried about who he was, a great emperor or just a janitor to a group of bandits. Robert also says he never wanted to be emperor. He was made one and done, without choice or freedom. However, now, after all that Robert has been through, he declares to Michael that he wanted to become emperor in a strange way. Robert talks about how he wants to go back more than anything, as there is one woman who would clearly be happy to see him return. In the moment, Robert abruptly turns around and tells Michael that he is now going to show everyone who he is and prove everything. Immediately afterward, Robert takes a huge run-up and comes down sharply, then starts running straight to all the cages. The royal guards sitting inside immediately notice him and start shouting about how glad they are to see His Majesty here. In response, Robert began to address them and shouted that he was already here, he had arrived, and he was going to help everyone, whatever it took. However, the guards of the captives had very different plans for this, for in a moment they began to appear from all corners at once. George himself appeared with them, and turning to Robert, said that he was very glad to see the foolish emperor again. Standing right in front of an army of archers, Robert starts talking about doing what he feels is right and is willing to give his life for it now. Immediately afterward, addressing all his subject prisoners, Robert began to ask them not to be afraid and to declare that he was already here, near. In response to all of this, George says that if Robert himself has decided to say goodbye to his life, then so be it, and gives the order to kill him. George's men, of course, obeyed him. All together in a crowd, they began to close right up to one Robert, preparing to kill him. However, with rather more calmness, Robert steadied himself and did not budge a step. Thoughts of that very woman warming his soul. In a moment, right where Robert was standing abruptly, there was some sort of explosion and a huge burst of purple energy all around. It appeared our hero Michael. He announced that he would not allow Robert to fight alone, and of course will help in such a difficult time. Robert, with great shock, began to ask Michael why he was here, but he retorted that he had promised to save Robert. Our hero, with a huge smile, is also noticed by George. He turns to him and offers to see how good he is at what he does. Immediately afterward, George starts yelling loudly and giving orders to his men to start acting. At this point, Michael realizes that the situation is pretty dire, since they're going to be launching arrows from such a short distance. However, while Michael and Robert stood around thinking about what to do, George abruptly gave the order to start firing right away. In the instant after it happened, dozens, maybe hundreds of arrows started flying straight in the direction of Robert and Michael. Our hero Michael realizes that in this situation, Robert will not help much, and on the contrary, he even needs to be protected, and does so. Michael also realizes and that he should only rely on a higher power and uses the abilities of the ultimate demon lord. After that, Michael himself becomes like a demon. He heads towards the enemies and is completely covered with his energy from all sides. Immediately afterward, Michael uses the Legion and Celestial Demon Strike technique to combine together to move quickly and fend off arrows. In the moment, George turns to Michael and talks about how he's really strong, and it looks like it's not going to be so boring. Robert turns to Michael again and asks about who he is, as he is stronger than even the commander of a legion of troops with such abilities. In the moment, George smiles harder and tells Michael that he wants to exchange greetings with him, but Michael doesn't hear him. However, Michael realizes that he doesn't have much of a choice, and in any case, he is now obliged to go out and fight against them. Realizing the power of his new adversary, Michael decides to cover himself with a new layer of protection made of energy to be stronger. And apparently not for nothing, because the captain of the army of the Moon Tribe, George, starts walking straight towards him with his axe in his hands. In the moment, George stops and raises his hand, whereupon more warriors appear around Michael, for he is surrounded. George starts telling Michael that he doesn't care what happens next, since the Emperor is just expendable to him. And that's it. Michael replies that he's not in the mood to stand here and talk, whereupon he gets out of his seat and thrusts himself right at George. In the moment, Michael decides it's best to deal with all of George's aides and then switch to him and flies over to them. George isn't weak either. He uses his powers and sees that Michael is rather slow, realizing that he has gone to his aides. Realizing this, George takes his words as a challenge and the meanings of Michael looking down on him and decides to attack. Immediately afterward, our hero Michael is very much pushed aside by a huge wave which was created by his opponent George. Mail wonders what that power is, but realizes that it's not internal energy at all, but something else, and it's dangerous right now. Looking at his opponent, Michael immediately notices that this power is pretty raw and comes from his body, which is also strange. Michael begins to remember the basics of the demonic arts, the essence of which is to transfuse his energy and body, and afterward create blasts of energy. In a moment, a realization from a past life comes to Michael. He remembers an emperor who used fire energy and had archers. In the moment, Michael addresses George as a great emperor best high flame named George, and the latter smiles back approvingly. Noticing his opponent's reaction, Michael realizes that he is completely right and tells George that he wasn't going to fight him. George suggests that Michael focus on their battle, saying that it's best for them. Unless, of course, Michael is scared. Immediately afterward, George does a jump up and starts yelling about how he's about to make Michael fully aware of what's going on. At one point, George starts threatening Michael with his huge axe and carrying it straight at our hero. Michael immediately notices that George's speed is tremendous and immediately begins to dodge his powerful and fast axe attacks. In the moment, our hero Michael manages to make a last-minute jump and dodge the attack, and the axe hits the ground directly. Michael looks at his opponent and can't believe what he is seeing with his own eyes. For such speed is too much even so. Michael realizes that he should take action because if he doesn't do it now, he will lose just his life in the near future. He leaps up and begins to create a huge sphere of energy, realizing that he is to crush his opponent in one blow. George, of course, notices this. However, he doesn't have time to react as well as Michael and just stays where he is. As a result, the sphere of energy hits George with tremendous force, throwing him aside, and realizes that his strikes have not yet reached a very high level. However, he is now well positioned to defeat his opponent. However, right after our hero delivered his powerful blow, he stopped in place with shock and stared forward. Michael noticed that George hadn't even fallen. He was still on his feet, and although he was hit by the energy, he clearly wasn't badly hurt. Our hero notices that George's energy has only become 10 times stronger, which greatly surprised him, because it is simply impossible. George turns to Michael and talks about how by all appearances the latter is greatly surprised, and afterward adds that it's impossible to punch him. Michael, in response, only stood still with shock and realized that it was simply impossible. He hadn't even expected George to resist. George looks at the trail of energy Michael left behind and began to wonder how quickly it would go away, and if it would go away at all. George talks about how Michael appears to be from the Palace of Fire, clearly not the Palace of Blood, as his attacks are quite different. The adversary turns to Michael and talks about how overall it all doesn't matter at all, and afterward offers to try again. In response, Michael only stands still and stares at his opponent, realizing that he's not joking at all right now. Immediately afterward, Michael along with George collide in their punches together, and a new phase of the fight begins between them. George acts in his basic concepts. He just swings a huge axe in an attempt to hit Michael while he dodges. In the moment, our hero Michael notices that George has stopped seeing him and delivers a sharp, powerful kick with his foot right at him. The Empire guys watch Michael and George battle from behind the cage, and GE can understand how he manages to fight back against George. Time after time, George turns to Michael and talks about how incredible he really is just in what he does. Immediately afterward, a huge fist and a bolt of energy appears in George's hands, who aims it at Michael. Michael realizes that George will retaliate after his powerful punch, so he tries to block the attacks that are coming at him. He knocked George out with one such powerful blow, because Michael couldn't stand on his feet after such a blow. However, as it turns out, it's much worse than Michael thought, because right after that, he started bleeding from his mouth. This is noticed with shock by Robert, who realizes the fact that Michael is now losing, and this will disappoint him greatly. During this fight, Michael realized 3 things. The first being that his new body had limitations, and wouldn't let him do the techniques of the old one. The second problem is that Michael has a huge problem with controlling his energy so that he doesn't go into demon form. And the third problem is that George is far from an ordinary opponent, for he is no ordinary martial artist at all. George abruptly noticed that Michael was worse and started talking about how he had apparently exhausted himself very quickly from what was happening. George then abruptly began to raise his axe and thank Michael for this quick but interesting fight. Realizing that he had severely underestimated his opponent, he tried to hide his abilities, but now he had no choice at all. Our hero brings his hands down sharply and uses the Ice Blood Wind's ability, then cognizant into the body of his opponent. The huge ice dragon that Michael had created with its energy began to crush George and inflict powerful damage on him. George, in response to such actions, began shouting that this was a very old and weak technique with which he could not be defeated. Meanwhile, Michael himself had flown backwards. He had very little strength and energy. He just sat by the tree and tried to catch his breath. However, in the moment, Michael abruptly notices that his opponent George is right in front of him a mere second later. George started waving his axe again and talking about how he wasn't going to just let Michael go nowhere after their fight. Our hero Michael perfectly understands the fact that he should act and begins to change his position in places. George began to urgently turn to Michael and talk about how he was sick of running around like a mere rat in different directions. No longer happy, but with anger, George began to turn to Michael and talk about how he just wanted to hide his death from the others. He began to raise up his weapon and talk about how he was going to strike a blow that would destroy Michael already. Immediately afterward, that's exactly what happened. Michael directed a sphere of his energy at himself for protection, and George struck. However, despite the fact that Michael managed to stand his ground, he immediately realizes that George creates blows of such power very easily. Our hero decides to act radically and pulls out the very two daggers Mozart handed him and engages in a more effective fight. Immediately afterwards, using the power of the weapon, his strength and power, Michael begins to charge straight at the enemy. Things are already hard for George this time, as he can barely contain his surge of energy, not realizing where Michael gets his strength from. Right after Michael performed his first attack, he immediately realized that the main strength of this weapon was in absorbing the opponent's energy. Michael realizes that basically everything else doesn't matter anymore because it's the only thing he can rely on. Immediately afterward, Michael uses the powers of a demon lord, absorbing everything around him and covering himself with true energy. George immediately notices that there is clearly a strong change in their fight, because previously he did not expect such a thing from Michael. He starts looming right over Michael, saying that he's going to destroy him now and end it there. The events of the story take us to some geezer near the forest. He is watching everything that happens from the outside. Everything that happens is also being watched by Emperor Robert, who doesn't realize he's going into battle, but has faith in Michael. Meanwhile, in our battle, things do change, as Michael's opponent's hands are covered in his energy and turn blackish. Throughout, George began to realize that he no longer had the strength to resist Michael and asked him to kill him. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, stood over George himself with a rather grim face, not sure what he should do next with everything. Michael remained silent for a while longer, but then decided to ask, saying he would only ask one question. Michael turned to George and asked one question about why he didn't dodge the punch when he had the chance. By this point, all of George's aides run over and immediately ask about what happened in the place. Michael realizes that the problem also lies with George's helpers, who have seen the demon's form and could bring trouble. In the moment, Michael looms right up to George but abruptly passes him. Much to his surprise, he wasn't expecting that. George started yelling at Michael that if he didn't kill him right now, he would regret it in the future very much. Michael stopped only for a second. He listened intently to George and then turned away and walked forward. George didn't even say anything right away. He just knelt on the ground and pondered with shock about something. However, immediately after his musings, George raised his head. He began to look up and laughed wildly in spontaneous laughter with tears in his eyes. George was looking at the sun and says it's all fascinating, adding that in all likelihood it's too early for him to be Khan. However, while also looking at the sun, George also spoke about how he was not going to back down, for he wanted to become the master of the empire. In the moment, George tossed something very high straight up, and our hero Michael immediately felt his throw from behind. Michael turned around and saw something gold on the ground. George said it was his payment for keeping alive. George started talking about how he didn't want to deal with it anymore because after seeing the demon lord, the outcome of everything was clear to him. The enemy turned to Michael, put a hand on his shoulder, and spoke of the whole business of the master of the bloody palace, adding that he was dangerous. Michael is creepily surprised by his words, asking about what he just said and how he knows Michael's language. George, however, made no reply to this. He only went forward silently to his horse without uttering a word. Our hero began to look straight in Michael's wake and talk about how he didn't understand at all what the master of the bloody palace, Rox's father, had to do with it. However, Michael's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the fact that his new friend Emperor Robert appeared nearby and began to hug Michael. Robert started crying and telling Michael that he had saved him and his men again, and he was very grateful for it. Michael smiles, seeing and realizing that he now has an entire emperor crying in his arms. Michael began to talk about how seeing the emperor's tears was clearly worth intervening in this fight. These words pleased Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael announced that it was time for them to head back and began to gather all the energy around him. After that, using the rest of the energy, Michael breaks all the cages where the prisoners were, thus freeing them. Immediately after the release, most of the captives scattered in different directions, and those who remained Michael told briefly everything. Michael offers the Emperor to go with him to the Heavenly Mountains, but he refuses, saying that there is one man left waiting for him. Robert began to talk about how he had most likely already lost his status, but it didn't mean anything to him anymore. In response, Michael smiled and was happy for the Robert boy, realizing that there was still a great future ahead of him. Robert turned to Michael, saying he'd like to meet again sometime, and asked him to take off his mask the next time he saw him. Michael jokingly replied to Robert with a smile that it would all depend on his behavior, but they would definitely meet again. Robert thanked our hero Michael for all he had done and stared after him as he left. Already walking far down the path, Michael turned around only once to look at Robert. Immediately afterward, Michael jumped up and using his energy was able to fly overhead far ahead through the forests. After some time, Robert returned to the capital of the empire, but his brother took his place and no one was happy for Robert. Though Robert was glad to be back, he was exposed in his own country as the traitor everyone feared. However, Robert wasn't paying attention to all that at all. He went somewhere and opened the gate of the building, seeing a girl sitting at a table. He began to look her straight in the eye, and she sewed and turned her attention to him at that moment, then froze in place. In the moment, the past young Emperor Robert only became and announced with a smile that he was finally back. The girl to whom Robert was addressing stood in shock with tears in her eyes, for she could not believe what she had just seen. Robert in turn began to smile and blush as well, and turning to her asked about how she was doing without him. However, the girl could not answer anything. She only stood still and looked at Robert with tears in her eyes. Then in the moment, they both snapped out of their seats and ran towards each other and started kissing very sweetly and romantically. Robert hugs her and talks about how much he missed her, as all his thoughts were only of her the whole time he was in captivity. In response, the girl talked about how for her, it was all like a huge dream, from which she did not want to wake up at all already. Michael began to address the girl again, saying that he didn't care at all about who or what anyone thought he was. He had only come back for her. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to a palace of bloody art where an unknown man in a cloak goes. There are so many professional guards in the palace itself, yet they all let him through and don't even pay attention. Upon entering some large hall, this man began to take off a bit of his cloak and talk about how there was no way he could get used to this place. However, directly opposite this man in the hall, sitting on a red throne, was the very man, the head of the Blood Art Palace, Franklin. The man delivers information to Franklin that all preparations for the holiday are complete. The man responds by saying that he has learned of Michael's freedom. He declares in a robe that Michael isn't a hindrance to them at all at this point, and afterward adds that they can keep him busy. The man also reports the information that George has made himself the Khan of the North, and Franklin replies that it was long overdue to do so. However, his assistant named Chris, a man in a robe, declares that Franklin is grossly underestimating the situation. Immediately afterward, Chris informs Franklin that they have obtained the plate of the Celestial Dragon. This surprises Franklin greatly. Just hearing all this, the atmosphere around Franklin's throne became very dark. He raised his energy upwards and gazed forward. Chris tells of a man nicknamed Black Sun appearing in the Moon Tribe and defeating George, then saving the Emperor. Hearing this, Franklin is wildly horrified. He understands perfectly well that the transfer of the Sun Plate realizes that George is cutting ties. At first, Franklin is only silent and says nothing, but afterward, he gets very angry and gives the order to gather everyone for a general meeting between the courts. In response, Chris wrings his hands, smiles big, and says that he'll do whatever Franklin wants right this minute. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael. He has meanwhile arrived at his palace and begins to walk down the path to the palace. Not far from Michael, Luis was practicing in the same place, and when he saw Michael, he immediately turned around and began to greet him. Michael in turn slowed down a bit. He walked on and asked Luis how he was doing, and in general how the situation in the palace was. However, no sooner had Luis given Michael an answer than he himself began to hear some strange conversations and arguments not far away. It was Layla and Billy. They had been arguing amongst themselves the whole time and couldn't agree on something trivial, even flowers. Michael asked them sharply what all the noise was about early in the morning, and they were both surprised to see him and looked in his direction. Billy ran up to Michael, and Trunk talked about the man's very shabby condition, adding that Michael shouldn't have gone alone. Billy started crying and talking about how Michael was apparently going through puberty, but that only made Michael angrier. Layla started talking about how they were really wondering where Michael had been, and if something had happened to him during that time. Michael began to turn to them and talk about how he was doing fine and generally super, responding in a rather banal manner and not saying anything. Louise turned to Michael and asked him to just give him an order and tell him who needed to be dealt with. But Michael repeated that it was fine. Immediately after these conversations, Michael decides to formally introduce his return. He stands in front of the guys, stating that he is back. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to one of the buildings in the Pleasure Palace. It is full night. A girl named Jessica arrives at the palace and addresses the head of the Pleasure Palace and announces her arrival. Immediately afterward, the head of the palace asks Jessica to deliver a message to a place in the palace, telling them to take a walk to the small palace. Jessica realizes that in the third room where the message needs to be delivered, there are 3 killer demons who are tough and don't even have names. Immediately afterward, Jessica begins to wonder who might be the target of such a visit, immediately suspecting Lilo. In the moment, the head of the palace turns to Jessica from behind the curtains and asks if she's scared. She states that she's fine. On a sober note, Jessica realizes that the head of the Pleasure Palace wants revenge on the small palace, which may incur the Elder's wrath. Jessica realizes that something needs to be done about it, but gives good word and accepts the order, realizing that they need to go to the small palace. Immediately after, in her head, Jessica begins to remember the daughter of the head of the Pleasure Palace and her condition after visiting the small palace. Also, the head of the Pleasure Palace talks about having Nami go with Jessica, since she won't leave the room after she returns. Without leaving the curtain, the head of the Pleasure Palace declares that if Nami keeps running just from trouble, she won't get any stronger. A small amount of time passes, and Nami, accompanied by people in dark clouds, moves out from the roof of the building somewhere. Nami complains about the very demons being sent along with her, which really stinks like they've never been in the shower. However, there is a second thing that worries Nami greatly, and that is that things have gotten out of hand. Closing her nose, Nami realizes that she doesn't want to go to this palace small at all, because she might get the drop on Michael and his men again. However, things are even more complicated than that, as the Trade Palace's assistant Silvers is watching all the action and recording everything. Silvers also immediately identifies the very 3 demons who once broke the rules. Now he knows where they've been hiding all along. Also, watching them quickly moving away somewhere, Sylvester can't figure out why they went out the window and not the door. However, taking a closer look at the pattern of their movement, Silvers realizes with shock that they have set off in the direction of the small palace. Upon realizing this, Silvers of course recalls with shock the very promise he signed to protect the palace in front of Michael. Silvers begins to think that Nami and her men are after information, and knows that his letter can't be allowed to leak. Immediately afterward, Silvers decides to act rather strongly and sharply, for he blows his whistle and calls for his men. Of course, Silver's trained men immediately realized that this was an important signal and advanced towards it. Along with them, Silvers advanced at once, straight in the direction of the small one's palace, realizing that he was obliged now to save him in case of anything. The events of our story move to the very basement of Lester, where someone tells him about yesterday's events with George. It turns out to be Michael, who learns from Lester that George is the ruler of the Northern Plains, which surprises Michael. He realizes he's made a mistake. Michael also shows Lester the very thing that George gave him, but Lester mentions that apparently it's not the only one. Lester is greatly surprised by George's words about the Blood Palace, for as Lester knows, they have a long association with the Moon Tribe. Michael asks Lester to find out what this thing is, but he immediately says it won't be easy. But Michael adds that he doesn't hold out much hope. Immediately afterward, ending the topic about George, Michael also informs him that he needs martial arts techniques and asks for help with them. This question surprises Lester a bit, and he turns to Michael and asks what the Demon Lord's superior art is not to his liking. Michael tells me that when he uses it, it just tears down everything around him, and he wishes he had something lighter. However, scratching his beard, Lester asks what he needs to do in this situation, but Michael only sees it as a rejection. Lester replies to Michael that there are plenty of martial arts books in his own palace, and it's not worth going here for that, which surprises Michael. Thinking back on it, Michael himself realizes it's true and doesn't understand why he didn't think of it originally. Lester, before Michael leaves, asks him to also look into the High Lord's library, saying that there might be something there as well. Lester says that he would like to bring up another important topic, and that is to find out what Michael and Mozart communicated about in the Palace of Commerce. Michael then briefly recaps everything, mentioning that he was able to achieve getting 30% of their assets, much to Lester's laughter. Michael reveals that Mozart is very greedy, and in just one meeting, Michael was able to change their relationship with the Blood Palace. Lester offers a thought and tells us that Mozart's main source of profit is the Silk Road from the peddlers. Next comes the Palace of Blood Arts, which, having immense power, allows itself to keep the Palace of Fire at bay. Once, the Blood Palace even tried to get rid of the Sword Palace, but the Sun Palace and Pleasure Palace would not allow it. The most interesting confrontation is at the Palace of Commerce and Pleasure, for they extinguish each other at every opportunity. The calmest and most understandable among all is the Palace of Venom, for it always maintains neutrality towards all sides. Lester says that when the men of the Blood Palace were captured, it is likely that those sought the help of the Moon Tribe, for archers. The counselor also asks Michael to understand that the Moon Tribe and the Trade Palace will not help them in the event of a war with the Blood Palace. Michael also notes that the Palace of Commerce have not taken their side all the way and are still in a more or less lonely position. Lester also adds that the cult's biggest problem is that it doesn't have people to gather information. Lester says Michael at one time and knows everything about the cult, but on the other hand, doesn't even know the basics. Words like that piss Michael off. Michael also talks about being greatly amused by Mozart's bluntness, as it's very easy to see what goals the Palace of Commerce is trying to accomplish. Lester also asks Michael to be careful with Silvers, for it's not so much his skills that matter as the fact that Mozart values his opinions very much. Lester also talks about how Silvers is the kind of person who strongly values the reality of what's going on, and he could be poached if shown strength. Michael smilingly remembers that he's already managed to tie Silvers to him in some way, so things may be easier from here on out. Talking about it all, and often remembering the Palace of Commerce, Michael immediately thinks of the weapons he got from them. This weapon is quite powerful, and most importantly, it completely converges with the energy from the demon's art. Michael pulls it out. Michael looks at his weapon and begins to wonder if Mozart has any ulterior personal motives in this gift. However, while Michael was pondering all of this, it was with great shock that Lester noticed this weapon in Michael's hands. Immediately afterward, Lester began to raise his head upward, at first holding back laughter, but then laughing sharply to the point of helplessness. Lester learns the whole story behind the gift and suggests that the ulterior motive is that they are useless to Mozart. Only people with art use them. Lester says that Mozart doesn't know martial arts himself, and to at least get the weapon somewhere, he decides to give it to Michael. Though Michael stands in disgruntled shock at what he has just learned, however, Lester realizes that this is pretty good luck for them. Lester tells Michael that the Third Elder is very knowledgeable in the common arts and suggests that Michael seek him out. Michael talks about how he'd love to do that and asks Lester to hurry up and find information about the clan and the rest of it. The counselor says that the Nature Clan he's always everywhere and never nowhere, but just by throwing their plate, you can get help. Michael starts hiding the plate in his robe and talking about how he'll remember it, because it sounds very interesting. Our hero is about to leave, and Lester talks about how various strange rumors about Nami have recently surfaced. He says with a smile that it wasn't really anything important, he's just trying to get an answer from the Pleasure Palace. Lester asks Michael about the fact that did he set this whole thing up on purpose. His response is that it's for a special meeting with the master. However, this response greatly surprises Lester. He really wants to hope that Michael has no bad intentions and is doing this cleanly. Immediately afterward, Lester opens a book and reads information about the master of the Pleasure Palace, a girl who has 4 snakes. Lester talks about how it's also quite possible that her men are already holding a path to Michael's palace, and it could be dangerous for him. Michael starts to leave. Old man Lester checks with him where he's going, and he says he's heading to the Pleasure Palace. Lester talks about getting everything ready then, and Michael starts to get angry and ponder how powerful the master of the Pleasure Palace is. After putting all the chains and facts together, Michael realized that the Pleasure Palace wants to kill him. Rather angry, he decides to act drastically. Meanwhile, in the morning, Michael's helpers in the form of Luis, Layla, and Billy find a new note informing Michael that he's leaving. Billy doesn't understand why Michael leaves so often, and Layla dares to suggest that Michael doesn't trust them, but Billy disagrees with her. Luis realizes that maybe Michael isn't taking him because of Layla, so she won't be in danger, so Luis should do something about it. Billy suggests that while Michael is away, they set the table, have a drink and a nice meal, but Layla and Luis are clearly not comfortable with that suggestion. In the moment, Luis takes Billy by the shoulder with his hand, and Billy offers Louis a drink with him tonight to their work as friends. Instead, however, Luis offers to have a different kind of fun and says that Billy will now train with him every day. Billy tries to get out of his hands, but realizes that he's being serious, and it scares Billy a lot. He doesn't want to train at all. Luis isn't going to talk about anything further. He takes Billy with him and talks about how rejecting him would equal death for Billy. Meanwhile, the events of our story move on, taking us to the Summer Pleasure Palace, where the nightlife is as fun as ever. Since Michael's return from 3 years of training, there hasn't been one quiet day there. Everyone is forever discussing him and what's going on. A lot of people tell each other different stories that relate to Michael and everything going on, including us. Thus, one of the guys at the table tells the story of seeing Nami in tattered clothes outside Michael's house in the small palace. And other people are also discussing amongst themselves the alleged romance between Michael and Nami, which didn't really happen. However, in the moment right behind the very guy who is telling this, a girl appears and says he doesn't have 10 lives. It turns out to be a pleasure palace master named Stella, also known as the White Flower and leader of the snakes. On seeing her, everyone around them fell to the floor and began to bow, saying that they expressed their full respect for her and were afraid to disturb her with their words. However, she only laughed sweetly in response to this action and said that such misdeeds would not be paid for by bowing one's heads. After which, with a rather creepy, icy aura, she declared that they would all have to pay for it with their lives. The guy who was telling all this began to justify himself, saying that he only retold the rumors that reached him and no more. He then turns to him and offers to talk to her, but he doesn't understand such a strange desire at all. Stella starts laughing hard, waving her fan and talking about him telling her what she wants to hear. Whereupon Stella ordered it to be done now, the lad fell on his knees and began to talk about how he had committed a misdemeanor worthy of death. Immediately afterward, Stella pulls out a nail file, raises a creepy aura, and talks about how that's when this guy is supposed to die. Stella then took her dagger and threw it straight at the very same guy, making a very sharp throw that went into the man. The man was already prepared to accept his certain death at Stella's hands, but in a moment, some vase flew straight at him from the side. Immediately afterward, a voice came up asking about the strange liquor in the place, and Stella turned her full attention to it. At one of the tables sat our hero Michael, who was in a hermit costume and was looking directly at Stella. He was the one who threw the vase. In a moment, Michael began to lift his hat. With a knowing look and a snide smile, he turned to Stella and asked what they were doing here. People saw Michael and were freaked out by what was happening. They fell to the floor and started bowing to him, saying they adored him. Stella, for her part, didn't even give a hint as to the whole situation. She continued to just stand there and look at everything with a smile on her face. However, Michael was no closer to her stance of mere observation. He stood up and started walking towards the people around him, taking slow but powerful steps. Michael sat down at another table and turned his attention to Stella. He knew from Lester that she was a powerful assassin who had once killed an entire squad. Looking at Stella now, Michael highly doubts her skills. He drinks something from a cup and just sits silently across from her. In a moment, finishing his drink, Michael turned to her and spoke of how he never thought she would be here, a master of pleasure. Michael clearly has a clearly laid out plan and strategy in his head, because he started to turn to Stella and say that Nami wasn't his type. This was all really pissing Stella off. There was clearly just the maximum possible evil aura behind her. However, she didn't give any sign of it. Stella turned to Michael and asked him how he was feeling, and added if his anger had subsided after their private meeting today. At first, Michael doesn't say anything back, but in his head, he realizes that he's having a hard time containing his anger at having assassins sent to him. Michael wasn't going to reveal himself, but saving a man's life was more important to him, so he says things could change now. Stella talks about how a girl needs preparation to meet a man, so even now she would ask Michael to wait. Michael stood up abruptly, his eyes glowing with energy. He turned to Stella and asked what would happen if he refused to stand and just wait for her. She turned to Michael and said that since he didn't want to, there was no need to wait. Then she raised an aura of her energy around him. Immediately afterward, all that energy she had created was channeled into the man standing next to her, the same one who had recently been talking a lot. Michael saw that the one from her energy turned to ice in an instant, and it impressed Michael greatly. Now he knew more about her abilities. Michael turned to Stella and said he didn't realize that her power allowed her to kill other cult members for no reason, even in front of him. In response, Stella started laughing and talking about how Michael had become more intelligent and principled since his return. She was proud of him. However, Michael responded by asking her not to change the topic of conversation, and she sat back in her chair and stated that she would also ask questions then. She turned to Michael and asked about why he felt as if palace members were not allowed to touch other cult members. Michael turned to her again and reminded her that there were demonic teachings that said that, but she only laughed. In the moment, Stella turned to Michael and stated that she'd been wanting to say for a long time that it's really all about simple pride. Stella began to say that Michael was the first person to do bad things to her people, and this person insulted her personally. That's all the fallout. Immediately afterward, she snidely turned to Michael, saying that someone had broken her heart altogether, and checked with him to see if he knew who it was. However, this dialogue didn't please Michael at all. He turned to her and asked about how he knew about who broke her heart. With a very crazy look and energy in her eyes, she started talking about how Michael should know this, or rather even had to. However, our hero Michael was not so much interested in her words as in the fact that he saw from the energy of life that the man was still alive, albeit in ice. Stella, meanwhile, turned to Mile, stating that she would like to suggest that he make an interesting bet with her. In a moment, Michael notices that the dishes near him have also become frozen, and their energy is high, meaning they are clearly at least level 8. Michael turned to her and talked about how the title of young leader meant nothing to her, but she stated that everyone was equal. He immediately realizes that Stella is very different from the others, for she is only interested in herself and the pleasure palace. Michael talks about how if Stella wants him to, he'll make the bet at her request, and she laughs in response, saying that Michael hasn't changed at all. Immediately after that, Stella orders to call Jessica. She comes, and Stella asks to close the restaurant for the day. Jessica promises to run the errand and, along with her assistants, begins to lead people out of the hall all over the place. Literally, after a couple minutes, there is no one left in the hall, just Michael, Stella, Jessica, and her assistants standing around. Stella approaches Michael, saying that he is rarely here, and suggests that he spend at least a couple days here in comfort for him. She also adds towards the end that this is her bet. She doesn't ask for anything else, after which she smiles eagerly again. However, Michael is still on his wavelength and has a plan. He turns to Stella and asks what will happen if he refuses. Stella says nothing in response, but her assistants immediately gather around and draw their swords, letting her know what's coming. Seeing this, Michael talks about how he's got it all figured out in general and asks what will change 2 days from now. She replies that nothing much should change, Michael agrees, but designates one point. Stella asks about it. Michael talks about how since Stella is the first one to mention it, he wants to run everything based on 3 simple winters. Michael looks straight into Stella's eyes and talks about 2 days from now and doesn't finish the sentence, thinking in his head that he's just going to destroy them. However, right after, pouring energy into his eyes, Michael turns and says that in 2 days he will simply subjugate them all to himself. This comes as a shock to Stella. She was not even close to expecting exactly this kind of response from Michael now, especially one that involved submission. When Stella heard this, she turned to Mile, saying that he was going too far with his jokes now, and she didn't like it. However, in response with a rather creepy aura, Michael declares to them to just wait for him to arrive, and that's it. Nothing more needs to be done. Turns to Mile and talks about waiting for him like a spouse, and promises that she will prepare a bath. However, next, turning her face away, she added snidely that it would be all in case Michael could get to her chambers. Stella starts to leave, and Michael turns to her and asks what she will do about the man in the ice, since Michael doesn't want to spend the night at the burial site. Stella talks about how she's not particularly interested in this in general, right after which she blasts an aura of her energy directly at the man. Immediately afterward, a huge flask is formed that will shackle the man in a state of ice. Michael is simply shocked with this power. She began to address Michael, telling him to come to the 6th floor as he had a drink, and she would prepare a room in return. Together with his assistants began to go up, and Michael just sat down and watched everything that was happening. After raising a rather angry look full of energy, Michael promised himself that he would come after Mrs. Stella, whatever it took. Meanwhile, Louis is training Billy, and immediately notices that Billy manages to hurt himself on the first day. This infuriates Louis. However, this didn't stop Louis. He decided to continue his training and started beating Billy from all sides with a stick to make him dodge. Billy at one point decided to be mean. He began to turn to Louis and ask about why all of a sudden he had to protect Layla at all. However, some sort of answer to that question was not given by Luis. He only raised his stick, prepared to attack, and asked Billy to watch his head. Billy began to defend his head, but the blow came right on Billy's arm, and he began to complain that Luis had tricked him. Luis stated that the opponent would not have told Billy where he would hit. Then Layla appeared. She offered her father a tea and a snack. He of course doesn't give up on it and starts gobbling up the food Layla brought him, which made Billy even angrier. In the background, Billy began to remember his father, who is just awful, and realize how lucky Layla really is to have a father. Layla also offered Billy something to eat, but he replied rather rudely that he didn't need it at all. However, Layla was not at all willing to listen to answers from Billy and simply began shoving food into his mouth for him to eat in silence and enjoy. Billy began to eat and talk about how he had a complete feeling that all his bones were broken, for everything hurt inside. Afterward, Billy turned to Layla and told her that if she was so worried about him, she could give him a massage. However, the response from Layla was clearly not at all what Billy expected, as she simply swung her hand and hit him right on the head from behind. She started yelling at Billy and talking about how he was acting like a total wuss and a man shouldn't be like that. Also the behavior of a child. Between themselves, they continued to argue, Layla calling him a loser and him saying in return that she was still a child herself and shouldn't be teaching him. Luis turns to Layla and Billy, saying that he will go to lead the forge, and he instructs Billy to continue to train and protect Layla. Billy realizes that Luis wants to buy something for his training and tries to talk Luis out of it, but he doesn't say anything back to Billy. Luis just slams the doors from the palace and leaves, and Billy realizes that nothing will change anymore, and training will only get worse for him. Billy fell to the ground and prayed to all the gods that Michael would hurry back and take him somewhere on the road away from Louis. The deputy hated practicing so much that he even made up a special prayer and shouted it while stretching out his hands toward the sun. Meanwhile, there were various unknown people on the roof of the small palace who were keeping an eye on it all. Among them, Nami and the three demons. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is using his power of energy to try to remove the shackles of ice from the very man in the Pleasure Palace restaurant. In a moment, Michael realized and saw with great shock that using the art of blood and demon lords, he was seeing some sort of reaction. Michael starts channeling even more energy into this guy's capsule, hoping his luck hasn't run out and he can survive. Much to the man's delight, Michael began to succeed, and the ice began to disappear, or rather melt under the heat of the energy. After literally a minute of such actions on Michael's part, he managed to rescue the man from the shackles of Stella's ice. Immediately afterward, Michael sharply stabbed the man in the back with a charge of energy to bring him back to life and inject energy into his body. And only then the operation can be considered complete, because our hero managed to achieve that the man began to breathe on his own. Michael immediately covered his mouth and, using energy, said about how if he wanted to live, he should silently walk out of here, and that was it. Michael let the man go and went to the stairs and began to climb the floors. He didn't know much about the palace, so it would be difficult. However, Michael knows that the true palace begins on the 6th floor, the first 5 made for entertainment and storage. Immediately after, Michael opens the doors and walks onto one of the floors and is immediately greeted by a bunch of girls who are happy to see him. A strong vapor began to rise around them, rose petals appeared, and they began to cheerfully call Michael's name. This vapor had a very strong effect on everything around him, including Michael, and the girls all started hitting on Michael. Michael immediately began to remember his past life. He had once been told that girls from the demon cult were more dangerous than normal girls. On one of the sleepovers in the face, Michael's friend told him about charm techniques, but Michael didn't really listen to him at the time. Looking directly at the campfire, Michael's friend talked about how these enchantment techniques gave a pleasant sensation. Returning to real time in the moment, the realization hit Michael that now the girls could use this technique on him. Michael began to remember everything he knows. One factor is the frequency of the energy. The cleaner it is, the better the technique works on the victim. Our hero also immediately remembered that, judging by Stella's words, he had been here more than once, so the girls are acting according to the old plan. With energy, Michael began to analyze everything around him, realizing that there were 12 girls surrounding him and another playing music behind the wall. Michael also began to look at where the steam was coming from, and it was from behind the same wall. It immediately gave the realization that the girl there was the heart of the technique. It was really like that. She was quietly sitting there alone and playing her instrument, just watching what was going on. However, in a moment, the main girl in tech began to notice some powerful energy in her direction, which shocked her. It turned out to be Michael. Using his skills, he was literally right behind her from behind in a second and was able to catch her off guard. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the topmost floor of the palace, where Stella addresses her assistant Jessica. Stella sits completely enveloped in snakes. She put her head down and, turning to Jessica, asked what she thought of it all. Jessica began to say that Michael had always been difficult to understand, Stella agreed, adding that a lot of time had passed since then. Stella began to hold the snake out to the side and look at it, saying that this was all very strange and she really didn't like it. Jessica didn't really understand right away what Stella was talking about. She turned to her and asked what Mistress meant by saying that. Stella turned around and, looking at Jessica, said something about Mike acting like it was the first time he had ever been here in his life, even though it wasn't. Without waiting for a response from Jessica, Stella started talking about how maybe the cult leader had done something to Michael before training. Hearing about the head of the cult, Jessica shuddered sharply and fell into fear, for it is forbidden to speak of him, and Stella is now doing so. But again, not waiting for Jessica's answers, Stella said that in general it was not important, and the main thing was to do everything right now. She mentioned that her partner Kate had stepped in, and now it wouldn't take long for them to get to Michael, because she was sure she could handle it. Hearing Kate's name, Stella started smiling and talking about how she and Michael would probably be happy to see each other after a while. Stella also asks Jessica how things are going at the small palace. She replies that it won't be long before they find out for themselves. Immediately after, Stella talks about how she's generally happy with everything and later adds that overall Stella is free and can go. Meanwhile, our hero Michael is standing behind Kate and notices something that makes him very surprised at Kate. And Michael is surprised by the fact that all in a couple of actions he defeated all of Kate's people. It scares him because they are all professionals in their work. Right after Michael made his methods, the entire sphere of enchantments and this technique began to vanish in an instant. Michael used 2 fingers to block all energy flows from Kate and began to ask if she was the one who had used the charm technique. She began to talk back about how it had been a long time since they'd had Michael. But Michael was surprised to hear that, asking if she knew him. Looking at her face, Michael also can't understand at all why she's blushing so much since he'd just immobilized her. Michael asks about how she knows him, and the woman starts to say that they've spent a lot of time together and she's known Michael for a long time. Our hero began to ask about whether Kate had had similar techniques done on him before, and she replied that it wasn't the first time for a long time. It all began to stress Michael out and throw him off his game because he couldn't believe he'd actually been here before. Michael realizes that if you rewind time back 3 years, and even then Kate could use the technique, she's very talented. Meanwhile, the situation in Michael's small palace has escalated greatly as the demons and Nami have gotten active and jumped off the roof. Billy was the first to notice the appearance of some shadow off to the side and immediately thought it was Michael, who had returned already. However, when Billy began to look more closely, he immediately saw some strange people, which frightened him in a way. Among them all, Billy immediately recognized Nami. He addressed her by name, but she pretended it wasn't her. However, Billy began talking about how it was definitely her, because no one else would wear such strange shoes underneath a black outfit, Billy's phrases pissing her off. The aide calmly began to ask what they were up to, and then using masks under the cover of night sneaked into Michael's palace. Layla asks Billy what these people came for. He immediately started talking about how he's not sure, but he seems to know the reason. Billy started talking about how apparently Nami just had a crush on him and decided to sneak in here for him, which pissed her off a lot. Billy started to make a cute face and talk about how he unfortunately couldn't reciprocate because his main mission in life was Michael. Nami responded by yelling at Billy and talking about how he was a creepy frog and no one wanted him, which made Billy angry. Nami started yelling right at Billy and talking about how nothing in this world would ever bind them together. To avoid being embarrassed in Layla's eyes, Billy began to talk about how she was just embarrassed very quickly, so she didn't want to talk. Billy turns to Nami and tells her to stop messing around and tells her that if she was trying to get his attention, she succeeded. However, in response to this, something happens that Billy clearly wasn't expecting, namely Nami and her men pull out their guns dramatically. Immediately afterward, a rather startled Billy turns to Layla and tells her that apparently Nami is not here for him today. Meanwhile, Nami herself started pointing her sword directly towards Layla and pointing at her, which caused Layla to be surprised. Nami began to speak with a rather harsh and angry look about her obligation to kill Layla right here today. However, Layla, for her part, didn't understand why that was the case at all, because she doesn't want to die, and she doesn't understand why Nami is mad at her for something. She talks about Layla being a simple person with no lineage. Even by her existence in Michael's palace, she is already insulting him like that. However, Layla's response is that they are in the small palace just the same, and Nami won't just get away with it all now. Nami began to swivel her head around and talk about the fact that apparently Layla had already made her connections here. One of the demons of the night turns to Nami and asks for orders to kill Layla quickly. He talks about being very hungry. Layla, of course, hears perfectly well all the things that are being said about her and that she's going to be killed, and it scares her a lot in the moment. However, Layla gathers up her courage and yells for Nami and her demons to get out of here right away. But of course, Nami doesn't listen. Billy, meanwhile, tries to make a very smart and strong appearance to intimidate his opponents, but succeeds miserably. Immediately after Nami turns around, she turns to her men and orders them to eliminate Layla immediately. And of course, a mob of demon assassins take it on. For they are mere mercenaries, they immediately headed in Layla's direction. However, something unusual happens. One of the demons who was closest to Layla gets hit by a flower pot right in the head. The man who did it turns out to be Billy. He makes a simple appearance and talks about how it just slipped out of his hands. The demons don't make much of a big deal about it, but Nami is very angry at Billy. She didn't want this to happen, and he showed strength. Billy, meanwhile, stands still and complains that he hasn't had a single quiet day yet since Michael's return, which pisses him off. Immediately after saying those words, Billy abruptly turns around, looks at Layla, and talks about how this is the last time he's going to save her. Billy starts to go to Nami and talk about how he really wanted to try to understand her. But it's not going to work after this. Billy doesn't share her methods. Immediately after, Billy addresses not only Nami, but tells the demons nearby that his name is Billy, and he's ready to fight. However, in response to all of this, Nami only raises her energy and calls Billy crazy, adding that they're going to kill him now too. However, Billy is not the least bit afraid. He stands his ground and abruptly begins to shout about being the son of the master of the bloody palace, Franklin. This did not cause any surprise to Nami, however. Here were the wars she came with that stopped abruptly upon hearing this. Nami started yelling at them and telling them not to hesitate and just kill this Billy guy right now and that's it. Immediately afterward, Billy starts yelling that they shouldn't look down on Layla and asks the guys if they know who Layla's father is. Nami asks Billy why she needs to know the pedigree of a mere maiden, and he replies that it's really better not to know. However, though Nami doesn't give any sign, she immediately begins to realize what's up, because it looks like Layla is someone else's important daughter. The aide pokes his finger forward and talks about how here it comes, her damn scary father he was going to talk about. Nami at this point does start to feel someone's very powerful energy behind her and turns back around. The warriors do the same in the same instant. All together, they look back and abruptly notice some sort of large explosion occurring near the gate. As it turned out, Billy wasn't lying, because right in front of them, Layla's father appeared from the dust of the explosion, full of energy. However, that's where the events of the story go next, taking us to the pleasure palace on the upper floors to our hero Mile. Michael, meanwhile, walks around all these floors and looks around, noticing different girls learning things. Michael walks right up to them in the hall and immediately addresses the question of whether this is the home of the hovering ghost team. The girls standing in the hall began immediately asking Michael what he was doing here, and he asked why they were so surprised if they had called him themselves. Michael was right. The girls were indeed standing with very strange, scared faces and asked to wait for a while, Michael agreed. He stared after them as they left, realizing that the girls had gone to report everything to someone, which meant things weren't going according to plan. In the moment, Michael looks to the side and notices a group of some little girls who are clearly in a rather frightened state. Michael doesn't give them much credit and decides to leave. However, one of them approaches and cheerfully addresses Michael in the moment. The girl turns to Michael and introduces. Michael thinks it's a pretty sweet move and gently strokes her hair. The girl is talking about being 9 this year, and Michael says he'll be 10 times as old. Some woman comes up behind her. This girl turns to Michael and tells him that he is already expected upstairs and asked to hurry up there. Michael starts to walk away. The girl waves bye-bye to him, and he notices at the end that she's pretty weird for her age. Michael, accompanied by the 2 girls, starts walking forward toward the stairs, with the girl still standing behind him, waving at him as he follows. Meanwhile, one of the girls in the hall runs straight upstairs and reports that Michael has reached the 6th floor and will soon be on the 7th. About all this, she reports to Jessica, who stands in wild shock and does not even know what she should do with it now because the situation is strange. Jessica is completely lost that this has happened. She lowers her gaze and holds her head, not knowing what to do now. She realizes that if Michael managed to get through, it means he knows about their techniques, which is amazing to her because it hasn't happened before. Actively not wanting to believe it, she talks herself out of such thoughts because then it would become a big problem. However, Jessica has hope for another squad of girls they've sent to Michael, as he should be a huge problem. One of the girls runs into the room. Jessica immediately asks what's wrong and the girl apologizes for the urgency. The pink-clad girl rather excitedly informs Jessica that the 8th floor of the palace has also fallen, and Michael has passed it. This has finally left Jessica in shock. She just can't believe the information she has just been reported. The girl who brought the news says that she decided to check it out herself. She went there and was shocked to notice that there were not even any footprints. She ponders the possibility that Michael's skills are simply too high, as one of the emperors of the dynasty once did. Jessica reflects on the fact that Michael had studied the art of lovemaking before he came here, which is why he was able to pass. She also realizes that's not what's important right now. It's the other thing. If they don't stop Michael, the Palace of Blood will defeat the Palace of Pleasure. Thinking about it all, Jessica immediately recalls Michael's words about making the entire palace his own 2 days after he arrives. Jessica immediately realizes what Michael's next moves might be, so she decides to stop him before Stella finds out everything, and asks for a squad of male spirits to be sent, saying that if he's done well with the girls, he's clearly going to start trouble with them. The girl leaves to carry out the order, and Jessica stands with the realization that there is 1 floor left until Michael gets here. Though it scares Jessica, she decides that she will stand in defense of the Pleasure Palace and Stella if Michael suddenly gets here. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us back to the small palace, where Louis notices the attacks on Layla and Billy, and talks about how he was told there would be guests, but he never thought they would come from the Pleasure Palace. He didn't expect that. He immediately realizes who he's dealing with, because he knows that when Stella became master, she got rid of everyone who supported the past master. Luis is well aware that such people are worth dealing with in the same manner as themselves, so he raises a huge fire aura. This is watched by Nami, who realizes that there is clearly no dialogue with Luis, and she should either act or leave while they are alive. Nami decides that she doesn't want to just leave, so she tells the demon that Luis has a much more dangerous aura and power than the others. Nami talks about how 2 demons can take care of Luis, and the 3rd remaining one can take on Layla and Billy. However, turning to them, Luis says that it does not matter, and today he intends to kill all enemies, because they will only serve at his hands. Luis springs into action, but the demons aren't standing still either, the largest of them looming right over Luis with a ready attack. He's about to launch an attack, however. Luis is way ahead of him and hits the first one right into his body, letting a lot of blood fly around. Just 1 punch was enough for Luis to toss him aside and forget about him, but another opponent showed up from behind. However, neither was the former defeated, and a situation developed in which both opponents clamped one Luis from 2 sides at once. The old man realizes that it is worth acting strongly and drastically. He energizes his hands and immediately grabs his 2 opponents with his hands. Luis grabbed them right by their necks with great force. He started squeezing them very hard and powerfully, yes, so much so that their faces swelled in a minute. Immediately afterward, Luis amplified his aura and asked his daughter Layla to close her eyes briefly from the very bad scenes. By this point, Luis's opponents were at their limit and could barely say anything. They were crying and writhing in pain. The 3rd demon immediately noticed what Luis was doing. He was taken by a great anger for it. After all, he was killing his friends and brothers. Therefore, the 3rd demon made the decision to snap out of his seat right now and attack the Luis standing against him with an immensely powerful weapon. However, the first thing he decides to do with his weapon is to hurt Luis's daughter Layla, but Billy comes to her defense and covers her with his blade. Meanwhile, Louis has already disposed of the other 2 men by killing them, and now watches Billy fight against the last man. The one started yelling about how this was not the time to talk at all, because they were actually in a mortal combat at the moment. Billy's opponent began to attack more frequently and more forcefully, and Billy himself became much better at defending himself against his attacks in due time. Though using cues from Luis, Billy manages to fight against such a powerful foe, but in a terrible position. In the moment, Billy's opponent begins to create a charge of energy, and he in turn yells at Layla to close her eyes if she still wants to live. This was all noticed by Luis, who began to shout that now it was not yet possible to relax, and the enemy's blow would have to Billy's body. At this point, Billy realized that if he attacked a little higher and faster he could win. He did just that and threw a powerful punch at his opponent. Billy's opponent was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe that there was a demon in Billy's body all this time that had energy and control over it. Billy's opponent fell to the ground with a hole in his body, while Billy himself stood in wild shock and was most frightened by the blood on his suit. Billy started running and screaming that he was bleeding and about to die, But Layla told him not to whine because it was only a small wound. Louis, meanwhile, is even proud of Billy. Even though he's acting like an idiot, he was able to overpower a top-level assassin just now. Luis, also watching Billy in battle, notices that he has basic art skills. Luis decides to pay more attention to this in training. However, there is one item left unresolved, and that is Nami, who is still standing up to Luis and telling him to stay away from her. However, Luis in turn only started walking straight towards her, saying that she was going to die anyway, and there was no point in stalling. Upon hearing this, she became blue-faced on the spot and began to beg Luis not to kill her, for she was afraid of it. Luis responded by doing a rather banal but scary thing. He asked Nami to kill herself if she didn't want to accept death at his hands. Nami at this moment couldn't even reply. She is only in wild terror and standing still, not realizing what to do in such a situation now. She believes that the last minutes of her life are coming and ponders the moment everything went wrong and who will be left to blame for it. However, in a moment, to her wild surprise, Nami is stood up for by Billy, who suggests that Luis should take pity on her and not touch her here right now. In a trembling voice, she turns to him. Billy replies that he recognizes the fact that she's crazy, but saves her anyway. However, even so, the fact of what Billy is doing this for cannot settle in Nami's mind. She turns to him and asks him about it. Meanwhile, our hero Michael ascends to yet another floor of the Pleasure Palace and is greeted by a group of men on the floor with a smile. Michael is surprised that there are men in such a palace, but admits that they are needed to do all sorts of errands from above. The leader of these men asks his subordinates to show Michael respect as a young leader. They begin to bow and fold their hands together. Michael greets them in return and says he didn't expect such a warm welcome, but is glad he doesn't have to use his powers. However, at one point the leader of these guys starts saying some pretty strange phrases, more like flirting, and it upsets Michael. Immediately afterward, steam from the palace technicians also began to appear beneath them, and the head began to talk about how Michael would have an unforgettable time with them. At this point, Michael went into the wildest possible shock. He had imagined many things and was expecting everything, but clearly not what was now happening on the floor. Michael, well realizing who his opponents are, immediately uses a great deal of his energy outwardly to demonstrate strength to the spirit. After which, Michael makes a decision to get rid of them right away and uses a technique that destroys the room. From that point on, the events of the story take us forward a bit. Michael rises higher, and this is noticed by Jessica, who is sitting in the room. After a couple seconds, Michael comes up to the floor and stands right in front of her in the room. She turns to him and asks him how he got here. Jessica asks Michael with shock about whether that means he's managed to overpower even the men in his path so quickly. Michael tries to make a smile. However, he is clearly angry. He says that if this is all the Pleasure Palace can do, it's sad. Jessica asks Michael with a shocked face what he did to all the men, since it's impossible to pull it off so quickly. Michael turns to Jessica and talks about how it's all basically irrelevant now, and then adds that could she get Stella on it. Jessica talks about how she can't do that and asks Michael to leave the palace in 2 days, but this only surprises Michael. Michael talks about how he's not at all happy about it, but Jessica responds by saying that she's not telling Michael a request, but advice. He asks Jessica why they tried at the palace to kill him. She says in response that they were stopping Michael from making an imminent mistake. Our hero abruptly sits down next to him and asks Jessica how they will stop him now. She says she has no methods right now. Turns to Jessica and asks about whether they are confident enough to try and stop him. Jessica retorts that she doesn't know where Michael learned the art of lovemaking, but even knowing it, it will be hard for him to beat Jessica, and panders to the topic of conversation and asks about whether it's too much space in one room for one Jessica. Michael turns to Jessica and asks if it is true that there are only 4 hours left in the 2 days. Jessica says that's right, and Michael abruptly lies down on the rocks next to her, declaring that he'll just wait for the 2 days to be over then. The events of the story take us to Luis, who tells Billy that if he wants to save Nami, he has to take her as his wife, which pisses him off a lot. Nami also protests the idea. She talks about how she can't be with Billy, but he responds by telling her to just shut up and stay out of it. Luis starts telling Michael that he has 1 minute left to marry Nami, or he's going to kill her here right now. However, in a moment, Luis's words are interrupted by a sharp shout from someone. Luis looks up and sees people coming towards them. It turns out to be Silvers and his entire battle squad. Literally in an instant, they land down on the floor and stare forward. Billy points to Layla and asks about this posse coming to kill her too, but Silvers says they're here to save her. Immediately afterward, Billy looks directly at Silvers and asks who beat them up like that on the way out, alluding to their terrible appearance. Silvers immediately recalls that before they came here, they were met along the way by Luis, who perceived them as enemies. Then, on his way home, Luis killed them all, under the pretext that they were the ones who were going to attack the small palace. Silvers originally made the decision to head to the trade palace back, but he became interested in Luis's powers and decided to follow up. Silvers then saw for himself with his own eyes all that he thought. He was greatly surprised when he noticed Luis' supreme bloody art. Then, also watching Luis, Silvers realized the fact that our hero Michael is supported by very strong people around him. Luis began to ask about why Silvers and his squad had come. He honestly said that they were afraid of the threat to Michael's life and had come here. This answer surprised Billy very much, and he turned to Silvers and asked about the fact that he had not known about the attack beforehand. At that moment, with great shock and sweat on his face, Silvers realized that he had now made a big mistake by not following what he had said. Immediately after, Luis was beside Silvers in the moment. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asked about why he was so scared. The old man asked Silvers to look him in the eye, and right afterward, he talked about whether Silvers knew who he was and asked him not to lie to him now. Silvers immediately begins to think and remembers that Luis reminds him of a member of the Ming squad who was very strong before. Silvers also immediately recalls that he once knew a Ming squad leader who was so strong that he could fight for days. Afterward, Silvers replied to Luis that he seemed to know who he was, and Luis replied that then Silvers needed to say goodbye to his life right there. Silvers immediately fell to his knees and began begging Luis for alms, saying that he would be sure to forget everything he knew if he so needed to. Silvers also started talking about swearing by 3 generations of his clan and his own name that if he cheated, he would become a dog. Luis in turn raised his hand up and began to lure all the energy around him, and immediately afterward channeled it into the members of Silver's squad. After enveloping everyone with his energy, he turned to Silvers and said that from now on, that ordinary warrior who belonged to no one. Upside down and enveloped in energy, Silvers immediately started talking about how he had figured it all out and dared not say otherwise. Once Silvers agreed to Luis's words and conditions, he lowered the charge and strength of his energy. Then he gave freedom to Luis's men. Luis turned to everyone and, pointing to Nami, asked them to take her into custody for a while he himself would go to Michael and tell him everything. The men from Silver's squad, along with himself, immediately wrapped ropes around Nami from all sides and told her better not to resist. Silvers, meanwhile, leads his men, thus helping Luis, who is determined to reform Silvers and make good on him. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael, who wakes up abruptly, having previously been lying asleep in Jessica's room. Michael woke up to feel someone's sharp charge of energy coming closer. He immediately realized that Stella was already there. Waking up, he turns to Jessica and talks about how 2 days have passed apparently. She informs him that Michael can leave. However, Michael responds by saying that it's not that simple. It's too early for him to leave, as there are certain things keeping him here. In response, Jessica stated that Michael shouldn't push his way out of it, because like she said, he couldn't go through her already. Michael then turned to her and began to ask her why she had given him 2 days of time. Much to her surprise, Michael dramatically energizes the somber atmosphere and asks Jessica if she knows why he's been waiting here for her for 2 whole days. In response, Jessica talks about how she didn't expect Michael to be here just for her all these 2 days. However, in response, Michael only rises to his feet abruptly. Jessica is very startled by this and gets up with her sword towards him, but he asks her to stop. However, though Michael asked Jessica to stop, in a moment abruptly some smoke began to rise around them, which surprised Jessica. Jessica began to swing her sword. However, Michael was not surprised. He turned to her and offered to place bets. A second after Michael's words, the wall collapsed and Louis appeared with Nami in his arms tied around him. Nami started screaming Jessica's name with wild tears, as if asking her for urgent help for her in such a situation. Jessica came to a huge shock at what had happened. She began to approach Nami as a young master and ask something. However, Michael, with a devilish grin, began to speak the terms of the bet, naming the first item as the fact that moving was forbidden by him. Immediately afterward, raising a huge demonic aura around him, Michael declared that whoever moved now would have to die. However, something surprised Mile as well, namely Luis's bloody and broken hands, from which blood was dripping even now. Michael turned to Luis and asked about the fact that he had not killed everyone there. The latter responded by stating that only one had been eliminated. Talks about how even one person is an unnecessary loss. But Luis states that he did everything in his power at that moment. However, Jessica interrupted that dialogue and started yelling about why Nami was at Michael's and what they had set this whole thing up for here. Michael started walking straight towards Jessica and then abruptly announced that this was their bet, raising a high aura of insanity. Jessica started yelling back that in that case, Michael had already lost since he was the first one to move now. In response, Michael began to raise his energy. He turned to Jessica and asked about her wanting him dead so badly. Immediately after, Michael addressed Luis as well, but not by name. He called him Bloody Master. In response, Luis began to listen to Michael. Michael started talking about how he had checked with his energy to see who was where, and the first three were now sitting above the ceiling. After which, Michael also added that there were 4 more in the bushes on the sides and ordered them all to be killed on the spot if they moved from the spot now. At this point, Jessica is in complete shock. She can't imagine that Michael has so much power and has already figured everyone out. Michael began to go to Jessica again and talk about how he was giving them 2 days to realize who they were now messing with. At one point, Jessica is sick of hearing all of this, desperate, doesn't know what to do, and decides to just sharply attack Michael. However, in a moment, someone's cold energy erupted directly from above and completely enveloped Jessica and the entire room. Immediately afterward, someone's voice came from the stairs to the top floor, beckoning for Michael to go upstairs. This voice said that all conversations further only with him personally. Michael began to understand everything and smiled, hearing such an answer. Jessica also immediately realized it was Stella. She started to turn to her and talk about how she couldn't let Michael upstairs that easily. However, Stella's response was a sharp and cold declaration for Jessica to let Michael go upstairs quietly now, which surprised her. Michael, meanwhile, without paying any attention to Jessica, began to walk upstairs, realizing that everything was going completely according to his plan, as it should. A couple minutes later, Michael went straight up to the topmost floor to Stella's room, who was lying on the bed, and greeted him with a smile. Michael began to smile and talk about how he hadn't lied when he said that they would definitely see each other again. Stella turned to Michael and asked if he had come here alone. He replied that he was in the master's abode, so of course alone. Stella asked about how Michael managed to get all the way here, and he responded by saying that it wasn't easy and gave him a lot of trouble. She started to say that the journey had indeed not been easy, but she had not expected Michael to come here harboring a grudge. So she turned to Michael and started asking him about the fact that someone had ordered him to destroy their pleasure palace. Also began to ask about who taught Michael the art of passion. He immediately realized that Stella had a mindset like Mozart. She asked if Michael had gotten the art of passion from the cult leader, but he was only surprised to hear such a thing. Stella began to say that at first she thought that the operation of attacking their palace was a joint effort between the trade palace and the small palace. However, when Stella saw Luis and his power, she immediately realized that the trade palace wasn't involved in all of this, because this is a big deal right now. Watching her words, Michael immediately realized that she was pretty straightforward and pretty smart. Stella turned to Michael and asked about whether he knew the number of people in the cult who had reached the highest realm of the demonic arts. Our hero Michael began to speculate about how many there might be, but Stella abruptly replied that there were 8, and she was the last of them. Michael responded by saying that he hadn't expected such a high score from Stella, and asked about whether it was great news for the cult in such a case. However, Stella responded by apologizing and saying it was very bad news for Michael, not her. Our hero stated that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other after all, so he'd like to talk to Stella some more. Stella asked about why Michael brought in a fighter as strong as Luis. Were they the target of the small palace? But Michael said those started first. Stella, with a disgruntled face, began to ask Michael to stop lying, especially in a situation like this where it was very disadvantageous to him. He began to wonder if Stella could really believe that he had hurt Nami back then during the meeting. Michael decided to change the subject a bit. He turned to Stella and asked about why she thought it was the cult leader who had trained him in the art of passion. However, upon hearing that answer, Stella laughed and asked if Michael had lost his memory, since it was the cult leader who had once brought him here. Hearing this answer surprised Michael greatly, but he realized that the past owner of his body had lived a horrible life, and his father had punished him with training. Michael immediately realized that it was in that training location that the cult leader's son had met his death, and the leader himself had disappeared afterwards. Michael raised an aura of energy in response and asked why Stella wasn't considering the option of Michael learning all the art. She laughs off that. Stella calls it a very stupid joke. Michael is puzzled by it, and then he also realizes that the past owner was a complete idiot. In response, Stella started talking about how Michael was the ultimate hopeless receiver from the beginning. When Michael heard such words, he could not understand her train of thought. He could not understand why she was saying that, and so directly into his eyes. Stella started talking about how Michael had lost his memory, and he replied that everyone changes with time and Stella would change. Stella replied that there were some people who shouldn't change, and Michael asked if she was one of them. In response, she merely created a chill beneath her, stated that it was a very long story, and suggested changing the subject already. Putting the smile back on her face, Stella began to ask Michael if he knew what his two major mistakes were. Stella stated that Michael had touched her people and that was inexcusable, after which she launched an ice attack at him right there in the room. She started talking about how unfortunately this is the only way a girl can survive in a demon cult, so she doesn't care about Michael's title. Michael began to get covered in ice, starting at his feet, and Stella said that the second mistake was Michael coming here alone. Laughing a little, with a smile on her face, Stella started talking about how Michael had threatened to get her, and now she was asking to try and get him to do it. Immediately afterward, with eerily insane eyes, she also added that Michael could only do that if he survived to begin with. Michael started to turn to Stella, but she interrupted him and told him not to beg her, and expressed surprise at the changes that had taken place. Michael, with creepy energy, started asking about whether Stella thought she could kill everyone since that particular guest on the first floor. Stella turns to Michael and reminds him that according to the teachings of their cult, the one who is stronger than others is always right, and no more. Michael's point is valid, and it is because of these silly teachings that many people have already lost their lives and others will lose further. Stella turns to Michael and talks about how it's out of character for him to say such unusual things as the son of a cult leader. Immediately afterward, Stella talks about how she's had enough of the conversation and offers to start. And afterward, launches an ice attack right at Michael. Literally moments after Stella launched her attack directly at Michael, it struck him and froze him into ice shackles. Stella thought about finally getting rid of Michael, but in the moment she began to notice that Michael's hand under the ice began to move. Stella doesn't realize at all what's going on, because this is one of the best ice arts that was created specifically for women. Before reaching Stella, Michael had already learned that this art was created by men for men, so Michael has the upper hand. Already in just the next instant, the shackles of ice that Stella had created in the moment simply shattered from Michael's powerful energy. Shards of ice started flying in different directions. Stella covered herself with her fan, but didn't realize until now how Michael had managed to do it. Then Michael shocked her by getting to his feet as if nothing had happened and using his energy around him. Michael began to turn to Stella and ask about whether or not it was true or not that she said only 9 people had reached the highest form of art. Immediately afterward, Michael stated that she was wrong about that, and she was also wrong about the question of why he had come alone, since he didn't need to take anyone else. Thus, Michael demonstrated his powerful strength, showing that he was much stronger than Stella, and began to create a charge of energy in his hands. Michael began threatening Stella and saying that if she couldn't change, then he would change her himself with his own hands right now. Stella is in complete shock. She never expected to see just such a thing, namely the supreme art of a demon lord in Michael's hands. He, meanwhile, apparently wasn't kidding at all, as he began directing his energy attacks directly towards Stella. However, much to her surprise, she also found the strength to resist and began to fend off his attacks using the ice art. However, the ice defense didn't help Stella at all. In just a split second, Michael destroyed it and immediately grabbed Stella by the neck. Our hero, like a wild beast, began to direct the attacks of his energy directly at Stella, his eyes burning like a demon, and the whole room was covered with darkness. At this moment, Stella stopped resisting. She fully realized that Michael had indeed reached the supreme demon. Michael's energy in the room only got more and more, and Stella started talking about how they didn't really have a chance to win in the first place. Immediately afterward, Michael turned to Stella and asked who the pleasure palace was for. Completely at a loss for strength and hope in doing anything, Stella began to talk about that, of course, for the supreme demon. Michael started to say that she was right, but he noticed that her gaze hadn't changed at all for some reason. Michael began to turn to her and talk about the difference between an ordinary murderer and a maniac who uses his status to take people's lives. Stella began to turn to Michael and ask about why a woman should live so miserably and uselessly in the world then. Michael began to turn to Stella and talk about how, first of all, she is not a woman, but a martial artist and one of the strongest. In the moment, it was as if Stella had come to terms with her death. She began to turn to Michael and talk about sparing everyone else. This time in a wild shock was our hero Michael. He expected to hear everything, but even close could not believe in such words from Stella. Starts to turn to Stella and ask about why he needs to spare anyone here. Stella says all the people in the palace are prisoners. When Michael heard such words, it was as if he lost touch with reality, because he had never expected to hear Stella say such a thing. Stella reveals that she wasn't born into the cult. Michael later brings up Kate, who is clearly also of other bloods, not mountain blood. At that moment, Michael remembers that same girl and all the other children, realizing that what comes out is that they were also kidnapped. They were taken as children. Our hero says that it's just hard for him to believe it, because then the pleasure palace is just a place like hell and nothing more. Stella began to turn to Michael and talk about how she would do anything she could to break the cycle for good. She also talks about Michael calling them evil, but later asks who, if not them, could go through all that torture and torment. Stella also asks Michael to refrain from any offers of rescue, saying that he already knows what her response will be. And he began to say that he was going to create a place where everyone would live happily and not break the commandments. Turns to Stella and declares that he is going to turn the cult of the blood demon into a cult of life and happiness called Min. Michael began to squeeze Stella's neck and she turned to him and told him that his ideas were very stupid because they didn't match reality at all, telling her back that he would do it even under the condition that he had to destroy the heavenly mountain. He would go all out for the goal. Stella, with a shocked face, started to talk about how is Michael talking completely seriously now. She doesn't understand why he would do that. Michael turns to Stella and tells her that if she really wants to break the vicious cycle, he will give her a chance. Michael reaches out to Stella and tells her that if she believes in him, he offers to put past relationships behind them and move forward together. Stella turns to Michael and asks about what will happen in case she doesn't believe him and his huge idea to change the demon cult, and raises a dark aura of gloom behind him and asks Stella if he can explain to her more easily what he wants from her and how he will proceed. Stella tells Michael that she remembers the first time he came here and adds that his eyes are the same now as they were then that day. Stella holds out her hand to Michael and talks about how she'll believe him so and keep her promise this time. Whereupon Stella, with a smile on her face, begins to say that she, as master of the Supreme Pleasure Palace, is pleased to welcome Michael the leader. Meanwhile, word of this reaches Jessica and the others, who are still standing restrained by Luis's aura. Luis talks about how it still means nothing to the others, and with an eerie aura of fire, declares that if they move, they will die. Jessica and everyone else can't understand why Luis's aura is affecting them so much, since they can't even move. Meanwhile, up on the top floor comes Silvers and Billy, who don't understand what's going on here and talk about how the bottom has decided everything. In the moment Jessica notices Billy and Silvers, she starts yelling at them and asking about why they are here, because she doesn't understand anything. However, among the things that pisses Jessica off more than anything else is the fact that the leader of the Forbidden Squad, Silvers, who is very dangerous, has come to the meeting here. Silvers talks about how there was a mistake, and Jessica yells that apparently the Trade Palace is involved in all of this. Billy turns to Luis and talks about how the atmosphere here is pretty awful. but he's more interested in where Michael is now. This is a question that not only interests Billy really, but all the other girls around her who don't understand what's going on upstairs. Meanwhile, upstairs, Stella turns to Billy and asks him if he could turn around. He says of course he can. Billy turns away, and Stella talks about how he promised to vacate the pleasure palace, and Billy replies that he'll do it as he brings it to an end. Stella talks about taking a chance and trusting Michael, but he's more stressed about the sound he heard because it makes Michael very uncomfortable. In the moment Michael realizes what's happening, he starts turning around and screaming about how the past him is dead, and he doesn't want it anymore. However, when Michael turns around completely, he only notices Stool sitting on the bed, who, as it turns out, has just changed her clothes. After realizing this, Michael turned back around and started talking about the fact that, according to Stella, he had been here before. She talks about how Michael must have really lost his memory and starts talking about how she's heard rumors about him. Michael responds by saying that these rumors are not far from the truth and asks about whether the charm technique has been used on him before. He talks about how on the 6th floor he met a girl, Kate, a foreigner, who used the technique on him. This information makes Stella angry. She says that Kate couldn't have done it because it's a forbidden technique. Stella replies that they had never used the technique on Michael before, as he was a pervert himself without it. Immediately after, Michael asks to forget it and asks how Stella is connected to the slaughterhouse, since anyone who doesn't want to change will end up badly. Stella tells Michael that the leader of the Massacre Palace is the Great Richard, and if Michael wants to change the cult, he should get rid of him. Stella reveals that Franklin, Richard, and one of the elders wish to become cult leaders, but they each have different methods and desires. Although Michael is not happy about it, he realizes that it is very expected because opinions differed even in the Federation Union, and even more so here. However, next, Stella announces that one of them doesn't really want to be the leader, but just wants to wipe out the cult. Stella reveals that Richard is a simple psychopath, and the events of the story send us to a palace of carnage. The events of our story dismantle Richard himself, who chases various people around his palace just to kill them. Stella describes Richard as a man who wants to turn the world into a realm of blood and murder, where there will be endless carnage and all. Meanwhile, the man in front of Richard, who was running away from him, begins to apologize dramatically and ask to be spared, saying it wasn't his fault. Richard asks the man if he still wants to run. The man in return asks only to spare him and make him a simple slave even. However, Richard retorts by telling him that it's all very boring and he's not going to live like this, whereupon he stabs the man with a gun. Immediately afterward, Richard addresses the man, saying that this would not have happened if he had not fled from the slaughterhouse. Richard leaves the man for dead on the path and goes off somewhere with a wild aura himself and asks his assistants to remove the victim's corpse. Immediately after this event, the stories take us to the next day, showing the cult of commerce and Mozart lying on the floor. Lying on the floor, Mozart reads a letter from Silvers, saying that he has become close to Michael and will spend some time in his palace. Silvers also in the letter asks Mozart to send him some money and things so that he can better succeed in gaining the trust of Michael and Lewis. After hearing this all written in a letter, Mozart gets very excited. He talks about how Silvers is just a wonderful agent. Meanwhile, Silvers and his squad are under Louise's brutal training in the small palace, for he has taken them under his leadership. Silvers is also on par with his subordinates in completing all errands and tasks, but he can't understand at all what he is doing it for. However, in a moment of turning around, Silvers also notices Nami, Stella's daughter, who is also training here, and he doesn't understand why and her. Last night after everything, Stella scolded her daughter Nami for all the behaviors and allowed Luis to take her to practice as well. Michael turned to Luis and asked about what they needed Nami for, and Luis replied that one of their men had asked to save her life. Nami tells Silvers that she doesn't know what she's doing here, and she doesn't want to be here because she's sick of all this training. Luis approaches Silvers and Nami about reducing the chatter, saying that although Michael believes them, Luis doesn't trust them at all. Nami talks about how it's very rude communication, and Luis says that now she has to do another 50 arm approaches for talking. Luis goes ahead and talks about how Nami is a martial artist first and foremost, and only then a woman, so there's that. Time moved inexorably forward and moving us towards evening. Luis tells his men that so be it, we can call it a day. Silvers sits in wild shock from the first day. He can't believe what's going on, and a great warrior like him doing ordinary exercises. Billy, meanwhile, also sits shocked, but he talks about how there's another problem. He doesn't feel a drop in energy after finishing his workout. Silvers looks at his hands and says that Billy is right. He also doesn't feel much, although he looks very tired. In the moment, Silvers realizes that with training from Luis, his body has developed much more powerfully and he doesn't feel fatigue, which makes him very happy. It was at this point that Silvers had what Michael had been looking forward to. He became dependent on the small palace and training from Luis. Meanwhile, our hero Michael goes to the library, to Lester's secret room, however not alone, but this time together with Stella. Stella immediately tells Lester not to worry. She says this often happens when enemies take sides for a common goal. Lester greets Stella and says that on the whole he is glad to see her and agrees entirely with what she says, for the truth is often so. However, despite this, a small argument ensues between Stella and Lester, but Michael immediately stops them. Michael says that a lot of people know about his visit to Tell's Pleasure Palace and they should deliberately spread good rumors about it. Lester, along with Stella, immediately agree on what rumors to spread and when and where, and Michael just listens to them silently. However, while they are chatting about all this, Michael remembers that there is a problem. During the takeover of the Pleasure Palace, Luis killed Kate. He also knows that Kate's death has upset Stella a lot, so it's best not to talk about it right away. Stella says that the slaughterhouse has not yet intervened, for she has fulfilled a request for them. Michael is surprised and learns of this request. Stella says that the Slaughter Palace asked for help in fighting the Federation that started the extermination of the cult. Mile was pretty shocked to hear this. Michael is well aware that if this information turns out to be true, it means that the war between the Federation and the cult is very close. He talks about how they urgently need to scout out what the Federation is up to, as the Dragon Squad may be ahead of the curve. Lester is surprised by such an idea from Michael and his words, but he also does not dare to argue with them, because there is clearly some truth in it. Michael is holding back a lot, not showing his shock. It's like he's back in time. He realizes that the Federation squad is very strong. Stella notices Michael's intense excitement and nerves. She turns to him and asks about if he has anything to say to them. Michael starts screaming like a child that they should use more forces against the Federation alliance, because they are very strong. Stella says not to worry, because even the master of the wrestling palace himself will be against them, which means there will be a lot of power. After learning this, Michael became even worse, because from Stella he learned that this man is just sick on the head, and this can start a war, and says that in that case it would be worth going to their palace and finding out for yourself to understand the situation better. Lester also informs Michael that the small palace will be very noisy for a while. Michael is surprised and asks why this is so. Lester shows the paper and talks about how the others won't realize what change has started and will announce surveillance and many other factors. The counselor also talks about him inviting someone here, but Michael asks if that's how the rumors could go down then. The old man says that he will keep a very close eye on everything and not a single ant will be able to hide from his gaze ever again. Stella also suggests moving the Pleasure Palace to Michael's Valley, but Michael says it's too early to do that. Only unnecessary attention. However, in return, Michael has set aside a separate building at his place for Stella so she can always come there, and she agrees to this. Michael stands up abruptly and asks that rumors be spread very well and carefully so that they can't be distinguished from lies in case anything happens. Michael also dramatically announces that while Stella and Lester are busy doing this, he will get busy getting rid of the other 7 palaces. From that moment, some time passes, and the events of our story move on, taking us to the Palace of the Sword. The leader of the Sword Palace, named John, decides to do something. However, his son tries his best to stop his father from the idea. John's son talks about how everyone was hoping for a change in Michael. However, here he was recently again for 2 days at the Pleasure Palace. John himself asks his son to stop saying all this, adding that he is saying a lot of stupid things because it is very important now. However, even after this remark, John's son didn't stop but only continued. And at this moment, John himself raised a huge aura of energy. Immediately afterward, he drew his weapon and turned to his son and told him once again to stop and not to say it again. John's son, named Garp, declares that he has no intention of stopping there, and he absolutely does not care about his father's power. John abruptly turns around and talks about how Garp is still just a kid who doesn't understand anything and is going to attack him hard. However, Garp is certainly not a bad guy either. He pulls out his weapon and stops his father's attack in a matter of seconds. Garp yells at his father and declares that he's not a child at all, but the leader of the extermination squad already. and his word should mean something already. However, Garp's father clearly doesn't think so. He only gets angrier and says that Garp isn't worthy of blocking his blows yet. Garp yells at his father and talks about how he doesn't feel sorry for Lilo, since not long ago, Michael spent 2 days at the Pleasure Palace. He yells at his father and talks about how he can't do this, at least for Lilo's own sake, who will only get worse from living like this. Lilo is Garp's sister. The latter immediately remembers that she's been suffering all her life, and so as a girl in a swordsman's family, she never cares about anything. Garp yells at his father again, saying time after time that he can't do that to his own daughter. However, Garp's father only ignores him, and the man talks about how if his father can't do anything, he'll do anything for his sister himself. He starts to walk away, and Father John, after they hit it off, notices that his son is nowhere near his highest stage. When Garp leaves, John goes to the leader of the main squad and asks about whether the information about Michael is true. It turns out to be true. Immediately afterward, John orders the leader of the main squad to go after Michael and bring him in to talk things over. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael himself, who is just sitting and meditating in his room. Afterwards, Michael looks out the window and realizes that his new tasks are talking to palaces that are made for war, and it's not going to be easy. Michael also fully realizes that he should keep the fighters from the Slaughter Palace away, because the war can't be won with them. Our hero also pays attention to the fact that the elders should arrive, but they are not there. He is also pissed off by strange sounds from under the floor. Right at this moment of our hero's musings, people from the Sword Palace began knocking on his gate of the small palace and demanding that he come out. The first thing to notice these people was Layla, who couldn't understand what was going on at all, or why they were so angry. And then Nami started talking about these people introducing themselves. They can just open the gate and talk. But Layla is shocked at the idea. She starts to argue directly with Nami, debating which one of them is the bigger baby, at which point Billy shows up from behind. Billy turned to Layla and Nami and asked what was going on, and they explained that some weirdos had shown up at the door. Billy learned that these people were from the Sword Palace, whereupon he immediately went forward and sleepily opened the gate of the small palace for them. In front of Billy stood the leader of the squad, and a huge number of his men, all of whom were armed. Billy was immediately surprised by this. The leader of the squad, Garp, began to talk about how they had come here for young Mr. Michael and were demanding him to come here as well. Billy starts yelling at Garp and talking about how the cult leader is more than just a friend to them, so when they call him out, they should show respect. However, Garp responded by saying that Billy was just a regular weirdo, and he wasn't obviously frightened by such strange phrases. Garp explained that he came here because of his sister, and in response he heard Billy say that his Garp is one of the runaway sword heirs. With a rather sly and snide face, Billy turned to Garp and asked him about why he wanted to take Michael for himself. Garp turned to Billy with a very angry face and said that he was only interested in one question, and that was whether Michael had been at the Pleasure Palace recently. At this point, Nami intervened in the dialogue and said that if Garp also wanted to go there, she could have fun with him. Billy at one point began to remove us from the gate and talk about how there had been a misunderstanding and Nami had already been banished from the Pleasure Palace. Apparently Garp was tired of hearing all this, however. In a moment, he simply attacked the nearest gate sharply and blew it down with his sword. Garp began yelling at the entire palace for Michael to come out right now, or he would have to use more brute force. He, along with Luis, walked straight to the gate at this moment and began to ask about the Sword Palace sending assassins to them. With a shout of displeasure, Garp began to accuse Billy of what he was doing to his sister, adding that he wouldn't get away with such antics. At this point, however, Billy was most shocked, for he had expected to hear many things, but not explicitly something about some sister. Garp started yelling directly at Michael and talking about not pretending like he didn't understand. Such actions are declarations of war. Billy started talking about how Garp's sister may be Michael's fiancée, but that doesn't give him the right to be so rude. At this point, Michael finally realized nothing. He lowered his head and his gaze, asking if he really had a fiancée. Hearing this, Garp started yelling at Michael even more, asking him about whether or not he was bullying them now. At this point, Michael realizes that apparently they're not kidding, and he understands Garp's anger, remembering the body's past owner. Garp started yelling at Michael even more and talking about how he didn't dare do that because he wasn't allowed to do everything. The aide began to turn to Michael and talk about how they shouldn't sweat about him because he's just a regular rude guy who's worthless. Our hero began to cover his face with his hand in shame, and afterward simply turned to Luis and asked him to deal with him. Luis knew it was Billy, and he knew right away, and later he grabbed him by the mouth and pushed him back so he wouldn't talk too much. Michael at one point began to turn to Garp to ask what his fiance's name is, since he doesn't even know her name at all. Garp started talking about his sister and Michael's fiancée being named Lilo, and immediately after added that it was impossible to forget his fiancée's name. At the moment, Michael froze in place. Lilo's name didn't do much for him. He started to look up and afterwards stated he was going to the Sword Palace. Meanwhile, around the Sword Palace, Lilo was chatting with her assistant as always about various feminine topics. Lilo stated to the assistant that she was leaving, but all she heard in response was words about it being reckless, which Lilo didn't like. Right after Lilo's assistant started saying that she just needed to find a spouse, at which point Lilo replied that she had already found one. Lilo began to fall into a seemingly angelic demeanor and talk about how she had known the man of her dreams for a long time. The assistant started talking about how they could finally make Michael happy, but that only made Lilo mad as hell. Offered to simply disrupt her wedding to Michael, right after which the aide began to shut her mouth from such phrases. She started screaming again that she absolutely didn't care about all the rules and laws, she would find a better man and be with him. At one point, Lilo began to describe a man in a black mask, with dark energy and long hair, recounting the image of Michael in the mask. Lilo reveals that he was rumored to be the one who defeated the ruler of the Northern Valleys, and was able to win a better place for the clan. After which, Lilo began to call him like the Black Sun, and declared that his mysterious appearance beckoned her very much, for it was of great importance now. Lilo continued to recount Black Sun's skills, but the assistant started talking about how Lilo hadn't even seen him. Then, Lilo's assistant started to talk her out of it again, saying that Michael would be here very soon and everything would be solved. Lilo, in shock, began to ask the assistant what brought Michael here, and she angrily replied that of course meeting Lilo. Immediately afterward, the servants reported that the young leader had arrived, and the aide said it was just in time. Meanwhile, the palace servants put Michael in one of the rooms about so many, and told him to just sit and wait for the head to come. And quietly, he closed his eyes and began to ponder what the point of this palace was. He only knew about it from Lester. He also began to picture the image of Lilo in his head, realizing that he didn't know anything about her at all, just a description from Billy. At the moment Michael comes to the realization that Billy hasn't told him anything at all about Lilo, he decides to deal with him a little after he arrives. Meanwhile, looking out the window, Michael notices some strange woman who starts to go somewhere and has tied her head with a scarf. In the moment, she turns her head and also looks straight out the window, noticing our hero Michael there looking at her. Our hero fully realizes it's her, and she realizes the same thing and starts to just move away faster. However, Mile is well aware that if nothing is done now, she will leave and simply runs to meet her, grabbing her shoulder. Michael began to turn to her and hold her back, telling her that she shouldn't act like that because it was wrong and childish. Michael began to ask Lilo why she was mad at him, and she only yelled back that she just hated him with all her soul. Lilo starts to walk away, and Michael abruptly tells her that he doesn't really like himself much either. But Lilo doesn't understand what he's talking about at all. He started telling Lilo that she knew nothing at all about martial arts, which meant she should keep her head down. Michael also said that Lilo should live in his palace, but she asked why, and Michael sharply replied that she belonged there. This sent Lilo into a wild shock. She was greatly surprised at the words Michael had said and blushed so much. Lilo began to ask Michael what the hell was going on, why she had to be with him again, and why he didn't hate her. Lilo started waving her hands and talking about how apparently Michael had learned the technique of lovemaking and was now just conjuring her up. Lilo decides that she urgently needs to go to the settlement behind the palace because that's where the Black Sun was last seen. At this moment, the very head of the Sword Palace appears from behind, who immediately begins to greet our hero. John's head went straight to say that he had heard about Michael's changes after training, but he had lost his way again and headed for Lust. Michael looked at John and immediately realized why he was given such a nickname, because he really looks very powerful. In a moment, using only the strength of his energy, John managed to draw the weapons that were on the walls of the house towards him. Quite surprised by all this, Michael began to ask John what was going on here and why the reception was being held this way. John turned to Michael and started talking about how he just wanted to know what power his son-in-law had now. However, Michael clearly didn't share John's idea of fighting and approached him with a suggestion to just talk now, since force was not necessary. John agreed, and Michael started to talk about how he was really sorry that he couldn't give Layla as much attention, but he was interrupted, and John interrupted him. He took his sword in his hand and, raising the energy, began to talk about the fact that he wanted to fight Michael to find out the truth. However, with his sober mind, Michael realized that this confrontation was very strange, because it was as if he was confronting a huge mountain. However, Michael decides that if John wants to fight him to learn the power, he will give him that fight right here and now. Michael energized his weapon so much and attacked directly at John that he broke both of their blades in an instant after the fight began. John immediately realized that Michael was very strong on his own level, and Michael responded by stating that he would not conduct any wedding that way. However, such words from Michael did not surprise John at all, for he was completely recalling the words of Michael's past, who had said the same thing. John replied that it wasn't for Michael to decide, and in response, Michael began asking to meet with Lilo to explain everything to her himself. In response, John started yelling that if Michael decided to sabotage his wedding to Lilo, he would make the Palace of Swords his enemy that way. Michael began to protest, saying that until recently, they might have heard a lot of rumors about him, but things are different now. At the moment, John started to walk away. He only turned to Michael for a bit and said he would give him an answer within 2 days, and Michael should be here. Despite the whole situation, our hero is greatly relieved by the fact that he was able to block his opponent's blow in this way. However, right after John left, Garp abruptly burst into the room and began asking Michael to follow him now. Garp took Michael out to one of the outdoor training rooms. However, the guys there were not too happy to see Michael. The guys started asking Garp what Michael was doing here, and Garp revealed that Michael would be part of their team for a while. The older guys in the squad immediately started protesting, saying that it was a very stupid idea that didn't make any common sense. However, Michael immediately interrupted their arguments and suggested that they start by saying hello and then talk about their relationship. Garp turns to Michael and talks about how there are a lot of crazy people on his squad who don't like the likes of Michael much. Immediately afterward, the entire squad began to walk right behind Garp, but Michael only stood there and smirked, not believing that this squad was explosive. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the basement, which is in the small palace. Lester has moved there. Luis and Stella are also there. Luis started chatting with them and talking about how their leader Michael went alone to the Sword Palace and it's very dangerous. Lester says that's a good thing, as things are going even much faster than he expected. Stella talks about how she did a good job with the rumors. Luis asks Stella and Lester if they know what's going on, and they immediately reply that of course they know everything. Luis says he's not too worried about Michael since he's very strong, and adds that he hopes to work with the Sword Palace. Lester talks about how if the wedding goes well, Michael and John will become related, and then there will be nothing to worry about at all. Stella talks about how the main problem for them is the Slaughter Palace, because if they decide to make the first move, the problems will be huge. Lester talks about the fact that this is indeed the case. However, he doubts that Richard would choose to step out of the shadows. He very rarely does. Lester makes the point that if Stella brought it up, she probably has some ideas about it. Stella says with a smile that the Blood Palace is calling all the other palaces to a meeting of the Common very soon. Stella also addresses the suggestion to tie up all the paths and to start taking care of the impatient head of the Trade Palace soon. Meanwhile, the squad led by Garp that Michael is now in is getting ready to train and eating. However, Michael is always haunted by different strange things. As soon as he came to take his portion of food, reported that the food is over. However, Michael looks into the barrel and talks about how there's still a lot of fucked up stuff in there, and it's not good of the squad to do that. But in response to his words, Michael only hears the cook shout that such a logical man is behaving so disrespectfully. Michael realizes that he's going to have to put up with all this for a while, and replies that he really likes beef jerky. With the worst food possible, Michael goes to his table and sits down, and the guys discuss how he has no pride at all. However, everything is not so simple, although Michael acts as if everything is fine, but he is quietly watching them to know the ranks of the fighters. The older guys among themselves are actively discussing the fact that Michael pisses them off a lot, because they have to babysit them a lot. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, just sits and eats, realizing that the guys around him have a very big opinion of themselves, even though it has nothing to do with reality. In the moment, one of the high-ranking guys starts yelling some boy's name, and he runs towards him with planks in his hands. As soon as this kid runs up to the other one, who is higher ranked, he gets hit right in the stomach with a leg. Michael observes the whole scene from the sidelines, seeing the older ones just bashing and berating the younger ones over little things. The senior in rank, Ian, yells at the little warrior, saying that if he doesn't act right, he will embarrass the entire squad. The little guy starts apologizing immediately and talking about how he won't let this kind of situation happen again, and apologizes again. John only yells at the guy in response and talks about how they won't shake in front of him just because he's small. Some time passes, a little guy named Phil goes to work. Someone comes up to him and offers to help with the job. This someone turns out to be our hero Michael. Phil at first replies that he can handle himself, but after seeing Michael and stops in shock. Shocked and frightened, Phil falls to the ground and starts to lie there. Michael reaches out his hand and offers to help him up. However, the guy turns away and says he's perfectly fine and continues to do his job. For a while, Michael stands right beside him and just watches what he's doing, understanding the point of the work. Michael starts to come on strong with his help, but Phil stops him, telling him that it's his job and he can handle it himself. Immediately afterward, Michael removed his hands and started talking about how if that's what FIL thinks, that's his business, and he can do that. He observes Phil and talks about how he's very good with wooden swords, even though it's just a mirage. However, in response only asked Michael not to stick around but to go about his business. Michael obeyed him and began to say goodbye. Right before he leaves, Michael clarifies that the boy's name is Phil, and afterward adds that it seems even for him, Michael is not to his liking. Phil talks about how Michael is a nuisance to everyone because he cheats on his wife Lilo, has done much harm to the faithful in their palace. Our hero asks Phil why he states this so freely without thinking that these words could cost him his life. Phil talks about how his squad was taught not to grovel in the face of death, even if it would cost him his own life. Michael turns his head and says with a smile on his face that Phil has indeed learned his lesson very well by all appearances. Phil is surprised that Michael hasn't done anything to him for saying that, but Michael says that did Phil really think he was going to get killed? Meanwhile, the events of our story take us right into the slaughterhouse palace, where the weather is pretty dark and gloomy as ever. There are people hanging alive head down in one of the rooms of the palace, being approached by Richard, who asks when the others will arrive. In response, some guy tells him that he will surely pay for his sins. Sooner or later, those who will deal with Richard will come. This guy also promises that the people who are coming will be very ruthless and get rid of the whole blood cult thing. Richard responds by saying that he's glad to hear this guy's voice because he was about to kill everyone here, including him, while he was silent. The guy talks about how he never imagined that the master of the slaughter palace would turn out to be a regular bloodthirsty kid with a worthless life. Right after Richard raises a very angry aura, he turns to the guy and suggests that he should take his life altogether in such a case. Richard then kills the guy, and Richard's assistant appears from behind to inform him that his master has received a letter from the Palace of Blood. Richard turns around very angrily and asks the assistant if this letter is really worthy of him opening it. Using his blade technique, Richard cuts off the aide's hand and tells him to get out with his letters. Immediately afterward, Richard reads the letter and then turns to the guy on the rope and asks him not to die yet. The events of the story return to the Sword Palace, where the head John is swearing hard that Lilo has disappeared somewhere in broad daylight. The main deputy turns to John and asks about whether he should go and find Lilo in that case. However, John talks about how that's not that important yet, and more important is what's up with Michael, and asks afterward how things are going with the other guy. The main aide reports that despite everything, Michael just tolerates all the insults and so on in his address without showing anger. John turns his head away and can't figure out what's going on. He ponders if Michael really has lost his memory or if he's hiding himself. However, the main deputy asks John if he thinks Michael is capable of hiding his identity so well. However, just a mere second after the aide said this, John's sword was right next to his neck with the blade. John turned to the assistant and asked about how Michael managed to block such a blow if even his best people can't get it. Immediately afterward, John begins to hide his sword and gives his aide orders to send an extermination squad to Beauty's Peak. However, the assistant doesn't understand this much. He asks about how he would then follow Michael if they had to leave. John turns his head and states that they will have to take Michael with them. John also says that maybe there he will get his memory back. Some time passes and the extermination squad from the Sword Palace is heading to that very mountain, the Peak of Beauty, right now. Michael also goes there. On the way he chats with Phil, who tells him about the different fire squads in the cult. Phil also tells Michael, and about the squads they are fighting, Michael realizes that they may be Federation squads. Phil talks about being correct and tells them that all the people in the Sword Squad have no relatives, which is why they love Miss Lilo so much. Michael replies that everything makes more sense to him now because he knows why everyone dislikes him so much here. It's because of his love for Lilo. Big ranking guy Ian turns to Phil and talks about how since Phil used to live here, it's now on his shoulders to take care of Michael. Phil was very concerned for some reason about this. He was sweating a little. However, he didn't disobey and said that of course he could handle everything. Michael turns to Phil in surprise and asks about whether he really lived here, but Phil replies that it's a part of the past that he doesn't remember. Michael tells Phil not to be shy because everyone here has a past that is somehow unrelated to the clan and cult. However, Michael and Phil's conversation is interrupted by the squad coming to some mini graves right in the mountain with swords on top. Garp, as the leader of the squad, stops and starts looking at these graves, saying that it's very strange to see them here like this. Michael asks Garp how he knew they were graves, and he replies that these people were victims of the fog and mist, which is at the height of beauty. Michael turns to Garp and asks Garp that do they really only refer to Phil that way because he grew up in these parts. Garp talks about how there is truth in that, and Michael adds that it can't be done that way, but Garp responds by saying that everyone understands that, but can't do anything about it. However, after another moment, Garp snaps out of anger. He starts yelling directly at Michael and talking about who he is to talk here. After that, Garp starts yelling at Michael again, saying that he's probably already forgotten what he did to his sister. Michael retorts that just because of the problems with Garp's sister doesn't mean that Michael should turn a blind eye to everything else. In response, Garp turns to Michael and tells him that the rest of their journey is going to be very challenging, which surprises Michael. Garp asks Michael to stay in that spot and wait for their return, saying that he won't tell John about it, so there won't be a problem. Michael doesn't agree to this and the squad sets off. It's getting late in the evening and Garp informs them that they will be spending the night in this cave tonight. Michael also notices that the squad members are discussing amongst themselves that there was no food at all along the way, and a couple days of starvation is assured for them. Ian asks Garp what they should do in that case, and he replies that there's not much choice, and they'll have to starve for a while for sure. Michael asks about whether that's really all the solution they have, saying that training hungry is bullshit. Garp replies that internal energy can help with hunger very well, and asks Michael if he sat down here without realizing it. The older guys ask Michael about his decision, as well as saying that the harp has ordered sleep, so everyone should head to bed. Michael responds by jumping into the nearest canyon, and John starts yelling at him to get out and not suffer any more bullshit because there's nothing there. However, in response, Michael yells that he has already managed to get something very tasty for them and shows them a huge snake. Our hero takes it to the top and talks about how he can make a very tasty dinner, but the guys are only shocked and scatter. Started walking along with the snake right towards them, and the guys were just asking Michael to get away from them and get this animal out of their sight faster. With a crazed look, Michael says that if the guys are hungry, they can go downstairs and get more snakes, since there are plenty of them. However, Ian and the rest of the older boys only come to be wildly horrified by what they now see before them and fear the snakes. Ian talks about how he had recently stoned those snakes, and Michael reports that he removed all the rocks to gain access to food. Garp turns to Michael and talks about how if a viper bites him, he will die in 7 minutes. But Michael responds by saying that he doesn't care. Afterward, Michael also asks for a rope, but Garp only stands there in wild shock, for he thought his story would scare Michael. He handles the rope skillfully and does so in a way that cuts off the venom supplied to the snake's teeth, thus blocking it. Michael then performs some interesting surgeries on the non-Y and takes away her ability to bite and give poison, which scares the guys around her. After Mike is done with that, he just takes a bite out of a piece of snake and starts chewing on it sitting there, which freaks out the guys around him even more. Ian turns to his assistant and rudely asks him to go and catch all the snakes downstairs to eat them like Michael. Immediately afterward, most of the group went into the canyon and fished out snakes, while Michael sat and watched it all while eating. Michael only laughed and smiled, saying that the special food was very good, after which he wished all the guys a good appetite. Time passes from then on, and our guys are climbing up the stile somewhere, chatting amongst themselves. Garp says that Michael has proven to be obedient. Michael began to tell Harp that he wasn't particularly excited about the wedding they were going to have, since he hadn't counted on it at all. Garp was at first very surprised at Michael's words, however continued to just climb up and afterward asked what Michael's reason was. Michael bluntly and without hesitation stated that she just wasn't right for him. That's all. That's the only reason. However, this only made Garp angrier. He started yelling about how Michael didn't even have anything besides the title of young leader. Immediately afterward, Garp also adds that it doesn't matter, since it's not up to Michael to decide, and clarifies if he knows about it, and began to turn to Garp and tell him to do as he knows how. But remember that Michael himself is not at all happy with all this. He's also well aware that he'll have to apologize to Lilo because it's clearly too early to get married now, and the process will only take time. Michael also smiles and realizes that with his life plan, he may be destined to be alone in this world forever. However, in a moment, Michael's musings were interrupted, for he abruptly sensed something from outside. It really caught his attention. Michael immediately turned to Garp and asked about if there was a chasm nearby. Garp stated that there was and asked how Michael knew, and realizes that there is a very powerful energy coming from the side, and he's not wrong, and asks Garp to climb forward faster. Garp started to turn around and ask Michael what was going on. Michael only shouted for Garp to climb forward faster. A moment after that, a very powerful wind blew up and began to blow everything in its path. Garp began to say that it was too early for such winds. The guys from the squad below started to get pretty blown away. Michael started to turn to Garp and ask if he could take it all now. Garp, meanwhile, couldn't even respond. Clenching all his strength and teeth, he held onto the mountain to keep from falling with just one hand. Michael decides that in order to handle the workload, he should take the extra weight off of Garp and give him more leeway. However, here Michael also discovers a second problem for them, namely that the rope is thin and likely to break anyway. Michael realizes that there is only one way out of this situation, so he pulls out a gun and starts cutting the rope, shocking everyone downstairs. This is noticed by Phil. He yells directly at Michael with shock and asks about the fact that does he really intend to leave them all now. However, in response, Michael looks straight into Phil's eyes and smiles, which scares him, and then immediately cuts the rope that holds them together. As expected, such actions by Michael caused the guys to start falling down at a tremendous speed, unable to hold on practically. They were all in wild shock, Phil trying to hold onto the rock to keep from flying down with all the guys right now. Phil realizes that he can't hold on any longer, and the guys below are already out, and he himself doesn't want to die like that at all. However, at one point, Phil abruptly notices that the rope has started to tighten and they have stopped falling, much to his encouragement. Abrupt and incomprehensible consternation was replaced by shock at the fact that the rope had begun to rise higher, and someone was now standing there pulling our guys up. Phil kept conscious, and determined to find out what was going on, he began to look straight up, noticing a cloud of energy huge and sparks. It turned out to be expectantly our hero Michael. He stood with a rope in his hands and looked down at the guys he was saving, realizing he should be stronger. With a rather acerbic and mocking smile, Michael turned to everyone he was pulling out and spoke of the terrible man being back. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys in the squad, mostly senior ranks, were still creeping up way higher than our team with Michael. One of the higher ranks noticed that from below, he could hear shouts coming from very clearly above. Immediately afterward, Ian began to turn to this guy and ask about what he was still doing here when there was clearly danger with their leader downstairs. The guy named Scar realized that the winds down below were pretty powerful and strong, and they wouldn't calm down until within the hour, and that could be too late. Looking down, Scar was also well aware that the fog was appearing very quickly, and a little more, and it would become many times denser than it was now. However, Scar was also well aware that the OIN could not just rush down, because then they would definitely die, and he began to address the entire team. Turning to everyone, Scar stated that unfortunately they would have to wait it all out now. Ian did not approve of his decision. Ian began to insist that they had a duty to help Garp and the others, for alone he would still survive, but with 5 men with him, it was almost impossible. Scar only remained silent in response, and Ian was adamant that there was still darkness ahead, and if they didn't get help now, they would clearly be corpses soon enough. This time, Scar also remained silent, whereupon Ian decided that it couldn't go on like this and jumped down saying that he would do everything alone then. Scar began to address the squad and talk about how they have a new goal now, and that is to save everyone and ensure the life of the entire squad. Whereupon Scar and the others cut their ropes, and Scar gave orders to find everyone, search every corner, and deliver them alive. Meanwhile, Michael and the others were climbing up the cliff face in slow steps, the problem becoming the fog that blocked everything out. Michael began to tell Phil that this was the first time he felt his eyes so pathetic and useless, unable to see through this ordinary fog. Phil began to turn to Michael and ask him what they should do, for if they got caught in the peak of that smoke, they were unlikely to come out alive. Michael began to turn to Phil and talk about how he was very fine flying up the rocks even without the aid of a rope, adding that it was weird. Phil began to scratch the back of his head and talk about how he didn't think it was necessary to show it to everyone, because it wasn't necessarily the same. Michael realizes that Phil has been bullied by everyone around him for living at the peak of beauty, and now he doesn't want to show off his mountain skills. Phil began to turn to Michael and ask him a question about him hiding his powers too, and this surprised Michael a little. Michael began to lightly punch Phil, and talking about how his high level of skill in using the demon art was not at all decisive right now. Michael began to explain to Phil that, of course, he could use force to make all the people obey him, but that would have a problem. Phil began to say that he didn't understand it at all, because strength was all that was needed in such a case, and nothing else was useful. At this point, Michael sharply enveloped himself heavily in energy and began to tell Phil about himself hiding his true abilities from his partners. Michael began to say that although he had already given the beginning of the Ming cult, which had a great future, they still had a lot of room to grow. Meanwhile, the guys in the squad are still down in the mountains trying to find their leader Garp amongst all those clouds. All the guys around him are hoping hard that Garp is still alive, and meanwhile, Garp himself is crawling up the rocks, coping with everything. However, our hero Michael meanwhile decides that it's time for the situation to change a bit. He reaches out and starts using his powers. Our hero in a moment began to do very sharp, but apparently the right thing, namely to direct upward his stream of energy. Garp was the first to notice it, and then all the guys around him noticed the powerful upward energy. Oscar was one of the first to notice the effect of this energy, for he immediately noticed that the fog after it began to disappear quickly. Literally a minute after Michael had used up his many energy reserves with great force, the fog simply dissipated. While in the winds, Michael turned directly to Phil and began to talk about how this is the higher purpose he is after. Sometime from this point, our boys are the first to climb right up to the peak of beauty, where they are greeted by some beautiful cabin. Michael stands there rather surprised and then starts talking about how someone has obviously lived here before. It's a very interesting place. Michael orders Phil to wait for him here at the entrance and starts walking toward the bridge and this house, much to Phil's surprise. He immediately started talking about how it all seemed very strange to him, starting with the density of the air and the artificial smoke. As the smoke engulfed them along the way, Michael immediately felt a familiar sensation and only now realized that it was also a charm technique. Realizing all of this, Michael headed straight for the house. However, when he walked in, he realized with shock that the house was completely abandoned and had been for a long time. However, in a moment, something caught Michael's attention. It was a large inscription right on the wall. There was a speech about uninterrupted permanence. Michael immediately realized with shock the handwriting it was written in. It was clearly completely similar to the one in his training hallway. Phil, meanwhile, was trying to bring the rest of the squad to their senses, telling them that Michael had turned out to be just a wonderful person. However, looking down from this huge mountain, Phil ponders how the other guys are doing, whether they are alive, and what is thought of them. And right at this moment of Phil's musing, abruptly from behind the mountain appears someone's large hand that grasps upward. A second after that, and the whole body appears. It turned out to be the leader of the squad, Garp, who climbed up with ease. Phil began to reach out and help him climb up, happy that their group leader had also managed to survive the ordeal. It was only after climbing up that the harp began to ask about Michael's death after saving them, much to Phil's surprise. Phil immediately began cheerfully saying that no, Michael was alive, and adding that he had gone to that house, after which he immediately pointed to the house itself. Garp started talking about how he was very concerned because this place isn't ordinary. Phil adds that Michael said pretty much the same thing. However, Garp said about how he had been here dozens of times before, but he didn't know about these places at all and had never even heard of them. Phil began to say that luckily there was no cause for concern, as the rest of the squad was probably on their way home by now. He began to ask about them leaving as well. Garp stated that of course only a very stupid person would want to stay here. However, in the moment, Garp's predictions don't come true much, as up also comes Ian, who is clearly happy to see Garp whole. Ian started talking about them rushing after the leader, and right after his words, the rest of the high-ranking guys upstairs started coming up as well. Immediately afterward, the rest of the squad began to climb up, and at once asked Garp what this place was and the house standing near it. Oscar and his men also climbed up the rock, who were also happy to see Garp in one piece, and Garp only looked at them in surprise. Immediately after that, absolutely all the guys got up, stood in formation, and crossed their arms to declare that all the members of the squad were assembled. Michael looked at the words in the house and couldn't understand what they meant, or the philosophy behind them, especially knowing who they might have been written by, and felt within himself still his native personality, yet thought about what a horrible person the past owner of the body had been. Immediately afterward, Michael decided to gather up all the records that were here and get rid of them before the others saw them. However, gathering all the notes together, Michael at the moment noticed one very important one. It had the initials of the Palace of Blood written on it in large letters. Michael got rid of everything and walked out of the house. He met Phil, who immediately started explaining where all the other guys here came from. Immediately afterward, Phil also turned to Michael quietly and with a smile, talking about how he hadn't told them anything about Michael's abilities. Michael began to observe the members of the group, and he was pleased to see that everyone in the cult was very friendly and supportive of each other. He began to smile and realized that it would be good for these guys to keep laughing heartily, because they deserved to. However, at the moment our hero was approached by Garp, who began to ask Michael why he did all this. Michael did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Garp began to talk about how Michael had saved many members of the squad, and Michael began to explain his act of great responsibility as a young leader. However, in response, Garp began reminding Michael of how he used to interact with his sister, much to Michael's anger and annoyance. However, in spite of this, all the guys in the squad began to praise Michael a lot, and talk about how they look at him differently now. Ian and Scar recognized what Michael had done, but were still not in love with him, and said they wouldn't help anyway. However, looking at them all, Michael immediately began to realize in his head that despite all the difficulties, but they had clearly managed to grow closer. Time passed very quickly. The guys decided not to go home today, but to wait until morning and went to bed right on the floor of the house. Only one man, Phil, did not go to sleep. He sat looking at the fog from the cliff and said to himself that it was the fog that seemed familiar to him. At that moment, John appeared right beside Phil and looked at him suspiciously, which surprised the boy. Phil began to ask about why Ian was awake, and Ian responded by saying that it would be much stranger if he could sleep in such a situation. He began to reflect on the fact that he shouldn't have gotten out better, and Ian began to tell him that he thought like he was going to die today, just like his father. Turned to Ian and started talking about how very sorry I was, because I heard that Ian's father died at the peak of beauty a long time ago. At this point, Phil began to feel guilty for some reason about it, thinking that he had something to do with it, and saddened at the thought of it. Ian, though with a little anger, began to turn to Phil and talk about putting all these thoughts out of his head. He didn't blame him. Phil started telling John that he really wanted to get out of here alive, and John asked Phil how he envisioned that picture. Phil tried to say something in response, but decided to remain silent, thinking in his head that Michael would help them if anything happened. Ian began to tell Phil that there were actually a lot of people awake and also very worried that they might die tomorrow and were afraid to go downstairs. Phil started to ask about why they wouldn't say anything about it, and Ian explained that they were just embarrassed and started to get to their feet. Ian started to walk away and asked Phil not to follow him, and not to think about it to everyone, and not to tell anyone so as not to spoil the atmosphere. And also, looking into Phil's eye, asked him not to sit here anymore, but to go to bed too. Phil realized that he was really having a hard time understanding Jan. However, little Phil did not want to sleep at all, and he decided to go on a scouting trip to see the area and all that is here. Phil in the moment was just standing still and looking forward. He began to squint, and as if thinking about something while looking forward. In a moment, Phil abruptly saw someone's silhouette in the fog. It was a half-human, half-monster looking at Phil with red eyes and body. Phil was very frightened. He began to think about what it could be, and what he should do in this situation, whether he should call his elders. Although Phil was afraid and very much so, the thought that he was also a member of the squad, and he was also very strong, motivated him not to leave. However, Phil still decided to run, and right after he did, the monster abruptly jumped right on top of him and threatened him. The monster did not kill Phil, but let him go, and he immediately ran into the house and began to tell what had just happened to him. He was listened to by Michael and the rest of the guys, who didn't believe Phil as much, but continued to listen to his story. Phil described the creature as a red monster with long claws, and even showed marks on his clothes from its hands. However, Michael had no way of knowing what it was. He was telling Phil that no one with red skin existed. Garp and the older guys decide that since they can't leave now anyway, wouldn't it be better for them to check to see if it's all right to go? Ian started to ask with Garp, talking about how Phil could have just been dreaming out of fear, but Garp stated that exploring the area was necessary. Garp also began to pay attention to the writing on the wall and to say that he found it frighteningly scary, and Michael noticed it too. It talks about how the handwriting is like that of a horrible person, and Michael realizes in his head that it could have been the past owner of his body. Garp also began to scold Phil and talk about the punishment that awaited him, for he had run away from the enemy because of fear and talked all sorts of nonsense. Michael immediately noticed Phil's tear-filled eyes and started talking about not even trying to ask Michael to take him with him. Phil pleaded strongly with Michael, however. The latter only responded by saying that no matter how much it cost him, he would not do it. Immediately afterward, all the guys in the squad, led by Michael, moved forward and began to go exploring the areas. Michael is also strongly hoping to meet the man who was doing all this here and find out if he was hiding out in this place. However, in the moment, the squad leader gave the order to capture Michael, under the pretext that he simply could not survive in other conditions. The head of the squad stated that he did not know how Michael managed to save the members of the squad, but he said such a trick would not work twice. And like a pathetic bug, he started asking about why he was being treated this way, and the guys around him declared that Michael was just a wuss. The guys threw Michael back into the house and told him to sit there and just wait for them to return with Phil. Phil even became worried about Michael and started asking if he was okay. He replied that he was fine and everything was fine, even smiling. Michael laughed a little and talked about how he was perfectly fine, even though he felt ashamed to kill everyone here just for the hell of it right now. Michael sat down on the ground and Phil started saying that there was nothing wrong with that, because if Michael is in any group, he has to follow the rules. Phil talks about how now he really wants to break the rules and do something he shouldn't. Michael is very surprised to hear such words from Phil. Our hero recalls his past life, where there was once a situation where Michael's father wouldn't let him save the boy in a risky situation. That day, Michael disobeyed his father. He took his gun and basic gear and moved out to save this man, regardless of all the rules. Looking at Phil now, Michael understands his feeling, as well as wanting to know why his older comrades dislike him so much. He tells Phil that if he runs away now, it will be hard to come back in one piece even if he survives. However, in saying all this to Phil, Michael also realizes that he too will have to go there to save all those who went there. At the moment, Michael abruptly stood up and started walking forward. Phil grabbed his gun and started saying he would go with Michael. Meanwhile, a squad led by Garp finds an entire settlement that has been living at the peak of beauty here all along. All the guys in the squad are very impressed with what they are seeing now, before they never thought it was even possible. Scar comes up with a theory that the previously missing members of the squad were not actually missing, but simply staying to live here. In a moment, this thought was very strong and dense in the minds of the entire squad, who liked Scar's theory a lot, but found it hard to believe. Garp thinks very hard about his partner's words and decides to split up the whole squad to quickly go around all parts of the place. Before splitting up, Garp says that if someone is in a dangerous situation, he should signal it immediately. Immediately after that, the guys do split up. Ian went to his side and walks thinking about the fact that people really could have lived here. Ian walks forward and says to himself that a freak like his dad couldn't have lived in a place like this with his friends all his life. In a moment, Ian stops to clear the sand from his eyes, but begins to feel some energy and a silhouette right behind him. Immediately after that, Ian pulls out his blade, he starts waving it around and yelling about who is here, repeating his question over and over again. Meanwhile, the exact same situation happens to Scar, who also seems to have met someone and immediately draws his weapon. It was indeed some huge monster that looked like a human, but very tall and red, with energy in its eyes. Scar immediately realizes that Phil wasn't lying to them, but he begins to suspect that these are failed experiments by the Poison Palace that somehow ended up here. However, while Scar was just standing there thinking about it while holding his blade, the monster didn't decide to also wait by itself and attacked Scar, and realizes that his opponent is very fast. However, his speed is not that bad either. He manages to parry his opponent's attacks. Scar uses the energy he put into his sword against his opponent, and immediately he realizes that his opponent was able to block it. Immediately afterward, the enemy monster began to create energy again and blasted it on the spot, coming straight at Scar. Scar decides to use a tiger-related technique against the monster and starts threatening them, saying that it's unlikely that the monster can handle it. In the moment Scar and the monster launch attacks directly at each other, Scar strikes with his sword and the monster reaches forward with his huge arm. Oscar realizes that his first strike wasn't enough and decides to attack again. He does just that and knocks his opponent down. The monster falls to the floor and just lies there. It tries to scream, but it doesn't do so well and the energy goes out. There is a hole in the monster's body from Scar's blow. Scar is well aware that you can't just leave a monster like that and it's worth doing something about it. So he presses down with his foot, extends his sword right in front of the monster, and says that if that isn't enough, he will continue to strike until he finishes what he started. Ong uses a bursting sword technique and thrusts it straight into his opponent's body, sending a sea of energy through the monster. However, right at that moment, the leader of the squad, Garp, appears from the side, waving his hand and yelling for Scar to leave faster, and asks Garp what he's talking about, and right at that moment, the corpse of the monster under Scar starts to swell and grow in size, leeching energy. A second after that, there is a huge explosion of energy that seems to sweep away everything in its path and throw it aside. The events of the story take us to Ian, who was clearly in a quick hurry to get somewhere, yet at one point stopped on the spot with a shocked face. And his surprise was for a reason. He saw Michael standing in front of him with a gun, not realizing what he was doing here if he was asked to stay. Immediately afterward, little Phil ran out from behind Michael's clothes and started asking Ian if he was okay and how he was doing. Michael began to ask about where everyone else was. Ian began to explain that there was a very large expanse and they didn't know it. Jan also began to tell various small details, but Michael only began to go ahead and tell Jan to get to the point already. Walking down the path, Michael notices that all the houses were built around the same time, which means that the local people had a reason to live here. Looking around, Michael is also well aware that the fog around him was created deliberately and artificially to hide something here. Michael also began to speculate that someone might have created a huge mystical trap of the scale of this settlement. Michael is well aware that there is only one person who could have created such a huge trap of mysticism, and that is his idea partner Lester. Ian, meanwhile, noticed that Michael wasn't listening to him at all. He started lashing out at him and talking about how it was all around no joke. All this time, Phil was furiously trying to stop Ian, however. At a point, Ian punched Phil in the face with all his might, and he even fell to the ground. At this point, Michael realized that Ian is some kind of crazy person and looks down on even little guys like Phil. Michael abruptly made a very angry face. He raised an aura behind him and began to talk about Ian overstepping his boundaries with such actions. With a disgruntled face, Jan asked Mile to repeat, but in response, Michael only kicked Jan right in the torso with all his might and threw him aside. Ian apparently decided not to tolerate such humiliation in his eyes, and like a dog broke off the chain and began to pounce directly on Michael with a gun. Ian was not at all joking in his intentions to attack Michael now, and indeed began to close in directly on him with a weapon full of energy. In a moment, literally a second, Michael stopped Ian's weapon with 2 fingers and spoke of how he knew about his hatred, but didn't think it was great. Michael knocked the weapon out of Ian's hands, threw a few more punches sharply, and declared that you can't behave like that to your comrades. This blow to John's body was much more crushing, for it knocked him just out of himself. John fell to the floor and couldn't even get up. Phil was very surprised by these actions. He understood a little, but began to run up to Ian and offer his help to him. After a while, Ian comes to his senses and becomes more adequate. Michael begins to explain his hunches to him, and Ian tells him Scar's theory. Ian also talks about how the problem is not just the missing Warros, but also those who went to rescue them, several squads. In a moment, Phil intervenes in their dialogue. He talks about how he could be wrong, but he feels like there's something on the village server. In response, Ian starts yelling at Phil again and talking about how he clearly has no way of knowing about it all, and Phil says it's just his feeling. After a brief pause of silence, Phil speaks abruptly about how he has a complete sense of having lived on the village server. While things were going well for our hero, Phil and Ian, the rest of the squad were actively fighting and had already accepted their deaths today in this place. However, in a moment they still came to meet them. It turned out to be our guys. Ian flew into the fray and began to deal with the monsters. But even when the squad began to confront the monsters a few at a time, it was still not easy, because they did not give up in any way. Ian asks his partner to step back and talks about how he can handle them himself now with some very powerful attacks, and purposely gives the monsters time to attack, and the moment they snap out of it and attack, he activates the weapons and makes a strike. However, in the moment, many of the monsters simply fall to the ground, and our hero Michael appears nearby. The fat guy started pointing Michael at Ian, who was still fighting, and started telling the young leader to leave urgently. In the moment, Michael, along with the fat man, noticed that the monsters have wounded Ian several times. The fat man asks Michael to get the rest of the squad. However, our hero Michael had a completely different view of the whole situation around him. He turned to Ian and asked about whether the latter needed his help. Ian was as stubborn as ever. He continued to just fight the monsters, but after asking Michael that, would he really continue to just watch? This answer from Ian was like a trigger for Michael, after which he abruptly jumped up and began to cover his body with energy. Garp appeared and flew straight into the monster at high speed and began to slash it with his weapon, which turned out to be very successful. Next to Garp was also Scar, who had luckily been saved after the last battle with the huge blast of energy. However, even though everything ended well, in his head, Scar was still replaying the moments from that fight and can't understand what happened. That time, Garp really saved Scar that time. He managed to jump in and remove his body, and afterward told about the monster exploding when he hit the monster's head. Scar began to ask Garp if he thought the master of the Poison Palace knew about all these peculiarities in monsters, because it was very dangerous. Looking at all the corpses of the monsters, Garp says that's not important right now. The most important question is if they are missing squad members. Scar assured that he was sure it wasn't them, but it was clear that he was having doubts about his own words. Scar and Garp walk forward. Scar talks about how he didn't expect to see monsters here at all. Garp states that it was his blunder. However, the moment Garp and Scar's dialogue is interrupted, they both began to feel the energy of someone very powerful from the outside. Rather than stalling and pondering, the two of them decided to head over there at once and see for themselves what was going on. Apparently, Scar and Garp have noticed Michael's energy, who just so happens to be coping against a bunch of monsters just by himself right now. However, Michael doesn't have much information about the monsters, and he hits them right in the head, whereupon one of them starts exploding. Michael realizes that he should either send the monster away or run away faster himself and get the guys. In just a second, Michael sent the monster into a distant flight with a blow of his hand and stood watching the remnants of its energy. John, who is just in shock with the wild power of Michael, began to ask about whether Michael is really a man. Such a question surprised our hero. Ian and the others began to tell Michael that if he had immediately shown his full strength to the palace master and them, none of this would have happened. At this point, Michael decided to set a clear example for the guys. He grabbed Ian's arm and began to reach forward with his gun hand. This weapon was pointed directly at Phil's boy, whereupon Michael began ordering Ian to kill Phil right there. Shocked, Ian began to question Michael about his words, but the latter only retorted that it was better this way, for Ian himself had despised him all along. Michael pointed his gun and Ian's hand directly at Phil, and started talking about how he was very small and there was no problem killing him. At this point, only Ian realized that something was going very wrong. He began to ask about what Michael was up to and what he was doing it for. Immediately afterward, Michael sharply pointed his gun directly at Ian and began asking about whether he should kill Ian for his weakness. Michael pointed his gun at Ian and began to talk about what he himself had said, that the weak lose and the strong survive. Making a very angry face, Michael said that if Ian ever talks that kind of nonsense again and scares Phil, he's going to take Ian to the fight and settle it himself. Immediately afterward, Michael added that he would then show everyone his true power and simply slash everyone around him with his sword. Michael then steps forward and talks about how they still need to find the others, and Ian just stands there in wild shock. Ian looks at himself in the bladed weapon and thinks about Michael's words about working together and helping each other. Meanwhile, Garp, the leader of the squad, comes to some place and starts telling Scar that he definitely heard some explosions here. However, all that is visible at the site of the explosions is some sort of door covered in fog. Garp wonders if the fog is trying to hide it. Scar started talking about how this place looks more like a fortress, and if you look at the way they're trying to hide it, it's obviously a big fortress. Garp, along with Scar, open the gate and decide to go inside, figuring that most likely the others are already there, and immediately notices that in such a cold and gloomy place there are flowers painted on the walls. Apparently, people haven't seen them for a long time. However, at the point of walking down the corridor, Garp and Scourge come to some hall, in the center of which is something strange. Scar talks about it being a certain ancient tombstone, and Garp adds that it is built in the Western style. He suggests Scar open the tombstone, because there may be clues to information about the missing squads. Though it's dangerous, it's worth a try. Scar replies that he understands and decides to try to lift the lid out of the concrete, but it turns out very badly, so he applies energy. He had already opened the lid, but Garp abruptly asked him to stop, stating that in all likelihood they shouldn't have done that. Garp points Scar ahead, and right in front of them is a mob of monsters that are clearly set up aggressively against our guys. There are a lot of monsters in this crowd. All of them are quite aggressive towards our guys, because of which Scar and Garp immediately grab their weapons. Scar immediately realizes that he will now need to use a great deal of force against them, as there are many of them he uses a tiger energy punch. However, this blow turns out to be very little. It only holds the monsters back a little, but doesn't even hurt them. Scar asks Garp what they should do. Garp tells Scar that they can't even kill them properly, because if they do, there will be an explosion, and everything in the building will blow up. Also started telling Scar to get his thoughts together and attack with confidence, as they obviously can't get heads, but need to win. Scar stated that he understood everything and started to fight back together with Garp against the monsters. Although the situation of the guys is very terrible, because they are in a stalemate, and started talking about how he would hold off all the monsters and take them on. And Oscar at that point should get out and run back. Garp also asks Scar after he gets out to find the other members of the squad. But Scar asks Garp not to joke around like that anymore. Scar stands back to back with Garp during the fight and declares that he will not leave Garp, so Garp calls Scar stubborn. Talks about how Garp's orders are really stupid, and then Garp gives the order to make his way to the exit. Immediately after, Garp and Scar share a common sword technique that allows them to inflict a huge energy attack. Scar, along with Garp, began to swoop down on their opponents time after time and attack them harder and harder each time. In the moment, Garp and Scar began to lose to the monsters, but up came their red-haired partner Tim, who flew into the battle. Phil got on the guys' defense against the monsters side by side and started talking about how he couldn't believe they let themselves get cornered. Garp gave the order for Tim to make a path of retreat, and he began to make a backward move with the two weapons at his sides while they defended at his sides. Garp gives the order to use a survival strategy. Everyone needs to conserve strength and strike the enemy for containment. Some time passes, our guys dealt with the monsters and called it a total nightmare as it was very difficult. However, no sooner had the guys completely sorted out all the problems than a new one appeared right in front of them. The first to notice it was Scar. Scar pointed the boys forward, and they all noticed some kind of monster, as if wearing clothes. It began to fly up holding the tombstone lid. This monster turned out to be a woman. Her eyes were full of energy, her hair long and black. She stood and looked just straight at the guys. Immediately after that, everything around her began to envelop her with powerful energy. At the moment, she just snapped forward and began to attack our guys. The sounds that this monster was making had a strong effect on the guys. They couldn't fight properly, and their internal energy dropped drastically. The monster girl abruptly returned to her seat, and the walls began to break. Other monsters began to appear from them and go straight into battle. At this point, Garp began to lose all hope of any successful survival, for there was no telling what to do in this kind of situation. Initially, the monsters just stood still, however, when the girl in charge pointed forward, they all snapped out of their seats and ran into battle. Our guys decided to run with all their legs, as it became clear that this level of opponents they obviously cannot win now. However, in a moment of running down the dark corridor, Garp noticed that there was also someone silhouetted ahead, which startled him at first. But, after a second, he relaxed as he saw Michael and the rest of the guys in front of him, who had followed them here. Garp asks them all to run, and also turning to Michael tells him to go back to that house, but Michael only stands still in response. Michael, using the energy, looks deep ahead and notices the very girl with the powerful energy, realizing that this is the leverage from these monsters. Garp began to lay a hand on Michael's shoulder and talk about taking Phil with him now and going back to where he came from. However, at this point, Ian interrupted Garp's words. He turned to him and spoke about how if he wanted to live, he should leave Michael behind. Jan started talking about how if it wasn't for Michael, they would all be dead by now, and Michael started calling Jan a suck-up and smiling big afterward. Ian started to say that he wasn't a suck-up, but simply recognized Michael's strength, at which point our hero douses his eyes with energy and says that honesty is class. Immediately afterward, Michael raises his blade overhead, starts covering it with energy, and tells the guys to let him pass. Garp began to turn to Michael and ask him what he was doing now, but Michael only silently covered his body with more and more energy. In just a few seconds, half of Michael's body was covered in energy, and he went into battle against all the monsters, just one. Michael decided that the first order of business would be to eliminate the main enemy and began to fly upwards. Michael decides to blow the place apart. He raises his sword up and energizes it with an imperial strike. Having performed the first technique, Michael immediately consolidates it with the second and utilizes the destruction of the world, directing all his strength and energy into his opponents. In literally a minute in front of everyone, Michael was able to use some of the strongest powers in the world to confront an army of monsters. The rest of the guys were shocked by this, especially squad leader Garp. He just stared ahead and tried to figure out what Michael was doing. However, even Ian was shocked by such level techniques and began to ask since when did Michael use such a level. After using the technique, Michael notices that his sacred fire blade couldn't withstand such a thing at all and immediately broke. Michael got rid of a bunch of monsters, but he couldn't use all his strength due to the weakness of his blade, so he couldn't take the victory over the main monster. Michael notices that the energy she creates spreads to all the monsters around her and restores them, so he needs to destroy her. Mile first decides to test her personal abilities. He quickly gets right beside her and kicks her right in the body. The girl monster flies right into the wall of the building, however, then takes a leap and starts to get back up and run right at Michael. However, and this is where Michael overtakes her, he delivers a swift and direct punch right at her with tremendous speed, destroying her body. Such great power from Michael's punch allowed him to send his opponent straight to the side, throwing her far away. In a moment, Michael turned back around and had someone take care of the squad while he fought her, for there were still monsters. Garp, in response, starts yelling at Michael that this is very stupid and wrong. Getting involved in something like this alone is reckless. Michael jumps after his opponent and realizes that he's about to fight an unknown evil in an unknown place, and it's going to be dangerous. So while Michael is flying down, he decides not to take any chances, but to use his powers as best he can, whereupon he awakens the Demon Lord's supreme art. Our hero in the moment gets to the side of the very grave where the Eth girl was and notices hundreds of human bones there. Meanwhile, his opponent is clearly very scared. She starts to hide from Mile and cover her hands from his energy. Initially, this surprises Michael, but then he realizes that he is now using the Demon Lord's art, and it's not surprising to see such a thing. Michael started walking toward the monster and asking her who she was, adding that he was only interested in that question more than anything else. However, in response, Michael heard only unintelligible phrases and incomprehensible sounds, and immediately realized that it seemed that his opponent could not speak. For some reason in the moment, the monster starts snapping at Male again and loses his fear, after which he screams and flies straight at our hero. Fortunately, Michael is well aware of who he's dealing with, so he immediately begins to keep the monster at a great distance from him. And after a couple more seconds, Michael uses his Demon Lord abilities and throws her back into the wall again with a big punch. However, this only angers his opponent more. She stands up and starts screaming really hard, thus raising the energy around her. Michael is watching and notices that right after he uses her energy, these red monsters start popping out of the ground. He is well aware that she creates them with her voice, and then immediately notices afterward that they begin to explode one by one, and starts thinking about how it's just kind of crazy. If she's controlling them all, she's giving each one a separate order. A huge number of explosions begin. They do not hurt Michael. However, he decides that such a dangerous monster must be destroyed. Immediately after, Michael raises a huge amount of his energy and absorbs the energy of Swordfire for more power. The monster of course notices this and decides to start screaming even harder again to summon more of his servants to fight Michael. However, Michael is right in front of the monster in just an instant and placing his hand on it, envelops it with energy and uses it to block the voice. The hero begins to press his hand right into the monster and knocking it down, begins to press it right into the ground with great force. In just a couple moves, Michael manages to accomplish that the monster became powerless and weaponless and could now match Michael with nothing. Immediately afterwards, Michael began to absorb his opponent's powers with his energy and take them for himself, thus taking her life, and realizes that his mission here is complete and it's time to leave. But in a moment, something catches his attention. It turns out to be the writing on the wall that appeared after the monster's death. It says that she will take revenge until the last man. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the Palace of the Sword, which has now arranged a meeting of its people for some occasion. The main squad leader says that another squad is missing and they are worth finding, and it doesn't even matter if they are alive or dead, the important thing is to find them. The main leader is strictly giving orders, however. In his head, he can't believe that Master Garp and young leader Michael have disappeared somewhere. The main leader realizes that this could be a problem for the entire cult, and especially that they could be blamed for his murder. However, at the point of standing up, someone from far away reports that the search is off and the guys have already been found, which surprises the main leader. He looks ahead and notices whole and unharmed the entire squad led by Garp, where the young leader Michael is also walking ahead. The main leader exhales a sigh of relief and tells himself that he was already going to leave the Sword Palace and be responsible for the disappearance. Garp and all the men come to the main leader, folding their arms. They report that their squad has survived and returned in full. The main leader started telling Harp that his squad had gotten off schedule and didn't report anything about it, which is a severe punishment for a leader. He abruptly declares that he has nothing to say and takes full responsibility for what happened, much to the shock of his partners. The main leader reports that Garp is stripped of his title as leader of Squad 100 after this, which has shocked all the guys around him. In a moment, the main leader began to be addressed by Michael, who stated that if he were the main leader, he would need to explain what was wrong. Michael states that the squad's violation of their rules was in another way, namely that they'd tried to stop Michael as a young leader, and started talking about how these guys were trying to keep Michael out of fog territory, at which point the leader of the main was in shock. He started berating Michael and talking about how he shouldn't have asked to go into fog territory and asking how he got there in the first place. He begins to tell a fictional story in which the entire squad had to waste time to save Michael. Oscar is the first to realize all the things that are going on, namely how Michael skillfully shifts all the blame and problems from the squad to himself. The squad leader believes Michael's story and turns to Garp to find out if it's true. Michael notices that Garp is standing silent and doesn't know what to say. So he winks at him and tells him to tell the truth. In the moment, the main leader turns to Michael and talks about how the leader of the palace is looking for him, so Michael should head straight there. And to the rest of the squad, the main leader orders them to just stand and wait, saying that further instructions will come later. Phil and Ian remember all the things Michael has done for them, and realizing it's worth taking action, they take off from their seats and head for Harp's. Michael, meanwhile, goes with the main leader and realizes that all of what happened is really not the squad's problem, but that man's. Michael is well aware that if you compare all the facts, it becomes obvious who was involved in creating the Peak of Beauty and the monsters there. Michael is also well aware that the problem may also be the man who sent them to this Peak of Beauty, and he walks into the room of the leader of the Sword Palace. John immediately opens his eyes, looks at Michael, and asks him about how he liked the Great Beauty pick, and if he liked it. Michael began to take the gun from John's wall and asked why he was so worried about it, because Michael thought John wanted him dead. John began to ask Michael what he had seen there, who replied that if John was so interested, he could go there and see for himself. Immediately after these words, Michael turns to John again and asks about whether there are things at the Peak of Beauty that he shouldn't have seen. John began to ask Michael about whether he was the one who went to the fog zone. With this question, John stumped Michael quite a bit. Michael realizes that John knows something intensely and starts asking him about whether he knows about Michael's past visits to Beauty Peak. John stood up and stated to Michael that it seems his memory never recovered, much to Michael's surprise at the moment. Afterward, he turned to Michael and asked him to come back another time, adding that as long as he didn't remember anything, they had nothing else to talk about. Michael says, with a rather frantic look, that his patience is running out and he wants to hear an answer right here and now. In response, John draws his weapon, raises his powerful aura, and speaks of how a warrior who wants to know the answer must earn it. Michael had fully decided in his mind that if John was behind what had happened at the peak of beauty, then he was no longer the father of his fiancée. And realizes that in that case, John is the demon that wreaks havoc. He turns to him and asks about his words of service. In the moment, Michael abruptly begins to raise a huge aura of his energy and asks John what he knows about him. Right off the bat, our hero Michael speaks with a smile and energy in his eyes about being the ultimate demon lord in the arts. Michael starts snapping at John, who responds by yelling that it's just not possible. In just a few seconds, Michael is already fogging everything around him with his energy and competing with John in a sword fight. John also uses the power of his energy, but there is much less of it, and John himself is much weaker than our hero now. Michael notices again that one of his best swords is breaking from the energy of the Supreme Demon Lord, realizing his power. In the moment, Michael tells John that for an equal battle, he will borrow his weapons for a bit and pulls all the swords down to him. Immediately afterward, John and Michael's powerful energy begins to completely envelop the room and absorb everything in its path. There is a very powerful clash between Michael and John that could lead to unknown consequences. Michael notices and realizes that John is a very fast and powerful opponent, and the problem of sword breaking remains. He accepts the fact of his strength, for this is the leader of the Sword Palace. His blows are very dexterous and unpredictable even to Michael. However, this only motivates our hero to fight further and confront the enemy, raising more strength. John also steps up and tries to attack, and in parallel yell at Michael for running away from him constantly. Michael immediately realizes how he should act, because many of the techniques that John uses Michael has already seen from the men in the squad. In the moment, Michael abruptly begins to head downward away from the palace leader, causing the latter to shock and panic. Michael is well aware that in this situation, the 10-punch technique can save him very usefully. Our hero informs John that it is now his turn to attack, not the other way around, and completely covers himself with the demon's energy. With tremendous strength, Michael flies in different directions from his opponent and dodges all attacks, preventing himself from being attacked, and also decides to intensify his attacks using the lightning dragon technique, but this only makes John even more displeased. But at this point, Michael is already paying little attention. He just attacks time after time and confronts his opponent at his best. John decides to also use his peak techniques to be at full power and confront Michael. Michael realizes that John's power is great because it's still hard to resist him, and his attacks haven't been particularly successful yet. Michael starts looking at what he has left in his arsenal and realizes there is another good sword to attack. Michael wants to lose the connection between his body and the sword in order to gain a form where the sword will be part of his body when he attacks. Closing his eyes, Michael tries to concentrate to finally realize what his problem is now. Visualizing different landscapes in his head, Michael compares the Demon Lord's supreme art to a waterfall of harmony. Thus, Michael should use his strength and spirit as a circulation of energy to become stronger. Just the way the Federation people use spiritual energy, Michael decides to use his demonic one in this battle. He finally realizes the problem and finds a way to solve it. Now his power will go even against the heavens, for it is greatly important now. Michael now realizes that he's going to take a chance and test a hunch right in the fight. However, he's fully prepared to do so. After accumulating all the energy, getting all the parts of his body, Michael made one light sword strike that cut as if John's strength. Fully and finally realized that his strength and skills were now superior, and he could win. Michael begins to return to a more sober state of mind after the fight, and his sword abruptly falls apart after using such power. He feels the fact that all the energy inside his body, which had recently been raging with great power, has now faded at his will. Lifting his gaze to the side, Michael also noticed John, who was sitting with one leg sticking out in place and doing nothing at all. Combining dark energy, anger, madness, and frustration, John stated that Michael's power is truly incredible. John began to sit up and look directly into the eyes of Michael and his residual energy, saying that this was indeed the highest level of Demon Lord. And he turns to Michael and says that he has now proved everything to him, and most importantly, his independence and ability to fight. Michael turns to John and talks about how this has all given him one answer already, and John asks about what Michael wants to say with that. Michael turns to John and talks about how he clearly wasn't the one who did all of the things that happened recently at Peak Beauty. He turns to John again and asks if it is true that he says he has been to the peak of beauty before. John says it is. John talks about how it happened a year before Michael's 16th birthday, and then our hero realizes that it was just before the demon was sent into the hallway. John says that long ago he came to the Palace of the Sword to annul the marriage, but when he received the answer, he disappeared. As was later revealed, just one he traveled to a previously unknown peak of beauty, after which he disappeared for 10 years. After those 10 years he returned, but a different one, and showed up in the small palace, not the Sword Palace as expected. Michael asks John why it was necessary to send him to peak beauty now. Michael adds that it's hardly all about Lilo. John tells Michael that he wanted to find out his true intentions this way because he always thought Michael was hiding something. Our hero also turns to John and asks if there is any unusual information about his hikes to beauty's peak. John talks about what he has, because the boy Phil was brought to him by Michael a long time ago and left to grow in the squad. At this point, Michael goes into complete shock. He never expected that the past owner of the body had brought Phil into this unit. Before leaving, John asks Michael what he intends to do about the wedding. He replies that he doesn't have much to go on. However, at one point, the dialogue between John and Michael is interrupted as the men from the squad and Garp enter the room with them. Garp formally addresses his father and says he has a request for the first time in his life, and that is to not go up against Michael. After which, with a crazier look, Garp talks about how if his father refuses, he will have to confront the entire squad then. John doesn't start chasing Garp away. He turns to him and asks Garp how he taught him how to behave when he wants something. He turns to his men of the squad and orders them all to raise their weapons now and be ready for battle. John begins to turn to Garp's squad and ask where their shared hatred for Michael has gone. Phil and Ian talk together about Michael being part of their squad, and the people in their squad don't grovel to those with power. In the moment, John lifts his head and begins to look up, telling himself that his eyes have finally not deceived him. John turned to the entire squad and announced that he was declaring a month of training without power, and whoever could not endure would be expelled from the palace. Garp turns to his father and asks about whether this means that he won't go up against Michael now. In response, John yells that the young leader Michael is the only power in the cult right now that he recognizes. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, looks on in amazement at it all, saying that this is all a very surprising development. The guys in the moment start to cheer hard and even let tears flow, saying that everything has finally turned out well. Immediately afterward, the boys began to turn to Michael and describe Leo to him, saying that she would make a wonderful wife, which surprised him. However, something unusual happens in the moment. John, the head of the Sword Palace, simply falls to the floor and lies unconscious. It was out of joy. Michael left it to Garp and the others, and next he went outside and looked at the sun and realized that now the palace was slaughtered. Meanwhile, as it turns out, something incomprehensible happens at the peak of beauty. The very monster that Michael defeated has risen. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some glorious village far from the sea, in which it is nighttime. There is some strange man walking around this village. He wails about how this is a very strange settlement with no cult members anywhere. This man turns out to be a member of the Federation Alliance named Jim. He is an elder of one of the clans and the Federation. He immediately walks into a bar where important people are seated, including John, Stella, Mozart, Richard, and an old man. Our elder Jean also walks into this bar and turns to Richard and asks him for something, but he responds by asking him to observe formalities. Jim yells back at Richard and talks about not being held for an idiot because this bar is open and he wants to go in. Jim points his finger at the rulers of the palaces and makes the point that if they are not customers in this bar, who else is? He asks. Richard makes a very mad look in response. He looks straight into Jimmy's eyes and talks about once again saying they are closed, and is a little frightened to see such energy in Richard's eyes and asks him to forget everything in that case. Immediately afterward, Jim gets a portrait of someone. He turns to Richard and asks if they've met him by chance. Richard asks Jim if he's from the Federation, and all those people on the street behind the bar are also with him. This scares Jimmy. His men behind the bar use stealth techniques, however he manages to spot them. Jim starts to pretend he doesn't understand. He turns to Richard and asks if he's seen the guy. Richard talks about what he saw. Jim immediately offers Richard rewards for the information, but Richard informs him that Jim is too late. However, at this point, Jim abruptly loses the sense that there is someone behind the bar, at which point Jim is enveloped in panic. At the moment, another person, apparently from the cult, enters the building and says that he would like to start a meeting. Thoth immediately recognizes this person. It is a Blood Palace master named Franklin who is known for great strength. Richard, meanwhile, picks up on the awful aura around him and tells Jim that he'd like to catch up. Richard quietly asks to get rid of Jim, and Taylor, the second arm of the slaughter yard, appears nearby. Taylor immediately grabs Jim by the hair. Immediately afterward, holding her hair, Taylor takes Jim with her somewhere. He screams and begs to be let go and is in shock. Jim is taken outside, where he tearfully notices the corpses of his men, and he himself is sent off somewhere to the side. Meanwhile, the meeting of the palaces begins, with Franklin talking about Great George becoming Khan of the Server Plains. Franklin also brings up the idea of showing everyone the power of the demonic cult, because the situation around here is strange. Franklin also talks with a mad aura about how he's already very much looking forward to next month's festival for chapter selection. Stella protests, saying that the Blood Palace is acting like it's just their business and the others are not involved. Stella also says that this feast belongs to the Fire Palace, but Franklin states that he has already gotten their approval. Richard enters the dialogue and talks about how he doesn't see anything wrong with it, adding that it's a great idea. Franklin also offers to reconcile with many allies, so 1,000 pounds of jewels are needed from each palace. Old Man Ron, the master of the Poison Palace, talks about how in his opinion it is too early for such a gesture around. Franklin talks about the Federation Alliance already stepping on their toes, and Ron concludes that Franklin wants to elect a chapter first. Franklin then directly states that if he becomes the head of the cult, he can keep his words and repel the Federation. Stella turns to Franklin and tells him to answer for colluding with the Moon Tribe since he's so honest. Franklin states that he hasn't renounced his connection to the Moon Tribe, but that's who Black Sun is, he doesn't know. John intervenes and talks about how there's no point in discussing it, and Franklin agrees with him, calling it nonsense. Immediately afterward, Franklin states that he has the full feeling that someone purposely started such rumors and spread them. Ron asks Franklin about his version of the prisoners being freed by someone else, and Black Sun only taking responsibility. Franklin states that he can consider all eventualities, including this one, but Ron calls it complete nonsense. Franklin looks at Mozart and talks about how there might be some kind of palace behind this, and words like that scare Mozart pretty well. Franklin suggests that it was the trade warriors who first told of the Black Sun, but Mozart disputes this and calls the words nonsense. However, in the moment, Mozart takes a different look at all those at the table, concluding that they all suspect him alone. Franklin talks about punishing Mozart if he becomes head, but allowing him to continue to be head of the Palace of Commerce. Then, looking directly into Mozart's eyes, Franklin asks him to just acknowledge the fact, and that's it, to make everyone feel better. However, in a moment, one of the cult's archers appears at the meeting and addresses all the heads of the palaces. Mozart starts pointing his hands in the direction and talking about how he can also find a good army that will equal the Palace of Blood. Ronald turns and asks if he can then kill Silvers if it turns out that Mozart and his palace are traitors. Stella starts smiling and talking about how she wouldn't mind seeing the new head of the trade palace, if there is one either. Immediately after, Franklin gives someone an order and says that he is authorizing entry, and a man in a hat appears in the room. The man throws off his hat and energy, and it is immediately clear that this is Michael's aide, the bloody General Louis. Seeing Luis, everyone around him is frozen in place and doesn't know what to do. They are even afraid to utter a word now. Luis looks down directly at the guy with the red hair and asks about whether it's true that he's his opponent. Blood Palace Master Franklin has been looking at Luis the whole time and can't figure out what level of power he is, and it's stressing Franklin out. Franklin begins to suspect, and that they are all set against him as well, whereupon he gives the order to begin the process of punishment. A guy with red hair named Tim submits to the bloody palace, and all the other leaders sit back and watch. Watching all that is happening now, Stella recalls her dialogue with Lester, in which they anticipated all these actions. Meanwhile, a real pain starts to set in between Tim and Luis. Tim loads several arrows into his bow at once and decides to start shooting. They all flew through different directions, but as the main target held Luis, who was already ready to take them on. A second after that, absolutely all the arrows stabbed into Luis's body, which caused Richard to shout a cry of joy. However, it was only Franklin who was not happy. He clearly suspected something and was very much disturbed by it in the moment. Ron was also frightened along with Franklin, but Stella only sat further away as well, watching the fight intently. They all looked at Luis, who was like a demon enveloped in blood energy and was burning with power and anger. Literally, a moment after that, Luis abruptly appeared right beside Tim and immediately pressed his foot down on top of him. The events of the story take us to some clearing. A masked girl holds up a dragon card and shows it to someone. Then this girl abruptly turns up right next to our hero Michael, who is very surprised to see her. She started sniffing Michael. He asked her what she was doing, and she started explaining that she was trying to figure out who he was that way. However, afterward, she stated that she didn't know Michael. This pleased him, but wasn't surprising since he was wearing his mask. Michael asked her who she was, and the girl replied that her name was Bloom, and she was from the Cat Clan and would now serve Michael. Michael then turned to Bloom and asked her to tell him what she already knew with a smile on her face. It was then that Bloom began to tell Michael some sort of path, describing each step all the way to the destination point. It was then that Michael set out on the path she had shown him, and he asked her for the way to the Slaughterhouse Palace, where he now came. Michael realized that although there was nothing unusual about the area of the palace, but stepping here, he had become a target for the local assassins for sure. Our hero is well aware of the fact that these killers will pursue him at every turn and there is no way to escape from them. That's when Bloom told Michael the story of how one of the elders had come there unprepared and was killed by people in the woods. He is well aware that he could very well be in his shoes right now, so he decides that the best way for him to do that is to be on his guard. Walking through these woods towards the palace, Michael finds some piece of blue cloth ripped off atrociously and ponders what it could have been. On the other side of this cloth, Michael saw the logo of the Blue Storm Squad from the Federation and began to ponder where they might be now. Right after that, Michael realized he had to speed up if he wanted to save any more lives. However, right as Michael was about to enter the palace, he abruptly felt the approach of some chains. And right after that, an enemy human energy. Apparently this one was the local guards who don't let anyone through. Chains and guns all around were also in this guard's possession, and in just an instant, it all went to stop Michael at the entrance. Michael began to ponder whether this was one trap, or if he was still going to try to be captured, then began to dodge the chains. Michael notices the sharp second wave of weapons, and realizes that he will need to apply a bit of energy force to fend off the attacks. The events of the story take us into the palace itself, where one of Richard's guards sits near the Federation men hanging from ropes. The guy from the Blue Wind Squad started stating to Richard's guards that he was going to survive no matter what, which the guards didn't believe. Of the Blue Wind Squad, he was well aware that he really should get out of here. But how? That was the big question. He began to look around and noticed that Richard's guard was holding some sort of caterpillar near a knife. A guy from the Blue Wind Squad named William says that apparently Richard's guards also want to escape from this Slaughterhouse Palace prison. Tim the guard replies that this is not true at all, but William stands his ground, talking about Tim being thrown into this cult like a dog. Tim turned to William and stated that there was no directive to keep him alive, so he asked him to shut up, but William continued to raise questions. Tim talks about how he is like a caterpillar, for he was abandoned as a child and then raised in a slaughterhouse where he was picked up and given life. In response, William started yelling about how Tim was just a cult dog. He agreed with that, so he asked William to shut his mouth. Immediately afterward, Tim added that it was best to do so if he didn't want to die, and delivered a small blast of energy to William's body. Tim picked up the fire of energy in his hands and started talking about how there was no way William was getting out of here, then roasted the caterpillar. Whereupon Tim left William weighing in blood and declared that he had better pray to death until Richard returned from the gathering. Tim left, and William compared himself to someone and talked about how if he was so strong and courageous, he would have made it through here. William began to remember his past, in which he had lived in the same place as Michael's past, and they had spent quite a bit of time together. William was reminiscing and comparing himself to the past Michael. He talked about how the latter was very strong and honest, even though he was the son of a leader. In his head, William continued to compare himself to the past Michael, who had previously been the leader of the Storm Squad. William had practically started to close his eyes by now and was talking about how if Michael had been in his place, they would have won, and now only soon they would see each other in heaven. Meanwhile, our hero Michael was able to deal with absolutely all the guards and get inside quite easily and simply. However, in a moment, someone's voice turned to Michael and asked about the one with the Federation, and it puzzled him greatly. A couple seconds after that, Michael saw Tim's guard in front of him and a bunch of his men looking straight at Michael. Tim turned to the masked Michael and started talking about whatever he did to the guards, but if he set foot on this land, he would not be coming back alive. Michael, being in the mask, started asking about where the Blue Wind Squad was now, and Tim only smiled back, calling Mile impatient. Tim then turned to Michael and mentioned that 8 people from that squad had already passed away. However, another was breathing. Michael began to cover his face with his hands, and Tim laughed it off and talked about how he was really upset for his squad mates. Tim then replied that he and Michael would now be sent to another life with the squad members, which caused Michael to be even more shocked. Michael began to threaten that he was about to destroy them, but Tim responded by asking about the fact that didn't Michael come for their leader Richard? Michael was abruptly surprised and started to ask where the leader of the Blue Wind Squad and the leader of the Slaughter Palace were now, not understanding anything. However, Tim only started laughing with Michael in response, saying that showing up in a place like this without a plan is extremely stupid because it's highly important right now. Afterward, Guard Tim admits that a Blue Wind Squad leader named William is now in their possession, and Michael immediately remembers him. Michael is replaying in his head all the most pleasant moments with William from his past life because they were friends before. However, while Michael was pondering, Tim decided he didn't have much time for all this and gave the order to get rid of Michael. Immediately afterward, all of Tim's men snapped out of their seats and began attacking Michael very quickly, surprising him quite a bit. However, Michael was virtually unresponsive to all these attacks. He was only concerned with the mere thought that his friend was here and he was in confinement. Michael then realized that he only had 2 thoughts right now. The first was about his friend, and the second was that he should kill all these guys. Immediately after, Michael uses his powers by covering everything around him with the power of a demon lordmaster, thus getting rid of opponents. Tim immediately noticed that Michael was a pretty strong and formidable opponent, so he gave his men orders to retreat, saying that he was no match for them. However, Michael's response was to sharply declare that it was too late to do that now. His look of sheer madness. Michael began to rise quickly into the air and raise his aura more and more powerfully, tearing down all the problems in his path. The energy created by Michael was enough to repel all of his opponent's attacks and send them away. At this point, Tim realized that they really couldn't stop Michael, so he decided to join the fight as well and pulled out his bow. However, this bow turned out to be quite unusual because it sent arrows straight at Michael with great speed, and in addition to arrows, also weapons. The remaining warriors decided to support their leader and also began using bows as weapons for arms. However, it did not give them strong values because Michael, covering his entire body with his energy, could repel all these weapons with his bare hands. In addition to simply repelling the weapons that flew at him, he also began to direct powerful energy attacks to the side. The energy attacks were very powerful and stunning, as they seemed to suck the soul out of Michael's opponents. In addition to simply channeling the energy into his opponents, Michael also began to wrap it around everything around him, spewing out life force. After everyone around him was destroyed except for Tim's guard, Michael turned to him and began asking him where William was. However, in response to this, the guard Tim only summoned another squad of guards and gave them too the order to kill Michael, after which the fight continued. Several violent confrontations between the two take place, and Tim's guys end up on the floor dead after Michael's force. Tim realizes that there's practically no one else to call out, so on his last strength, he decides to attack Michael himself now. In the moment, Michael quickly flies right up to his opponent and throws dozens of punches using the champion's technique. This is already putting a huge pressure on Tim. He can't hold the pain and fight normally even, because blood is flowing all over his body. And meanwhile, without taking more than one wound to himself, stands still and raises upward his image of the Demon Lord out of energy. Slowly, but Tim manages to get up. He realizes that Michael is just a monster in battle, so he gives the order to use the blast technique. After that, the dozens of Tim's remaining guys start getting into Michael's energy themselves and spinning around in it, as if jumping into the devil's hands now. He turns to Tim and talks about how he can't be taken in by such simple actions, since he's dealt with such explosions dozens of times. Michael began to say with a smile on his face that he had already learned to withstand any explosion, and now he was not afraid of such techniques at all. A second after saying that, Michael managed to walk right away from all the explosions and absorption techniques, which sent Tim into shock. Immediately after that, Michael was right next to Tim. He grabbed him by the neck and started squeezing him. Tim started saying that Michael must be wondering where William was. He also replied that he didn't care much about it, because he could find it himself. And Tim kept looking at Michael's energy from behind, not realizing what was there. Tim is also good at noticing Michael's very strange look, which clearly has no fear. And afterward, Tim tries to talk himself out of his own thoughts. Michael immediately noticed the change in Tim's demeanor and realized that he was most likely aware of the technique and art that Michael was using. And realizing what had happened, he immediately and sharply strikes right into Tim's body, thus piercing his insides with energy. Tim's mouth started to bleed, and tears started to come from his eyes. He couldn't say much and just stared at Michael. Immediately threw Tim straight down and stood looking at his opponent further, already top down, holding the energy at the back of his body. Whereupon, Michael dropped everything that had previously held him and began to walk forward, leaving the corpses and all traces of the robbery right in the palace courtyard. Our hero went inside the palace and looked around, and then he could immediately find the very room where the people of the Blue Wind Squad were. Michael immediately found his friend, who was fully conscious, and began trying to use the energy to bring him back to life. And Michael was getting good at it. Transferring the energy, William began to open his eyes and look up, wondering if he was still asleep. Michael immediately began to ask William about why he had come here and what he was here for, only to think that he was already in the afterlife. Michael began to tell William that he shouldn't have come here, and now his key objective was simply to survive. However, looking up, William began to see Michael as his past self, immediately beginning to see him as his friend. William began to make excuses. He raved time after time and repeated that he was sorry, and his comrades had been killed before his eyes when he could not fight. William spoke of having had enough of his miserable life. However, Michael did not agree with him. He began to lift his friend up and lead him. Although Michael tried to instill hope in William, he realized that if they didn't get to Venom's palace now, there would be no chance of rescue, and threw William on his back and began to talk about how, as his past leader, he would not let a subordinate die so easily. On the way to Venom's palace, Michael tells his friend that he will definitely succeed in surviving like Michael once did. They chatted about various things along the way, Michael saying that he had always survived before, for he was the strongest. But now, William was the strongest. They had discussed many things along the way, among them sad ones like Michael leaving and going missing. But it wasn't that important right now. From that moment, some time passes, and Michael was able to get with his friend right to the Poison Palace. It was already in front of them. Afterward, he cheerfully began to talk about how they had made it, and now William had many chances to go on the mend. However, it is with great shock that our hero notices that William now has no pulse and no breathing at all, not even the faint one he had a while ago. Michael began to listen for other signs of life, but there were none either. All of William's strength was gone, and he closed his own eyes for good. Our hero Michael did not want to believe it. He tried time after time to bring William to his senses, but he did not come to his senses, and sat over his corpse, the dead body of his friend, and talked about how he had much to say to William and much to ask him. He looked up. He tried to hold back the tears. However, he realized that it was clearly not going to work, and his friend had now departed his life. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Richard, who has apparently returned from a meeting at his palace. It was only when he returned that he immediately noticed and realized everything, after which he began to look closely at the remnants of energy on the ground now. With a very frantic look, he realized what had happened here, and immediately realized that this energy belonged to the one called Black Sun. Richard started walking forward and talking about how it was all very entertaining, and he couldn't wait to see that Black Sun with his own eyes. In a moment, Richard's main squad leader, Taylor, showed up from behind to report that everyone else had been killed except for his men. Raising a powerful energy from behind him, Richard began to say that they were now returning to the palace. But there was one thing to do before that. Richard in the moment began to energize everything around him. He turned to his guys and began to talk about how he was about to decide a lot of things. He then abruptly covered the building next to him with energy and blasted it, thus destroying that building and breaking everything around it. With a demonic look, Richard turned around and turning to his men said for those behind this to be found and destroyed. Meanwhile, our hero Michael, being in his regular uniform without a mask, walked right into the Venom Palace building, carrying William's corpse on his back. In the courtyard of the building, the leader of the Poison Palace, Old Man Ron, was just there, giving orders to meet the young leader and prepare everything. Our hero turned to everyone in a loud voice and announced that the man on his back was not dead yet, and he could be saved if he tried hard enough. The master, along with the head Ron and his friend's body, come right into some room, Ron yells at Michael, telling him to hurry up and behave. Ron yells at Michael again for putting his friend's dead body in the wrong place, which dirties him now, and it's expensive. This pisses Michael off. Michael immediately runs up and grabs the old man, asking him about the dead body phrase, but the man asks him not to bug his eyes like that and to accept reality. Old Ron yells at Michael and says that he is a master of medicine, but he has not yet learned how to raise the dead. Old Ron asked him to put it down and began to look at Michael's body, talking about how there were many weapons and his arms were wounded. He meanwhile still can't accept reality. With a blank stare, he looks down and realizes its utter horror. Old Ron examines the body of Michael's friend, and Michael himself talks about how his friend was a very honest, kind, and straightforward man. Michael starts screaming with tears in his eyes for old Ron to save his friend and help cure him afterward. Michael is very angry. The old man examines the corpse and then says that although there is no pulse, but the end of death came not so long ago. Immediately afterwards, the old man Ron uses a technique to create a multitude of hands and begins to use them to look through Ron's body and his important points. Michael asks old Ron if there are ways to save his friend. The latter replies that if he can do it, he'll be a god by now. Old Ron talks about how Michael's friend's body is very tight and has a lot of muscle in it, but Michael doesn't realize how much that matters at all. He looks through William's body for energy and says it's still there, and therefore the soul is still there. After some more analysis, old man Ron yells out that Michael's friend will live if he is given one very strong technique. However, when Michael found out what it would take to do that, he thought old Ron had lost his mind. But the latter began to say that there was only that option. Michael cries out that if he continues to wait, his friend will finally die, and then there will be no more chance of success. Michael thought very much against it, turns to Ron and asks about what will become of him after using such a technique. Old man Ron talks about how after using the technique, William will have a master to whom he will be attached and basic needs will fall away. However, followed by old Ron adding that William will also be unable to think or feel for himself, which scares the hell out of Michael. Michael yells at old Ron, asking if he's bullying him, but the old man claims that at least he'll live this way. Old man Ron declares that only the option of creating an artificial living warrior out of him can keep him alive, and that's it. Michael doesn't know what decision to make as he recalls the words of his friend who asked him not to stop him and let him pass away. Our hero began to raise a very powerful energy and began to say that his friend did not need any master and he only wanted to live life. Ron lowered himself to the ground and began to declare that Michael and his friend's wishes were very good, but it was not possible at all. And also adds that the better the energy, the cooler it will be for the body, but it will still be a servant of the one who will provide the energy. Michael sits in lotus pose and talks about how he would do anything for his friend, including this technique now, and declares that he is ready to begin. Michael begins to energize himself more than ever before and tells Ron that they're running out of time, asking him to start preparing. Michael is also insanely selfish about how they don't have the right to make a mistake either, because if they do, he'll burn down Venom's palace. Ron finishes his preparations. He says he hasn't done this in a while and asks our hero not to touch William's head and skeleton. Michael then begins to perform the technique and transfer his energy into his friend's body. Ron is surprised at how well it works. Old Ron approaches from the other side and begins to influence the whole procedure as well. Tuning Michael's energy flows through William's body. Michael is wildly stressed at this point. He is trying very hard for the sake of saving his friend's life. Ron, meanwhile, is trying just as hard, for he realizes that his entire palace may be at stake in this procedure. Together with Michael are in this state for a few hours. It takes a lot of strength and energy. Time marches on. After the energy is transferred, Ron announces that there is one last step left, and now they will find out if William is lucky enough to survive. With great excitement, but Ron directs a small punch right into William's special points, and then the flow of energy begins. Michael immediately notices that it's getting very cold. Everything around him is freezing, and this energy is coming from his friend. Ron stands there in shock and doesn't understand what is happening. He can't believe that such energy could be emitted during such a procedure. Ron talks about how this is all very strange. William should have either opened his eyes or just died, and something inexplicable is happening. And also states to Michael that not looking doesn't mean they missed their chance, and decides to check on William's condition to figure things out. As soon as Ron puts his hand near William, he abruptly begins to blaze like a bonfire, bleeding and scaring Ron. Michael starts yelling at old man Ron and talking about wanting to know what's going on and why his friend's body is on fire. At first, Ron says he doesn't understand anything himself, but in a moment, he remembers something and abruptly starts yelling at Michael. Old Ron begins to shoutly ask Michael about whether he really studied the Demon Lord's art, a question that puzzles Michael. Ron pokes his fingers at Michael and talks about how only the highest Demon Lord could have such pure energy inside. Immediately after these words, the old man lowers his head, he closes his eyes and talks about how their technique didn't go the way it needed to. Michael hears this and goes into a wild rage. He just can't believe that nothing has been accomplished and his friend is going to die. However, a second after his earlier words, the old man yells at Michael and talks about how they were able to save William. At the same moment after old man Ron's words, our hero Michael begins to feel a powerful demon energy from behind him. It appeared to be coming directly from his friend, who had already managed to sit up, his eyes and body covered in the energy of the Demon Lord's art. Ron the old man looks directly at Michael's friend and talks about how they have largely surpassed the technique and gotten it in better shape now. Meanwhile, Michael's friend regains consciousness. He turns to Michael and Ron, asking where he is and says he died in the slaughterhouse. He starts to turn to Michael and talk about how William is his friend after all, but looks at him as his biggest enemy for some reason. As soon as William hears old man Ron address Michael, he immediately starts talking about how he can't believe he has a young demon cult leader in front of him. William instantly jumped from his seat and headed straight for Michael to unleash several powerful attacks. William started attacking and asking Michael what he had done to his body. During this time while he was passed out, William couldn't remember anything. Ron turned to William and Michael, saying that although William was overflowing with energy, he would not be able to damage the owner. At this moment, William heard from Ron that the vital slavery technique had been used on him, which caused him to be wildly shocked. Immediately after this dialogue, Michael turned to Ron, the master of the Poison Palace, and sharply stated to get the hell out of here, and started talking about how he needed to talk to his friend alone. William started complaining about Michael chasing him out of his house. However, hearing some displeasure on Ron's part, Michael tensed his energy and glared obliquely at the old man. This frightened the old man very much, though he gave him a slanted look before leaving, but he was afraid of Michael and began to walk away. Meanwhile, the exuberant energy of Michael's friend began to fade, and he himself was already just standing still, right in front of Michael. Michael turned to William and asked him to sit down. The latter began to ask Michael about whether his current condition was just a joke. He replied that he wasn't, and William began to complain about becoming a puppet of someone like Michael, which he didn't want at all. William then held up his hand and began to talk about how the best thing for him was to just kill himself now and not agonize. However, Michael at one point asked him not to do that and added that he didn't wish him dead, which did manage to stop William. William started yelling at Michael and talking about how he wasn't really going to use him as a weapon for a demonic cult. However, in response, Michael declares that this is not true at all and tells William to go to his house, where he came from, and live there. But these words did not impress William at all. He answered practically nothing, and Michael began to think about what he should say. William starts talking about how Michael saved him from the hands of death, but is now guiding him back to the Federation. William thinks this is completely absurd. After which, William declared that he would not do it at all, and Michael began to ask him what he himself wanted then. William started screaming like a wild man that he didn't want anything at all, because Michael was just using him as a toy for his own purposes, he said. William stands up and sharply states that he's not going to give up so easily, but Michael notices that his feet are carrying him away. Our hero began to see William off with a smile and hopes that he will now leave, they will never meet again, and he will live happily ever after. William indeed began to leave, and old Ron yelled at Michael, saying that he had let such a valuable specimen go from the hands of the scientists. Michael is about to leave, but right before he leaves, he turns to old Ron and talks about asking him one very important question. He looks straight at old Ron from above and asks about whether the very monsters at the height of peak beauty are his work. In response, old Ron immediately yells at Michael and talks about how he didn't do it, and he was never at that peak of beauty at all. And angry, he talks about how his Demon Lord art is very powerful, and if Ron doesn't come clean, he'll just kill him right there. In response, old Ron only yells at Michael again and talks about how it's not easy to create such individuals, and he clearly doesn't care about that. Michael tells old Ron that he just succeeded in creating the highest form of monster human, and now he says the opposite. In response, Old Ron starts yelling at Michael and talking about how it's all due to his demon lord skills, not Ron's. However, in the moment, Old Ron is greatly surprised when he hears Michael mention in his words that the monsters were purple in color. Immediately afterward, looking down at the floor, Michael describes all the things he saw at the Peak of Beauty and what these monsters looked like, as well as their body parts. Ron talks about how unusual this is and asks Michael if he knows where the first monsters like this came from. The old man tells us that the monsters were originally brought from the Far East, and that's where the transformation technique itself was brought from. He also describes that there are only two kinds of such monsters. The first, like Michael's friend, complete and full-fledged. The second species, on the other hand, are more mutated and look like monsters, which is what Michael most likely saw at the Peak of Beauty, according to Ron. Old Ron also tells us that such monsters need to feed to grow, and their main dish is the corpses of other people. Michael asks about whether that means the monsters came from the Far East, but Ron states that it's just a guess. Old man Ron also adds that he has never seen something like this before, and it is now that he makes the decision to go there. Michael also asks Ron about how he used to be, and Ron describes Michael earlier as unnecessary and worthless. Tells that initially from childhood, all of Michael's energy points were blocked. He was considered useless even then. Old Ron describes the years of treatment he spent trying to do anything to help Michael, who was very hopeless. Ron also tells that everyone around him wished Michael harm, and to calm down, he began to take various drugs. Old Ron also attributes sending Michael to the demon corridor to the fact that everyone didn't see potential in him, and that was the only way there was any chance. After Old Man Ron's stories, Michael realized with shock many things he hadn't realized before, as well as the fact that the past owner of the body had gone for freedom. Old Man Lester began to ask Michael what his plan was, for he clearly had one, judging by his recent actions. Ron started shouting and asking about how Michael had managed to sneak in here unnoticed and carry the corpse of a man from another palace. Michael retorted that it was because everyone around him didn't care about him, but Ron clearly didn't agree and started saying that was nonsense. At the moment, old Ron just stopped talking and looked closely into Michael's soul, and immediately noticed that the man just had a crazy energy. At that moment, Ron realized everything. He began to ask if Michael and his men were behind everything that was going on, not the Palace of Commerce. Michael abruptly walked over to Ron and talked about how he wouldn't kill him just because he saved his friend's life. But that was the end of the reasons. Michael approached Ron saying that he was to be his healer and do his job to the end, much to Ron's puzzlement. Ron began to ask Michael about his decision to become a cultist, and he also began to ask why he was doing all this. Michael retorted that it didn't matter much anymore, and Ron began to say that even with that power, it wouldn't be easy for Michael. Old Ron begins to tell Michael that the head of the Blood Palace has been preparing to take over as leader of the cult for a very long time. Old Man Ron stated that he also had a plan and people watching everything, so he promised to notify Michael of the changes. However, Michael's only response was to walk away abruptly, and Ron began to ask him where he was going. Raising the energy in his eyes, Michael turned around and spoke about how he wanted to find other ways to avoid this collision. Michael asks Ron to keep all his knowledge to himself and just obey his job and stay out of other things. Old Man Ron talks back about how he is very old to be going through all this at that age. Michael started to walk away, and Ron ran behind him, asking if there really was a way to avoid it all like Michael said. Michael turned around abruptly, turned to old Ron and asked him sharply if he was mocking him. However, what Michael saw shocked him, for standing in front of him was his friend William, who was looking right at him outside the palace. Michael turned to William and spoke about letting him walk a long time ago and clarified that he could hear him. Starkey Ron tells Michael that it's useless to send him anywhere, as he's been attached to Michael for a long time and will try to always be there for him. While William still had a hatred for Michael, it was clearly not as strong as William's hatred for Ron now. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lilo. She turns to someone and asks if they know her and her status in society. As it turns out, she's chatting with one of the Slaughter Palace guards, who immediately tells her that Lilo had better be quick about it. The guard was about to use his powers, however, in a moment, he, along with Lilo, heard some harsh voice from outside. It was Michael in his trademark Night Sun mask, who immediately yelled that Lilo was his maid and not to be touched. Some more time passes, and Lilo is sitting very nice and cute in one of the local cafes, while everyone around her stares at her with shock. Lilo ponders what Michael's actions would be if she went to his palace right now to look for him. However, she immediately pictured Michael's silly answers in her mind and became angry at them herself, for he had been called a maid. Meanwhile, the masked Michael is somewhere walking with his friend William, who is still very angry with Michael. However, in a moment walking through some building, Michael abruptly notices something and immediately takes strong notice of it. Lilo comes into his field of vision. Michael remembers that he asked her to go to the small palace a while ago, but she's sitting here for some reason. Michael, along with William, sat down at the table next to him, and the latter immediately started asking Michael who the girl was and why he was looking at her like that. In a moment, Michael turned around to look at her again, but saw her right in front of him, making him very surprised. Lilo walked over and started asking Michael, not realizing who he was, about whether it was true that he was in that very settlement near the river. Michael thankfully realized that Lilo didn't recognize him because of the mask, and started talking about how he didn't understand at all what he was talking about now. Lilo responds by saying that if that's the case, she can also show Michael something in return, and abruptly spins in place. She spins in place, hitting the table, knocks the planks away, and right in flight grabs them with energy, then conjures them. She aims all those planks forward like bullets. They fly right by Michael and loiter right into the tree behind him. William tells Lilo that she must have made a mistake, and she starts to walk away, adding that she must have just seen a copycat in the black sun. However, their dialogue among themselves was interrupted because some strange people, all in black suits, appeared in the restaurant. These people began to scare the locals who were eating peacefully and also began to go up around the entire restaurant as if making a circle around it. The chief among them said that they had come from the slaughterhouse and were looking for people who had stayed near the river settlement for some time. The locals were greatly startled when they heard the mention of the slaughterhouse palace, but the one who came to shock the most was William, who remembered everything. In a moment he was about to start an attack, but our hero sent him a signal with energy to sit still, because now you cannot get into a fight. Immediately afterward, a dialogue ensued between the two as they tried to decide who was right. Michael standing firm on the fact that it wasn't worth it to get twitchy right now. Michael realizes perfectly well that it is impossible to act now at all, because there are at least 20 people around and still outside. There are a lot of them. However, while Michael was afraid to do anything, Lilo entered the conversation with them and began to chase them away, saying that there was no one like that here. Michael began to look at this and didn't understand why Lilo was acting so strong and confident. After all, she was just a simple maid. The main man from the Zaboya squad began to turn to Lilo and ask about the fact that did she suddenly want to die right there. Lilo in a moment wanted to start bragging about who she was, but the squad leader gave the order to use the energy and enveloped the entire restaurant with it. From such a sudden surge of very strong energy, the locals fell to the floor and began to gasp. Lilo also tensed up, but stood steady and endured. Lilo was just about to say something about who she was, but suddenly our hero took over the dialogue and yelled about her being his maid. Michael's words come as a shock to both the head of the slaughter squad and to Lilo, who didn't expect to hear it now. William, meanwhile, just exhaled sharply, asked no one to worry, and declared that Michael had just lost his mind. Michael, meanwhile, started to head straight for Lilo, but in response, she started to ask him who he was and how he got here in the first place. Michael started pretending to be Lilo's boss and berating her, while the head of the squad from the slaughterhouse palace just stood there watching nearby. At the moment, the head of the squad from the slaughter palace stopped just tolerating it all. He turned to them and asked them to shut up now and called his men over. Michael began to turn to William and talk about protecting the girl, while Michael himself plans to deal with all of his enemies. Meanwhile, Lilo decided to do something herself. She started pulling out her weapon and talking about how she was far from weak. However, the moment she looks forward, Lilo abruptly goes into shock. She can't believe what she is now seeing with her own eyes and worries. In the moment, someone's voice is heard throughout the room telling them all to stop now, much to everyone's surprise. The leader of the Demon Lord's squad appeared in the room and began to talk about how everyone here had come a long way, but was now making a mistake. However, the squad leader from the Slaughter Palace abruptly turns to him and talks about what this all around now means and why they've been let down. In response, the man who had recently showed up started asking them about the fact that they didn't know who it was. The leader of the squad from the Slaughterhouse Palace began pointing his fingers at Michael and started asking about the fact that the speech was about him now. William offers Michael to take off his mask, but he tells him to shut up and tells him to leave and take all the peaceful guys with him. Michael, meanwhile, reaches for his mask and tells himself that since he's already been caught, he can use his authority. However, in a moment in response, the man says that it's not about that person at all, pointing to Michael, which surprises Michael. The man with long hair points directly at Lilo and says it's about her, for she is the daughter of the master of the Sword Palace and is very strong. Michael starts pointing his finger at Lilo and asking about how are they serious and she is John's daughter. Our hero looks her in the eye and talks about the fact that she is, after all, the woman of the young leader, but such wording really pisses her off. At the same moment, Michael remembers the very words Lilo spoke as soon as he joined the cult and insulted her by calling her a maid. And only now our hero Michael realized that this girl, Lilo, has always been his fiancée and not at all a servant in his palace. A man with long hair named Pew suggests that although the relationship between the palaces is not the best, but it is not worth touching these people. Immediately afterward, Pew raises a very powerful aura behind him and affectionately asks the Slaughter Palace guys to leave the place now. The leader from the Slaughter Squad realizes that he doesn't have much to match these people, so he just makes the decision to leave. Immediately after that, he starts signaling this to all his warriors, and they all started to move away together in an instant. Along with them in the crowd, our hero Michael tries to leave, but Pew notices this and addresses him sharply, saying that he was not allowed to leave. Pew asks Michael to come closer to him and talks about how it's rare to see people dressed and masked like that in their area. However, our hero Michael realizes that there's no way he can reveal himself, so he talks about being in a blood cult of people with these things. Lilo turns to Michael and talks about him acting very uncultured, to which Michael disagrees, saying that it's not true. Pew talks about being the leader of the water squad. Lilo says that people like him are not afraid of anything, but Michael disagrees with her here too. Michael simply addresses Lilo by name, and she immediately says that phrase was very cute to her and starts blushing on the sidelines. Right afterward, Lilo starts to turn to Pew and talk about how she'd like to ask them to let them go, but Pew replies that she can't do that. In the moment, Lilo approaches Pew and suggests that he join the Sword Palace and become some kind of head in some kind of squad, which surprises Michael. Pew starts to argue a bit with Lilo, but she responds by talking about what their teachings say about it being uncultured to do so. Michael immediately begins to analyze Lilo's actions and realizes that she is quite persuasive and straightforward, which are important qualities. In a moment, Lilo abruptly turns directly to our hero Michael. She grabs his hand and begins to lead him. Lilo takes Michael somewhere. He asks various questions, and she scolds him, saying that he is being very arrogant. Lilo leads Michael out to the woods and talks about how she saved him from Pew's hands, and now he can go off to whatever side he wants. Michael realizes in his head that Lilo's character is kind, and he'd feel a lot better if he was horrible and evil. Michael turns to Lilo and asks her about whether she's accidentally called an ice flower and adds the question of why she's so kind. Lilo turns to Michael and asks him why he looks so much like the Black Sun, clarifying about whether he is a regular follower. She turns around and talks about how she chose to live like this, even though she could have lived in the Heights very rich and done what she wanted. Lilo hides her weapon and talks about making sure Michael doesn't forget who once saved him and now just walks away. At this point, Michael goes into a wild shock. He didn't expect to hear such a thing and only stared forward with shock. He was very surprised and confused. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Taylor. His men tell him about seeing Lilo here with the Black Sun. The guards ask Taylor what they should do next. He talks about following them on their heels, and some man comes up behind them. This man turns out to be Pew. He turns to Taylor and talks about how they haven't seen each other in a while and goes straight to him. Pew goes and looks at Tyler, talking about the slaughter yard time coming at night, but he doesn't understand anything and interjects. Pew tells Tyler about seeing the people they're trying to find recently, but Tyler suggests that it's only their business. Tyler turns to Pew and asks him not to be afraid of him, saying that he himself has only recently arrived here and is very reluctant to be confronted. Immediately afterward, Pew begins to tell Taylor the secret technique by which they were able to find the Black Sun, which shocks Taylor. Pew begins to powerfully raise his energy and ask Taylor how come his squad was at the peak of fire in his time. From this question, Taylor immediately realizes that Pew clearly has his mind on different topics, and now it's harder to have a dialogue with him. Taylor drops down a bit and sits up on his feet. He lets out some hark and offers to test something on him now. Poe can't understand at all what's going on or what Tyler is doing this for, but the Harrock is heading straight for Pew in the meantime. Right after that, Harik starts making circles right around Pa. It's like he's putting him into some sort of mutha time after time going around in circles. However, in a moment, Harik abruptly turns around and starts walking straight away rather quickly from Pew towards his master Tyler. Tyler picks up the hark and realizes that he couldn't find any signs of using powers at all, and apologizes for everything, informing him that he and his squad are leaving. Pew talks about how he's not sorry, and he lets Tyler and the posse go and informs them that he'd love to see more of them. Tyler gives the order to his partner and squad that they are leaving. He walks forward with a very scared face now, just staring at one point. Pooh stares right back at Tyler and realizes in his head that all those who have been in the cult for a long time know how the people from the Slaughter Palace use Harkoff. The events of the story move forward to the next day and take us right to Lilo, who is abruptly surprised by something and hears footsteps. Lilo turns her head and sees Tyler standing in front of her with a ferret in his hands, looking straight at her with a shocked face, and asks about what is going on now. However, Tyler answers her nothing and only lets the ferret go and sniff Lilo. At the moment the ferret starts to shake, he runs around and jumps. With this behavior, he greatly scares Lilo, who doesn't understand anything. Tyler talks about how their leader has given orders to kill all those connected to the Dark Flame, and now they have found the first traces of it. With a completely mad face, Tyler begins to turn to Lilo and talk about how she will be obligated to come through with them. Meanwhile, Pew is cheering and laughing to the point of madness. He realizes that if he succeeds in getting Lilo killed, there will be a war between the two palaces. Realizing this, Pew looks up and laughs like a wild man. He is thoroughly sickened by the realization of this. He can't hold back his emotions. Meanwhile, Lilo yells at Tyler, asking if he knows what mistake he might be making now that he's trying to start a palace war. When Tyler realizes that Lilo doesn't want to go with them at all, he turns to her and talks about picking up one of her people. This infuriates Lilo even more, and she turns to Tyler and talks about getting the hell out of here right now with these people. Still looking mad and rather stiff, Tyler turns to Lilo and asks her about how dare she threaten them now. She gives no answer to that question, and Tyler tells his men to grab her now and kidnap her. However, Lilo turns out to be not so simple. He jumps up and starts heading over the top somewhere away from them all. But among Tyler's men are some who are very skillful at using weapons and throw them right at Lilo with all their might. In response, Lilo starts waving her sword around and talking about how these people around here are nothing but cowards and offers them a fair fight. Such actions elicit absolutely no response from Tyler's men. They only begin to attack even more in droves. Lilo realizes that if they don't want to fight her normally, she should also use all her abilities using ice techniques. However, using even techniques of such high power, Lilo doesn't manage to fend off their attacks at all. She doesn't know what she should do. But right as she's fighting against them, one of the humans attacks her and reaches forward with his weapon. Lilo realizes that she might not be able to fight off this blow, so she starts screaming loudly to get someone to pay attention. And it helps. Right at that moment, as Lilo screamed, a sharp beam of purple energy blew away all of her opponents. Lilo doesn't realize what's happening, and abruptly opens her eyes looking around and notices someone on her right side. This man turns out to be Michael. He used the power of his energy and fist to create a strike of great might. Tyler is surprised to see Michael. He turns to him and asks him to hurry up and hide, unless of course he wants to die right here. Michael addresses them and tells them that he is her warrior guard, and if they want to take her down, they will have to defeat him first. With a very crazed look and red eyes, Tyler turns to Michael and talks about how if he wants to die so badly, they will help him. After which Tyler adds that he'll get right on it now, directing his men to fight against Michael. However, this proves to be easily enough for Michael. All of Tyler's wars jump right at him, but he fends off the blows with his arms. Michael takes the sword from Lilo's hands and talks about borrowing it for a while for this battle, covering it with energy. Michael then uses a huge series of Supreme Overlord blows, and Lilo just stands there with shock looking at this immense power, not realizing anything. Michael turns to Lilo with a smile on his face and talks about being her warrior protector named Black Sun. Seeing all of this, Tyler yells at Michael and talks about how he's the Black Sun that killed everyone recently. However, our hero Michael just stands there, brushing his ears and talking about how he doesn't know any of that, not realizing what it's all about. Michael then turns around and looks directly at Lilo, who has a huge wound on her body that is covered in blood, just like her dress. Michael turns away from Lilo, talking about how he doesn't understand how anyone could get hurt like that, and calls her a fool. Immediately afterwards, Michael looks ahead, right into the faces of his enemies, realizing that those are quite strong and full of energy for battle. Despite this, however, he goes straight to Lilo and abruptly wraps his arm around her waist, thus holding her wounded. Then, Michael abruptly makes a jump up and starts just flying like a bird forward, which surprises Lilo. Their successful flight was sharply obstructed by the roof of the building, but it turned out that not for long, because Michael energy broke through it. Immediately after that, Tyler shouted orders to start pursuing and not let those two go, after which his men also started jumping up. Akel was well aware that he should hurry before Lilo's wounds got any bigger, and there was no time to fight these people now. Even though Tyler had given the order to chase Michael and Lila, he was well aware that it was almost impossible to catch up with them now. Tyler lowered the ferret to the floor and told him to go and find Michael and Lilo. He did so, walking forward by scent. However, something happened that surprised Tyler greatly. His ferret just went back in the moment and started sitting on his shoulder. At this point, Tyler realized that there were two options. Either Michael and Lilo had already gone farther than 50 kilometers from here, or the latter had wiped out his tracks. Tyler realized that all the events were happening right outside the slaughterhouse, but that's also where they failed to pick up Michael's trail. At that moment, it was finally clear to Tyler that there was one man behind all of this, and his name was Black Sun, and it was at his hands that people died. Meanwhile, however, the events of our story move on, taking us to some forest cave. In this cave sit two men. They are both very wounded. One is dying and asks his friend to give the young leader a message from him. This same man begins to recall the situation then, as someone broke into his house and made threats. He was injured, but had strength. The man who stormed in began to talk about then that the masters of some parts had become interested in the heads of palaces. The same man approached and stated a request to relay messages to the military that the wind detachment could wait no longer. Now this Federation man is dying in a cave. He tells his partner to beware of the plastic dragon from the demon cult. This masterful man turns to his partner and asks him to drag him outside to be eaten by the beasts, for that is the best death for him. Afterward, with a waning, vital gaze, this man looked at the night and the departing stars in the heavens and the butterflies. The warrior named Laurent, standing next to him, crossed his arms and began to say goodbye in this way to his partner who was dying. Immediately after the wars, Laurent begins to look directly at the rivers and lakes, realizing that if he goes that way, he will quickly come to the union of the Federation. However, he has almost no strength to go. He remembers the death of his friend and does not want to leave this place at all. At the same time, warrior Laurent remembers his comrade's last request and decides he must report it and moves forward. Meanwhile, Michael along with Lilo are somewhere in the mountains. She says it's actually a kidnapping, but Michael asks not to be confused with a rescue. Lilo laughs sweetly and asks Michael where they should go now to get home faster, but Michael doesn't know the way himself. Lilo tells Michael that she didn't expect to meet the Black Sun like this, but he points out that it's like she was looking for it. Together, they watch the sunset, and Lilo talks about how, if rumors are to be believed, the Black Sun is a beautiful person. Lilo apologizes for maybe being too clingy, because earlier she was about to be married off to some cretin. Michael realizes it's about him. Michael, under the guise of Black Sunshine, talks about how the man might have had his reasons, but Lilo doesn't want to hear about it. Now on this mountain, Michael is contemplating whether or not he should act on the course of this marriage, for it may not be a pleasant one. However, in a moment someone appears from behind. He turns to Michael and talks about how it was really him who rescued him from the slaughterhouse palace. It turns out to be a friend of our hero, William, who immediately asks why he did it, because it is very strange. William begins to ask our hero again who he is, and he notices that Lilo doesn't understand anything and might suspect something. Michael energetically turns to William and tells him that they'd better talk later, and the latter responds by saying that the conversation is going to be tough. From that moment, some time passes. People in the settlements begin to actively discuss rumors that Black Sun has saved everyone again. Even ordinary shopkeepers at the stalls chat about it and discuss among themselves who might be behind the Black Sun. They discuss that behind the Black Sun may be a palace of commerce. Meanwhile, Lilo, along with William, are walking stealthily somewhere. William turns to Michael and talks about how if you listen to the locals, you can clearly see that someone is spreading rumors on purpose. However, in a moment from above, there is some kid sitting on the roof, a girl who turns sharply to Michael and the others. She abruptly starts laughing and jumps up doing a couple flips in the air. She lands right in William's arms. William turns to her and asks her what she is doing, and she responds by saying that she knew he would catch her. William tries to dialogue with her. However, our hero Michael, in the meantime, immediately notices that this is the girl from the woods. Michael turns to her, Kate's girl, and asks about how she ended up here, and the girl says that Michael dropped the plate back then. Kate talks about how she's seen a lot of Federation people out there in the woods planning something, and that pisses Michael off a lot. Michael finds something good in this. Lilo turns to him and asks what could be good here at all. In a moment, Michael notices that Kate is once again able to sniff him out, though he automatically burns all traces of him with flame energy. Thinking about this, Michael also recalls that somehow the people from the Slaughterhouse Palace managed to track Lilo down and come to her. At this point, Kate turns to Michael and talks about how she has information about that too. Kate talks about how all those people who were earlier in the settlement near the water are now dead, adding that absolutely everyone. Hearing this, Michael is shocked. He realizes that he saved these people with toil and blood, and now they have just been killed for no reason. Kate speaks directly to Lilo and says that according to her rumors, she was in that place recently, before people died. At first, Lilo thinks Kate is just rambling, but she recalls Pugh's words about checking out that place and everything is fine there. At this point, Lilo begins to think that it is likely that Pugh is behind a lot of the cases and is taking advantage of the others. Lilo starts to tell her whole side of the story, but Michael interrupts her saying that he did it all in the slaughterhouse. Lilo, in great shock and madness, says that it is worth it for the slaughter palace to choose its victim, as death will definitely catch up with her sooner or later. Michael then begins stroking Lilo and asking her to calm down, and then asks Kate to follow him and Lilo to the Sword Palace. Lilo doesn't like that. She turns to Michael and asks what he's doing. The latter declares that this is where they'll break up. Michael starts to smile sweetly. He turns to Lilo and talks about taking over the Slaughter Palace and dealing with him. Lilo starts blushing in response and talks about how it only sounds so easy for Michael. In reality, it's much more complicated than that, and abruptly raises up his energy, stating that this was the reason why he was going to kill the Slaughter Palace Master. He realizes that the entire Slaughter Palace is now broken up into squads, and this could play into his hands while Lester does his thing, distracting them. Michael also reaches out to Kate as well, telling her that he won't be in debt for all of this. She replies that she'll make it right. Afterward, Michael turns to William and tells him that it's time for them to go, because now is the signal that it's time to kill Richard. However, it's not until Michael and William start to walk away that Lilo runs up from behind in a moment and starts to stop Michael. She yells at our hero and tells him that if he does so, he will incur the wrath of the other palaces and all-out war will ensue. With a smile on his face, he states that he understands everything, but there is no choice. He will try to do everything very carefully. However, Lilo apparently has other concerns. Onra starts asking Michael about his words about breaking up here. In response, Michael only starts to walk away, but Lilo grabs him from behind and tells him that these things can't be handled alone. Lilo abruptly turns around, grabs Michael's face and starts kissing him passionately in full view of everyone, surprising them. Some time passes from then on. Lilo goes back home to her palace and is brought before her father. The one in turn stands up and along with the guards starts berating Lilo for everything, talking about how her assistant told everything. Lilo's father, John, turns to her and asks about who this black son she's fallen in love with is. Lilo immediately begins to remember the fact that after their kiss with him, she asked Michael to prevail and come back for her. Now, being in front of her father, Lilo doesn't know what to do, because if she tells the truth, she will just set Michael up. She thinks about what she should tell her father, but Garp intervenes and says it's treason. Garp reminds Lilo about the real Michael, the young leader, but all she does in response is yell that she'll still be married to Black Sunshine. In response, Garp yells at Lilo and says she can't make such important decisions alone, he won't allow it. Garp's men support him, and in response Lilo gets upset. She turns and asks how they can do this to her. Lilo drops her gaze downward and talks about how they will only be happy when they sell her. At this point, Garp and his squad realize that they may have been too cruel and begin to say that they didn't mean it. All together, as if in one voice, they begin to justify themselves. But Lilo is not interested, she just sits and cries. However, it turns out to be a very interesting Turk from Lilo, thus she tries to push pity in front of the squad. This helps her soften the words in Garp's head, but here her father remained in the same mood as before. At this point, Lilo is quite surprised. She doesn't understand why her father looks so cold at a moment like this. John turns to his assistant and tells him to get Lilo to the small palace as she will now be staying there. This causes Lilo to be wildly shocked, and she starts yelling at her father, asking about whether he's lost his mind, since she has no reason to be. However, her screams didn't bother anyone much. In an instant, all the guys around started heading straight for Lilo very quickly. Lilo started jerking her head around and talking about keeping them away from her even one more step. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the peak of the sun, to one of the rooms of the building where the strange men are. In this room, the very man, Pew, walks in on them and talks about bringing all the things they needed. Pew gives his things to these people and starts to leave. At first he was polite, but when he came out he became very angry with them. Immediately afterward, he heads to one of the closed-off areas of the building and sits down at a table against a backdrop of mountains, starting to do something. Pew starts chatting with his assistant. Together they discuss all the latest news with the slaughter yard because it's a real problem right now. However, in the moment, the aide asks Pew if they had enough energy to execute the plan, and the question hit Pew himself hard. Deputy Pew immediately realized he had done something unnecessary. He began to apologize and say he didn't mean it, and beg for his mercy. Pew also reflects on the fact that Tyler still hasn't reported Lilo's capture. And after all, it's been a while. Pew turns to his assistant and asks him to move all their people away from those old men under substances. In the moment, Pew is just sitting in a chair, but abruptly hears someone's voice from behind him saying that he made a big mistake when he made such an oversight. Pew realizes who it is and starts asking for more time, but the man replies that they don't assign one case twice. The man turns to Pew and talks about how the man must now return the heavenly dragon plate to them urgently. He gets all tingly just thinking about it and holds her in his arms. He doesn't want to do that at all right now. This man walks over and starts picking her up, telling Pew not to get so upset because his time will still come. The man asks Pew to enjoy life while he has it, but the man realizes that it will likely be taken away soon. Immediately afterward, not listening to his interlocutor, Pew jumps to his knees on the floor and begins to beg for mercy. The man turns to Pew and asks why he's acting so pathetic, reminding him that he's just a common bug. After he raises his head and says that these words about him are completely true, but he can still be useful according to him. The man in the robe leaned right up against the building and started talking about giving Pew as many as 3 chances in such a case. He begins to recount everything that happened, adding that Black Sun was involved, but the man replies that he knows it all. After Pew also states that a past member of the Demon Lord's squad was also there, and this has already surprised the man in the robe greatly. The man in the robe leaves and says he'll leave the plate for Pew for a while longer, but he won't give any more chances. As he leaves, this man also asks that care be taken to keep the blood cult safe until the great festival begins. After which the man in the robe immediately leaves the building and Pew sits down in his chair and immediately exhales in relief. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to Water Peak, where the very warrior Laurent is walking around the city covered in blood. Looking around, Laurent talks about how he must have really lost his mind and doesn't understand why he came back here. Some man kicks him sharply with his shoulder and tells him to pay attention. Laurent only apologizes in response. However, in a moment, this unknown man stops and asks Laurent about coming from the east. The unknown guy immediately begins to greet Laurent cheerfully, saying that, and did not go to meet fellow countrymen here. Laurent notices that this man has a little energy, which means that in theory he'll be able to help him if anything. Immediately afterward, a kid named Robert starts offering Laurent food, to which he agrees, and they sit down to lunch. In the moment, Robert turns to Laurent and asks about the fact that he hasn't heard anything about a certain Black Sun. Laurent listens intently to Robert, realizing that he should watch his tongue, for there may be men from the slaughterhouse palace around. In the moment, Laurent approaches Robert to ask if he knows where the young cult leader is now. Robert talks about how a lousy man like Michael is hanging around some brothel again. Laurent says he came with a message. Crossing his arms to prove his honesty, Laurent suggests that this is indeed an important message for Michael. Laurent also talks about the fact that the person he originally wants to pass on the message has already died, and now it's on his hands. With a smile on his face, Robert says that Michael can be found in the small palace. But there's no way for Laurent to get there. Laurent doesn't understand what's going on, as Robert's answers have gotten strange, and his tone has changed a lot now that the topic is about Michael. At this point, the whole place starts to swim violently, and the man sitting across from Laurent reports that the slaughter palace is all over the place. With a demonic look, Robert turns to Laurent and asks him not to worry and to sleep well, adding that they will be at the palace soon. The events of the story move forward and show us the master of the slaughterhouse palace, Richard, who says he knows that Laurent is awake. Meanwhile, Michael and his friend William are sitting outside some building and chatting about various topics. William is still trying to find out from Michael why he saved him, as it was clear to everyone that his body was beyond saving. William turns to Michael and says that before he died, it was as if he had a dream in which he observed his real-life friend from the squad. Then looking at Michael, William talks about how since it wasn't a dream, what then, and asks Michael about it. Michael recalls how his squad in a past life organized their many different members with talents. There was never a strong love and friendship in their squad. They fought every time they met, but they were still together regardless. Disregarding all misunderstandings, they went into battle together and put their backs to each other in every battle. So, Michael's squad in the past life together had gone through a huge journey on the road of blood together. It was very strong for them. Back in reality, Michael doesn't want to tell everything. He says he just didn't get along with this palace as a young leader, and that's it. Afterward, Michael says that in the process, he thought William would be of some use and decided to take him with him. Michael says it's time to cut to the chase. He gets up and walks forward, describing to William their opponent tonight, Richard. Michael talks about how tonight's fight is beneficial to both of them, as William will avenge his men and Michael has his objectives resolved. Michael says that if William doesn't agree with his plan, he will go alone, but William gets up and declares that he is also going. Meanwhile, Richard himself is sitting in the palace with a knife, telling someone that all the recent events are very strange to him. Richard also says that their palace has lost half its power, and he can't figure out who has crossed his path and who benefits. However, as it turns out, he is communicating with the Federation warrior Laurent, who says Richard is crazy. Richard turns to Laurent and tells him that he's not the one who's crazy, but the one who decided to break into their cult from the Federation itself. Then, in a frantic but quiet voice, Richard began to turn to Laurent and ask what he was looking for Michael for. However, in a moment, Richard begins to feel some very strong energy, and it's coming from the back of the palace. After which there is a series of powerful explosions, the palace doors open, and Michael enters the room in character and William with him. They both pick up the energy. William turns to Richard and talks about how, as he promised, he had come back to kill him. In response to this, Richard begins to smile madly and talk about how William himself has come into his hands. Michael turns to Richard and says that he's been wanting to meet him for a long time too, and he's sorry it didn't work out last time. When Richard heard these words, he looked at Michael frantically and asked if he was the Black Sun. However, William interrupts their dialogue. He steps in front of Michael and asks if he is the one who can kill Richard. Michael only smiles in response and says that it's already time to leave the unnecessary questions, adding that the wind never goes away. William at one point flips out and yells about how no bloody storm is going to move until he's killed. Immediately after which the battle itself begins, William is still single-handedly confronting Richard, who has also begun to attack. With a smile on his face, Richard asks William what happened to him and what insight gave him such power. William declares that it doesn't matter at all right now, whereupon he begins to aim his attacks directly at Richard's opponent. Richard easily dodges them and talks about how if strength has increased, skills have not. He turns out to be right, because William is really not that strong in battles, and he easily outmaneuvers him in tricks and different tactics. With a crazed look, Richard looks at William and immediately suggests that by all appearances, the latter is not a living person. Such a harsh phrase greatly surprises William, who didn't expect to hear it, and it opens up a chance for a punch to Richard. As it happens, Richard lands a very powerful punch right at his opponent, then throws him quickly aside with great force. Michael immediately goes to William and offers his help, but he refuses, saying she's not needed right now. Richard began to raise a powerful blood energy and talk about how coming here now was indeed a smart idea, and in a moment abruptly begins to smile and talk about how unfortunately our guy's plan was much weaker than the idea. Immediately after that, Richard exhaled sharply and pushed himself upwards with his foot. Thus he flew sharply straight upwards from our guys. Michael yells to William that Richard is about to be right on top of him, and he does that very minute. Richard grabs and starts to twist in William's seat, saying that their stupid plan will only lead to more stupid deaths. Immediately after, Richard channels all the energy into his hand and throws William aside very quickly. Richard then turned to Michael and asked how he was feeling, saying that he probably regretted coming. Michael addresses Richard by name at one point, and the latter immediately asks him not to beg for mercy, because that's not possible anymore. Michael tells Richard that he should be more careful, at which point William appears behind him with a stream of energy. With a huge shock, Richard turns his head sharply, noticing that William is bearing right down on him with a huge attack. William then unleashes the full force of the attack straight at Richard, but he crosses his arms and fights it off, saying that it wasn't bad. Richard began to look directly at William and talk about how he was very surprised that he had managed to survive after all that had happened. Starts talking about how he has already realized to the end that the life technique has been used and suspects Old Man Ron of it. Immediately after, Richard abruptly charges his hands with energy and directs all of it directly at his opponent in front. It was very strong for them. However, William's pretty good knowledge of martial arts allows him to defend himself against all these sudden attacks and stand his ground. Michael immediately notices that William's techniques have deviations, and the man should awaken the Demon Lord's true abilities. However, William himself clearly doesn't care about that right now, as he has to fend off dozens of powerful attacks from Richard alone. He is a very experienced and strong warrior. He immediately realizes what is worth doing now and adds a dozen more attacks to William. In the moment, William pulls out one of his weapons and talks about how his promise to kill Richard is very important and he will keep it. A second after that, they both fly at each other with attacks, but no one gets hit and the fight continues, and still holds the upper hand in this fight on letting William pass higher. But William doesn't fall down either and holds the bar. He abruptly flies over with an attack right next to William and talks about how you can only do things like this if you have high strength. Michael, meanwhile, is in no hurry to intervene. He stands still and only watches William fight. In the moment, Richard manages to put William off again, and he switches to our hero Michael, saying he has a question. However, following that, Richard dramatically raises his aura and talks about how he'll probably just kill Michael instead of all the questions. Michael talks back about how, although he is disgusted by such thoughts, he is now thinking the same thing as he looks at Richard. However, Richard doesn't continue the dialogue, and within a couple of seconds is right behind Michael's back with another attack. Richard asks Michael why he's nervous, and our hero himself realizes that Richard's speed is insane. Michael understands and remembers William's request well, but now he can no longer stand still and enters the fray. Richard begins to use a weapon against Michael, and the latter in turn sharply directs a beam of energy directly at Richard. Immediately afterward, Richard accelerates hard again and asks Michael if he can catch him at that speed already. The battle between them is on a higher stage, because now it is much harder to fight. Michael can't see anything at all. Michael tells himself that even though it pisses him off, Richard is much faster than he is, and something clearly needs to be done about it. Michael decides to play big and utilizes the 10 Imperial Strikes technique with 3 palms of force. Immediately afterward, in order to be sure not to miss, Michael directs his forces in 2 directions, thus enveloping the room. This technique is reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger that grasps a weapon to attack an opponent in a frenzied stream. Richard notices such an interesting moment from Michael and decides to play ahead of him, overtaking him and trying to strike first. The building around them begins to collapse, and Richard runs around again and tells Michael that such actions are too slow. But, in the moment, Michael begins to control the parts of the building that are being decided and tells his opponent that he promised to kill him for a reason. After that, large particles of the building and Michael's powerful beams of energy began to head straight for Richard at a tremendous speed, demolishing everything. However, while Richard was only dodging them, Michael decided not to stand still and act, whereupon he began to attack Richard. But, immediately, Michael noticed that Richard himself destroyed all his attacks, and then he opened his wound to let the blood out, which frightened Michael. Richard started to be even crazier. He got over all the beats and started saying it was all very entertaining and he liked it. Michael began to ask Richard if he was at the peak of his beauty, and he only retorted that it wasn't really Michael's connection to John. Richard screamed about hearing that this was Michael's homeland, and afterward began to act even crazier, attacking everything around him. Richard abruptly ran to the wall and grabbed some large knives there and headed straight for Michael with more attacks. This was very strong for them. Time after time, Richard tried to attack, and each new attempt was even crazier than the last. It scared Michael a lot. Michael responded by creating huge charges of energy that enveloped everything around him, but they didn't scare Richard. He still attacked. In a moment, Michael noticed Richard pointing a special red net of energy at him to take in the shackles. At the same moment, Michael used the Demon Lord's art. He let his energy flow through the chain and dealt a huge damage to Richard. And realizing that it couldn't go on like this, he stepped back sharply and began to think of new attacks. Richard began to make eye contact with Michael and asked about who he was. Michael responded by stating that he would like to ask the same question. In the moment, Richard makes a mad face and says he may suspect one person behind the black sun mask. However, their dialogue is interrupted again, for William returns to the battle, saying that Richard is his opponent only. Michael talks about how there's not much time left, and they need to beat him in a couple minutes. William promises he'll try to do it. He started attacking and asking Michael about how he was afraid someone else was going to get here in the meantime. Afterwards, he turns to Michael and asks him not to talk about the fact that he was able to reach the highest art of the Demon Lord. William, meanwhile, attacks Richard and talks about how he's finally smelling the fear that wasn't there before. Richard starts yelling very loudly, talking about how very entertaining it all is, and throwing punches at his opponent. In the moment, it's as if Richard is discovering a new stage of insanity. He starts screaming and laughing even harder, threatening weapons. In the moment, those threats turn into Richard actually managing to land a punch right to William's body. Richard at one point begins to turn to William and talk about how if you break his head even under the technique, he will die. At this point, Michael realizes that he needs to help William and he transfers more energy to him, making William many times stronger. This is already becoming a much bigger problem for Richard, as his opponent's aura has now enveloped him completely. Richard also presses William and talks about how it will be interesting to see which one of them dies first this time. It was very strong for them. William realizes that he is in a similarly dire position and talks about how now is when they find out. However, afterward, William adds that he's not going to just wait either and throws sharp punches to Richard's head. William tosses Richard aside and starts remembering the men in his squad and says he will definitely avenge their lives. Richard turns to William, saying that he is babbling about some promises, yet he himself is 2 steps away from death. He runs straight at Richard with more attacks. He realizes it will be difficult to attack, but decides to do so. In response, Richard yells that everything will be as he wills and rejoins William and draws his weapon. In the moment, William uses one of Michael's techniques and charges most of the energy into it, hitting Richard directly. Richard also hits William's chest, but sees that he doesn't even have a heart. Richard starts laughing and spitting blood. In the moment, Richard's body starts falling the other way, bleeding, and he says that old man Ron has created something interesting. After saying these words, Richard abruptly falls to the floor unconscious and lies like a corpse, with William standing over him in a kiss of machinery. William turns to Michael and talks about how he's fulfilled his revenge for the squad members and asks if that's enough. Our hero sees that William has spent all the energy, so he picks him up and carries him on his back. William says he owes Michael a debt of gratitude. At this moment, lying in Michael's arms from behind, William recalls a similar moment from the past when past Michael carried him like this. William turns to Michael abruptly after these flashbacks and talks about how it wasn't really him, calling his past name. William begins to remember the way Michael's funeral went after he went missing. William was very depressed at the time. He remembers how despite all the things he had to do as squad leader, he remembered Michael every day. And now that so much time had passed, William began to see in Michael's face the very friend from his past, and starts talking about how Michael just saved him now and he didn't even recognize his friend. Michael starts pretending he doesn't understand. At this point, William starts crying hard, hugging Michael from behind and talking about how much he missed him. At this point, Michael realized that there was no point in pretending any further and says that this has all gone on too long, and abruptly lowered his head and began to realize that he also missed his friend very much while all this was going on around him. However, just before he left, Michael heard some voice from behind him calling to him very quietly. He turns around and is shocked to see the very man who was being bullied before Michael came in. Looking at the man, Michael immediately realizes that this is after all the warrior Laurent, who was even in the Federation earlier. Michael immediately approaches him, seeing that he is almost dead. Laurent begins to ask Michael to give a message to the young leader. The man began to ask Michael to tell the young Lydio to beware of Mark and the symbol of the heavenly palace, the dragon plate. Michael couldn't understand what it all meant or why it was like that, but he said he'd pass it on to the young leader, that is himself, and with the help of energy sees that the guy is dead and can't understand what heavenly palace we're talking about if there is no such thing. Us says that now they need to check out all the information about this palace, and William suggests they go first. After taking William in his arms, they walk forward, and the man says that there are many more palace warriors ahead who will be in the way. Michael starts telling William to just hold on to him tighter, and he abruptly flies outside the palace. In literally 1 minute, Michael had gone through all the palace security, clambered over the bamboo, and started saying he was sick of it all. Michael tells William that he is now going to end it all once and for all because he is sick of it all. Immediately afterward, Michael reaches out and begins to create a huge sphere of energy guiding it forward. Milk directs this huge orb directly into the slaughter palace, saying thus to destroy it forever. Then it goes like this. The power of the explosion that Michael made reached the highest limit. It swept away even the corpses. The events of our story take us straight to Franklin, who tells us that the Great Festival is only 1 month away. As it turns out, Franklin is approached by a group of old men who tell him that they are very much looking forward to the event. The most important old man turns to Franklin and talks about keeping an eye out for a small leader who could be a problem. Franklin responds by stating that he is well mindful of all the problems and of all the evils. He will intend to choose the least in the event of trouble. The head old man, Charlie, is the first elder. He asks Franklin if he is that confident in his abilities. Immediately afterward, Franklin pulls out the dragon plate and starts showing it to old Charlie at this point. Old Charlie talks about how this surprises him greatly. It took him a long time to figure out who was making trouble on the Sky Mountain. Franklin tells the old man that everything is playing in his favor right now, and he's going to completely change the Blood Demon cult. Franklin turns to the old men and says he will take over all the lands and afterwards start a dynasty revival, and it will be legendary. Old Charlie asks Franklin if he is really willing to put everything on the line to become emperor. Franklin responds that it doesn't matter. Since there isn't much of a choice about what the elders should do anymore, there are a couple options left to choose from. Old Charlie says that since the younger generation has such ambitions, it is better for them as old men not to interfere in their realization. Franklin turns away and says that he will take that as an agreement and that they have come to a mutual decision. Franklin turns around a bit and asks the old men to continue to sit like this and stay out of the way against him in his decisions. Franklin starts to walk away and is followed by old Charlie telling him that he better be careful what he decides to do and his way. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael and William. Michael tells his friend about what happened then in the woods. Michael turns to William and asks how the other members of the squad are doing, but William states that he hasn't seen them much. And he asks about how Vivi is doing. William replies that after Michael died, she went to her clan. In the moment, William talks about how after Michael's death, everyone said that a demon cult was involved in his death. Our hero begins to yell at William and talk about how he didn't really go to the slaughter palace for him. William talks about being told that old man Mark was involved in Michael's death back then. Finding out about it now, Michael gets really angry and talks about how that old man didn't even fit in back then. William talks about how since the day Michael died, he has been following old Mark when others only praise him. William started talking about how crazy it was, so there was no reason to suspect him, Michael agrees. After this dialogue, Michael tells William that there is something he needs to know and takes him somewhere through the tunnels. Michael leads William straight to Lester, who for once is very happy to see Michael and smiles at William too. Meanwhile, the time was getting close to the feast, and the atmosphere had boiled up considerably, for everyone realized what could happen now in the cult. However, here was our hero sharply surprised by something else, namely what he saw in his palace small when he returned. His previously plain and old palace had become much newer. The whole place was littered with gold and expensive gifts for something. Michael starts to tell Lester that this all surprises him greatly, but Lester adds that construction is still going on. Lester turns to Michael and asks about the man behind him, looking directly into William's face. Michael briefly tells Lester everything and says that he's been resurrected by Tech and now he'll be here with them too. Lester is still looking at William, and Michael asks about the news from the slaughter palace there. Old man Lester talks about how Michael's efforts have definitely made it possible to forget about the palace for a while. The old man also adds that Richard's corpse was not found after the attack, but Michael assures Lester that Richard is dead already. Michael remembers everything as it happened and talks about how Richard's chest was pierced through and his head was dented. Honor for it that the slaughter palace is settled then, and only Franklin remains together, and he has already removed the elders. Lester turns to Michael and describes Franklin, saying that Michael will have to defeat him with his powers. However, Lester and Michael's dialogue is momentarily interrupted by the appearance of Lua along with Stella, who immediately greets Michael. Michael says that Louise and Stella were able to show the power of good at the old men's meeting, and he's grateful to them for that. Lester talks about how most of the problems have been solved, which means it's enough, but Michael doesn't understand what for, and laughs hard and says that he means the time when they will take over the whole heavenly mountain. Lester then adds that this will allow them to take paths to the Federation's union, which shocks Michael and William. William raises his power and talks about Lester talking too much as for a man who doesn't move. Luis gets right behind Lester and speaks with energy about what Michael told them about the cult's true goals. Michael at this point turns to William and tells him to stop saying something and arguing, which surprises him. Using energy, Michael quietly tells William that Lester is the same old man who was previously with him and was a teacher. Michael talks about how Lester quit the Federation business and decided to go straight into the cult, forgetting everything. Afterward, he tells her that he tried to discuss things with him a lot, but he only says that he chose the path of a demon for himself, and that's it. He turns to all the guys and asks them what they know about the Heavenly Palace, but Stella declares that she knows nothing. Our hero begins to say that Franklin is clearly connected to him in some way, because too many things point to it. Michael puts forward the theory that most likely the same scheme as with Moon and George's tribe could be used there. Stella emphasizes the fact that Franklin is going after the Trade Palace hard, and Michael compliments that they clearly need the resources. Says that from the description, Franklin already has a lot of things, however not the money he now so desperately needs for his plans. Michael also states, and that based on Stella's description, it is likely that Franklin is trying to create his own army. Lester also suggests that this could all be related to the fact that several groups of people have gone missing recently. Luis immediately starts asking about how it's really true. Lester apologizes for not speaking up earlier, as he didn't want to give a panic attack. Michael begins to wonder if the head of that settlement might have been creating illegal substances to supply the army. He turns to his men and says they urgently need to start tracking Franklin and his men to figure things out. Lester turns to Michael, saying that he likes the plan and apparently the universe itself approves of it. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Mozart, who is greatly relieved that some house has been built for him. He manages his men and tells them to be careful how they do things and to put everything on the ground more carefully. Mozart starts rubbing his hands together and talking about how supporting the small palace has indeed been a very profitable investment for him. However, in the moment, Silvers and Billy head over to Mozart, saying that Michael wants to see Mozart for a meeting. Mozart asks for directions and talks about gathering helpers and getting there right away, but Silvers declares that he must be alone. This pisses Mozart off a lot, and it's not the fact of the conditions, but the fact that Michael assigns them instead of him, even though the latter is beneath him. Mozart leaves with Billy and tells Silvers that if he hears any bad noises to come over there right away and help him. Old man Mozart leaves, and Silvers realizes that of course he won't go to him if something happens. Immediately afterward, Silvers addresses the Forbidden Squad from behind and tells them to finish unloading their belongings. Silvers talks about not asking for their opinion and with a smile asks them to start loading everything back on his order. Meanwhile, Michael draws up a set of rules for his men and asks Stella to pass them on to those who weren't there today. Michael is already starting to draw up a system for how the cult will work. Then, when he is in charge, the palace rulers will be on top. Behind them will be Michael's personal advisor, Lester, with whom he will coordinate everything and communicate directions. Following Lester will be a squad of guards, led by Luis along with William. Meanwhile, Mozart enters the room with Billy, and Billy informs him that he brought him. Mozart is in shock. Mozart looks at all those in the room and asks with shock about what this is all about now. He started pointing his finger at everyone he knew there and asking them how they got here and why they were silent and not saying anything. Michael sits on the throne at the top and talks about what he thinks about how no explanation is needed here and points to something. Michael pointed him to a paper where the directions of the cult were written when Michael would be the leader, and this shocked Mozart. Immediately afterward, Michael began to refuel the energy in his eyes and tell Mozart that he was very happy to see him here. And he starts asking Michael what it all means, and all he says in response is that Mozart figured it out himself. And afterward, he started bringing up his golden energy and talking about how this is just some bullshit and he disagrees with it. Michael turns directly to Mozart and talks about how if he lets his energy out now, it will be worse for him. Immediately afterward, Mozart begins to look around and notices that everyone around him has also awakened their energy against him. Mozart starts yelling at Michael and talking about how he just trapped him, but Michael claims that Mozart came on his own. However, this behavior from Mozart really pisses Michael off, and he turns to Stella and tells her to get rid of him. Of course, Stella takes the order and picks up the ice energy and starts walking straight towards Mozart. Mozart starts to approach Luis and asks him for help. However, he doesn't answer anything, which scares Mozart. This was very strong for them. He starts yelling to Michael that they should be together, as they have one common enemy to act against. Michael puts up his hand to give Stella the order to stop, and Mozart talks about helping get rid of Franklin. Michael says that they should discuss it in more detail, because it's not something that can be done easily, because it's a win-win for both of them. Michael turns to Mozart with a smile and energy, and talks about how he thinks the latter has information that is very valuable to Michael. Mozart begins to realize what Michael is getting at, and turning to him asks what he wants to know. Immediately afterward, Michael asks a direct question and wants to know how much money Mozart has already given to Franklin during this time. Afterward, Mozart admits to running various small schemes that allowed him to earn more money. However, Mozart also decided to press pity. He began to talk about how all this time Franklin was just stealing money from him. Mozart reveals that with the help of the Moon Tribe, Franklin tried to disrupt the trade routes, and this surprises Michael. Michael turns to Mozart and asks about what they use the money for, but Mozart says he doesn't know. After this answer, Michael gives the order to grab Mozart, but the latter starts to say that he can find out everything if necessary. Mozart yells to Michael that if he disappears or is killed now, Franklin's direct target will be Michael himself. Mozart also says it could also be the Pleasure Palace, which is the second richest, which scares Michael. After states that Franklin will go to any lengths to achieve his own goals, even if human lives are at stake. Michael turns to Mozart and asks about what he then wants in return for such favors from himself. Mozart says he asks for little else, namely to get his past trade routes back after the festival and the cult, and says that so-and-so will give it to him, but in return, they'll ask him to give some of it to the small palace. Our hero also tells Mozart not to try to trick them, for they will quickly decide his life in such a case. Immediately afterward, haggling begins between Mozart and Michael, where Mozart says he can only give 40%. Michael asks for half, and with each disagreement from Mozart, he begins to raise the percentage by 10, which shocks him. In the end, Michael manages to squeeze out 80% of the profits for himself, and he forgives Louise for taking Mozart out of the hall. Stella turns to Michael and says that she would like to bring Mozart into their circle, but Michael is greatly surprised by the idea. And it shows that although he may be dumb, he really does understand the market situation better than anyone else. Though not happy about it, Billy talks about how it's a pretty good idea overall, and surprisingly from Stella. Michael starts to walk away and talks about how so-and-so will try this option, which pleases Stella and the others. As he leaves, Michael addresses everyone menacingly and talks about how the war will only be final when he defeats Franklin. Billy brings up the question of what to do about Lilo, but Michael informs him that he has to go someplace else and doesn't have time for that. Michael realizes that he needs to train now, because out of everything in training, only he and his art are unfinished. Michael realizes that art now feels like it's eating his body and mind, so he should learn how to use it better. Michael is also well aware of the problem that Franklin as an opponent will be far more powerful than Richard. Michael informs everyone that before the festival begins, he will head to the demon exercise corridor and train. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to Lilo, who is told that Michael has once again gone somewhere else. The men from Garp's squad try to talk Lilo into waiting, adding that there's likely some very important business there right now for Michael. Lilo pulls out her sword and starts asking Garp's men why they continue to protect Michael after everything that's happened. Garp asks Lilo to put the sword down and adds that in his opinion, Michael likely has his own pressing reasons. He says it's important to listen to his own brother, but Lilo only states that it's not at all, and he's probably adopted. Lilo starts telling everyone again that the Michael they all know is actually a terrible guy. Afterward, Lilo remembers all the things he told her and adds that he's a crazy pervert. However, in response, Garp yells about how Michael is a great man who accomplished a huge feat at the height of beauty. Lilo just screams that Michael they're more like the world's biggest asshole and nothing more than that. Afterward, Lilo reiterates that she's leaving, and the guys around her try to stop Lilo with their swords. Lilo prepares to use the ice art along with her sword and says that those who block her path will have themselves to blame. Immediately after that, Lilo raises her weapon up, she starts waving it around and threatening with her icy energy. The guys are momentarily startled by such sudden energy and prepare to defend themselves, but Lilo abruptly runs right beside them forward. She gathers up all the attacks she has accumulated and charges into the wall, then breaks through it and gets out. Jumping across the rooftops of the building, Lilo manages to escape and leave the Sword Palace, thus causing everyone around her to be shocked. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some unknown room. a certain person looking at a board with a lot of familiar people on it. In the moment, this man starts moving the figure with Richard, pushing it aside, saying that he had high expectations for him. This unknown person then grabs a figure with Elder Charlie and says that there are only 3 players left. He holds it in his hands and looking directly at the figure that his hopes are just dwindling and dwindling. A masked man with white hair named Mark talks about how it should have been over by now, but there's still a chance. He then slides the figures of our hero Michael and Franklin together, as if preparing them to fight against each other. Some time passes from that moment, and the events of the story take us to Tima's empire, which is located in Tibet. There's also an emperor himself named Roger sitting on the throne of the empire, and someone turns to him and talks about how they haven't seen each other in a long time. As it turns out, Roger was visited by a detachment of Rocks, the same one who is the son of the head of the Blood Palace, Franklin. Roger immediately notices all the stuff Rocks has brought with him and talks about how they clearly want something really big in return this time. Rocks talks about coming to tell him that George appointed himself Khan, but Roger says that's very silly humor. Roger talks about how apparently this George doesn't value his life at all, and he sends his men to check out the information. And also turns to Roger and tells him that they have a cult leader change soon, and asks if Roger is coming to the event. Roger talks about how glad he is to hear that, but he is too busy himself, so he will send very nice gifts to him. At this point, Rocks tenses up. He turns to Roger and asks about whether he can choose his own gift. And with an unusual aura, says that since Rocks has come all the way here, so be it. He'll let them choose. Rocks informs them that they may need help, so he would like to borrow the assassin squad from Roger. At this point, Roger Emperor tensed up a lot. He started asking Rocks what kind of massacre they had decided to do. The events of the story take us from there straight to our hero Michael, who along with William is going somewhere. Michael talks about a certain man, and that William can talk to him for now, since they knew each other much better. The speech turns out to be about Lester. William heads straight to him and sits down at the table across from him, but just remains silent. In the moment William looks up, he turns to Roger and talks about how he is the Black Crane after all. Lester replies that it's ridiculous to come here to ask just that, and William asks him if he knows him. He talks about how he has no idea who William is, and the latter admits in a moment that he is the leader of the Blue Wind Squad. William also says that Lester won't be able to hurt the Federation Alliance, and all he says in response is that William is Michael's puppet. He replies that Lester is right, but he still remembers his old self, and there's no getting rid of it. Then begins to yell at William and asks if he can say it as confidently when he sheds the blood of the Federation. In the moment, William turns to Lester and asks him to tell him how the one from the Federation ended up in the cult, which surprises Lester. Lester replies that it's all irrelevant and they're against the Federation Union. William stands up and says it doesn't have to be that way. Lester starts screaming that the Federation Alliance is useless. While William's squad was rotting in the Slaughter Palace, they were just holding tournaments. In response, William states that not the entire Federation Alliance is like this, and after all, that's why they made the squad, to stop the stupidity. William begins to remember Lester's past and talks about how he used to spread such ideas himself. Looking into Lester's eyes now, William remembers that he was the reason he joined the squad and became on the path of purification. In the moment, Lester turns to William and says that as his former comrade, he would like to offer one piece of advice. With the aura of a demon, Lester talks about how destroying the Federation Alliance is one of the main goals of the cult, and there's no stopping it already. Afterwards, Lester stated that although it was hard for William to realize it, he was now part of a demon cult, and there was no fixing that. William grabs Lester and talks about how they will never give up, and trying to stop him is not worth it at all. William declares that he will not touch Lester, as he has integrity in him, and immediately afterward begins to walk away. Following William, Lester talks about how even though he recognized him, it still wouldn't change his mind ever again. Meanwhile, our hero Michael goes somewhere with Billy, who says that nothing has changed here at all. Billy speaks of the part they used to have here, for little Michael often asked to be carried here in his arms. As he walks along this path, Michael stops abruptly and sees the Zord that he has seen before, and begins to look closely. Our hero immediately recalls the fact that the same pattern was drawn at the Peak of Beauty, and begins to ponder how that one got here. At the moment they approach the building and someone comes out to meet them, Billy is very excited to see him and Michael freezes in shock. It turns out to be the librarian Zeus, who immediately talks about hearing about Michael's memory loss problem, and turns to Zeus. and apologizes for the problem, and afterwards asks about whether the latter is the master of the place. Michael points out that Zeus runs the Demon Lord's library, but is not skilled in martial arts himself. Zeus talks about how everything is right, but there is someone who knows how to use everything, namely the master of the mountaintop, the chief demon. After asking Zeus if he knew his father, Zeus replies that he did not, for he had simply asked him to leave a message. Michael reads a letter in which his father asks him not to look for him and says he is leaving to find a change in his life. Asks about a certain pattern on the walls of the place, and Zeus tells him it's their old logo from the myths. He turns to Zeus and says that he is going to visit the heavenly library and asks what gate leads to it. Zeus says that there are many gates, but the strongest is the gate of heaven and earth. Only Michael and his father can enter it. Zeus, along with Bill, escort Michael there and tell him that they wish him luck in his search, and he sets off. Michael starts walking around the library and looking at books, trying to find the best ones, but so far he's not succeeding. However, in a moment of walking down the hall, Michael notices some person inside who is also going through books. It turns out to be the third elder squire, who holds the book in his hands and talks about how he's been looking for it for a very long time. The squire notices Michael and begins to greet him, saying how glad he is to see him in this place again after all this time. Hearing the name from the third elder, Michael recalls that Lester asked him to find Squire as he is very smart. Michael approaches him and asks if he can borrow one of the books, much to Squire's surprise in the moment. The squire talks about how he always knew Michael was better than people said he was, whereupon Michael reciprocates by telling the squire so. He tells me that this summer has been too hot and he has gotten sick a lot, so he is looking for books on medicine now. Hearing such polite answers, Michael begins to understand why they call him saints and wonders why he is so kind, and tells Michael that it's good to see his love of books, adding that he also loves to learn a lot. The squire says he has to go to Peak Fire now to heal everyone, and he'll visit Michael later if it's okay with him. Squire starts to walk away and talk about how happy he was to see Michael today, but he stops him in a moment. Michael turns to Squire and says he's heard that he's versed in Western arts, and the latter says not much at all. Our hero turns to him again and asks if he knows to what art the holy daggers belong. And he starts thinking about it and talks about how nothing much comes to mind, but he has one guess. He asks Michael to try to learn the art of lethality, saying that it might help, which shocks Michael. The squire tells us that it's a pretty old art invented by assassins in ancient China, but it's very effective. After that, Squire starts telling Michael the whole history of this martial art, which makes him very tired. Immediately afterward, Squire ends his dialogue and begins to leave, saying that he will see Michael again. The squire leaves, and Michael is glad that he doesn't dislike him, and that's good. Meanwhile, Squire begins to leave the mountain and walk down the steps thinking about something and putting on his hood. Squire goes downstairs and smiles, talking about betting 50% that Michael will succeed in learning the art and another 20% that he won't. The one stops, looks to the side and talks about how if a fight is inevitable, it will have to be fought with dignity. Pew, wearing the same robe as the squire, turns to him and asks about the squire leaving already. He keeps coming down and talking about how he's already been on one side and now it's time for him to go to the other side. In the moment, the squire raises a powerful energy and asks his assistant to get out of the way, saying that he's walking around fooled as always. The squire puts a hand on his assistant's shoulder and talks about how he can only survive if he does what he's told. Pew freezes in place and says something about how he understood perfectly well, and Squire begins to walk down from him. Michael, meanwhile, studies the books and realizes that his techniques are the strongest, but the problem is that he doesn't control them well. Flipping through the books, Michael remembers that he did manage to do it in the fight with Jean, but he doesn't remember how it went at all. In the moment, Michael finds a book that has the very name of the martial arts that Squire was talking about on it, and it makes him happy. Michael starts reading the book and is surprised to find that much of it consists of questions to him about how he would act in different situations. The book also describes a certain very strong man who was able to learn absolutely every martial art in the world. In his head, Michael begins to run through the same techniques as before, but with the advice from this book in mind. Michael also begins to practice spiritual techniques, looking at one point using energy for long periods of time. This is how Michael manages to create illusory opponents for himself right in front of him for the test. Michael immediately begins to imagine fighting them, but he only uses his 2 daggers for these battles. He's good at it. He splits the energy in 2 and crams as much as he can into each hand, controlling the daggers more easily. After just a few minutes of practice, our hero manages to achieve full control and overpower his opponents. So by being in the room and utilizing the energy coverings, our hero has gotten to the point where he can control the coverings and the technique. After learning how to do what he wanted to do, Michael bows in front of the book and talks about using those skills for good. However, Michael realizes that he was able to educate himself before he finished reading, and there is still the last page left. However, when Michael starts reading, he is abruptly covered by some horrible feeling. He feels awful and very surprised. He is shocked to read lines in a book about someone telling how he is enveloped by a demon and not allowed to live a normal life. In the book, someone wrote about a certain demonic eye looking at him, and Michael remembers those very writings on the peak of beauty. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Franklin, as he sits and ponders whether the black sun really exists. However, in a moment, he beckons to his assistant and, turning to him, asks how things are going in the slaughterhouse now. Franklin's aide reports that they have been unable to find Richard's plate, which means that he survived and is now in hiding. Franklin says that this seems to be true, because Richard is very powerful, and it doesn't matter who the Black Sun is, because he's going to be killed anyway. Franklin then orders his assistant to go to Peakwater and fetch the money they are missing. Franklin also addresses him sharply, telling him to remember to send trackers to the hideout of the Slaughterhouse Palace. The aide leaves, and Franklin talks about how they will soon stick a sword in the Emperor's neck and show who the real ruler is. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some squad somewhere in the city. They approach a shop and inform us that they have come with instructions. The head of a certain squad informs him that the butcher man across from him must go to the peak of the tree, where a slaughter demon will be waiting for him. In response, Butcher starts yelling about how he's very happy about the news and is ready to kill anyone who goes against him. Other butchers begin to gather around him, who also inform him that they are very happy about the news. Afterward, the squad captain and his squad leave, and the deputy asks him what these strange people are. The squad general talks about how the main problem is that the head of it all eats people, and such a person is useful on the battlefield. Lilo is walking in the woods and talking about how her friends are totally freaking out and trying to get her to marry Michael, even though they were against him. In a moment right behind Lilo, Kate appears, who yells about how Lilo managed to call her out on her day off even. But Lilo grabs Kate and starts to silence her, telling her that they're being chased now and it's best to be quiet. Lilo turns to Kate and starts asking her to tell her where Michael is now, since she's lost him. But in response, Kate only pulls her head away and starts stroking herself, wondering about where he might be, while Lilo waits for an answer. Kate asks Lilo's opinion of Michael, but she says she's not interested in the young gentleman, just the Black Sun. Kate begins to ask Lilo about whether she has fallen for Michael really hard, and such questions began to piss Lilo off. Lilo starts yelling at Kate, who is laughing, and telling her to seriously answer the question. However, without waiting for an answer from Kate, Lilo recalls our hero's conversations with William and realizes where Michael might be. Lilo abruptly turns to Kate and talks about how she seems to know where Michael is now, much to Kate's surprise. Lilo suggests Kate go with her, but Kate only replies that she's not in the mood at all. Lilo says that's fine. The events of the story take us to Tyler, who reflects on the fact that he fled too quickly in his haste to the shelter and may be found. In the moment, Tyler is visited by his aides and told that the Trade Palace has disappeared and the Water Peak has been taken over by the Blood Palace. Tyler's men all talk together about how it would be good to leave the cult for a while, for they are clearly the target, but Tyler disagrees. Tyler's assistant reports that the other palaces have abandoned them, they can't contact anyone, and the money has been taken away. Tyler is overcome with great shock and anger, as he just can't believe what he's hearing right now. Abruptly, Tyler begins to hear someone's nasty laughter and orders the entire squad to scatter to their positions. In the moment, several of Tyler's aides are just killed, and right in front of him himself, people from the Meat Clan appear, and immediately begins to realize who they are and why they came, after which they attack forward with their energy. However, this energy is immediately absorbed and Tyler is faced with dozens of different butcher warriors. He sees that they've got them surrounded and talks about how out of their minds they're attacking the palace. The foremost among them tells Tyler that his spies have done a very bad job and he doesn't know what's going on in the world at all. Tyler turns to the main man himself and asks him why he attacked, since he already has the title of Demon Butcher. In response, the Demon Butcher replies that his squad is just really hungry and would like to eat before leaving, and realizes that the opponent in the person of the Demon Butcher is very strong, and to defeat him only about 30%, and this is only one-on-one. The demon butcher then orders his men to wait for nothing and attack Tyler and his men right now. Toth and his men begin to defend themselves, but realize that this day could be the last day of the slaughterhouse's existence. Meanwhile, at the very spot where the fight between them is taking place, Lilo arrives and looks at it all with wild shock. Lilo starts asking about who they all are and what they're all up to, and asks Kate to stay out of the bushes and sit there. However, Kate does come out and talk about the fact that the battle here involves the Slaughter Palace versus the Meat Clan, which means that the battle is going to be a strong one. Lilo looks ahead at them all and asks about who is in danger now. Kate replies that she and Lilo are in danger now. The main meat demon says that Lilo and Kate are very cute and he would like to eat them and asks to bring them alive. Lilo asks about the fact that do these people really enjoy killing others. Kate says that's right, and she's in full support. In the moment, the people from Meat's Palace snap out of their seats and jump in with an attack on Lilo, who originally wanted to just walk away. However, Lilo recalls chatting with Michael about it, and remembers that he is being hunted by the palace. Lilo decides to fight, and talks about doing it to the last man, as she will be ashamed to look into the eyes of the Black Sun later. Lilo jumps right at her opponents and begins to cover her body with ice energy in order to defend herself against them. At this point, Tyler realizes that this way, they have a chance at survival if the butchers are distracted. However, looking forward, Tyler also realizes that a major problem in the form of a meat demon remains, and one that is very evil. But in a moment, Tyler switches from that thought. He looks sideways at number 12 and realizes that he is in danger. Tyler's men approach from behind and report that their opponents feel no pain, and Tyler gives the order to chop off their heads. The meat demon starts laughing. He turns to Tyler and asks about the fact that does he really think they will lose to them? And Meat yells at Tyler, talking about how he has a very high opinion of himself, even though he lost to some minnows. Immediately afterward, a meat demon named Ramil jumps up dramatically and prepares to attack directly at Tyler. After starts to defend and uses energy, thus creating a rift in place, even the ground cracks underneath them. Tyler realizes that his opponent is very strong, and the latter responds by talking about letting Tyler in for dog food right now. At that moment, Lilo appears from above Ramil with a sword attack, screaming and asking her not to get into their showdown with the dogs. Lilo then launches an attack at Ramil, and Tyler can't understand at all why she's fighting, also on their side. He realizes that she could have stayed out of this fight, but she wanted to and started attacking Ramil very hard in the face. Ramil is thrown back hard. He stands up, starts looking around and talking about the fog appearing around him. However, Ramil accepts this fog as one of Tyler's pathetic tricks, so he picks up his weapon and marches forward. But something strange happens. Right behind Ramil's back, some silhouette with red eyes appears in the fog. It turns out to be Tyler, who using a stealthy and covert technique sent a charge of attack directly at his opponent. The one in the moment started screaming in pain and shaking. He was yelling very loudly and just couldn't believe that he'd been hit so easily. Ramil fell to the ground and Tyler began to turn to Lilo and ask her why she was helping if she could have gotten herself killed. Lilo only states in response that she will ask Tyler and his posse to be indebted to her for her kindness. Tyler exhales and smiles, thus making it clear that he agrees to this barter with Lilo. Tyler then heads straight for Ramil's corpse and realizes that he should be finished off by the laws of the Slaughterhouse Palace. But in the moment when Tyler is about to strike, Ramil abruptly seems to come to life and strikes back at Tyler. Ramil's weapon hits perfectly right in the side of Tyler's body, near the shoulder, piercing all the way through to blood. Immediately afterward, Ramil abruptly gets to his feet and uses 2 fingers to crush the points on Tyler's body, thus blocking him. And so Ramil has blocked Tyler in place and has now decided to fight against Lilo, who is standing across from him. Immediately after that, Ramil gets off his seat and starts heading straight for Lilo in order to launch attacks on her already. Lilo realizes that this is not going to be easy at all. She begins to fight off Ramil and fight him for her future. However, Ramil is not a bad guy at all. He attacks Lilo time after time without hesitating to add strength, even though she is a girl. Fortunately, Lilo manages to hold off Ramil's attacks, but she realizes that she will not last long in this way. In the moment, with his red-hot sword, Ramil breaks through Lilo's defenses and abruptly grabs her arm right around her neck, holding her down. Ramil blocks her air and starts choking her harder, lifting her up with his hand, not even giving her a chance to escape. This is all noticed by Kate, who realizes she can't stand by and watch any longer. She snaps out of her seat and runs to attack. Ramil brushes Kate off with his hand and tells her to stay out of the way. He continues to squeeze Lilo and talks about starting with her. However, just a second after these words, someone's powerful and large blade stabbed straight into Ramil's body with great force. She notices that it pierced not only Ramil, but everyone around him. It was a huge long chain. At one point, some kid with long hair and a demon aura comes from behind. He kills everyone from the Meat Clan at once. Standing with one eye and covered in bandages, he turns to Ramil and asks who dared to wake him up at such a time. Meanwhile, Michael is still studying that very book, realizing that there are notes in his handwriting, the past owner of the body. All the facts Michael learns reduce him to the fact that the past owner of the body wasn't just a stupid heir. The story is much deeper than that. Michael realizes that a strange series of facts began at the Pleasure Palace when, without Stella's knowledge, powerful techniques were used on him. The next strange fact was the writing on the beauty peak and the patterns that were clearly made by the past owner of the body. Michael has always been told that the past owner of the body was a wimp, but he doesn't understand how then that one pulled off Ron's peak of beauty. Another odd fact was that the Federation people tried to notify Michael about the Sky Peak, which is also incomprehensible. Michael begins to speculate that there could have been someone else here besides him and his father, and it was most likely Franklin. And she also realized from the past body owner's records that someone had suppressed him in a past life and prevented him from moving higher. In his head, Michael begins to think of different images of what could have controlled him and came to the conclusion that it was his father. From all the facts, Michael realized that his father was against many things and was going to stop him in many decisions. The events of the story take us back to the battle at the shelter of the Slaughterhouse Palace, where Ramil stands shocked that Richard is alive. Ramil realizes that they may have defeated Tyler and the squad, but they won't be able to break Ramil, and he yells that it's time to retreat. All of them in the moment start just running off in different directions, but here's Richard just sitting still and not moving. The Meat Clan guys gain distance. Richard stands up abruptly and starts twirling his rope around, saying those guys didn't even say goodbye. Immediately afterward, Richard spreads his rope right into all of his opponents, thus killing them in a second. However, still alive is Ramil, who tries his best to escape from Richard, who overtakes him with energy. Richard just stands still and continues to amplify his energy, making it more and more powerful, which gives him an even more sinister image. This is all being watched with shock by Lilo, who had imagined everything, but not the kind of power Richard has. Tyler turns to her. Tyler informs Lilo that she'd better get out of this place while the opportunity is even there. Lilo points out to Tyler the people who are now trying to escape and talks about how suggesting she do so now is foolish. Immediately afterward, Richard picks up a gun and starts walking towards Lilo, talking about how he's been wondering whose daughter she is for a long time. She talks about how she came here alone and wants to leave alone, but Richard informs her that he's not going to let her go, and afterwards asks Richard about killing her, and he says it won't be that easy after she killed the whole village. Lilo talks about how she didn't do anything like that, and before her, the leader of the Celestial Squad, nicknamed Pew, had been there. Richard starts going towards Lilo and talking about how she lies too much as a mere mortal, and talks about being ready to swear an oath in her father's name, but Richard only laughs madly in response and says it's all very interesting. She talks about how if it's all that interesting, is it possible to rescind the order to kill her? But Richard refuses her. Immediately after, Lilo falls to the floor by herself and talks about giving up so Richard can kill her, which shocks Kate. Lying on the ground, Lilo talks about how her father is going to be very worried about this, and Richard declares that she's pushing him too hard. He turns to Lilo and asks her about who she thinks might be behind it all then, if not herself. With a very strange face, Lilo talks about whether or not Richard suspects the black sun that lives at the peak. Once again, he turns to Lilo and talks about how she doesn't seem to know anything at all, and this surprises Lilo greatly. She wants to know more. Richard then turns to the men in his squad and talks about locking Lilo and Kate up for a while for sure. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to the gathering place of the elders. They are drinking tea and discussing something among themselves. Squire sits among them. He turns to Elder Charlie and asks about how long he has known everything. Elder Charlie talks about how there have already been 3 riots in his time in the cult, and he understands how they start. Elder Charlie also says that there have been too many rulers in the world lately, causing more casualties, whereupon Charlie starts looking into Squire's eye to describe things as they were, and talk about various similarities that could be signs. He also talks about how the battle between the palaces is entertaining, But EMTZ, the issue of the Heavenly Mountain and the Great Dragon is very important. Charlie's point is that no matter who becomes leader, if he ends up dead in the jaws of that dragon, there's no point. The squire talks about how Charlie's thoughts are very interesting to him, and afterward asks him about the bottom line he came to back then. Charlie talks about how his best thought is that it's better to be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. The squire starts clapping his hands and talking about how wonderful it all is, and it's immediately obvious that Charlie has a lot of experience in this business. Immediately afterward, Squire approaches Charlie and offers to make him cult leader, but the latter says he's not interested in that at all. But Charlie turns to Squire and talks about how his one wish is to eradicate the clans from the cult. He turns to Charlie and asks about the latter's suggestion to put the elders higher in governance than the 9 palaces. Charlie replies that Squire got him completely right, and he laughs and talks about how that's just fine, and he loves it, and starts to walk away and talk about letting Charlie handle all the issues with the clan, and he'll take care of various things himself. Charlie raises a powerful energy before he leaves and says that he is willing to bet his life on making this idea a reality. The events of the story take us to Lester, who is at a general meeting of Michael's allies telling all the news from the cult. Stella intervenes and talks about how they were able to find out a bit of information about the Blood Palace and their market system. Stella tells them that the Blood Palace has gone beyond its limits and is now joining forces with someone else to realize its plans. Lester suggests that this is entirely possible, but right now it's just speculation, so it's worth being serious about. He turns to Ron and John and tells them that Michael's orders are for them to find the monsters at Beauty's Peak that he saw. Afterward, Lester turns to Stella and tells her that he has also asked her to find out something about the village where everyone has recently died. Stella talks about how it clearly won't be easy, but she will try hard for the sake of getting results. Lester also says that the rest of the palace business will go to Luis, who has connections and power there. The meeting of Michael's allies ends, and the events of the story take us to the palace, which is at the peak of the water. Stella is standing there with Roger, who talks about how amazing and very beautiful this place is. Stella keeps a close eye on Roger and regales him with various stories about how they used the place during the festival. Roger turns to Stella and talks about how it's time for them to go back to the brothel, and she says she'd love to see them there. Stella escorts Roger and his troop to the place and sets a very nice table for them. Roger is overjoyed and calls the place beautiful. She turns to him with a very pretty look and tells him that she wishes to have a nice rest and adds that she needs to step back. And leaves. And Roger says that she is very attractive, however a very complicated person like he thinks she is. Afterward, one of Roger's men asks to speak to him one-on-one, and Roger orders the deputies to hide for a while. The man standing next to them turns to Roger and says that there is a problem with this woman next to them. Under the mask of a man nearby is Rox. He turns to Roger and asks him to kill Stella, saying that she is very dangerous. Roger turns to Rox and asks about the fact that the man brought him here to eliminate just one woman. Remembering Stella, Rox talks about how it would take 1,000 professional warriors to overpower her. Rox talks about how there aren't many regular mercenaries around, which is why they needed Roger's help, and he's shocked at the request. Roger tells Rox that his look is really pissing him off, and Rox asks if Roger is in denial. Roger angrily yells about how he can't back out anymore because he gave his word and it's a moral trap for him. Roger then talks about how this will open up the opportunity for Rox to see how powerful his empire of soldiers is. Meanwhile, Stella sees in bed and reflects that Michael has become much stronger and more masculine, and she is looking forward to meeting him. Stella recalls Michael's words that he will change the cult, and now those words warm her soul very much thinking about them. All these thoughts bring Stella into complete tranquility, for there will come a time when all can live kindly and honestly in peace. However, Stella also realizes that there's going to be a lot more to come before that point, because nothing in this cult comes easy. In a moment to Stella's shock, the doors open to her room and 100 of the Emperor's warriors appear and stand across from her. Stella gets up and heads over to them and talks about how she didn't expect so many people to visit her at a late hour all at once. But in the moment, Stella sees the weapons in their hands and begins to use her powers, saying she didn't expect this from the Empire. Immediately after that, a powerful lady starts to appear under Stella's feet. The whole room around is covered with her energy all around. In the moment Roger himself appears in the room, he said he expected the power from Stella. However, he didn't know she would be so cold. She talks about how she wants to hear Roger explain this whole situation, although it's probably later, she adds. Roger asks not to hold a grudge and talks about how in politics everyone will go to any lengths to realize their goals, including him. Stella asks Roger about his decision to join forces with the Bloody Palace, but he replies that it's not as simple as it seems. Roger asks Stella to dump Michael and be an ally of the Blood Palace, and Stella is shocked to learn of her connection to Michael. Stella does not give the appearance of being greatly surprised and only suggests that Roger should make a wager with her now. The latter is greatly surprised, and Stella turns to him and offers to bet on how the latter will end up living his life, and raises her energy and power and declares that her bet is that Roger's end will be very terrible and he will lose everything. Stella begins to cover the entire room around her with energy and talk about what those wish that came here to her today. Roger's men take him away so the ice won't hurt him, while the rest of the group directs their energy at Stella in order to defeat her. She immediately notices from their energy that the opponents are not weak, realizing that they are the Emperor's best fighters for sure, and realizes that the fight needs to be finished quickly. She doesn't have time, so she makes the most of her energy around her. Using only one attack, Stella manages to cover all opponents with energy and frees them right where they were standing. However, in the moment, Roger's eyes become heavily coated with energy, and he talks about how that was pretty good. Immediately after that, literally in 1 second, all the ice around him breaks, and he stands there all very red and angry. Roger reaches forward and talks about how they're also running out of time, and he'd like to get this all over much sooner. She is well aware that this is causing a lot of problems for her right now, and is starting to defend herself against it all with technique. Stella realizes that it will be hard to just defeat them, so she decides to block the passage with glaciers. However, her opponent in the person of Emperor Roger clearly does not agree with this way of defense. He covers himself with energy. Roger declares that it's a terribly pathetic attempt to live, whereupon raising the energy breaks everything around him in a second, and realizes with shock that Roger has managed to break all her energy defenses with just one sweep of his arm. Stella, looking forward, begins to see Roger as the head of a cult that once fought her a long time ago. The events of the story take us to Elder Squire, who tells us that this place will soon be one of the most dangerous in the world. The squire turns to someone in the back and talks about how this is all very strange, and he's already waiting for the moment when the massacre for power begins in the streets. Squire asks the man next to him who he thinks will win, and he responds with a silhouette about how it's already been decided after all. The squire laughs and talks about how everything would have been very easy and simple if it had been known all along. A certain man sitting near the squire says that once the palace poll is resolved, Michael will go to battle with the head of the Blood Palace. The squire laughs and says it's all right, and if they don't kill him they will, because they can't do it any other way, and begins to leave this house and says that in his opinion everything has already begun, and it remains only to wait for events further. As he leaves, Squire says that all he doesn't know is where the money that was at the Blood Palace but later disappeared went. Already leaving, Squire tells this man to actively monitor what will happen in the palaces and with Michael's allies. Meanwhile, Ron along with John go where Lester and Michael have asked them to go, namely Beauty Peak for monsters. Ron immediately notices the legendary fog that Michael was talking about, but John tells him that he doesn't know anything about it. At one point, John stops and tries to cut through this fog with his sword and realizes that even doing so is problematic. John is shocked to realize that the man who created the monsters and lived there is very powerful, because even getting out is not easy. John turns to the guys in the back and tells them all to wait for him at this spot and not to go forward, which surprises him. The old man begins to argue with John, but the latter states that they have no other choice in this situation but to do so. John then abruptly raises his sword, points it towards the mountain, and uses the destruction technique on it, and starts to walk forward. However, right after that, a voice comes from behind saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Our boys immediately turn away and notice Elder Charlie standing on the mountain looking at them. Ron tries to strike up a conversation with Charlie, but realizes that his appearance here is already a very strange moment for them. However, in a moment, our guys begin to notice more men in similar robes, other elders who have also arrived here. Then there are more and more of them, and John and Ron realize that all the elders are here except the third. Ron says that they must have walked into a trap because these people shouldn't be here, and John agrees. Ron turns to John and asks about what they should do now, but he only says nothing because it's hard to think of anything. Ron decides to try to get the dialogue going again. He turns to them and asks if they are lost here by accident, but in response, Charlie just smiles and says that no matter how rotten a branch is, it needs to be cut in time and continues to stand. Old man Ron at this moment perfectly realizes that in all likelihood they have come for their souls now. Charlie brings up the red energy in his eyes and says that Ron shouldn't worry, because others will face the same outcome. Ron is shocked and doesn't know what he's talking about. He finds it hard to believe that the elders are in cahoots with anyone. He starts going over all the latest news in his head and comes to the realization that their only possible ally is Franklin. But remembering Franklin's personality, Ron realizes that he would not have recognized the group of old men as his allies. Looking up directly at them, Ron realizes that if this isn't the work of Franklin's hands, there's only one option left: the Sky Palace. However, while Ron was just pondering, they decided to move to action and rushed in with attacks on Ron and John. John began to look closely into their eyes and discovered with shock that there were 8 professional martial arts owners against them. And turning to Ron, he says he'll pave the way for him and asks him to go to Michael's palace and report everything. John then turns to his fire team and tells everyone to make sure old Ron gets a pass. Charlie decides to enter the fight and talks about how he's always been interested in the power of John's sword demon. After stacking all the energy in his hands and throwing it straight towards John using the tiger technique on him, John began to fight her off, and meanwhile, John's unit got into a big battle with the elders. However, and it was not so easy, because the old man Ron, who was going to run away, could not do it, he began to be stopped. Ron managed to get out and began to head forward, realizing that at his age, he shouldn't have gone so far from home. In the moment, Ron pulls out some balloons and talks about how if his end is near, he'll take more people with him in that case. The elders noticed the weapons in Ron's hands with shock and immediately realized that they were tokenization orbs, which was very dangerous for them. Ron was well aware that he could use them to change this fight a bit and pointed them straight at the elders. And immediately afterward, he began to eat them himself, one by one, from which his body began to swell and gain poisons. A moment after that, Ron had already turned into a huge monster-like green creature. After that, Ron moved forward and began to strike at the elders with blow after blow, practically killing them. Ron looked them in the eye, smiled, and declared that, like he said, he would try to take more people with him to the grave. One of the elders talks about what he has heard about this poison flower technique and how it can poison everything in this world. Hearing their dialogues, old man Ron immediately realized that the elders knew this as well, so he should act faster. Old Ron began to think about how he could use the poison effectively and noticed that the clouds around him were dodging it. Meanwhile, while old man Ron was confronting these elders, John went to battle with First Elder Charlie. Ron turned to John and spoke about the elders being weak to poison and asked him not to crash everything in his path during the battle. Afterwards, Ron adds that they can't win this battle and he can't escape alone, so he should act radically. John knew it immediately. He looked down and realized that they were in for a big battle, or a horrible ending, and makes the decision not to give up so easily and begins to activate his powers and raise his sword aura. He swings his sword right from the top of the mountain, then creates powerful and long energy attacks that envelop everything around with an invisible aura. He breaks many mountains around him, and on one of them, Elder Charlie climbs up beside him and stands opposite him. Charlie talks about John destroying all avenues of escape and apparently wants to die here. This will disappoint him. In response, John smiles and tells Charlie that they will definitely have to all pay their debts today since the time is now. John then pointed his sword forward and shouted a message to his squad to move towards the Peak of Beauty. Charlie responds by starting to build up energy and talking about how he doesn't even know if John is that stupid or if he's just pretending. Charlie then fires his energy forward and says that he's ready to say goodbye to John and his title as a sword demon. Meanwhile, the events of our story shift to Louis, who is walking up the stairs somewhere, surrounded by warriors. Louis arrives at Min's ward and realizes he hasn't been here in a very long time due to his stupidity, and even misses the place, and realizes well that his life would have turned out differently then. His wife would be alive, and Layla would not be growing up in that village by the creek. In the moment, several guys emerge from Min's ward, including Robert, who had previously been hiding under the moniker of the other pew. Robert and the boys are very surprised to see Louis, and he turns to them and tells them that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Robert has very mixed emotions from seeing Louis. He wants to either cry or get angry and looks directly at Louis. Robert immediately falls to his knees in front of Louis, saying that he's glad to see the leader of the squad, but the latter declares that he's no longer their leader. Luis turns to Robert and asks about whether the officers are inside. The latter replies that everything is correct. Robert and his squad escort Luis inside, saying they are very surprised that he managed to get his inner energy back. Immediately afterward, Luis heads straight to the officers in the hall and looks at them in shock. He is very surprised and even scared. In front of Luis are two squad leaders of the Min squad who are in a terrible state under substances and don't even recognize Luis. Luis began to ask them in a panic about what had happened, but they were unable to have a normal dialogue with him and only spoke nonsense. Out of shock and anger, Luis began to raise his horrible aura and turning to Robert asked what was going on here. Robert admits that he committed a terrible sin and should have taken better care of them. Luis asks him to tell him everything without secrecy. He began to talk about how everything was caused by his inattention and idleness, and he repented of it all. In the moment, Louis notices the strange aura that emanates from Robert and that he's trying to get a gun. Robert abruptly walks over to Luis and holds out the demon aura and talks about how this is all a lot of fun and he can't stop. In the moment, Robert strikes Luis's body with his weapon and says that he shouldn't have come here. And he began to talk about the day Luis's wife died too, and that he enjoyed the way she screamed and asked for help. Louis became wildly angry and raised bloody energy, and afterward talks about whether Robert was behind her death. He started talking with a mad face about how such a horrible and bloody aura suited Luis very well. Louis started crying blood and talking about how it was his huge mistake, that he didn't immediately see Robert as a horrible person. A bloodied Luis began to say that he would now right his wrongs and show Robert what retribution awaited him. In response, Robert talks about how Luis is very confident even in this situation and it makes him laugh. Robert wants to make a point of showing his true power now, but in a moment, Luis abruptly covers everything around him with his aura. Luis's strength after Michael's technique is very great. He is much more powerful than in his own youth and covers everything with blood energy. With blood and anger in his eyes, Louis talks about making Robert forget about getting out of here alive, because he will kill them all. Robert is wildly terrified. He realizes in shock that it seems Louis has reached the maximum level of bloody arts now. However, in a moment, someone's very powerful aura appears from behind, which Luis immediately notices and takes notice of. It turns out to be the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin, who tells Luis that they have finally met again. Franklin then starts covering everything around him with energy and talking about how Louis is about to show him how strong he is. Luis turns around with a charged fist of energy in his blood and talks about keeping Franklin out of it and out of his way. Immediately afterward, there is a very powerful clash between them, in which no one can yet take the upper hand. The level of this flash is very high, yes, so much so that the roof of the palace they are in just breaks through. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to some place where a girl sits in front of hundreds of people and invokes the god of flame. She creates fire in her hands and continues to pray, saying that she wants preservation and good fortune from God. Immediately afterward, she abruptly raises her hands up and directs a stream of flames into the heavens in a huge platoon. At the same event comes a squad from the Ming division, the same squad that was recently at the palace of Louis and Franklin battle. Afterward, people also noticed the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin himself, standing in the crowd watching the festival. Franklin, with a wild and bloodthirsty face, says that the stage is finally set and it's time to start the game. The girl in the center raises her hands in the air and asks all the faithful to drink to the divine blessing that has descended upon them. Immediately after her phrase, all the people around start launching special fireballs into the sky as a thank you to God. It was at this moment, when the fireballs flew upwards, that the heavenly fire festival of the demon cult fully opened. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us straight to Michael, who in turn has returned to the small palace after training. It was with great shock that he began to walk around and realized that it was somehow very quiet. He had expected some kind of commotion on a day like this. The first thing Michael notices is William standing by a tree and immediately turns to him. But in the moment, Michael immediately says he forgot to take something, is running around and will be back, after which they can go. In response, however, William only quietly and coldly asks Michael if he's sure he should even be going out right now. William began to clench his fist and suggest that our hero Michael leave the heavenly mountain together and go to his native land from here. Michael is very surprised and talks about how his goals to change the demon cult haven't changed, and he's almost realized them. William holds out a paper to Michael and talks about how his old comrade asked him to give this to Michael upon his return. The letter goes on to say that someone has lost contact with all the palace masters and will be waiting for Michael at a certain location. Michael crumples up the letter in anger and talks about how it's complete nonsense, but William declares that apparently all the masters have changed their minds. He starts telling Michael that, for example, Luis was originally a member of the art palace and he might be there now. Michael starts arguing with William and talking about how it can't be that way at all, and clearly there is some strong problem with everything. Toth begins to remember his sidekick Billy, Layla and Luis, who he has saved more than once, and they have been with him the whole time. Michael also began to remember Stella, who had made him her promise, and with whom together they wanted to change things. Michael began to remember also John, the father of his future wife Lilo, who was also at his side after everything that had happened. After Michael remembered all of this, he dramatically stated that to him, these people were far from the kind of people who could just run away. Michael started to say that it was time for them to leave the festival. William stated that they would regret it, but Michael disagreed with him. In the moment, William abruptly turns to Michael and talks about TMO that the masters didn't betray him at all, and this shocks Michael. The events of the story take us to Squire, who thanks someone for helping him get rid of all of Michael's men. And he thanks Lester for it, who says that what matters to him is that Squire keeps his word, and he doesn't care who's at the helm of the cult. The Squire starts to walk away and talks about how Lester has been very obedient, so he will fulfill the promise he made to him. Afterward, Squire leaves and talks about how he will do anything to deliver one of the Federation soldiers into Lester's hands alive. The one leaves completely, and Lester climbs up, looking out from the balcony of the building he is watching the situation in the capital. Lester looks at all the people around him and is well aware that this place will soon become hell, and he doesn't regret his decision at all. The events of the story show us Lester's youth in the Federation. Back then, he was shocked to read the news about people going missing all the time. The man he was talking to at the time began to say that perhaps they had isolated themselves in this way, from everyone, because it could be dangerous. But he too stood that there was something strange about it, and asked his uncle to allow the stormtroop to participate in the affair. A few days after this conversation, Lester's squad and himself were ambushed, and part of his body was paralyzed. That was the day Lester lost everything, after which he faked his death and isolated himself from everyone for a long time. And now Lester realizes that there's only one reason he survived, and that's his curiosity to find out why that is. That's when Lester learned that a certain Felix had requested a request from the Federation to kill Lester and his family. Lester began his plan for revenge, however, in the moment Michael appeared and began to preach to him the ideas of justice that day. Initially, Lester didn't trust Michael, but over time he was able to sense his sincerity and desire to make a difference. Then also believe Michael's strength and desire to change something, and that he will not betray him to the very end, because it is very important now. At that moment, however, the very man, Squire, appeared, who came to Lester with an offer that was hard to refuse. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to our hero Michael, who is actively heading somewhere in the crowd. Our hero walked somewhere very purposeful with some desire for a while longer and abruptly entered the building. Lester was waiting for him there, and he said at once that he was very glad to see him after so long a time here. He started feigning surprise and talking about where the masters all were now. Lester immediately stated that they had betrayed him. Michael began to ask Lester if he thought it was strange, since they could have just walked into a trap. Lester began to say that in that case there would be no one left in the palace, but there are a bunch of abodes there now. Michael began to turn to Lester and ask him about the fact that he was really pretending like he didn't understand anything. Our mad-eyed hero says he'll put the question to Lester more directly and asks about whether he betrayed them. And he doesn't respond to it at all. He just sits there with the same face and looks directly at Michael at this moment, not realizing what he's thinking at a time like this. Lester started to say that this was not true at all, calling Michael a tiger in this game, and talking about how leaving the side of the strongest is stupid. However, while saying all this in his head, Lester realizes that the elders have gone too far, and not even Michael can stop them anymore, and pretends to believe Lester and asks about what they should do now, realizing that they need to ferret out Lester's plans. Lester tells Michael that the situation isn't so bad because the leader of the Blood Palace, Franklin, is also isolated. He also talks about the fact that to become a head, you need power and recognition. But there is no one to get recognition from because everyone has disappeared. Lester suggests that Michael challenge Franklin to a fight as the Black Sun right during the festival, since that's the best time to fight. He asks Lester if Franklin agreed to this, since everyone knows that Black Sun has the highest power level. Lester talks about how everything will be fine, and one problem is just Franklin's men in the crowd amongst other people who look pretty dangerous. Our hero states to Lester that he understands and will keep it in mind, then begins to walk away from the building. As he left, he turned around and said that a wise man had told him a long time ago that as long as a man was alive, he had every chance to change things. Closing the door, Michael asked Lester to keep that in mind, but he just sat there silently staring at one point. They both began to think back to the day last Michael had said their squad would lose, but Lester had stated that they were still alive and had a chance. That day, Lester yelled at Michael and talked about thinking with their heads and realizing that as long as they were alive, they could do anything. Looking ahead, Michael tells himself that despite all the difficulties he will keep trying and will not stop. Michael then leaves the building and walks in an unknown direction, realizing that he urgently needs to change things. After a while, Michael gets right into the festival, but he's too shocked at how many people are there. However, in all the crowd he notices familiar faces. It was Garp along with his boys chatting about something. Mile comes up behind him and bothers Garp. He gets angry, but Michael's sharp energy tells him it's him. Afterward says if it's his longtime childhood buddy, but Michael replies that it's actually him, the young leader. The man is sharply surprised, but Michael says he's in a tough spot, asking Garp to move elsewhere so as not to attract attention. Garp, a couple of the higher-ranking men in his squad, and Michael headed to a nearby warehouse and began chatting amongst themselves. Garp reveals that he was looking for Lilo and Father John, but was informed that the latter, along with his squad, had gone missing. The guys are devastated by all of this. Michael says he's heard the news before and assures the guys that a strong man like John is alive. Garp clenches his fist and says that of course he is, he's sure of it, though he says it with trembling hands. Afterward, Michael turns to Garp and asks about why he's looking for Lilo and what might have happened to her. Garp says that Lilo ran away because she doesn't want to marry Michael, which surprised Michael and offended him to some extent. Ian from Garp's squad asks Michael what he himself is doing here and why he hasn't challenged Franklin yet. After which Michael briefly tells the guys what happened, Ian gets very angry and curses the Heavenly Palace with all his soul. Ian suggests just attacking and killing Franklin's men, but Michael says that those are lurking among the regular people, which causes the danger to be enormous. Garp asks about the point of these men fighting against Michael if he isn't strong enough to defeat the entire army. Michael thinks about the fact that Garp is completely right, and he really would be easy to catch if he did, but they don't. Michael asks about whether the island faithful come to the festival, and Garp explains that they only stop by when the lions dance, and begins to remember how, in the image of the Black Sun, he gained support from the people on the island. At that moment, the thought of what could have happened hit Michael, and he began to think of the best thing to do. He turned to Garp and his squad and told them that they should go to the lake and go quickly. He immediately realized what this was all about, because only Lester knew about it, and now Michael is going to stop his plans from coming to fruition. Meanwhile, on the festival stage, what everyone has been waiting for is happening. The lions are starting to perform. And Sid's still upstairs waiting for Michael, wondering if he might not show up at all. Thoth energizes his eyes, smiles, and says that today he is destroying all myths about the Black Sun forever. However, in a moment Franklin is dramatically surprised. He sees some huge stream of energy from above tending to the side. Immediately after that, someone's dark silhouette with a huge purple energy appears on a nearby tower. Franklin envelops himself with his energy, but he is shocked at the power of Michael, realizing that the Demon Lord's energy is very great. However, Franklin rejoices to the point of madness at the fact that Michael, in the image of the Black Sun, has finally appeared before them. Among the people in the crowd is Lilo. She came along with the leader of the slaughterhouse squad, Tyler. Kate also came along with Lilo. She's excited and talks about how the festival is a very fun place to be. She also turns to Lilo and talks about hearing the information mole masters of the Palace of Poison and Pleasure have been defeated. Lilo turns to Kate and says that it doesn't make much difference, since their situations aren't particularly better right now. Tar turns to Tyler and asks why he brought her here, if it was to see the death of the Black Sun. Tyler replies to Lilo that he doesn't fully know himself, because he's just following his master's instructions, nothing more, and turns to Tyler and asks him to give her some power, saying that she has an obligation to help the Black Sun. Tyler refuses, but Lilo blushes and yells that the Black Sun is their protector and they owe him their lives. However, Tyler reminds Lilo that he's the one who ruined the slaughterhouse by getting them into this situation, but stands and cries, and Tyler talks about how she has more courage in her than other men, and that scares him. Tyler also thinks something is wrong around him, as he feels the energy of the demons strongly. And he rarely questions Richard's actions and words, but now he clearly thinks it's all very strange. Franklin frantically addresses the Black Sun and talks about not taking his life so easily. Franklin asks Michael to just wait until the lion dance is over and then meet his death here with dignity. Not long before, Michael had given his things to William, explaining that he had his energy and could use them. It was then that Michael explained to William that their opponents had only gotten rid of the masters of the palaces, and that was all. However, here was William and Michael they didn't want to get rid of, and the thought hit William pretty hard. Michael changed things to William and said that since the Heavenly Palace doesn't know about him, he will become a Black Sun for a while. Meanwhile, in the center of the festival, the Lions event is actively underway and may soon be coming to an end. The strongest among all the Lions is the Black One, because he managed to defeat 3 opponents at once. However, it doesn't turn out to be that simple, as right inside the Black Lion is Michael and his allies from Garp's squad. Michael at one point wants to do something, but a sudden flow of demonic energy stops his desires and even scares him. Afterward, he turns to Ian and tells him to get ready, because it's going to be a lot harder now than it was before. At one point, peering out from behind the suit, Michael notices Lilo, much to his surprise as she was thought to be missing. Lilo ponders the plan, but Kate reports that the Black Lion has almost defeated everyone, but Lilo doesn't think it's important. In the moment, the Black Lion starts running right at Lilo and Kate, which scares them, and Tyler doesn't even pay attention. He abruptly hears sounds and turns around, noticing with shock that Lilo, along with Kate, are already in the lion's mouth. Immediately after that, Lion started to leave the scene. This made Tyler even more angry, because he wants to catch up with him, which caused a shock to everyone around him. Tyler ponders that it's too late for a chase, and they're unlikely to kill her, so he wants more to find the source of the demon's power. Lilo finds herself inside. Ian greets her, but she ignores him and asks Michael to turn around, realizing who he is, and tries not to turn around. But Lilo makes him, and Kate immediately hears a familiar scent and realizes everything. Michael asks Lilo to stop doing all this and listen to him, whereupon he briefly explains the whole situation. In the moment, an argument ensues between all the guys, the upshot of which is that Ian is to blame for everything. However, Ian himself at this time is not listening to the argument at all. He is sharply noticing something and following it constantly. More specifically, he notices the fact that a golden lion is climbing up a ladder on one of the towers, and the others are helping him to do so, and also notices it, after which he directs the flow of his energy into his eyes and begins to actively watch. Looking ahead, he can see perfectly well that most of the lions are sources of demon energy, and it's horrible. Michael is well aware that everyone alone is moving towards the same place, so there is definitely something in that place in that case. Immediately after, Michael grabs Lilo along with Kate and starts transferring some of his energy to their backs through tech. At first, they both don't understand what Michael is doing and try to scold him, but later they notice a huge aura of energy around them. Michael turns to them and asks them to leave for safety. Lilo immediately sees that the tech is high level. Even her father can't do that. And also talks about not wanting to put Lilo in danger, and in the moment she pays too much attention to his voice. After which our hero apologizes, calls Lilo by name and abruptly throws out of the lion, and she in turn understands everything. Along with Kate and Lilo, Michael also left Ian outside as well, whereupon the one in the lion ran off to the side, Lilo in shock. Lilo was especially impressed with Michael's apology. She immediately began to wonder why he was asking for it. Immediately afterward, Michael, who was in the body of a black lion, took off and started heading straight for the other lions. Being right inside, Michael energized himself and shot through his body with the technique, damaging his opponents. However, what Michael noticed with shock was that even when the lion's companions fell, those still crawled up. This made him very angry. Michael then made the decision to simply overtake them and knock them down, thus preventing them from going upstairs ahead of him. And abruptly, he began to notice that all the lions were active again, and also he was shocked to find weapons in their hands, which became dangerous. He used one of the Demon Lord's techniques quietly on them. However, it didn't help, which made him worry even more. Michael then began to look straight down and focus his gaze. He did this in order to use lethality techniques. The next moment after them, He used a combination with the Demon Lord's techniques, thus knocking them down the stairs. Meanwhile, a third elder squire came to the window of one of the buildings nearest the event and watched. With wild energy in his eyes, he immediately noticed a technique that was already familiar to him and saw the art of lethality. This was starting to piss Squire off a lot. He had expected the techniques to be learned by Michael, but not even close to thinking about the fact that it wouldn't be the Black Sun. The Squire began to think about what it could be, but afterward he agreed that it didn't matter, because both Michael and Franklin were going to die today. He started to walk off somewhere, a demon butcher sitting next to him, who immediately asked him about where he was going. In response, Squire turned around, raising his aura. He began to talk about the fact that then now for the demon butcher, it didn't matter. He began to walk away and talk about how if the butcher didn't want to die, he'd better stop being interested in everything. Butcher started looking back at the cage and talking about how apparently something wasn't going according to plan, but added that he didn't care. The very cage he was looking at contained all of our heroes' allies, including even the palace masters. All of them were in the poisoning of poisonous substances. Only Layla was in health, keeping everyone calm and contained. Butcher looked bloodily at Layla and said that for a girl who can't do anything, she was very good. The butcher then went straight to Layla and started talking about how the more excited she was, the tastier it would be. However, in a moment, there is a violent explosion from behind. The door falls to the floor and some man with strong energy is announced. Butcher immediately turns around and starts looking straight at him with wild shock and not understanding anything at all. The butcher looks directly into the man's eyes, but the man in turn extends his hand and begins to gather energy in it. Meanwhile, Franklin notices the third elder and doesn't understand what he's waiting for or why he's just watching the whole time. Franklin starts trying to contact him through energy and tell him that the situation can't be changed anymore anyway. At the same time, Franklin also realizes that Michael's support in the crowd is very high, so it's worth acting radically. Immediately afterward, Franklin raises his hand high up and begins to cover his body with energy from all directions. The people around them are shocked to notice this and immediately begin to notice that the lions have their suits missing from their bodies. At a point near the stage, some guy in a mask with red energy announces himself and starts screaming, getting everyone's attention. Then, this unknown person starts pointing his hand at William in the Black Sun suit and calling him a traitor. This guy and his helpers start killing people and yelling that it's revenge for the Black Sun, and William just stands there and watches. Though William gives the appearance of not caring, he clearly can't even begin to understand what's going on and is suspicious of Michael. Franklin is happily watching all this because apparently everything around him is his personal plan, which is aimed at destroying people. Franklin begins shouting into the crowd that Black Sun has finally shown his truth as a bloodthirsty killer. Immediately afterward, Franklin takes a sharp leap and heads forward as if he wants to engage in a duel. Opposite him is William. Together, they collide in a punch, and immediately a sudden flow of energy in all directions begins. Franklin then turns to his men and gives them a red order that authorizes them to kill everyone indiscriminately. William looks down, holding back the blow. He ponders where Michael is now and why he does nothing in a situation like this. The events of the story take us to Lester, his assistant, talking about giving a message to the Ghost Squad. He also observes the whole situation and talks about setting it up so that Michael can't change it, even if he finds out. Meanwhile, Garp fights Franklin's unit in the main square and tries to find out from Michael what's going on. Using the energy, Michael turns to Garp and talks about there being poison in the yellow lion's throat, but there are too many enemies around. Michael asks Garp to take a close look at everyone around him, and afterward talks about keeping them in their sights, and begins to get actively angry and contemplating what he should do better. He allows the possibility of using the Force and burning the lion. But Michael also thinks about the option that it could be a hoax, and there would be explosives inside, and then you can't do that. One of the 9 elders standing nearby gives an order to his soldiers with his hand, authorizing them to act, whereupon those instantly dismount and start running forward, saying that the order to kill has come. That one, meanwhile, can't think of what to do at all, because there are only enemies around, and he can't allow death right now. However, in the moment, someone using energy contacts Michael and tells him that they haven't spoken in a very long time. This man turns out to be Richard, who says that it's all around very wonderful and pretty soon Michael may die, and starts looking around and trying to find Richard, not realizing where he is. Richard's aura with the gun seems to be right behind Michael. He asks about the fact that the man has already buried him. He asks Michael if he should be called by his name, the title of young leader, or the title of Black Sun, which surprises Michael. Immediately afterward, Richard addresses Michael by his old name from his past life and starts smiling big time. In that moment, it was as if Michael felt his past body. But what bothered him more was how Richard knew all this. Picturing Richard's aura in front of him, Michael says he has the full feeling that he's caught up in someone's plan. Richard turns to Michael and talks about how despite all that has happened, Richard would like to wish Michael life today. Immediately after these words, a great massacre began on the battlefield. Terrifying blasts of energy appeared out of nowhere and began to kill the warriors. Michael is surprised to see that the forces of the Slaughter Palace are now just destroying all of his opponents easily and simply. At one point, Michael even starts to cheer and talk about how maybe it was the strong influence of the cult that made him so crazy. The units of the Elders and Franklin began to attack directly against the units of the Slaughter Palace, saying that they needed to be destroyed as well. In a moment, Michael wraps himself in energy and jumps down directly into the arena, where an active fight is now underway. Everyone around them stopped in bewilderment and shock. They just can't believe what is happening now, seeing Michael's aura. Michael raises the demon's power even more powerfully and says that anyone who now dares to move will die on the spot. One of the squad leaders begins to speculate that Michael is just bluffing and is in fact a regular Black Sunshine fan. In a moment, Michael notices that all the archers around have taken him in a ring and surrounded him on all sides, preparing to attack. Our hero began to create a sphere of energy, telling this squad leader that he had made a complete mistake. Michael then began to attack with spheres of energy, and the squad leader looked on in shock, unable to believe that the man in front of him was stronger than the master. About 10 seconds passed from the moment Michael started like that, and the entire division of Elder Warriors lies dead and broken on the floor. Seeing that Michael was easily able to kill all the archers, the squad leader turns to the archers and asks them to create a defense. However, turning his head fully, he is shocked to see that all his warriors are lying on the floor immobilized. Michael himself, meanwhile, amplifies his energy and influences many times over, then heads straight for his opponents. All the warriors of the squad fly apart as if they were ordinary stones, and the remaining ones stand in shock, not knowing what to do. They look forward, and seeing Michael's horrible aura tells them that he's not just a master, but a demon god. Michael himself, meanwhile, with wild terror, steps forward step by step directly to meet his adversaries. He turns to the squad's commander-in-chief and talks about the fact that he made a mistake, which was clear from the beginning. He walks right up to this squad leader and talks about how the problem has always been him, but not male. Immediately afterward, Michael also added that the main mistake was trying to kill the young leader. That is him. Meanwhile, William in the black sunsuit is still fighting Franklin, who says people are ignorant. William shouts back at him that it was his own fault in the first place, for he gathered his followers around him and then betrayed them. Franklin replies to William that he is like himself, a puppet of the Palace of Heaven, at which point William is greatly surprised. After his words, Franklin abruptly pounces on the attack and unleashes it directly at William, telling him to sacrifice himself. Franklin then went behind William's back at all and made an attack there that threw him aside very powerfully. William is well aware that his opponent is very fast, and also Styout gets rid of the wind around in order to attack. William decides that if there is no way to make a direct attack, he will simply burn his opponent to the ground right there. Franklin responds by attacking William again with energy, saying that the Demon Lord's art doesn't exist and it's only an illusion of the ancestors. However, in a moment, Franklin notices that with his hands and energy, William manages to stop the flow of his attack, much to his surprise. Though William manages to block a surprise attack on himself and even land his own, he still falls short. William then decides to jump up and attack all of his enemies with spheres of energy. He notices that it helped, but also realizes that he still doesn't see Franklin well, so it's worth it to limit it. William begins to launch side attacks on all the posts nearby, but at that time, Franklin is already at his back. Immediately afterward, Franklin delivers a tremendous blast of energy directly at William, knocking him aside. Michael realizes that everything is very complicated, because in addition to being very fast, Franklin is also frighteningly strong. But in the moment, Franklin looks closely and sees that the person in front of him is not a living person, but a resurrection technique, and it surprises him. Franklin also adds, saying it's hard to resist his punches with that kind of technique, and William meanwhile has landed. In response to all that Franklin has said, William merely states that he is a gloomy reader for his opponent. Franklin adds his own strength and talks about how he doesn't understand how William is still talking in his condition. In the meantime, he looks closely at the aura coming from Franklin and realizes how best to proceed. William begins to release energy simply into the air around him. He does this in order to cleanse everything around him of Franklin's traces. Franklin begins to head towards William and asks him about the fact that he doesn't think that trapping him will win. He realizes that he can't let Franklin get away, so he starts attacking him with powerful streams of energy. However, despite William's powerful attack, Franklin manages to sneak through it and make a counterattack. Despite the gravity of his situation, William notices that because of his energy around him, Franklin has nowhere to run. However, in the moment, Franklin's hand punches through William's and all the energy around in the moment just went out. With a huge smile on his face, Franklin appeared right out of the stagnant dust around him and began to address William. Franklin began to look closely at William's body and immediately noticed the hole in his chest that he himself had just made. He smiles, lifts his leg, and talks about wanting to watch William's head crack open now. However, to Franklin's surprise, William begins to smile and then addresses Franklin sharply. William raises his head, starts to look away and points his finger there, asking Franklin to turn around. William asks him to look into the eyes of death, and the man does turn around, abruptly horrified by what he sees. Right behind Franklin behind his back is our hero Michael in his guise and enveloped in the energy of a demon lord. At this point, Franklin is greatly surprised by what he sees and is horrified that Michael has handled the entire army. Michael begins to raise a terrible energy and addresses Franklin, saying that he has committed too many terrible sins. With a crazed look, Michael says that the trial is already useless and suggests ending it all here and now. Lilo is standing next to Ian. Lilo is very shocked that Michael is so strong and he has always been the Black Sun. However, Lilo still doesn't believe it very much and talks every time about how Michael couldn't even hold a sword before. At this point, Lilo began to remember more of her first encounters with Michael and the fact that he was able to catch her in a second when she's the highest ranking. However, remembering it all, Lilo refuses to believe it and starts screaming the name of the Black Sun, calling out to him. But Kate turns to Lilo and talks about how Ian is not lying and Michael is indeed the Black Sun. Kate also explains to Lilo the fact that the Black Sun suit is now a completely different person. However, it all doesn't fit in Lilo's head. She refuses to believe that Black Sun and Michael are the same person. She begins to remember, too, that in dialogues with the Black Sun, the latter has always stood by Michael's side. Lilo starts to just stand there and stare at Michael, not believing everything she's just learned. However, at this point her thoughts are interrupted by the abrupt appearance of Richard nearby, who calls it all funny. Lilo asks Richard about whether he knew everything originally, and he replies that of course he did. Richard points Lilo to Michael and Franklin's fight, saying that although Michael is strong, Franklin is far from weak. The elders also get involved in all this. They turn to their men and tell them that the young leader is a criminal. Kate and Lilo are horrified when they hear this, because they never thought the elders would turn against the son of the cult leader, and says that he knew and understood this outcome, so he proposes to kill the elders and take over, because he has wanted to do so for a long time. In the moment, Lilo blushes dramatically and turns to Richard and asks him to go and help Michael now in the battle. In response, Richard asks Lilo why he's doing this, and she replies that he's here now for a reason. After that, Lilo starts asking Richard to go help Michael again, and he only laughs back. Richard says that he will have to be kind today, for he doesn't want Franklin's plan to work today either. Richard then abruptly envelops himself in an aura and heads upstairs directly to the elders to appear before them. The leader of the blood cult squad tells Richard that now is not the time for statements, but he wraps his neck around it in response. Richard then abruptly pulls the rope with energy and thus sends the head of the squad down. He gets in front of the old men and, raising his blood aura, tells them to rescind the order to kill Michael. However, in a moment, something abruptly catches Richard's attention. It turns out to be the girl Stussy who approached him. She is a master of fire. Richard tells her that the past master of the Fire Palace was far more tenacious, and that he is disappointed in Stussy. Stussy turns to Richard and asks him not to have a massacre right during the feast, but he responds by chopping off the heads of the elders. This instantly leaves Stussy in shock. She hadn't anywhere near expected him to even talk to her about it. Richard then turns to her again and tells her that if she can't overturn the order, she can at least help. Stussy tells Richard that he will rescind the kill order, but in return asks that the head of the blood squad be released. Richard looks down under his feet, seeing Robert, the head of the blood squad, and declares that so-and-so will show mercy to him. Before he lets go, however, Richard lastly raises an insane aura and asks Robert not to do it again, and lets him go and asks Stussy to rescind the order faster. But she says Robert killed 2 elders and is outraged. In response, Richard merely points to their corpses, saying that they are just weak-willed knuckleheads, and there is no use in living. Richard also notes the aura of battle in the sky, where Michael continues to fight Franklin the entire time. He says he is looking forward to what the young leader will show and is watching their active fight. In the moment, Franklin begins to use a light technique against Michael that covers everything around him and penetrates bodies. Michael realizes that in order to pull off this technique, there are only 2 options: either become faster than the light or outlast the light. Seeing that Michael is doing well, Franklin starts yelling and asking about the Demon Lord's art in front of him. Our hero yells back that the Shining Light art is also very strong and heavy, so they have a fair fight. The fight continues between them. Franklin can't understand why Michael previously hid his powers, as he is very strong. In response, Michael yells that even if he showed strength, it's unlikely he'd be given the throne of leadership because there are too many who want it. Franklin screams that the cult was not originally in the hands of Michael's father, but belonged to other people, and it was Michael's family who took it. Afterward, Franklin says he can already feel Michael's energy running out, and now he's going to finish him off. Immediately after his words, Franklin did indeed start attacking wildly fast time after time, causing Michael to dodge the attacks. Michael realizes he's losing sight of Franklin, and now it's important to figure out where he is, or there's no chance of winning. At the same time, Michael notices that things are just as bad downstairs as someone starts making a huge field of energy with enchantments. Looking closely at this field, Michael begins to feel the energy of darkness and demon, realizing it is as if it is the art of the Overlord. Watching it all, Michael guesses that they are preparing some sort of build-up and will be using a new power. At that moment, Franklin reappears and heads towards Michael, saying that he can't escape. After that, he also began to realize that with the help of this circle, they could try to seize his energy from below, which was very dangerous. Michael then began to turn to Franklin and ask about whether he was talking about building a supreme darkness heavenly demon. Michael begins to smile, looking happily into Franklin's eyes and talking about how grateful he is for this. In the moment, Franklin abruptly senses something very strange and incomprehensible to him, so he orders all units to retreat. This greatly surprises the warriors below. But even more surprising is the sudden pressure from above that enveloped everything around them. The demon from Michael's aura grew even larger, and Franklin's sharp beam of light began to head straight ahead at our hero. In the moment, Michael feels his inner energy boiling hard inside, and he begins to get opportunities to do things he never thought possible, and abruptly starts screaming hard and loud, looking up and spreading his arms as if unleashing his power. After that, black flames begin to appear around, devouring everything around them and releasing lightning bolts of energy. The warriors and all things around turn into energy residue. This is what is called the highest degree of the Demon Lord of Darkness. Franklin watches it all and can't understand where Michael gets such great power now. Franklin is shocked to the point of horror that Michael just took and was able to absorb everything around him using his base abilities. Michael turns to Franklin and talks about how he has nowhere else to run now and there will only be a battle. Our hero begins to head down and use the technique of 10 Imperial strikes, thereby clamping Franklin. The aura of Michael's tech carries straight at Franklin and turns into a spear dragon that crushes everything in its path. However, here's Franklin still doesn't believe Michael's power is so great and cries out that all these clones are just an illusion. Franklin then screams, saying he's going to get rid of it all and starts releasing sharp charges of energy to the side. Using glowing art techniques, Franklin manages to create a huge sphere that points upwards. It doesn't help him much, however, as the dragon from Michael's aura bypasses the sphere and makes a direct attack into Franklin's body. Such sharp damage to the body becomes largely critical for Franklin, and he can no longer contain the pain and blood. Following Franklin, the dragon from the aura flies all around and crushes the warriors of the Bloodhouse, demolishing everything in its path. Richard is watching all this. He is very happy with the result and believes in Michael's victory, with Stussy standing next to him. Richard is amazed and joyous and screams about how incredible and beautiful it is, and Stussy is in wild shock at what he sees. Richard talks about being greatly impressed by how Michael was able to absorb all the dark energy around him and utilize it. He tells Stussy that it's over even without her order to call off the murder, and this startles the girl. Stussy talks about how apparently it is, but Michael meanwhile stands over his opponent and just watches. All of Franklin's aides are dead, and he lies on the floor shivering, only opening his eyes a couple minutes later, and starts to stop Franklin's blood. The latter asks why he's doing it, but Michael's only response is to tell him to shut up. Franklin asks why he should be kept alive. Michael explains that he is the father of his friend and sidekick Billy. Our hero begins to ask Franklin what he was preparing to do, because judging by the explosives, he was going to kill his own people. After this question, Michael immediately turns to Franklin and asks about the location of the Heavenly Palace. Hearing such a question, Franklin is greatly surprised and asks Michael if it was not the Heavenly Palace that sent him. Michael is very surprised and talks about how it's not true at all and he has nothing to do with them, but wants to give them what they deserve now. However, Michael had expected to hear a lot of things in response, but not that Franklin just started laughing wildly, the whole situation pissing him off. He starts talking about how their prediction turned out to be false, or it's a huge coincidence simply because it can't just happen. Franklin begins to tell Michael that he has been working with the Celestial Palace for a long time in order to have more power. And afterward adds that if Michael isn't involved with them, it's a shame for Franklin, since he was stopped by a lonely boy all by himself. Franklin gets up and talks about how their goal was to make sure he didn't kill Michael and take all the blame for it. However, right at the point of this dialogue, Michael and Franklin felt someone appear beside them in robes. Michael started asking Franklin why he agreed to all of this, and he explained that he wanted to get the cult developed and growing. Franklin started talking about how if Michael wants to win, he needs to kill the third elder squire, and that's a decision he won't change. With wild shock, Michael began to remember Squire, who had seemed like a smart and good man to him and turned out to be a traitor. However, in a moment, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the Fire Palace Band began to continue the festival performances. Stussy then pointed at Michael and started talking about everyone welcoming him as the new cult leader. He was now in charge. The remaining people around began to shout pleasant slogans and rejoice for Michael's success in becoming a leader. For this is great news. Franklin was visited by his aide, who immediately began helping him up and telling him that it was time to return to the palace. Franklin began to walk away with his assistant, and Michael trailed him off saying that his son Billy would now be the foreman of the small palace. He began to say that he was happy for his son, who had become a fine man. Michael relayed to him that he would be happy to see his father. Leaving, Franklin stated that if he had known everything before, he would have followed Michael, but now he only had one way to go. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lester, Squire beating him with his feet and talking about how things are not going according to plan at all. Lester began to say that it was largely all Squire's fault, having told Michael himself on the lethality technique, adding to his strength. The Squire angrily began to say that now he would cut off Lester's tongue for speaking like that because it was unacceptable. Squire then began hitting Lester harder and talking about how he was about to die and his time was over as a new era was coming. However, a certain man with a white aura and glasses appeared in the moment and asked Squire to stop all of this. The Squire began to obey him, but it was evident that he did not wish to do so, for he spoke through clenched teeth and trembling. He was greatly afraid of everything around him, after which he turned to Lester, apologized, and began to suggest that he go and buy new clothes as the old ones were in a terrible state of disrepair. The events of the story take us to one of the squad of elders, who are running away from Michael somewhere because they are afraid of new changes as much as possible. Robert realizes that if anyone finds out that he was the one who drove some of the elders to a horrible state, he will be killed simply. In a moment, Robert smelled the energy of some person. It was so powerful that he and the entire squad immediately stopped. They began to approach this man and ask about who he was and why he chose to stand in their way now. Now that was not a good idea. To Robert's great surprise, it turned out to be Luis, who was already standing there with eyes full of strength and energy to kill Robert. Robert realized that running anywhere was useless. He turned to the squad and gave instructions to surround Luis on all sides. Robert is very worried, but tries to engage in dialogue with Luis, saying that they are all already very strong, armed and trained with a lot of experience. In a moment, Robert begins to feel right behind him the aura of Stella, John and Old Man Ian looking at him. He turns around and looks at them and tries to find out why they are all alive and standing right here in front of him right now. Louis, meanwhile, begins to remember the day he first met Robert and listened to him complain about his sister's illness. That day, Louis, as head of the squad, took pity on Robert and took him with him, for he did not want to leave him outside alone, cold and poor without food and water. However, when they returned home to Robert, they found his sister dead, at which point the latter began asking to be killed in order to send him to her. Standing in front of Louis now, Robert also began to remember it all, saying that every day was hell for him. Robert is now yelling at Louis and talking about how he himself made him live a life when he could have given up and just died that day. Robert admits that he trained every day precisely so that he could one day get revenge on Louis for all the things he had done previously. But in response to this, Louis raised his fist up and started swinging with fire, saying that Robert shouldn't have touched his family then either. A second after his words, Louis threw a very strong and powerful punch right into the body of his opponent Robert. Robert's men were shocked to see their captain taken down in one blow, and meanwhile, Old Man Ron showed up from behind. He tried to get away from Louis, but it was difficult, and he was always chasing him at every step, preventing him from getting the distance he needed. Louis then moved closer to Robert and stabbed him in the back, almost destroying him, but he wasn't dead yet. Louis holds Robert down and talks about not killing him, but leaving him to live with broken bones and ligaments. The old man began to threaten that he would not let Robert die and talked about how his sister's death was just an excuse for a show of force. Louis then wished Robert with a wild look that he could live free and enjoy every day with broken bones. Louis also turned to the rest of the squad and said that those would wait for the new leader and afterward beg his pardon for life. Many of the squad members were still in wild amazement, and the rest stood and only looked bowing to Louis. Louis then ordered the squad to withdraw to the palace, and they silently obeyed the order, leaving their past lord lying on the ground. With eyes drenched in blood, Louis began to walk away as well, leaving Robert alone in the woods with broken bones to suffer. The events of the story, meanwhile, take us to Michael, who is standing near the Heavenly Guardian, or rather his statue. Stussy appears nearby, and she tells him that this man was the son of a god and heavenly savior, which is why he is so great. Stussy tells us that all rare weapons have a fraction of their power, and Michael already has as many as 2 guns, making him a very strong opponent. After which Stussy abruptly declares that he knows the whereabouts of the 3rd weapon as well. This strongly attracts our hero. Michael realizes that their dialogue seems odd. He turns to her and asks about whether she's up to no mischief. Stussy says that Michael doesn't trust her, and he confirms this by saying that she's clearly cooperating with the Heavenly Palace. She smiles in response, and nodding her head says that to be more accurate, she had to do it despite the odds. Stussy turns to Michael and talks about how it's high time he became part of the clan's roots to learn what he left her. Michael dramatically picks up the energy and talks about how it's far more important to him now to know what Stussy did to his family. Stussy tells Michael that his allies are fine, and afterwards summarizes the history of each, explaining everything to Michael in detail. Michael realizes that he shouldn't be happy and needs to check it out in person, because it's unlikely that the Heavenly Palace would let them go. Michael then asks a question about who is the master of the Heavenly Palace and receives an unusual answer to that question. Stussy begins to tell our hero about Mark, who is the master of the Heavenly Palace, and he is immortal. Stussy begins to describe his image and talk about how he is omnipotent and quite strong because he has lived for more than the first 100 years. The events of the story take us to some unknown person. He is standing on the edge of a mountain and talking about something, but the fog blocks the way down. Behind him are all the palace masters who were allies of Michael's. He talks directly to them and begins to reprimand them for a lot of things. Louis apologizes to the man and talks about how he behaved rather foolishly and carelessly, and he is very ashamed of it. This man turns around and asks Louis not to worry. He turns out to be the master of Heavenly Mountain Felix. The events of our history demonstrate the process of creating a cult from the past that began on the very mountain where our boys are now. However, after the Lord's death, all 9 families that helped him build the cult began a battle amongst themselves to take back power. But none of them managed to learn the true art of the Demon Lord, so every choice the mountain turned maroon in color. However, after all 9 families came up with an unusual festival, a celebration where a cult leader was elected. And one day, the cult was ruled by literally 2 guys at once, who found common ground and promoted the clan. But no matter what, they still lacked the strength to openly oppose the dynasty and fight. However, time passed, and one day they still managed to defeat the dynasty and create the Ming clan, which became the strongest. But none of them knew that the Heavenly Palace had other plans. After all, they attacked one of the leaders, killed him. Finishing the story, Stussy adds that some of the power remained with the Heavenly Palace and some with the cult, which became demonic. Michael looks at this whole situation from the perspective of real days and tries to understand how it may have influenced events today. Sitting across from Michael, Stussy stated that she didn't know the true plans of the palace, but those clearly don't want the cult to get bigger. Stussy also immediately adds that this election didn't go according to plan, which means they'll try to come up with something else. Our hero looks threateningly at Stussy, but realizes that she is completely right in her words, and this is the nearest reality. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Lester, who is on his knees, crawling behind Squire and hiccuping and practically out of breath. The Squire then becomes near Lester, kneeling before a certain man whom they call a god. But in reality, he is no such thing. It turns out to be the leader of the Celestial Palace, Mark, and he turns to Lester and talks about how happy he is to see the child of an important family. Turning to Lester, Mark talks about how all of his problems come from not utilizing celestial energy. At this point, Lester immediately realizes that Mark knows all of his past and such details in a small circle of people. This gives Lester the realization that either Mark is looking into the past or he knows everything that happened on a terrible day for Lester. Mark turns to Lester and tells him that if he wants to join their circle, he should remove his restrictions. Lester asks about why he isn't being punished. Mark explains that it's because there's no need, at least not right now. Mark then uses his powers directly on Lester. Using energy, he lifts the one up very quickly. Mark turns away to his desk and talks about how the purpose of the Heavenly Palace is to make you pay what you deserve. Lester realizes that this appeal is clearly to him and asks what his payment for all of this will be. Mark talks nonsense about the universe and then declares that the sacrifice Lester will give them will be suicide. In response, Lester starts asking about the spilled blood and sea of murders that happened at the festival today. However, Mark abruptly interrupts Lester and asks him about why he's telling him this now. Mark starts to tell Lester about how it was all there, but you have to keep the balance of the world, which is why everything is the way it is. Lester asks Michael about whether he would really need to prevent a war, but Mark states that it's more complicated than that. He asks Lester to bring all the followers to the Heavenly Mountain and afterwards start killing them non-stop. At this point, Lester realizes with shock that the master of the Heavenly Palace, Mark, wishes to put an end to the cult. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Franklin fighting his adversaries, defending the palace and the units. Franklin's top aide carries his son Rox off on his back to somewhere, and Rox's father protects him in due course. Franklin activates his full power and tells his son in parting words to return only when he has gained great strength. Franklin then tries his best to prove himself and uses the light technique again, striking the enemies around him without giving them a chance to win. Elder Charlie appears from behind at this point and strikes directly at Franklin in his back, wounding him badly with a large amount of damage. The elders then kill Franklin and talk about how the cult is long overdue to be put back in the right hands. Our hero Michael, meanwhile, realizes that there is about to be chaos in the palaces and he should get back there faster. Michael informs Stussy that he is running out of time and has to go, but she tries to stop him, saying it's too late. Stussy also talks about how neither she nor Michael know what the old men's actions will be next, but Michael isn't happy about it, and tells Michael that his main enemy and the person to get to is the leader of the Heavenly Palace, Mark. She also talks about how Mark has a special watch that can slow down the onset of death. She then adds that the only way to defeat him and dispel this curse is to kill Mark and destroy the watch. Michael thanks Stussy for the story, but adds that he can't trust her right now and it's time for him to go. He's going to the small palace now. As he leaves, our hero talks about how Stussy has piqued his interest and he will finish her story at the first opportunity. Michael then headed straight for the gate and began using energy to try to open it and walk through to get out of the building. However, in a moment, he noticed that the whole room began to be covered in some kind of multicolored energy around him. It surprised him greatly. After a couple seconds, Michael began to feel the sharp pressure and pain on himself and didn't understand how this was possible. Michael turned to Stussy and began to ask what it was, but she only replied that she also needed time, but wouldn't explain what for. Stussy moves closer to Michael and talks about how he can't just leave, because she has something to give him. Immediately afterward, she reaches out and Michael abruptly starts screaming and his eyes start blowing some kind of energy. Meanwhile, Mark turns to Lester and tells him that he paid his price a long time ago and could now be Mark's son. Lester doesn't understand anything. He turns to Mark and asks what it means, but the latter only creates a field of energy in response. Immediately afterward, a circle of energy headed straight for Lester and sharply enveloped him from all sides, thus compressing him. Lester at this point begins to feel just wild pain and screams with great force at everything around him that he just sees. Blood starts coming out of his eyes, and a second after that, he just falls to the floor as if he had no strength at all. Lester is lying down with no strength, and Squire asks Mark what to do about Michael now that he's become the cult leader. Mark turns to Squire and talks about how Michael deserves the title, so he will meet with him in person about it. Squire agrees with Mark, but realizes in his head that he wants to give Michael the opportunity to take their side. However, their dialogue is abruptly interrupted, for Mark and Squire begin to sense someone's wild aura around them. It is very strong. Mark immediately says that this energy is very familiar to him and creates his own circles to protect himself from it, and decides to charge forward with his attack to prevent a sudden surge of energy from his opponent. He decides to smash his energy to the sides in order to keep his balance, but his opponent's energy is much more powerful. After turns to this person and says that this greeting is very aggressive for him, and he wasn't expecting it. Mark looks ahead and sees a man on some mountain with wild purple energy covering everything around him. Turned to him and asked about whether he had come here because he was his father or to keep his promises after all. Looks and tells the Squire to go to the small palace, but Mark himself will be going to the Flame Palace now. Mark also informs Squire that the Supreme Demon is back now, much to Squire's surprise. The Squire carries Lester's body away, and Mark turns to his opponent and asks about why he has only returned now. The man who is the Supreme Demon and fathers Michael. Thomas asks Mark to give him the form of a dragon. Thomas looks directly at Mark, who in turn says that in return for not keeping his promise, he can take the child's life. Standing on the mountain, Thomas turns to the palace masters standing behind him and asks how much they know about matters in the cult. Stella, turning to Thomas, states that she doesn't know the details, but for a long time, the Min clan has been running a cult. In her memory, Stella begins to recall how on the very day she was supposed to be killed, Thomas came and saved her. That same day, cult leader Thomas came to Beauty Peak, where he met John and saved his life as well. Thomas also sent a message to Luis through rocks that he would help him release him and tell him everything. Sitting now on the mountain, Stella thinks about the fact that if Thomas and Michael hadn't returned, they would have been trapped and dead by now. Thomas turns to the palaces and talks about he noticed about it before he left already, but didn't pay attention, and starts yelling at Thomas and asking about the fact that if he knew everything, why didn't he act? Thomas raised energy like Michael's and stated that if he told Stella that information would cost her her life. All of Michael's allies in the back were greatly surprised by Thomas's words, but realized that he couldn't tell everything. Thomas talks about how the Heavenly Palace can be both a staunch ally and the ultimate villain. Afterward, Thomas reveals that the Heavenly Palace is about to carry out a complete massacre on the main mountain. He also states that they may need to sacrifice the young leader Michael and the Ming Palace to save them. Thomas then addressed the heads of the palace and asked them to fulfill their tasks and to preserve their lives and family. Immediately afterward, the masters said they would do as Thomas wished, and those immediately began to leave the place. Thomas notices that Stella hasn't left and turns to her, asking what she needs and why she's still here. Stella began to use her powers and aura to attack the past owner of the demon cult, Thomas. Stella struck sharply with her fan, covering everything around her with ice. However, Thomas easily stopped her attack in an instant. Thomas began to turn to Stella and ask her about the fact that did she really want to die right there. Stella talks about how she's sick of it all and won't stand for it all now. Stella began to raise the energy stronger and said that all the masters had the same ones and she wanted to know where they came from. Thomas began to turn to Stella and talk about how he had already warned her that he would take her life in such a case. Stella began to stand her ground further and talk about how she was going to go ahead anyway. Thomas talks about how the Heavenly Palace has now contacted the dark sides because of what started it all. He stated afterward that he was the only one who had not made such a deal with darkness, and the scar on his arm was proof of that now, and began to remember his battle with a very important man, and their battle was quite impressive. Immediately after this battle, Thomas set out to learn new powers to become even better and more powerful in this life. As time went on, Thomas grew stronger, and he became friends with the very man with whom he had previously had conflicts. In the moment, Thomas uses the example of the cup to tell us that after a while, their friendship broke down and he couldn't rely on that person any further. Stella was very much surprised by the whole story. She started asking about the man and who he was. Thomas began to describe Mark and talk about how he had changed 100 identities in order to get on with his life. Thomas also tells how Mark came to him one day and asked him to teach him a new art to get stronger. He also spent a long time, according to Thomas, researching his body to find the best fit. That body was a dragon form, but Thomas hid it from Mark and as a bargain said he would return it when he came again. Thomas also revealed, and that the second part of the deal was a stipulation to turn the mountain of heaven a maroon color. Stella starts yelling at Thomas and talking about how he can't do this because he is the cult leader. Thomas recalls that he asked for no questions and said he only wanted to preserve the lives of the followers, after which he began to build up energy and channel it into Stella, saying that she was becoming too aware. Stella responded by using her abilities to the max to fend off Thomas's power, but it was working out horribly. In literally a couple seconds, Thomas's energy broke her shell and began to flow throughout Stella's body. Immediately afterward, Thomas grabbed Stella by the neck and began choking her, just as he had when Michael had done it. Vitality and energy began to leave Stella's body. She could feel it well and realized that the end was coming soon. Stella felt as if she were ready to give up on life completely, but only hope in Michael saved her once again. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the gates of the small palace, near which stands a crowd of people in robes. All these people stand in identical outfits and masks, looking directly at the gate as their sinister target. In the moment, the silhouette of some guy started opening those gates and yelling that finally someone had come and welcomed. This man surprisingly turned out to be Billy. He turned to all the people and asked about whether they had eaten today. The chief among this unknown squad reports that the Heavenly Palace has ordered the total destruction of the small palace now. Immediately afterward, the head of the Celestial Squad ordered Billy to be killed, and they all scrambled to get ready to attack. Billy started smiling and talking about how they were attacking for nothing, and it would be better to just wait a little while. Immediately afterward, Billy held out a dragon card in front of them and began to show them, asking them to stop. It really helped, and after a while, Billy was giving a portion of the unknown squad a tour of the palace. The men from the squad told Billy that his father had probably been killed already, and Billy believed it because he had envisioned it. However, Billy's biggest concern right now is that he is in a role that doesn't suit him as much as possible, and he's not happy about it. The events of our story show what happened 2 hours before the invasion of the small palace. Billy was awakened in the middle of the night. A message was brought to him, directly stating that the new target for the Heavenly Palace was the small palace. Billy hasn't come up with anything in all this time, and all he's doing now is driving this squad around in circles and realizing that he needs to come up with something. In the moment, Billy leads the squad members to some doors and tells them that they lead to a secret place and they need to prepare to escape. And the head of this squad was also smart. He decided to split the squad into several parts, which Billy didn't like. The squad leader turned to Billy and stated that he had just remembered something and asked him to show them his plate. He started talking about how Billy's name should be on that plate, but Billy himself realized that his name wasn't there. Immediately afterward, Billy pressed a button in the wall and the floor beneath the squad disappeared, thus dropping them down. However, to Billy's great surprise, these guys knew how to use special flight and used it. Billy, of course, realized that these guys were being aggressive against him and he should do something about it. Meanwhile, Garp was helping Lilo get all the people out of the small palace, reporting that they were being pursued. Nami had no way of knowing which palace we were talking about. Lilo kept trying to explain it to her. At the moment, Garp saw enemies ahead. He turned to the boys and asked them to go on alone. Immediately afterward, Garp and his aides engaged these men from the squad to cover the backs of the others. It was only at this point that Nami began to realize what was happening. Lilo was pushing her and telling her to silently run, and that was it. However, right in front of them in the tree were more members of the Heavenly Palace squad, and there was no place to run anymore. She starts to cry, but realizes she doesn't have much of a way out. She asks Lilo not to come out from behind her. Meanwhile, the men from the Heavenly Palace squad in the small palace clamp down on Billy, saying he's a fool. The men of the squad tell Billy that all the areas around are also taken and there is nowhere to run. He is shocked. However, their stories don't have much effect on Billy. He flees the scene and runs straight towards the exit of this building. The head member of the squad yells to his aide and points at Billy, saying he needs to be taken urgently. Running away from the posse, Billy complains about everything in the world and remembers Michael, whom he volunteered to protect. After all this, Billy only sees Michael as a madman and a source of trouble that gets in his way. Squad leader George yells at Billy about not letting him die so easily after all his tricks here. And then the leader of the squad, George, started insulting Michael and calling him useless, which made Billy angry. Billy abruptly drew his gun, turned around and began to defend himself, talking about George not daring to insult Michael. Fighting against the crowd is very difficult for Billy, but he realizes that he is now the master of one of the palaces. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Thomas, who talks about finally finding the place. In a moment right behind Thomas, Squire appears, talking about how it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The Squire talks with a smile about coming to get what was promised for him, but Thomas declares that he doesn't remember anything. The Squire asks Thomas to remember faster and adds that the promise he made to Mark is very important, and raises his aura and asks how a common elder got the power to teach him what to do. Thomas also says that the Squire will go no further, for he has so decided and declares that it is final. A disgruntled Squire asks Thomas if he really thinks he's just going to back down now. The Squire draws his weapon and calls for a posse, saying he will make Thomas pay the price for breaking the treaty. He began to raise his energy and talk about how this night was going to be a very long and agonizing night for Thomas now. The Squire then threatens to color everything maroon and energizes his helpers around him. Thomas asks him to tell Mark that he will pay with the young leader's life, but Squire will give payment for his insubordination. With a smile on his face, Thomas declares that he will give the small palace to Min, as he promised earlier to everyone. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Billy, near whom Luis appears abruptly with a bang. Luis fends off Billy's opponents and talks about how he has a weak lower body. This will be a plus to their training. In response, Billy yells at Luis and asks him what he's doing here, since he has to save Layla now. Luis retorts that he's not here because he misses Billy and continues his battle against the squad. Luis says his daughter has someone to protect her, and it turns out to be true, as John along with Lilo fight for them. John asks Lilo why she has changed so drastically. In response, she asks him not to ask questions now. Afterward, Lilo and her father share the same mountain-destroying technique against their enemies. The rest of Michael's allies are also brought to the aid of one of the leaders of the palace, namely Mozart. Mozart's arrival was far less necessary, however, for by this point, Jan of Poison Palace had already sorted himself out. The Squire is watching everything from the mountain and can't figure out who kept the palace masters alive. He then turned his attention to Thomas and began to ask about whether he was the one who had taken care of it. Mozart began to turn to Jan and ask why he had come if he wasn't asked to defend here. In response, Poison Palace Master Yang said that it was a very silly question because he had come to help. Elder Jan stood in front of Lilo and John and began to say that they only obeyed Michael, not Thomas. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Michael, who is still under the influence of Stussy. His eyes are even more filled with energy, and he himself talks about how he feels like his veins are burning just. Stussy asks Michael not to resist this power, but Michael can't understand why he should trust her, and then talks about how she's giving Michael the power from the eternal demon that's left, and it's very valuable, and adds that it's a very valuable tool, and Michael begins to understand why he feels such great power. She again asks Michael to stop resisting and talks about how he needs to embrace this power and work things out. Michael declares that so-and-so will believe her and absorb the power she has given him. After that, Michael tries to take this power very well. It turns out to be difficult, but it comes out. Michael's body at this moment seems to be evolving, and his energy sources are reaching the top point. In a moment, the entire aura around him disappears, and Michael begins to feel a brightening and a new surge of strength in his body. In turn, Stussy fell to the floor and began apologizing to Michael, saying she shouldn't have done that. Michael gets up and talks about how now is not the time at all, and they are moving out to the small palace right away. Stussy tells Michael that he will meet the heavenly palace before the small one, so she would like to give him some advice. Our hero, meanwhile, doesn't pay much attention to all this and abruptly opens the building's gate to go outside. However, he abruptly notices something in the sky, a huge radiant power and aura covering everything around with its beauty. It turns out to be Mark, who talks about what a great job Michael did and the right thing to do to get here. Michael says he's surprised to see Mark alone after he tried to kill his loved ones. Apparently he's fearless. Mark approaches Michael, stating that those people are not interesting to him, and if Michael proves his worth, Mark will give him better people. And then turns to Michael afterward, saying again that the small palace will soon be a bloody place as Michael's payment for everything. asks what Mark wants, and he asks for one time to color the heavenly mountain scarlet for him. Michael turns to him and asks about his demand for a second massacre in the cult. Immediately afterward, Michael puts on the black sunsuit and talks about telling Mark to go far away with such suggestions. Michael then pulls out his weapon, points it forward, and uses the Scarlet Burst technique right on Mark. The one in turn feels Michael's strength, but he has enough of his own to resist the attacks. Michael doesn't decide to stop for a couple attacks and immediately finds himself on the other side preparing to attack. He energizes his leg and delivers a direct kick to the back of his opponent using the technique, and starts dodging all the attacks and asking Michael where he learned them, because Mark knows the techniques. Michael tries to kick at Mark again, but the latter only throws him aside with tremendous force in response. This surprises Michael greatly, as he was knocked back by the recoil even before he used lethality, and realizes that he didn't feel a slight movement from his opponent, but he was already right in front of him. Starts to get up and energized, and talking about N hasn't started anything in earnest yet. Michael then uses the 10 Imperial Strikes technique directly on his opponent Mark. Mark fends her off and talks about how he thought Michael was smart, but apparently he was very wrong about that. He abruptly begins to rise up and use his 10 Imperial Strikes technique again. Michael then augments it with a world-destroying technique and channels all that energy into Mark. But, in response, Michael hears Mark say that once again he expected more, but only got disappointments. Michael decides to change his stance. He heads back and uses the lethality technique right in demon mode. Mark says that Michael shouldn't have pointed his weapon against him and immediately gets behind Michael's back. He strikes straight at Michael's back. The latter is badly surprised, his weapon falling out of his hands after the blow, and flies off to the side, but he turns to Mark and says he has a complete feeling that they've met before. Mark turns to Michael, saying that he's heard he's lost his memory, but he didn't think it was that bad. He tells Michael that he came to the Heavenly Palace a long time ago and then tried to escape from there. Mark then extends his hand to Michael and asks him if he is ready to join the Heavenly Palace. Michael lowers his head and asks about whether Mark would keep his friends and family alive if he said yes, and suggests that if Michael so desires, he will spare the small palace from a bloody fate. But Michael turns to him and states that he is the leader of the cult, and his family is the entire demon cult, not just the small palace. Michael began to raise his energy again and talk about how he wouldn't put a single soul in Mark's hands. And he recalls that before leaving the palace, Stussy said there was only a 10% chance of him winning. That's when Michael asked Stussy about why she was helping him if the percentage on him winning was so low. Stussy responded by turning to Michael, stating that she had enhanced his abilities with her darkness energy. Michael began to approach Mark and tell him that if he hadn't already chosen a spot in the cemetery, he would help him. Afterward, Michael declared that the price for his help would be to take Mark's life right here and now. Immediately afterward, Michael began to accumulate more strength, summoning the power of the almighty demon and darkness. In the moment, Michael notices that William has returned and accomplished part of their plan, which has greatly reassured him now. However, while Michael was distracted by his friend, Mark abruptly launched a beam attack that surprised Michael greatly. Looking at the hole in the palace that Mark made in 1 second, Michael realizes that he's on a whole other level. Michael decides from now on to use only his most powerful techniques against him now to definitely win the fight. Combining the Supreme Strike and Moonburst techniques, Michael directed a direct attack at Mark very quickly, and began to tell himself that Michael was the Demon Lord's successor after all, despite his inferiority. Afterward, he started coming at Mark with direct attacks and talking about how it pisses him off that he looks down on him. Michael managed to land a blow. He was surprised by it, but decided to keep going and use his strongest technique, and began to head down and use the lethality abilities along with the Demon Lord's Legion Strike, after which he added the Lightning Dragon technique, thus creating a blast of energy of enormous size. All that power, all 3 techniques were directly directed at Mark in order to defeat him at once. For a while, Michael just stood there watching his attack, but afterward, he noticed something very sharply. Beholding how Mark used the 10-strike Overlord technique against him, thus repelling the attack, it was very difficult for him at this moment. Michael started to look at the attack and ponder what was wrong with it. But at that moment, William appeared and shoved Michael. Right at the point where Michael was standing, William put his body under the blow, thus taking all of Marku's attack. Realizing what was happening, Michael was wildly horrified, both ashamed and terrified that his friend was fighting in his place. Mark, in response to such action, only began to pace and talk about how even William's appearance wouldn't change anything. In a moment, Mark began to feel the aura of demons from the sorcery. It meant the spell had worked and Thomas had broken his promise. Long ago, when their deal was made, Mark had placed a curse that summoned an army of spies if the deal was broken. That's what was starting to happen now. A lot of people were starting to become blind minions of Mark. Stussy was the first to notice. Mark also immediately realized what was happening and why. He began to look up and say that Thomas would answer for this, standing up and bursting with anger. Mark then headed straight towards Michael and started talking about how something pathetic had happened. That one abruptly enveloped himself in aura and power. He began to turn to Michael and say that he had just lost. Afterward, Mark stated that the cost of losing was the position of cult leader, and now Mark would just kill him. A shocked Michael began to dodge and defend himself, realizing that even with the enhancement, there was nothing he could do now. Michael had become keenly aware that he had become weaker, and the battle needed to be finished already very urgently. In that same important moment, he noticed the watch on Mark's belt, the same one Stussy had told him about. Mark began to turn to William and talk about how they needed to break that clock to win, but William was out of energy. Michael abruptly came at Mark first, at which point William came in from the side, right behind Mark's back. Mark took notice. He began to direct energy towards William and say that he was a pathetic creature. Immediately afterward, Mark abruptly turned around and struck his fist directly into William's body with tremendous force. At this point, Michael said that Mark was overestimating himself and abruptly directed a stream of energy directly at him. Mark didn't understand anything. He became defensive and said that he had heard William had only recently become resurrected. However, Mark also stated, and the fact that it wouldn't change anything, he began to build up the energy around him, and afterward directed all of it to the side to throw off Michael's lap and declared that the latter's efforts were in vain. Mark's attack came sharply at Michael, but he was glad for it, for now he realized what was being used against him. He began to tell Mark about using the legendary art of deflecting attacks, much to Michael's surprise. In response, Mark began to say that it didn't change anything at all anymore, and all Michael had to do was accept his fate. Michael began to be approached by William as well, asking what they would do now that they knew the enemy's strength. Our hero replies to William that there is no point in just attacking any further, so Michael comes up with a very cunning plan. Michael then began to attack Mark himself using the same techniques he had used against him before. Mark in turn was dodging Michael's attacks with one hand and striking at William with the other. William didn't want to put up with it. He began to energize himself and said he would burn Mark to the ground. However, in a couple punches, Mark tossed Michael and William aside, stating that they were fighting very stupidly and it didn't make sense. Michael then energetically began to explain something to William and then told them to act that way. Michael abruptly grabbed one of the daggers, energized it, and pointed it straight towards his opponent with a heap of power. Our hero looked directly at Mark and pondered the fact that he probably knows everything, but clearly doesn't know Michael's past. Michael abruptly used the power of lethality techniques and channeled it into his eyes, thereby becoming able to see much better, and began to look at Mark more accurately and to see very well all the energy that is within him. In the moment, feels in Mark's body two kinds of energy at once, which is like yin and yang complementing each other. Michael began to think about his plan, at which point Mark began to attack again and direct his forces at Michael. And he began to remember his past self and assure himself that as the son of a Federation master, he was capable of many things and would prove it. After that, Michael started doing exactly the same thing that Mark was doing while creating his attacks. Michael at one point started smiling and talking about how Mark has good taste and directing attacks at him. Seeing what was happening, Mark was wildly horrified. He couldn't understand how Michael had managed to replicate his strength at all. This attack was Michael's first chance to break through Mark's impeccable defense, which our hero took advantage of, and tried to stretch this attack to the max, supplying it with energy, and then turned to William and said it was time. After that, along with William, Michael began to direct attacks directly at Mark, knocking him down and telling him that the end had come. However, this attack turned out badly for Michael. He was thrown aside and began to lie powerless in the rubble. The one began to head towards him and ask about where he was able to learn such strong techniques and abilities. Michael's mouth was bleeding, and he began to turn to Mark and say that he was too late in realizing everything. Michael sharply told Mark that he doesn't have to beat anyone. He always looks for weakness in his opponents. Then, from behind his back, Michael abruptly pulled out the very same watch and said that this was the answer. Seeing this, Mark became wildly horrified. He began to channel his energy away and tell Michael not to do anything. However, at this point, Michael's face became as if demonic, and he declared that he would only stop in hell. Then, Michael let go of his hand, and the very watch that Mark treasured fell and shattered on the ground. At that moment, the very scar on the arm of Michael's father, Thomas, began to disappear, and he declared that he was finally free. And he turned to the squire and said that if he wanted the mountain of heaven so badly, he could have it. And right afterward, Thomas added that he wanted to have some fun at the end, and started stepping his feet on Squire's hands. Thomas enveloped himself in the strongest aura and speaks of how apparently the Squire was little shaken. He also says that Mark promised to wipe out the heavenly mountain on the day of his return. After that, Thomas continued to just stand silently on the mountain and look up at the small palace, thinking about everything. Thomas explains to himself why he did this to the masters, and especially neutralized Stella. Meanwhile, Luis was crippling the wounded Billy, who said he had fought well today. Even Lilo was already safe with John and the others, but she was still arguing with Nami about little things. Alive and nearly well, Jan's men also returned to the small palace, and Mozart, along with Silvers. All of Michael's allies were alive. They began to gather in the small palace and were very happy to see each other. All this was watched from the mountain with a smile by Thomas, who said it was not a bad result for Michael. Michael, meanwhile, was trying to recover after such a powerful fight, and he already wanted to go to the small palace. However, Mark was still alive. He was standing near some mountain and channeling his energy attacks in different directions. In the moment, Stussy appears from behind. Mark immediately turns to her and asks if she did it. Mark also says that luckily Stussy has escaped death today, and she only smiles in response. However, Mark also asks Stussy to be careful with her ideas, and talks about how the outcome could affect her. Stussy talks about realizing this, of course, at which point Mark uses the energy to walk away, and starts walking toward Michael and says she's happy for him, but she lied to him 3 times during their dialogue. Stussy says she has never collaborated with the Heavenly Palace and has been working for the cult all along. After which she also tells us that in reality Mark is not as strong as he seems. He can't live without his dragon form. Looking at the broken clock, Stussy says that only someone with the energy of a demon lord can truly control it. She sits on her lap and talks about how, thanks to the watch, Michael will see his past soon. Afterward, Stussy raises her hands and says that if Michael can make it back, she will repent of her sins. Meanwhile, people in the settlements are discussing amongst themselves that it is likely that the power over the cult is now in the hands of the elders. Between them, they also chat about Franklin's death, who will rot and never become the head of the cult. Some of the people are starting to revolt and say that the cult is only going downhill and there is no further future. The events of the story also show us Kate. She is sitting at a table drunk and eating pizza. In the moment, someone approaches Kate and asks her to stop drinking, but she responds by saying she doesn't care. However, when she takes a closer look at the one who tells her this, comes to a wild shock and horror at seeing his face. It turns out to be a whole and healthy Richard, and he says Kate should have done a better job of hiding from him. Out of shock, she even tries to scream loudly, but Richard gives her the silent sign with his finger and tells her to shut up. Richard tells Lilo that Franklin is dead, but his assistant and son managed to escape somewhere. With a wild aura, Richard turns to Lilo and asks if she knows the details of the incident. Kate tries to get away from Richard, however he in turn raises the energy even more. Richard shrouds the entire establishment in an aura of blood and asks all the people around him to leave, saying that they are superfluous here. The people around are sitting in shock. They don't know what to do. However, many of them did start to leave the place. Kate tried to quietly leave with them, but Richard's aides blocked her way, telling her that here she would stay. A wildly frightened Kate sat back in her chair and began asking about why Richard was doing this to her. Richard turns to Kate and talks about giving her 5 seconds to bring the kitty in. She states that she doesn't know where she is, but he in turn remains silent, and Kate begins to beg him to spare her. Richard starts pulling out his gun and talking about how Kate only has 1 second left. A second after that, a mask appeared on Kate's head, and she began to visualize herself as a kitty cat. He talks about how he needs to find some very brazen people, but Kate declares that the palace is doing just fine without her, and handed Kate a letter in which Michael asked that if he went missing, he would ask Richard to take over Lilo's defense. Richard sharpens his knives and talks about Michael handing him that letter, after which brazenly ran off somewhere, and states that everyone around them is discussing Michael's death, but Richard responds by saying that he feels his life is still in this world. Afterward, he says that Lilo has left these mountains and will have to go a long way to get her. But this even pleases Richard. Richard is then led out the door by Kate and told to quickly lead him to this Lilo and show him who it is. That day, the Slaughter Palace disappeared from the mountains and their teacher, and no one else saw their tracks or where they had gone. Time moves forward, and the events of the story show us Michael, who is in his dreams long after the broken clock. Being in these dreams, Michael could not realize whether it was a figment of his imagination, the future, the past, or the present. Meanwhile, a girl named Emma appeared in the cult and became the cult's top strategist in Min's squad. In the moment, someone approached Emma. It was her partner Ronald, who asked about whether she was getting tired of working. Emma was greatly surprised to see Ronald, who is the third oldest, and began to tell me that she was investigating the case of the missing people at the peak of the land in conjunction with the Sword Palace now. Emma then turned to Ronald and started asking about what he was doing at a late hour here. Afterward, he starts to discuss the situation with Emma about the bloody mastermind, but she states that he just made his choice. In the moment, Ronald began to describe one very honest and important man, and Emma immediately thought of Michael. However, upon hearing Michael's name, Ronald only exhaled sharply and said something about how this wasn't the guy he had in mind at all. Meanwhile, strange things are happening in the small palace of the Ming part, for a large scream is heard inside. Some kid with demonic energy and a bloody knife is inside and threatening everyone. There are some two servants kneeling in front of him, apologizing for behaving very horribly and saying they won't do it again. In response, this boy, Edison, holds a knife up to the old man and says that if you break these flowers, they will never grow back. Edison stabs his knife through the body of a servant and asks him if it hurts and if he wants more pain. The servants practically die on the spot, but the second maid, Edison, lets go on her own business. The new small palace guards report that they have finished changing the authority system and new people have been recruited. The new leader of the small palace squad immediately approaches the servant who dies and starts checking something in his body. Then, the new head guard, Eugene, turns to Edison and tells him that if he uses such a blade, he will hurt himself. Eugene sits down on his knees and, turning to Edison, asks him to use another weapon and holds it out. Edison is surprised by this behavior on Eugene's part and accepts the gift and asks more about Eugene. Edison then immediately goes to his assistant and asks for accommodation for Eugene in their palace. Time moved forward from that moment, and one day, right in the middle of the night, a great cry was sharply heard in the small palace. The head of the guards, Eugene, upon hearing it, immediately headed to the young leader's room to check everything. However, Edison was sitting whole on the bed doing nothing. This surprised Eugene. He started to approach him, but in response, Edison only turned around abruptly and started sending Eugene away from here and telling him not to come in, after which Edison even threw the very weapon he gave him at Eugene. Fortunately, Eugene dodged the attack. Immediately after the weapon, Edison began throwing every other item he had at Eugene as well. It pissed Eugene off a lot. He knew Edison was a weird kid, but he didn't know the kid was that crazy. Since that nighttime had moved forward, every day Eugene sat and pondered why Edison was acting so horribly. He began to remember various strange moments, for Edison at the sight of the ordinary began to turn it over at once. Eugene also recalls Edison dousing a servant girl with potion and trying to stab her afterward right in the palace. Eugene was also confused by the fact that everyone around him in this palace was so strange. Even the servants were very angry with him. Including angry was Edison's chief assistant, who promised Eugene that he would get used to everything. However, Eugene didn't feel that way at all. He was just waiting for the deadline to finish his work and return home. At one point, some old guy sits down with Eugene and tells him that all the problems are due to nightmares in Edison's head. Eugene is greatly surprised to hear this from the old man, and the man explains everything, saying that's why Eugene was put as a guard. The one asks about why there were so many people in the small palace yesterday and only a couple of people today. The old man explains to Eugene that Michael doesn't like extra people, so only the essentials are here. Looking ahead, Eugene realizes that this palace is indeed a very crazy place in the cult. However, in a moment from behind, someone's hand touches Eugene's body with a small charge of energy. Eugene immediately ponders that these are enemies. He draws his weapon and starts asking about who is here. But it turns out to be the young leader Eugene, who talks about how he doesn't want to sleep anymore, but wants to go for a walk. He is in a rather sleepy state, but asks Eugene to pack for a walk with him today. In this whole situation, Eugene is surprised that without any skills, Edison came so close to him now. The events of the story move on. Edison and Eugene go for a walk. The first thing Edison does is play games in the Peakwater Bazaar. In the game, Edison bets that heads will fall out, but tails fall out, and he is informed that the attempt is unsuccessful. And at that moment, a sinister aura appears around Edison, and he himself orders Eugene to kill the merchants. However, Eugene says that there are too many people here, and it's a bad idea to just kill someone for playing. Edison says that he didn't lose, but was fooled, and points out the strange behavior of the clerk at the bench. And he realizes that Edison is right, because the salesman was really cheating, and Edison got the eagle first. Eugene begins to ask Edison to take pity on the man, saying he's just a small-time crook and nothing more. Edison exhales and says so, much to Eugene's surprise, he didn't expect it to work. But within seconds, Edison changes his mind again and orders Eugene to kill the crook right there. But starts talking about how he can't do that, since he's a security guard, not an assassin. In response, Edison takes and sets the tree on fire, saying that he will now check his security in such a case. Edison then starts running around the marketplace and throwing wood that is on fire at everyone, thereby fueling everything around him. Seeing this, Eugene goes into a wild shock. He never expected Edison's antics to be so violent. Some salesmen began taking up arms and threatening Edison, saying they would punish him for such behavior. However, Edison responded by cheerfully shouting that no one had raised him and he had no mother. Then Edison started insulting everyone around him, and these people decided to kill him with guns right there. But Edison only smiled and talked about how his guard would save him for sure, and demonic energy flowed from his eyes. He looked at it all and realized that Edison wasn't just an evil kid, but a real demon incarnate. In this situation, Eugene has no choice at all and decides to attack whoever is trying to hurt Edison. In just over a minute, Eugene had single-handedly tackled all of Edison's opponents. Edison only stood and laughed in response, then added afterward that Eugene really does have a knack for defense. He began to tell Edison that he might have died just now, but he only laughed in response, saying that he hadn't died. Edison drew his sword and walked towards the very same salesman and began to put the blade to his neck, threatening to kill him, and began to say that if the seller answered correctly, he would live, and if not, he would die now. The man in front of him stood nearby and looked at it, unable to understand how Edison could be so cruel to others. Edison began to scratch his head and tell a story about a foolish thug who used to live. Afterward, Edison adds that the man once cheated his boss as greed clouded his judgment. Edison asked the salesman if he saw himself in this man who tried to kill his boss. However, by the time it was time to respond, the salesman was almost unconscious from fright. And the rest of the people started to come around and gather right around Edison and watch the whole thing. In the moment Edison notices someone, he gets up and starts to leave, saying that he's had enough of all this. Before he leaves, however, he turns around and says that if a bird with two heads dies, two heads die. And after walking to the side, Edison compares this to Eugene, saying that if he died, so would his guard. He was wildly shocked when he heard it from Edison, and even more frightened by his killer look. Eugene began to look after Edison and realized that he was an unusual child, and a very strong one at that. The events of the story move forward. In the midst of the quietly peaceful evening, a scream is heard again, and Eugene immediately runs to Edison, the one standing in the middle of the room complaining that his maid touched the food with her finger when she was setting it out today. Afterward, Edison began ordering his assistant to cut off this girl's finger, which frightened Eugene even more. Every day in the small palace, these situations were repeated time after time, and Eugene kept a special diary where he described everything. And that Edison always laughed seeing people being severely punished and was not at all sorry for them. Every day looking out of the window, Eugene waited to leave the palace, realizing that there were no normal people in it at all now. On one such day, Edison's assistants informed Eugene that he wanted to take another walk, which startled Eugene. Walking outside, Eugene noticed that Edison had gathered one of the demonic cult units to his place today. Then in the past, this unit arrived to take Edison to the main palace to his father's house on orders. Upon seeing his son, Thomas immediately began scolding him and asking if there was anything left in his head. However, Edison only argued with his father, saying that he wouldn't really want anything like that. Thomas started talking about how he'd heard some strange rumors about Edison setting up in the marketplace over some measly money. However, when Edison's father Thomas began to tell the story, he only began to laugh out loud in response. Thomas's aides began yelling at Edison and saying that he shouldn't behave like that in front of his father. However, Edison responded to one of the elders by stating that the man should clearly stay out of their relationship with his father. Thomas stood up and began to raise his aura and question his son about what he was allowing himself to do. In response, Edison became just as angry and said that his father didn't love him because of his mother's death as everyone else around him. Emma also appeared in the building and began to intervene in the dialogue, but Edison couldn't see where he was wrong. Edison began to say that the main evil is only in this palace, which is closed from all others. Thomas was momentarily sick of putting up with everything his son was saying, so he directed a sharp stream of energy at him with tremendous force. His father's energy did not embarrass Edison, telling Thomas that he was only avoiding problems and trying to solve everything alone. After which, Edison also stated that the title of Heavenly Mountain Master was ridiculous, and in response, his father began to apply more force. In a moment, Thomas had amassed quite a bit of energy and directed all of it directly at his son, thus throwing him aside. The one was thrown right back at his squadmate and stared shocked at his father. He began to walk away and say that since he was leaving, and at the end, he called Thomas the Master of Heavenly Mountain. After his son left, Thomas began to blame himself as a father and said that he failed to show him the world from a normal perspective. But in response, Thomas's aide claimed he was not to blame and was already born with a bloodlust inside him. Thomas's aide also began suggesting that Edison be stripped of all rights, which only infuriated Thomas. But, after such a suggestion, the other elders began to support him and said it was the right thing to do. But Emma entered the dialogue and said that stripping Edison of all rights was too harsh and unlikely to help. She began to say that in time they could teach him manners, and that the fact that he was strong was even a good thing. Edison's father began to say that his son was only harming the cult, and Emma offered to kill him, much to Thomas's surprise. Emma stated that she knew Thomas wouldn't do that, so he just needed to find another way to talk, and began suggesting that Thomas keep his son close to him and spend more time with him. Also suggests that Thomas introduce his son to the children of the other palaces, as those are very gifted kids. She wants Thomas to call them to the main palace and ask them to keep an eye on Edison. Thomas begins to think about it, but analyzes everything in terms of the benefit to the cult in such a case. Thomas recalls his strained relationship with Franklin and thinks that this way he can mend it through the children. Edison's father realizes that this idea sounds very good, but whether it will be to Edison's liking is another question. Emma says it's a very interesting idea and she's even willing to take it up, to which Thomas gives the okay. Thomas also asks him to give Edison the condition that if he harms any of these guys, he will face death along with the small palace, and goes off on his own. And the old people start berating Emma and talking about how her idea is just complete nonsense. Emma replies that the idea of disenfranchisement is far more foolish, since old people don't know Thomas's character at all. She explains that if Thomas leaves his son behind, that means he can leave the cult unattended as well. One of the elders criticizes Emma, saying that she herself knows that Edison is sick and suffering from a disorder. The second old man agrees and adds that Edison is incapable of learning martial arts, for it is his curse. The old men also say that only the art of the sea can help Edison, but he should not be allowed such power. He tries to get the message to Emmy that this way they are only bullying Thomas, and it's terrible for him as a leader. Emma just listens to the old men in silence for a while longer, but then asks them to leave, adding that they piss her off a lot. The old man starts to leave, but tells Emma that he will decide everything on his own and not to try to stop him. Ta, in turn, just exhales and doesn't want to take the elder's words seriously at all. A few days pass since then, and the small palace has become quite quiet compared to what it was before. Edison began to behave better. He organized his leisure time, tended to the flowers, and didn't even rebel, only at night. All these changes were observed by Eugene, who was greatly surprised by them, for he had not expected such a thing. Eugene noticed that Edison was missing the last flower and asked him about it, and he stated that the flower didn't want to be watered. Edison told him that this flower had started to wilt. Edison tried to save it, but it didn't get better, which meant the flower didn't need it, and suggests that just caring for the flower is even better, but Edison disagrees. He stands by his opinion. Eugene asks Edison why he's even growing them, and he assures him that he's trying to understand their thoughts. Afterward was greatly surprised that Edison answered his questions, and even more so that he gave intelligent thoughts. Every night Eugene sat and looked at the moon, realizing that Edison was still intensely cruel and his thoughts were terrible. Eugene also pondered the fact that sooner or later he would receive an order that he would have to fulfill. In a moment, Eugene noticed that the palace door was open, but he remembered well that he had locked it before leaving today. Starts immediately grabs his weapons and begins to ponder what it could be and whether someone has sneaked into the palace. Together, quietly walked into the palace and began to see silhouettes of some man right beside Edison through the door. Eugene, as a guard, immediately saw the great danger in this and rushed to Edison's rescue with gun in hand. Walking into the room, he saw one of the maids. With a blade in her hands, she was standing directly over Edison, who was lying on the floor. Eugene didn't understand at all why the one began to threaten Edison, but in a moment, she began to attack the young leader. Luckily, Eugene had enough strength and speed to stop her attack and prevent Edison from being crippled. However, the maid didn't stop but continued to attack. Eugene, in a moment, saw a very familiar look on her face. And seeing that, he immediately realized that she had a killer look and attacked first, and later started asking if Edison was okay. In response to the question, Edison asked Eugene for a sword. He gave it to him, and Edison walked up to the servant and began stabbing her body. Eugene stood watching little Edison's every blow and was greatly surprised at his ferocity. Edison began to walk away, and Eugene asked him why he had killed her when he could have saved her. And afterward, he would ask the question again and again in surprise, and Edison would only remain silent or answer that he knew time and again. Later, he turned around and asked Eugene to shut up, saying that it wasn't important to him at all right now. Edison started to walk away. Eugene tried to stop him and tell him that there might be poison on the blade, but the man asked him to let him go. Eugene disobeyed Edison and reminded him of his own phrase with the bird and the two heads, making it clear that it was important for Eugene to check the wound. And he grabbed Edison and started forcibly taking him to the doctor, but he didn't want to and promised to kill Eugene. In the moment, Edison jumped sharply and threw a punch at Eugene, surprising him greatly with his strength and sharpness. Son Thomas began to stand up and say he wants to know the reasons why Eugene is here, adding that he won't play any jokes, and pretends he doesn't understand anything, and Edison states that Eugene is just waiting for the order to kill him. He doesn't understand anything, and Edison goes on to say that everything in this cult is steeped in lies and hypocrisy. Afterward, Edison says that Eugene was sent here by Emma, the cult's chief strategist, which scared Eugene a lot. The events of the story take us to Emma standing on a mountain asking someone how it went. A certain man reports to her that an assassin's maid was killed by Edison's security detail while on a mission. Emma sits down and talks about how it's no big deal. They can say she couldn't handle Edison's pressure. Closing her eyes in a whisper, she scolds the elders and talks about how they have behaved very recklessly. Afterward, with a horrible demon aura, Emma talks about how she would definitely be able to kill Edison. Meanwhile, Eugene was telling Michael that he didn't understand that at all, but Edison asked Eugene not to play the idiot. Edison holds out the very same dagger to Eugene and talks about the sun symbol on it and explains that it makes sense here. Eugene says it's a regular blacksmith's seal, but in his head, he realizes that this dagger was given to him by Emma. Edison screams, saying that Emma ordered Eugene to give him that dagger. And it also turns out to be true. Thomas's son looks at Eugene in wild shock and can't understand how he could understand all this, since he's just a kid. Edison picks up the energy and asks Eugene not to try to understand it, for the man is a mere pawn according to him. Edison says he wasn't scared of the killer today because he saw right away that she didn't even have any internal energy, and starts going after Edison and talks about how if they wanted to kill him, they would have sent someone strong. Edison only went ahead and said it wasn't that simple, and the people around him have been trying to kill him for a long time. Together, tries to find out about Edison why things are the way they are, but the latter declares that it's too long to explain. Raising a sinister energy, Edison is saying that these people will not be surprised to get what they want from him. Edison looks at Eugene's face and talks about how he's too stupid as an assassin. Eugene wants to answer, but Edison interrupts and says that they need to go to Venom's palace and asks him to get the wagon ready. Eugene contemplates what he should do in such a situation. He even allows for the possibility of a brazen run. Clenching his teeth, Eugene tries to figure out what to do, since he knows that the Slaughter Palace is also after Edison. The events of the story, meanwhile, show us the mountains at the peak of metal. They are very dangerous and have taken more than a dozen lives. However, in spite of all of this, it is where the important place for the cult is located, namely, the Hall of the First Elders. There is also a very dangerous but super lucrative mining job there that pays big money. It is also in these mountains that the Poison Palace is located, to which Edison traveled with Eugene. It is not easy to get there. Eugene is forever following Edison, for it is intensely cold and difficult in the mountains. Seeing Edison climbing the mountains, Eugene is convinced of his strength and perseverance, for he is wounded. And many times he offered to help Edison with the transportation and take him on his back, but he refused. Until the very end, Edison refused to get on Eugene's back, so he made the decision to walk behind him to watch. The events of the story take us to young John. He came to old Ron's palace poison also himself. Franklin inquires for the goods he wanted, but old man Ron explains that they are not so easy to obtain. However, Ron had gotten most of the stuff for John and gave it to him, much to the latter's delight. With John, old Ron discusses the news of the clan and Emma's recent meddling in affairs. John is about to leave as the old man states that he's picked up some guests for his daughter Lilo, and the man says she's waiting outside. John says Ron's place smells too much like medicine and Lilo doesn't want to come in here. Meanwhile, our guys have arrived at the palace as well. Eugene is greatly surprised to see everyone around him bowing to Edison. Turning to Edison, Eugene tries to find out why the man is forever walking away and not asking any questions of anyone. Eugene reminds him about Edison's wound, saying that something needs to be done about it, but there are no wounds on Edison's arm at all anymore. Thomas's son asks to be released. Eugene does so, continuing to stand there in shock and not understanding where the wound went. Edison angrily steps forward and talks about how if Eugene continues to be this stupid, he better leave now. Eugene is still pissed off by the various insults from Edison, but he's already acclimated to it and is glad to see Edison is in one piece. But afterward, he waves his head and says that an assassin shouldn't think about such feelings because he's a mercenary. Eugene asks Edison why it took them so long to get here, but Edison replies that it's none of Eugene's business. Meanwhile, in the crowd of local kids, there is a small at the time Lilo who is being abused and oppressed by everyone. Eugene says that kids are evil nowadays, but Edison adds that adults are no better than those kids. Immediately after saying that, Edison headed straight towards those children, much to Eugene's surprise. Remembering Edison's character, Eugene knew exactly what it meant to him and what it could be. As it happens, Edison walks up and immediately starts throwing the local guys aside with leg kicks. The girl he kicked started yelling at him and talking about how Edison just doesn't know who she is, and pulls out a weapon, up the energy, and talks about how he doesn't need to know that at all. After scaring everyone around him, Edison made sure Lilo wasn't hurt again, but called her a fool for not defending herself. Lilo pulled out a wooden sword and started waving it around and talking about how her father would teach her how to use it, and she would be very strong. However, hearing this, the children around still look at Lilo with disdain, not understanding at all what she's carrying. This pisses her off. She speeds up hard and strikes all the girls next to her in a second. All these kids are in severe shock. They grab their heads, screaming and crying in pain for just one hit from Lilo. Lilo only stands cutely with sword in hand and asks Edison if he still thinks she's a fool or not anymore. Eugene talks about Lilo having head problems too, and Edison declares that he doesn't care. In a moment, she stops abruptly. She's overjoyed and yells about wanting to marry Edison. At this point, Edison pairs up with Eugene and just stands there looking at Lilo like she's crazy and very surprised. Edison says she's completely out of her head, and Eugene tells Lilo not to throw around words like that. Edison pushes Lilo away and talks about how Eugene is stupid and useless, and the man doesn't even have anything to say for himself. She falls quietly to the ground at this point, lies there with her eyes open, and only says just ouch. Then Lilo starts waving her arms and legs and screaming wildly, surprising everyone around her. Lilo is approached by her father just then. He envelops himself in an aura and asks what's going on. A moment before, John had indicated that he wanted to check Edison's aura, and Ian had asked that he not accidentally hurt anyone. Thomas's son doesn't understand much at this point, but Eugene immediately senses the power of the palace master at a minimum coming from John. With a rather ominous aura, John asks Edison about whether he's the one doing this now. In response, Edison asks John why he cares and who he even is, much to Eugene's surprise nearby. John talks about being Lilo's father. This pisses Edison off because he's created useless problems for himself now. So he gives Edison a sword and tells him that this is the only way he can apologize for his rudeness. He draws a circle around him and says that if Edison makes him go beyond, he will forgive him. But John follows up by adding that if Edison doesn't do it, he'll kill him right there in front of everyone. After wants to get into the conflict and resolve it with words, but Edison declares to stand his ground. Edison then snaps out of his seat and is behind John's back in a second, and says it's funny, and says that Edison has great attacks, But here his punches don't do any damage at all. However, here Edison doesn't care about these words at all. He continues to attack in vain and wastes his energy getting a punch in. Abruptly, John began to ask Edison why he had picked up a sword if he himself relied only on childish techniques, and says he expected too much from Edison, and such words hurt young Edison badly. He's creating a charge of energy and talking about putting an end to it all. However, this option clearly did not suit Edison, and he jumped up sharply and began to approach with a powerful attack, and began to attack upward, at which point Edison came down sharply, thus deceiving John. John noticed that Edison had gotten angrier and faster, and began to wonder if the young leader was hiding his abilities from him. At the point their swords clash, John realizes that Edison couldn't attack simply because his arms are short for it. But what surprised John much more was not Edison's skills, but the fact that he threw his blade to the floor at the end. And after Edison, it's not just that. This way, he natively got John out of the circle. Old Man Yong announced himself from behind, and he swept up what he was ashamed to see a child defeated by a master in battle. John began to approach Edison and inquire about having a master and who was teaching him the arts. And he says that if Edison learns martial arts, he will have a great chance to become a master swordsman. Afterward, John offers Edison to learn from him, but the latter only laughs in response and talks about how he would never go for it. He understood nothing, and Edison turned to him and asked him to take his hand now and quickly. John doesn't understand why this is and starts to just feel Edison's pulse with the movements of his hand. At this point, John senses and realizes everything. He notices that Edison's channels are blocked and holding back energy. Edison began to walk away and asked John to handle his daughter's upbringing because there was nothing more to be done about it. And through energy tells John that he should leave quickly because this kid is the son of a cult leader. Apparently, Edison senses what they're talking about. He raises the energy in his eyes and looks at John sweetly. Time moved forward. Edison lay on Jan's desk and said horrible dreams were still with him, his killers coming into his head at night. Ian uses some drugs, and Edison says that this time he realized through a dream who was going to kill him. He circles Edison's body parts and says that maybe soon he'll be able to get some decent sleep. Edison says he understands and hands Jan the paper and asks him to sort it all out quickly. Old Man Jan began to turn to Edison and ask about why the young leader should take the path of death. He says it's the best thing he can do right now, but Ian argues with him, calling the idea complete nonsense. Thomas's son replies that it's just a sixth sense, a response that infuriates John. Ian realizes that there is no point in arguing with Edison now, so he simply accepts his answer. Edison is lying on the table, taking his medicine in his hands and talking about how he is already very tired and will go to bed after the road. Old Man Ian leaves Edison to sleep and goes ahead and tells someone what he thought about how he had already escaped. This man turns out to be Edison's security guard Eugene, who asks John what his goals are. He asks Ian more specifically, saying that he doesn't understand why he was given the opportunity to overhear this conversation. Ian turns to Eugene and tells him that he may not worry because the order to kill Edison will never be given. The old man explains to him that if this happens, Thomas will surely find the man. And if that happens, and Thomas starts killing, the cult will end because the palace masters will start the battle. Eugene asks about why Emma keeps sending assassins then. Ian asks Eugene in return how he himself sees it. And the one tells us that there were people who did try to kill Edison, but they were all punished by the first mate. To summarize, Jan says that Emma's job isn't to kill Edison at all, but Eugene still can't figure out what the truth is. The Poison Master says that the problem is now much deeper than they realize because all events are leading up to this. Eugene begins to realize that there is in fact a huge battle of intellects going on among the cult leaders. As Ian starts to leave, Eugene turns to him and asks about why he decided to tell him all this. The Poison Master says he just wants Eugene to perform his duties well, and nothing more than that. He leaves and tells Eugene to watch Edison when he wakes up in 4 hours. This pisses Eugene off. After the dialogue with Jan, he stopped understanding what was going on at all. He sat down and started thinking about everything. Meanwhile, in his dreams, Edison is inside his mind shrouded in energy and asks to just kill him. It's like he's communicating with someone, yelling at someone every time and asking for what they all need. At this moment in Edison's mind, he is facing the aura of a demon that is looking directly at him. The demon turned to Edison and asked him to find something for him, but Edison couldn't understand what it was about at all. In response, the demon only repeated the same thing over and over, asking Edison to find something for him and promising help in return. Thomas's son could not understand anything. In life, he was not afraid of anything, but in his dreams, he was scared to death of the sight of the demon. After a while, Edison woke up. He was wildly exhausted, as if he hadn't slept at all, and sitting up in a cold sweat, he was shivering and afraid. It was the first day Edison remembered his dream, and he remembered well that he had been asked to find something, not just chased away.